But now, Fan Jian really regrets it. He had known that he would have been nicer to Xiao Nanan before. Because in that case, even if Han Fangfang sees his true face clearly, she will not be willing to help him. But if Xiao Nanan is willing to treat him as her father, she will definitely speak for him. How could it be like now, where neither mother nor daughter wanted to talk to him? Especially since Li Xialuo said that Han Fangfang and her daughter can join the army. Then they will be members of the military from now on. And looking at the looks of people like Li Xialuo, they don't seem to be lacking food and drink at all. If Han Fangfang and her daughter could follow them, they would be extremely happy. Thinking of this, Fan Jian really became angrier and angrier. And the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. He had planned for so long, had been the grandson in front of Han Fangfang's husband for so long, and then finally killed Han Fangfang's husband. Later, Han Fangfang wanted to test him again, and in order to maintain his character, Fan Jian continued to lick the dog in front of Han Fangfang. But Han Fangfang hadn't even tasted it yet, and Han Fangfang and her daughter suddenly had bad luck. They were about to live a good life. How could he be so willing? But no matter how envious Fan Jian is, no matter how unwilling he is, it's useless. Now that both mother and daughter don't like him, there is nothing he can do. At this time, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out again. It turns out that Li Xiaoluo saw the monsters around him through the drone before, and now there are many surrounding them. When those monsters saw so many humans here, they ran towards the female soldiers who were handling the corpses of the monsters as if they were seeing a delicious meal. When the female soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, they naturally arranged for someone to be on guard, so they shot and killed the monsters as soon as they found them coming. But this time, the female soldiers discovered something was different. Some of the monsters were obviously different from ordinary monsters. Some of them are bigger and some are faster. Moreover, they are accompanied by some ordinary monsters, who seem to be their guards. These special monsters are difficult to hit or kill with a gun. This should be the kind of leader-level monster that Mrs. Meow Meow mentioned, right? The female soldiers know that it is difficult for them to kill such a high-level monster, or they will have to pay a lot of casualties. If they were the only ones to come out this time, they would have no choice but to fight these high-level monsters if they wanted to survive. But today, they came out with the Lord and many superpowers. Therefore, when encountering a situation that they cannot resist, they naturally do not need to fight tooth and nail. After the female soldiers opened fire and knew that there was a high-level monster, they immediately retreated while fighting, and then returned to Li Xiaoluo's side. After all the female soldiers retreated, Li Xiao waved his hand and asked all the female soldiers to stop shooting. It's time for Shen Miao Miao and Alice to practice their skills. Shen Miao Miao stood up first. After the upgrade, she could feel that she was very powerful now. But Shen Miao Miao herself doesn't know exactly how powerful it is, so she really wants to see her current strength. Walking to the front, Shen Miao Miao looked at the monster not far away, and the superpowers in her body began to surge. However, Shen Miao Miao didn't wait for Shen Miao Miao to activate her special ability. Hiss! Suddenly, among the first group of monsters to approach Li Xiaoluo and others, a leader-level monster let out a sharp cry. The sound seemed to be able to penetrate people's eardrums and spread far and wide. Then Li Xiaoluo and the others discovered that the leader-level monster looked at Shen Miao Miao with a hint of fear in its eyes, but also with fire. In fact, Li Xiaoluo didn't know in his previous life that humans can hunt these monsters to upgrade, and these monsters can also hunt human superpowers to increase their strength. Especially since Shen Miao Miao is now a level 3 superpower, and the screaming monster is only a level 2 monster. In its eyes, Shen Miao Miao is as good as Tang Monk, and after the leader monster screamed, it was like opening Pandora's box. Hiss! Hiss! Many monsters that looked like leaders around them screamed, and even sharp screams came from the distance, as if in response. Then, all the monsters rushed towards Shen Miao Miao, even more crazily. Brother Xialuo, why do I feel like these leader monsters want to unite? Sister, not only are they uniting, but they also seem to be sending signals to summon more monsters. Yes, I feel the same way. In fact, not only Shen Miao Miao and the others feel this way, but Li Xiaoluo also feels this way. Although Li Xiaoluo was not a superpower in his previous life, he had heard many things and knew that the outside world was actually very dangerous. First of all, the number of monsters is huge. Once a large wave of monsters forms, even powerful psychics or shelters with powerful firepower will be wiped out. Secondly, there are some dangerous places, That is, the abyss crevices where these monsters appear, where more advanced monsters will exist. As for those dangerous abyss areas, even if Li Xiao and Shen Miao Miao are now level 3 superpowers, Li Xialuo will not go there. However, in the previous life, the city where Li Xialuo was located had never heard of a large-scale demonic tide, so Li Xialuo felt that there should not be any danger if he wandered around in this city. But this sudden situation, and through the drone, I saw a large number of monsters gathering in this direction from a distance. Li Xialuo feels that nothing can be static. This suddenly felt like poking a hornet's nest. Looking at it like this, it seemed like a demonic tide was about to form. So Li Xialuo immediately issued an order. All female soldiers get on the bus first, and those with non-combat abilities also get on the bus. If the situation gets out of control, drive away immediately. Meow Meow Alice, you shoot those screaming monsters first. Yes. The female soldiers responded, and then began to run towards their respective cars in an orderly manner. Yin Yin, take them and their daughter into the car. Li Xialuo pointed at Han Fang and her daughter, and then told Shen Yin Yin. Okay, brother-in-law? Shen Yin Yin agreed softly. Shen Yin Yin naturally knows that the woman who can be favored by her brother-in-law and take him directly back to Taoyuan as an exception is either a very beautiful woman or a talented person with special powers. As for the mother and daughter, it's obviously the latter. But Shen Yin Yin is also very curious. What kind of superpower will there be in their territory? When the female soldiers were evacuating, Shen Miao Miao and Alice took action almost at the same time. In fact, Li Xiaoluo knows that there are many types of monsters, such as those that resemble various beasts, and even those that resemble humans. But the so-called human beings are actually just about the same height as humans, and they have hands and feet and walk upright. But in terms of appearance, those humanoid monsters have green faces and fangs, and are much uglier than humans. The first one to scream just now was a humanoid monster, and it was also the first target that Shen Miao Miao killed. In fact, Shen Miao Miao and Alice had already seen a second-level monster in the morning. But in the morning, they didn't see those monsters making that sharp cry just now to call for nearby helpers. So Shen Miao Miao had some doubts. Is it because of this humanoid monster? Only this kind of monster can scare people into fighting in groups? But regardless of whether it is true or not, let's kill them first. Shen Miao Miao thought, and a dozen ice arrows slowly condensed in front of her. As Shen Miao Miao's superpower has been upgraded to level 3, the number of ice arrows she can now condense has increased again. And as long as she is willing, she can also give these ice arrows stronger ice energy, making them more lethal. And among the ice arrows that Shen Miao Miao condensed this time, one of the ice arrows was long and thick, obviously much larger than the other ice arrows, and it looked even more chilly. And this enhanced version of the ice arrow contains powerful energy equivalent to a third-level superpower. As for the other dozen ice arrows, they only have energy equivalent to level 2 superpowers. The reason why Shen Miao Miao does this is because the more energy contained in each ice arrow she condenses, the more power she will naturally consume. To give a very simple example, just like when an ordinary person is fighting, the harder he throws his fist, the greater the drain on his physical strength. If he keeps pumping his fist as hard as he can, he may be punching more than a dozen times. After that, he himself was out of breath and had no strength. The same goes for superpowers. Take Shen Miao Miao as an example. If every ice arrow she condenses contains huge, level 3, energy, then she may only fire 1 or 2 waves of ice arrows. The supernatural power in her body will consume the light. Then it takes time to recover. But if the dozen or so ice arrows condensed by Shen Miao Miao only contain level 2 energy, or only 1 or 2 arrows contain level 3 energy. So with Shen Miao Miao's current ability as a level 3 superpower, she can fire more than a dozen or even dozens of waves of ice arrows. The third-level ice arrow that Shen Miao Miao specially condensed this time was just to kill the leader-level humanoid monster. Then the other dozen or so second-level ice arrows were naturally used to kill the little brother next to the leader-level humanoid monster. Shen Miao Miao waited for the group of monsters to get closer, and then with a thought, all the ice arrows were shot out. Each one is aimed at a monster. Originally, the sudden situation on Li Xiaoluo's side made Fan Jian on the ground and the group of survivors next to him very confused. Why did all those well-equipped female soldiers suddenly run away, leaving behind a few of the most beautiful women? Could it be that the chief, Li Xiao, had an open mind and saw that these monsters were too powerful, So he planned to use these most beautiful women to seduce those monsters? Otherwise, what kind of mysterious operation is this? But it's such a pity, because the few women left behind are so beautiful and alluring. To die like this, isn't it a cruel act of mercy? However, just when the survivors were thinking wildly, they saw Shun Miao Miao take action. The ice arrows condensed by Shun Miao Miao stunned the survivors. What the hell is this? Heavy rain pear blossom needle? But even if it's a rainstorm pear blossom needle, it should have a launching device. But they all saw that those rain of arrows suddenly appeared out of thin air. What a hell! However, most survivors, especially those who have survived until now, are actually very receptive. After all, by now, we have seen too many unscientific things, so why should they be surprised? Now, even if someone tells them that pork can grow on trees and men can give birth to babies, they may be able to accept it. However, the person who can't accept it the most, or the most angry person here, is naturally Fang Jian, who is still lying on the ground. He had always thought that he was shot by some thug hidden nearby. But now that he saw Shin Miao Miao take action, Fang Jian still didn't know that the person who shot him through the thigh was Li Xialuo's man. But now, even if he knows, no one will pay attention to him. Even Fang Jian himself didn't dare to look for trouble. After Shin Miao Miao's ice arrows were shot out, they were extremely fast, and each one accurately hit a monster. It's a pity that the ice arrow, which contained level 3 energy and was specially designed to deal with the leader-level monster, did not hit the leader-level monster, but was blocked by the guards around it. Hiss! Hiss! Seeing that the little brother next to him suffered heavy casualties in an instant, the leader-level humanoid monster suddenly let out a sharper and faster scream. You can feel its urgency and even fear in its voice. It may know that it is no match for Shun Miao Miao, but it didn't run away. And just when Shin Miao Miao missed a hit, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards the leader-level humanoid monster. The leader-level humanoid monster focused its attention on Shin Miao Miao, and it was still sending out signals. It had no energy to guard against the surrounding situation. Therefore, this sudden lightning did not have time to react, and then it was hit directly. It turned out that Alice had already been preparing to attack after Shin Miao Miao took action. And then after Shin Miao Miao failed to kill the leader-level humanoid monster, she decisively took the last hit. Alice's thunder and lightning is an extremely domineering power, especially now that Alice is also a level 3 superpower, so the lethality of her lightning superpower is also huge. The leader-level humanoid monster died on the spot. This made both Shin Miao Miao and Alice very happy. This was the first leader-level monster they had killed. However, Shin Miao Miao and Alice don't know now that this leader-level humanoid monster is actually just a second-level monster, a kind of small leader. And Shin Miao Miao and Alice didn't wait long to be happy. Then when they looked at the large number of monsters surrounding them, serious expressions suddenly appeared on their faces. Li Xialuo said directly, "Miao Miao, don't hold back. Use your full strength to strike." After hearing Li Xialuo's words, Shin Miao Miao nodded. She also wanted to see how strong she was with a full blow. In fact, if Charlotte, Lee, and Alice were not around, Shin Miao Miao would not do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Because her strongest attack is like a magician using a forbidden spell. It will consume all the magic power in her body in an instant, leaving her without any fighting power in a short period of time. At that time, Shin Miao Miao will be like an ordinary woman, without any ability to protect herself. Therefore, if it is not a life and death moment, or if there are teammates who can be 100% trusted, no superpower will do this. But Shin Miao Miao naturally has no worries now. In her heart, Li Xialuo has always been her god. Even though Shun Miao Miao now knows that she is quite powerful, in her heart, brother Xialuo must be much more powerful than her. At this time, everyone around them also focused their attention on Shin Miao Miao. The women at Taoyuan leader's side were all excited. They also wanted to know, or rather experience, how powerful Shin Miao Miao, a third-level superpower, was with his full-strength attack. As for the survivors next to them, their mouths were slightly open, their faces full of disbelief. It turns out that after killing so many monsters in an instant, this woman as beautiful as a fairy hasn't used her full strength yet. At this time, an ordinary monster that had slipped through the net finally rushed over, and Fang Jian, who was lying on the ground, suffered first. "Save me quickly. You can't just die without saving me. I don't want to die." Fang Jian screamed miserably, and Shin Miao Miao did take action. "Freeze!" Shin Miao Miao slowly raised his hand, paused in midair, and then uttered two simple words. An extremely cold energy spread towards the front of Shun Miao Miao. In an instant, the cold air in the surrounding air became thicker. Even Charlotte and Alice, who were standing behind Shun Miao Miao, felt the biting cold. Of course, with Shun Miao Miao's control, this cold will naturally not cause harm to them. And as the cold air continues to surge forward, white snowflakes can even be seen floating in the sky. Then, wherever this cold current passed, those monsters felt the biting cold. And before they had time to react, they were directly sealed by the ice. Some monsters are still running, and some monsters still have panic on their faces, but everything seems to be frozen. In less than a minute, Shun Miao Miao weakly stopped releasing her powers. But within a few hundred meters in front of her, at least hundreds of monsters were directly frozen. The scene was really spectacular, and it's not just ordinary monsters. There are also many boss-level, second-level monsters, which were frozen without any time to resist or escape. The full blow of the third-level superpower is really terrifying. Of course, to be able to achieve this, Li Xiaolin knew that not just any third-level superpower user could do it. This is what Shun Miao Miao can do. Among power users of the same level, Shun Miao Miao is almost invincible, so her full blow is naturally more powerful. But Li Xiaolin smiled happily because Shun Miao Miao is his woman, and she is the kind of person who doesn't have to worry about betrayal. So the stronger Shun Miao Miao is, the stronger Li Xiaolin is. As for Shun Miao Miao's power, although Li Xiaolin was mentally prepared for it, all the onlookers around him were not. At this moment, whether it was the female soldiers watching in the car or the ordinary survivors next to them, everyone was watching this shocking scene. No one spoke for a long time. Is it really something that humans can do? Thousands of monsters can be frozen in the blink of an eye, and even the ground and air seem to be frozen. It's simply terrifying. At this time, Shun Miao Miao was no longer a lord's wife in the eyes of the female soldiers led by Taoyuan, nor was she a stunning beauty in the eyes of the survivors. She is God, ice and snow goddess. How's it going? Are you okay? Li Xiaolin could see that Shun Miao Miao was a little weak, so he quickly stepped forward and hugged Shun Miao Miao's waist. Shun Miao Miao's waist is really soft, and her figure is getting better and better. Curvy, plump buttocks, every part of her body is so perfect. Being shown affection by Li Xiaolin in public, Shun Miao Miao's originally weak face suddenly turned red, and she still looked like the ice and snow goddess just now. However, Shun Miao Miao was also obsessed with Li Xiaolin's arms and aura, so she did not struggle, but said with a blushing face, "Brother Xiaolin, I'm fine, but I may not be able to use my powers today." What Shun Miao Miao used just now was her special move, and it was a large-scale attack move. It had huge lethality, but the consumption was also huge. Li Xiaolin smiled and said, "It's okay. Just leave the rest to us." Alice joked beside her, "My dear, I think it's better for you to go back and get intimate again. Should we leave here now, or should we stay and continue to kill those monsters?" When Alice said this, Shun Miao Miao blushed and quickly left Li Xiaolin's arms. After all, she was the eldest sister, and she still had to maintain her image. Li Xiaolin didn't care either. Now is certainly not the time for children to be in love with each other. Li Xiaolin checked the surrounding situation through the drone in the air. Although there were still some monsters coming here, the densest wave of monsters was eliminated by Shun Miao Miao. There should be no more monster waves now. Moreover, it seems that no monster makes that sharp cry calling for help anymore. Could it be that she was afraid of being killed by Shun Miao Miao? Li Xiaolin is also a little curious now, wondering what is going on with these monsters. It was like poking a hornet's nest before. All the monsters screamed like crazy, and then came towards this way. But now, it suddenly went silent again, and it seemed not as crazy as before. Li Xiaolin always felt that there seemed to be something going on here. It didn't look like a coincidence. However, Li Xiaolin didn't actually know much about these monsters, so he didn't have much of a prophetic advantage. If anything happens, I can only explore it slowly in the future. But Li Xiaolin is not afraid, because if you take one step first, you can take the lead step by step. There are now more than a dozen superpower users in Taoyuan territory, and there are also 3 level 3 superpower users. As long as Li Xiaolin is willing, he can upgrade to another level 3 superpower user. Just look at Shun Miao Miao's battle just now, and you will know how strong the 3rd level superpower is. Therefore, with strong strength, Li Xiaolin naturally has confidence and a strong waist. He believes that Taoyuan leader is not afraid of any danger. Even if we really encounter a demonic tide, as long as it is not a super demonic tide, Taoyuan leader will still have the strength to deal with it. You cover Gully Jian and collect all the corpses of those monsters, and then we will go back first. Li Xialuo gave instructions to Alice, Anna, Qin Xianglan, and other combat-type superpowers. After collecting the corpses of the monsters, Li Xiao's convoy began to return, and it didn't take long before they returned to the territory of Taoyuan territory. Then, the towering and majestic city wall first caught everyone's eyes. All the women in Taoyuan collar have already been shocked by their own city walls. Although it looks more shocking from the outside now, it's not that fussy anymore. But this time, Han Fang and Chen Nanan, the mother and daughter who came back with Li Xialuo, looked at the city wall outside through the car window with their mouths wide open. Mom, look, the city wall is so tall and long, like a big snake. Chen Nanan looked out the car window, her face full of excitement. But the reason why the little guy was shocked and excited was just because of the majesty of the city wall. But Han Fang was different because Han Fang knew that this was a high-end villa area before the end of the world, and there was no ancient city at all. So where did the city wall come from? Therefore, this city wall can only be built after the end of the world. However, it doesn't seem to make sense at all. Although it has been several months since the apocalypse occurred, at the beginning it was extremely cold temperatures and blizzards several meters deep. In such weather, even the most capable people would not be able to build a city wall outdoors, right? And when the ice disaster was over, floods immediately occurred. At that time, the entire city was submerged in water. Naturally, there was no way to build a city wall, right? So when was this city wall built? Or did it appear out of nowhere? At this moment, Han Fang was no longer shocked. She felt like her brain was running out. Sister Pan, look at that city wall. Chen Nanan did not forget the newly recognized young lady beside her. So she looked back at little Pan and said, Sister Nan, that city wall is the city wall of our Taoyuan territory, and inside is our home. It's safe inside. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Next to Chen Nanan, Xiao Pan introduced the situation to Chen Nanan with a proud face. On the way back, Li Xiaoluo let the two little girls Xiao Pan and Chen Nanan get to know each other so that they can grow up and play together in the future. This makes little Pan very happy because Chen Nanan is not only about the same age as her, but also, like her, can become a person with superpowers in the future. They are truly friends you can play with. Little Pon's personality has become much more lively and cheerful since her leg was healed. Especially after she also awakened her powers, the little guy has become even more confident. Moreover, everyone in Taoyuan collar, including Li Xiao, was very kind to her. She was well-fed and well-clothed, just like a little princess. But the only drawback is that Taoyuan collar is basically an adult woman, so naturally she has no playmates. Even if there are a few young girls in Taoyuan collar, they still can't become real good friends with Xiao Pan. First of all, those girls are still much older than little Pan, so they can't play together. Secondly, little Pan is now a superpower. Her identity and the things she comes into contact with are different, so naturally we can't play together even more. In the past, little Pon's playmates might have been the puppies given to her by Li Xiaoluo, but in the future, she will have her own real little sister. So when her brother asked her to play with Chen Nanan and grow up together in the future, little Pan happily agreed immediately. Moreover, it is rare for the two of them to meet people of the same age, so they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. And they have a good relationship, especially when Xiao Pan said that after returning to Taoyuan, she would take Chen Nanan to eat the whole family bucket, and then introduce a few puppies to her, and then take her to practice her powers together. Although Chen Nanan didn't know what practicing superpowers was, she heard that little Pan wanted to treat her to a family bucket, and there were many cute puppies. She immediately became a little follower willingly, and little Pan was her biological sister. Sister Pan, we will live inside that city wall from now on? Really? Really inside that city wall is the Taoyuan territory built by my brother. It's huge and has many villas. There are a lot of delicious food, and the little dog I told you about before is also in it. It's great. Living inside this city wall, my mother and I will no longer have to be afraid of bad people. Sister Nan, as long as you follow my brother, you will be very powerful. So even if there is no such city wall, you don't have to be afraid of bad people in the future. Chen Nanan looked at her little arms and hands, obviously not believing what little Pan said. She is too young, and it is true that no one has ever regarded her as a threat. But to say that she can become very powerful and defeat those bad guys, she obviously doesn't believe it. But Chen Nanan didn't think much about it. She couldn't wait to enter the city wall now. The convoy soon arrived under the city wall. Naturally, the female soldiers staying in the territory had received news of their return, so they cleared the monsters under the city wall in advance, and then opened the city gate to welcome them. The convoy passed through the city gate unimpeded, then entered Taoyuan territory, and then the gate was slammed shut again. After entering Taoyuan territory, mother and daughter Han Fangfang and Chen Nanan looked at everything around them with so much curiosity. There are so many people here, no. There are so many beautiful ladies. There are also many big villas here, and the grounds and roads are clean. It's nothing like the outside world, full of mud and all kinds of garbage. Here, it is almost the same as the environment before the doomsday. In fact, since the flood ended, except for the area of villas 1 to 10 on the top of the mountain, the Longting Villa area has not been damaged. The other areas of the villa area are also full of devastation. The villas in those areas were flooded, and the ground was full of garbage left after the flood. It's not what you see now. However, Taoyuan leader now has a large number of manpower, and after the city wall is built, everyone can move freely in the entire villa area, so it is natural to clean up the environment of the entire villa area. Then there are more people and more power. Plus, there are a lot of superpowers in Taoyuan territory, such as fire superpowers, earth superpowers, space superpowers. With them here, we can clean up the villa area. The garbage is even simpler. That's why the current Longting Villa area looks like what Han Fangfang and the others saw along the way, clean and tidy, with a beautiful environment. After the convoy entered the territory, the female soldiers drove back to their dormitories to rest. Every time they return from a mission, they can rest that day. Han Fangfang and her daughter followed Li Xiaoluo's car all the way to Villa number 1 on the top of the mountain. Just open the car door. Everyone get off the bus. Woof woof. Woof woof. Several half-sized dogs with tiger heads and tiger brains rushed over. As they ran, the short tails of the dogs were wagging very fast, looking very cute. Li Xiaoluo thought that some puppies were coming to greet him, but unexpectedly, all the puppies ran to the feet of little Pan, looking like puppies with legs. After returning to Villa number 1, Li Xiaoluo asked Shen Miao to make arrangements for Han Fangfang and her daughter. First of all, it is natural to wash up and eat. Every new woman who joins Taoyuan Collar will be arranged to wash up well and then eat a steaming meal. This is a benefit that every new woman who joins Taoyuan Collar has, but it is not a special treatment for Han Fangfang and her daughter. Why is there such a benefit? First of all, it is natural to let the newlyweds have a new mental outlook by washing and eating. After all, Taoyuan Collar is not the shelter outside. There are no beggars and refugees in Taoyuan Collar. As long as you join the Taoyuan Collar, although each woman's treatment will be very different, at least she will look clean. Secondly, naturally through these small favors, all the new women who join the Taoyuan Collar can see the wealth of Taoyuan and quickly increase their friendship. Just like the mother and daughter Han Fangfang and Chen Nanan, when they came to Taoyuan to pick up the queen, and then were taken to take a bath, the mother and daughter were dumbfounded. What kind of magical place is this? Can you still take a hot bath? I even took a bath in the bathtub. It was like a dream. Of course, the reason why Han Fangfang was able to take a bath in the bathtub was because of her daughter Chen Nanan. Because Chen Nanan will soon become a superpower, the treatment Li Xiaoluo gives her is naturally different from that of ordinary newcomers. In fact, Han Fangfang will know in the future that there are many things about her mother being more valuable than her daughter. Just like work, if Han Fangfang were not Chen Nanan's mother, then after joining Taoyuan leader, she would basically be assigned to the most hiring position in the logistics department to get some training first. But with Chen Nanan's relationship, Shen Miao will naturally arrange some easy jobs for her based on her expertise or hobbies. Li Xiaoluo didn't pay too much attention to the affairs of Han Fangfang and her daughter. After they settled down, Li Xiaoluo would just ask Shen Miao to awaken her powers. In the Taoyuan territory, in fact, even women with supernatural talents have prerequisites if they want to be eligible to obtain crystals to awaken their own powers. That means their friendliness must exceed 80. However, the friendship between Han Fangfang and her daughter Chen Nanan has already exceeded 80 since they came to Taoyuan. They may also be the ones with the fastest improvement in friendliness. After all, Han Fangfang and her daughter were very close to death at that time. It was Li Xiaoluo who used his superpower to save them. At that time, they were already very grateful to Li Xiaoluo. Moreover, so many survivors at that time were crying and begging Li Xiaoluo to take them in. But Li Xiaoluo didn't take in any of them. He just kept the mother and daughter. especially now that I have come to Taoyuan Ling and seen everything in Taoyuan Ling, the big villas, hot baths, and steaming meals. The friendship between Han Fang and her daughter towards Li Xialuo has been rising steadily, and naturally it has already exceeded 80. In the afternoon, Li Xialuo had nothing to do, so he notified all core members of Taoyuan leader to hold a meeting. Now the core members of the Taoyuan leader, apart from Li Xialuo himself, are mainly composed of two people. First of all, it is naturally a superpower who has awakened his superpower. In the apocalypse, it is the last word to have a big fist. Therefore, the superpowers, especially the superpowers of the Taoyuan territory, are very loyal to Li Xialuo. Li Xialuo will naturally entrust them with important tasks, give them privileges, and make them core members of the Taoyuan territory. Secondly, the core members of the Taoyuan leader and Li Xiaoluo's women have gained popularity over time. Territories need people to manage them anyway, so the person next to you will naturally be useful. Just like Taoyuan leader, Shun Miao Miao and Qin Yuanmei were basically the ones handling all the big and small things before. And this time, the reason why Li Xiaoluo called all the core members for a meeting was to discuss the internal management issues of the territory. After all, there were not many people in Taoyuan before, and there were not many things to do. Li Xiao let Shun Miao Miao take care of everything, which can be regarded as a reflection of his specialness towards her. But now that the population of Taoyuan is increasing and the territory is getting larger, things will naturally become more and more complicated. Moreover, from now on, Shun Miao Miao will be responsible for the Taoyuan leader's combat power, and she will be like a sea-fixing needle. Naturally, Li Xiao can no longer let her take care of those trivial matters. We are convening a meeting today for two main things. The first is the issue of the division of functional departments in the territory. In the past, because there were few people in our territory, many things were not so formal, and many departments were not established. But now our Taoyuan territory is considered a big family, and many things are still the same. We need to start formalizing it so that our work efficiency can be higher. So on the basis of the previous departments, I plan to add the Finance Department, the Supervision Department, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Industry. In Taoyuan territory, although Li Xiao rarely participates in the daily management of the territory, he always speaks the truth on major matters. So in this meeting, Li Xiao did not come to discuss with everyone, but directly announced his decision. All the women listened quietly to Li Xiao's speech, and no one had any objections. After a pause, Li Xiao continued. The second thing today is about the adjustment of management personnel. From now on, Miao Miao, you should stop taking care of the trivial matters of the logistics department. As soon as Li Xiao said these words, many women were a little surprised, especially Shun Yinyan, who opened her watery eyes. What's going on? Has my sister fallen out of favor? What should I do? Do you want to help me? While Shun Yinyan was thinking wildly, Shun Miao Miao was very calm, because she believes in Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo continued. Zhao Mimi will be the minister of the logistics department from now on. Su Yin will be the minister of the finance department. Qin Yuanmei will be the minister of the Ministry of Health. Shun Yinyan will be the minister of the Ministry of Agriculture. And Su Yin will be the minister of the industry department. Minister. Then there is the more important inspection department, with Alice as the minister. The last one is the army led by Taoyuan. In the future, I plan to divide the army led by Taoyuan into three parts. Security team, demon hunting team, superpower team. The first is the security team. Female soldiers with ordinary abilities automatically become female soldiers in the security team. Their main task is to guard the safety of Taoyuan territory. Next is the demon hunting team. The members of the demon hunting team all select the elite female soldiers, and then let them go outside to hunt monsters for practical training. After passing the assessment, they can officially join. Their future mission is to assist people with powers to hunt monsters outside. Finally, there is the superpower team. All superpowers in Taoyuan leader must join this superpower team. If the military needs it, everyone needs to obey orders. From now on, Miao Miao will be in charge of the army, led by Taoyuan. At the same time, Li Xiao also announced the establishment of the Taoyuan Ling cabinet. Main members, Shun Miao Miao, Alice, Zhou Xiaotong. Other members, ministers of various departments, as well as all superpowers in Taoyuan territory. From now on, Taoyuan leader will hold a cabinet meeting every month, responsible for formulating and implementing all policies of Taoyuan leader. If Li Xiao is in the territory, if Taoyuan territory encounters any major issues, the cabinet will discuss and resolve it. Of course, Li Xialuo is the supreme leader of Taoyuan leader at any time, and he has veto power. You can also remove anyone at any time. In short, it will be the same in the future as it is now, even if Li Xialuo sometimes does not interfere in some detailed management of the territory. He will not do everything himself. But Taoyuan territory will always be his territory, and he has the final say. In short, Li Xialuo's meeting was very brief. Basically, he was announcing orders, and then the people below listened. So the meeting ended quickly. Then everyone went to find their own mother. No, they all went down to perform their own tasks. However, after this meeting, not only the operation of Taoyuan Ling became more efficient, but many women also became more motivated. After all, after this meeting, many people became officials, and they were also high officials. They are no longer like before, with no goals every day. Take Shen Yinyan, for example. In the past, she usually followed her sister Shen Miao, running errands for Shen Miao, doing little things. Then after Shen Yinyan awakened the power of planting, her daily tasks still included planting. However, Shen Yinyan actually doesn't know what she is busy with every day because she has no specific job or position before, so she naturally has no goals. But it's different now. Now she is the Minister of Agriculture, and she is also a member of the cabinet, and she also has voting rights in the cabinet. From now on, Shen Yinyan will have something to work towards. She must make her Ministry of Agriculture the most important department in Taoyuan territory. From now on, she wants everyone from Taoyuan leader to respectfully address her. Minister Shen. Thinking about it, Shen Yinyan felt very excited and naturally full of motivation. In addition, there are Zhao Mimi, Suyin, and others who have also been entrusted with important roles from marginal figures in the past. Let's not talk about the improvement in their treatment. In addition, people are social creatures, and there are basically few people who don't want to be valued and respected by others, especially those who are inherently ambitious. So they are gearing up and preparing to start a career. Of course, Li Xialuo's actions this time seem to have promoted many people, but only reduced the power in Shen Miao's hands. But that's not the case. Everyone can see that Li Xialuo still values Shen Miao as much as before. It can even be said that Li Xialuo gave Shen Miao even greater power. Because in the past, Shen Miao was mainly responsible for managing the logistics department and other trivial matters in Taoyuan leader, while the army side was directly managed by Li Xialuo. But now, although Shen Miao no longer manages the trivial affairs of Taoyuan leader, she is in charge of the army of Taoyuan leader. In a chaotic world like the end of the world, armed force represents everything, and the status of the army is naturally the most important. This can be seen from the treatment of the women in Taoyuan. The treatment of female soldiers is much higher than that of women in other departments. Moreover, Shen Miao also serves as the spokesperson of the cabinet. So not only does she control the army, she also has the power to intervene and even make decisions on major issues in other departments. Therefore, Shen Miao's power is no less than before, and Li Xialuo still loves her the most. What Li Xialuo did was actually to let Shen Miao focus on improving her own strength and the management of the army in the future. Because the army in the doomsday believes in the strong. Therefore, apart from Li Xialuo himself, only Shen Miao can convince everyone that she manages the army. Moreover, in the daily management of Taoyuan territory, Shen Miao can also intervene in major matters through the cabinet, but he no longer cares about some details. Night. Li Xialuo gave many women sweethearts during the day, so he must also look for some sweethearts from them at night. Inside Qin Yume's room, Qin Yume is wearing a pink nurse uniform and white stockings on her legs. She is really beautiful. Qin Yume's identity before her death was that of a nurse, so she was acting in her true colors when she put on this outfit. But the visual impact on Li Xialuo is still not small. After all, Li Xialuo really likes this mouthful, and Qin Yume is getting more and more beautiful. Her beautiful legs in stockings look really pleasing to the eye. Qin Yume has such good intentions. Li Xialuo will naturally not let him down. Oh, hubby, why are you so anxious? These are my favorite stockings. Qin Yume's eyes were charming, but she still couldn't help but say coquettishly, "It's okay. There are a lot of stockings in my space. I'll give you a car tomorrow." Li Xialuo smiled and said, "There is no way. The world of rich people is so rich and powerful. There is not only a lot of food in Li Charlotte's system space, but also a lot of clothes, shoes, stockings, cosmetics, etc. You may not be able to use it up in 10 lifetimes." Qin Yuemei naturally knew that she could not stop Li Xiaoluo, nor was she really reluctant to part with the broken stockings. Of course, Qin Yuemei is not Alice, and she is definitely not Li Xiaoluo's opponent. Crash, 602 words omitted. This is the result of playing too much with fire. She should have known her man's usual strength, and then if she stimulated him again, wouldn't it only add fuel to the fire? Forget it. Just take a rest, and you should be fine tomorrow. However, Qin Yuemei obviously underestimated the power of a certain cattle. Qin Yuemei had just rested for a while, and Li Xiaoluo hugged her and made love to her again. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control again, Qin Yuemei quickly said shyly, "Husband, I was wrong. I will never wear that nurse uniform with stockings again. I really don't dare." Li Xiaoluo responded, "He is not a young boy who has never tasted women, so he doesn't have to continue. If you really want to, Li Xiaoluo can still find another woman." But after he stopped, Li Xiaoluo still felt a little itchy. Qin Yuemei seemed to be particularly attracted to him tonight. Li Xiaoluo suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Yuemei, "How about you use a healing technique on yourself?" Qin Yuemei was speechless. She also didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo would suddenly have such an idea. Is this how her healing powers are used? And if word got out, she might really have to find a crack in the ground to get in. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the world outside Taoyuan is constantly changing. According to reports from female soldiers who go out to hunt monsters every day, in addition to monsters, there are also many normal pre-apocalyptic creatures outside, such as cockroaches, centipedes, rats, etc. Before the end of the world, these creatures could be said to be entities that everyone hated or feared. But after the apocalypse, they are treasures in the eyes of human survivors. In other words, it's a life-saving straw. Because there is less and less food in the city now, and there are still monsters, it is becoming more and more difficult to go out to find food. Therefore, the appearance of cockroaches, centipedes, and mice suddenly gave some people hope of living. As long as they can survive, be disgusting, they can still eat it. Also, another major thing happened outside, that is, people with superpowers have appeared among the human survivors outside. After this period of time, the secret of the crystal has long been known to humans. So naturally, there will be many people with superpowers among the human survivors. However, the two things that happened above are indeed huge things for the survivors outside Taoyuan. But for Li Xiaoluo and all the women in Taoyuan collar, these two things don't matter at all. For example, the cockroaches, centipedes, mice, etc. that appear outside now can actually be seen in Taoyuan collar. But in Taoyuan territory, whenever they find them, they are basically beaten to death and then buried in the soil as fertilizer. But no one will eat them. Even the women at the bottom of Taoyuan territory, no one would eat those creatures. First of all, women in Taoyuan collar have no shortage of food and drink. Even the women at the lowest level can still be full. Although it is still not easy to eat meat, no one will eat those disgusting things. Secondly, if a woman eats those disgusting things, she will become an alien in the eyes of other women and will definitely be ostracized. So those animals were treasured by the survivors on the spot outside the Taoyuan territory. But inside the Taoyuan territory, they still could not escape the fate of being pests. In addition, the human superpowers appearing outside actually have no impact or threat to the Taoyuan territory. Especially in this city where Taoyuan territory is located, because Li Xiaoluo has basically found all the meteorites. Those survivors outside who want to awaken and upgrade their abilities can only rely on hunting monsters to obtain crystals. But the city where Li Xiaoluo is located, apart from the Taoyuan territory, does not have any large shelters or powerful forces at all. Therefore, it can be said that it is very difficult for survivors outside to hunt monsters and upgrade. This also led to the fact that almost all the superpowers discovered by the female soldiers of Taoyuan leader were only first-level superpowers. For Taoyuan territory, which has a large number of second-level and even third-level superpower users, those first-level superpower users outside who fight alone are simply weak chickens. It would be easy for Taoyuan leader to eliminate them. But everyone is a human survivor. As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke the people of Taoyuan leader, then Taoyuan leader will not do anything to them. After all, killing monsters can also explode crystals, so killing them will not do any good to the Taoyuan leader. But if someone is not discerning and wants to cause trouble for the people in Taoyuan leader, then it will be a shame and they will have to be humanely destroyed. Moreover, in the city where Taoyuan territory is located, Li Xiaoluo is not allowed to have large-scale shelters or forces. As long as it is discovered, It will be destroyed by Taoyuan leader. It doesn't matter whether you say Li Xialuo is overbearing or unreasonable. Anyway, Li Xialuo will not allow any force that threatens him to exist in his territory, even if it only poses a slight threat to him. If you are really ambitious, then leave here and go to another city. The above are some changes outside Taoyuan Ling, and within Taoyuan Ling has also undergone many changes this month. First of all, nature is the most important crystal, and the number has increased significantly. For the past month, Taoyuan leader has sent out a team of female soldiers every day. At first, Shen Miao Miao or Alice personally led the team, and they went out to hunt monsters every day. With two masters, Shen Miao Miao and Alice, in charge, and then the other level 2 superpowers and a large number of female soldiers relying on their powerful firepower output, they can hunt monsters with confidence. Therefore, people from Taoyuan leader go out every day and reap very good harvests. Especially those second-level monsters. As long as you kill them, you can basically dig out a second-level crystal in their head. This is much better than killing ordinary monsters. After all, ordinary monsters can only produce first-level crystals, and the probability of producing them is not high. Of course, if you want to kill the second-level monster, I am afraid that even the people from Taoyuan leader can do it easily now. If it's another small team, even if they have some guns and ammunition, or even if they have a first-level superpower in their team. But it is difficult and even dangerous for them to kill ordinary monsters, let alone second-level monsters. If they are not careful, they may be tricked by monsters, or they may attract several second-level monsters, and then they may be completely annihilated. So an average small team can kill dozens of ordinary monsters every day and get a few first-level crystals, which is pretty good. But every time the army led by Taoyuan goes out, they can basically harvest 7 or 8 second-level crystals, and then hundreds of first-level crystals. The Taoyuan territory is simply a giant existence that the survivors outside can only look up to. This has also led to the famous name of Taoyuan Ling, which can be said to be well known in this city now. Of course, Li Xialuo doesn't care whether others know about Taoyuan Ling. He only cares about the power of Taoyuan Ling so that he can always live a comfortable life. Originally, if according to this kind of harvest, he could get thousands of crystals every day, convert the second-level crystals into first-level crystals, then Li Xialuo really didn't have to do anything. He could play with cats and dogs in the territory every day and spend time with his women. Just flirt and wait to receive the money crystals. Unfortunately, nothing is always smooth sailing. Although no one in this city dares to provoke the people from Taoyuan, no one can compete with the people from Taoyuan for resources. But recently, the number of crystals harvested by Taoyuan Ling every day has dropped significantly. The reason is very simple. The people in Taoyuan led almost made the monster a protected creature in this city. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is true that Shun Miao Miao and the others once killed a large number of monsters and fled the city, and then there were fewer and fewer monsters in the city. The daily crystal income of Taoyuan leader began to drop significantly. From the beginning, I earned thousands of first-level crystals every day, but now I only earn a few dozen crystals every day. If you are lucky, you may have more than 100. Of course, the so-called good luck actually means killing a level 2 monster and obtaining level 2 crystals. At the same time, there is a big change in Taoyuan color, or it is a very important thing. That means Taoyuan Ling has begun to recruit a large number of people again. Of course, those who are eligible to join the Taoyuan collar are still women. But this time, in addition to young women, Li Xialuo, Shen Miao Miao, and the others discussed it and found that little girls have also become a key recruitment target and can be given priority to join Taoyuan leader. The reason why Taoyuan leader has begun to recruit a large number of people is mainly due to several reasons. First, of course, Taoyuan Ling is currently short of people. Yes, although Taoyuan Ling already has hundreds of people, its previous human resources were even richer. But since the territory of Taoyuan territory has grown, more manpower will naturally be needed. In particular, Taoyuan has several departments with large employers, such as the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Industry, etc. Each of these departments needs a lot of manpower. In addition, Taoyuan Ling is still building some large-scale granaries, material warehouses, etc., which also need manpower. Also, the army needs to continue to expand its scale, especially the demon hunting team, which needs to find or train more outstanding female soldiers to join. Second, since Taoyuan has Shen Yinyan as Minister of Agriculture, food production will naturally increase greatly. According to Shun Yinyan's own calculations, with her current level 2 planning ability, the food produced can feed approximately 5,000 people. If her planting ability reaches level 3, it is estimated that she can feed at least 50,000 people. In fact, let alone feeding 50,000 people, the food she currently produces can feed 5,000 people, and the hundreds of women in Taoyuan's territory cannot eat it all. Moreover, Xialuo also hoarded a large amount of food before. I can't finish it at all. We can only let people build some large granaries first, and then hoard the food. Since Taoyuan leader needs manpower to work and has a large amount of food that cannot be eaten, it is natural to recruit people. The previous population of Taoyuan leader was around 500 to 600, so Xialuo decided to increase the population of Taoyuan leader to 1,000 first. In the apocalypse, a shelter with more than 1,000 people can basically be considered a medium to large shelter. In the future, when Taoyuan leads external publicity, he will not be too aggressive. Of course, in fact, even if the population of Taoyuan collar is increased to 1,000, it still cannot solve the crisis of food prosperity in Taoyuan collar. Hey, there is too much food, and people are worried. This is because Xialuo did not upgrade Shun Yinyan's abilities. If there are more crystals in the future, Shun Yinyan will naturally upgrade her abilities. By that time, I'm afraid Taoyuan will have no place to pile up the food. So while recruiting people, Xialuo also wanted to find other ways to see if he could solve the problem of too much food. In fact, there is one of the simplest ways, which is to open a porridge shop like the rich people in ancient times to provide relief to the survivors in the apocalypse. It's a pity that Xialuo is not so great as giving food to others for free. Moreover, there are too many people starving in the last days. In the city where he is located, there may be tens of thousands or even more hungry people. How could Xialuo be rescued? At that time, it might even bring trouble to Taoyuan Tai. After all, who doesn't like a free lunch? But if they become accustomed to free lunch and you suddenly stop giving it, then instead of becoming their savior, you will become their enemy. In fact, in Xialuo's mind, the most ideal way is to look for meteorites for Xialuo at bases number 14, or go out to hunt monsters, and then bring the crystals to Xialuo in exchange for food. In this way, Xialuo exchanged the rich food for the crystals he needed, and some people in those bases were able to survive because of the food given by Xialuo. It's a win-win for everyone. It's a pity that the strength of those bases is still too weak. Even if Xialuo provided them with some guns and ammunition, they still killed very few monsters every day and harvested even fewer crystals. Naturally, they couldn't exchange much food from Xialuo. So now Xialuo still has a lot of food surplus. We still need to think of other ways to maximize the benefits of food. In fact, Xialuo basically had an idea, that is, to find a large shelter. That kind of large shelter with a population of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. In such a large shelter, even if they also have people with special abilities, they will basically still be short of food. So as long as Xialuo goes with food, he will naturally get benefits. But Xialuo is lazy. He plays with cats and dogs every day when he has nothing to do, and then when he gets sexually excited, he and his woman find various places to communicate in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Don't live your little life too comfortably. Even with the affairs of Taoyuan and going out to hunt monsters, Xialuo basically didn't get involved. He is a complete hands-off shopkeeper. There is no way, no woman in the entire Taoyuan collar has a friendship score lower than 70 towards him. And the managers and superpowers in the territory were even more loyal to him and obeyed him. Therefore, even if Xialuo doesn't care about anything in the territory and does nothing, he is still the supreme leader. And it's the kind where you don't have to worry about rebellion at all. So, now Xialuo is asked to find a large shelter. But Xialuo really doesn't want to go. Of course, now the grain can still be stored in the newly built granary. So don't be too anxious. The morning sun was shining brightly, and Xialuo slowly opened his eyes on the soft big bed. Then I subconsciously touched my side, but that soft touch didn't come to me. The beautiful woman next to her seems to have already gotten up. Last night, it was Zhao Mimi who accompanied Xialuo. With her increasingly plump body and the blessing of her status, Xialuo made her sing for a long time last night. However, Charlotte Lee discovered that singing was really not her specialty. Acting was her specialty, so Charlotte Lee later let her play several roles. Last night, both of them found it very novel and had a lot of fun. So this morning, Li Xialuo originally planned to do something different. However, since Zhao Mimi became the Minister of Logistics, she has become a big figure with real power in Taoyuan territory, and she is still ranked relatively high. But Zhao Mimi is not a superpower after all, so she is still a little sensitive, and she usually works harder to do her job well. Li Xialuo got up from the bed, and before he reached the living room, he heard a loud noise. Meow. At the same time, there was a lazy cat meow. Sister Yin, give me a hug, Xiachuanzi. You've been hugging me for a long time. No, Sister Pan, it's my turn to hug you next. You are behind me. Xiao Sister Xialuo, can I join the queue? I have to work later. Sister Xialuo, no, we agreed. Sister Nan, you have changed. You are not cute at all? In the living room, Xiao Pan and Shen Nan, as well as Shun Yin, Zhao Xialuo, a few young girls who have not grown up, are all gathered together. But their eyes were all focused on the cat being held in Shun Yin's arms. This cat is a little chubby, like a cute little pom-pom. It looks cute and cute. Its cute expression makes every move it makes so naive and cute, making people want to be cruel. K it hard, especially for girls with overflowing girlish hearts. Their immunity to such cute and adorable creatures is almost zero. This fat cat named Xiachuanzi was actually discovered by chance when the demon hunting team went out to hunt monsters half a month ago. At that time, Xiachuanzi didn't look like a dumpling. Instead, he was very thin, his hair was dirty and messy, and there were many wounds on his body. He was not at all as pretty and cute as he is now. However, it was brought back to Taoyuan and then sent to Villa Number 1. From that moment on, the cat's fate changed. Qin Yume personally used her healing powers to cure its injuries, and then dewormed and vaccinated it. Shun Yin and the others directly transformed themselves into the strongest nannies and took care of it with great care. They also fed it all kinds of delicious food, such as dried fish and high-end cat food, in various ways. And Xiachuanzi lived up to expectations. His body recovered visibly, and he became a chubby and adorable cat. And now the little dumpling is not only loved by all the women in Villa Number 1, but also when it goes out for a walk, it will be watched and pampered by countless women from Taoyuan wherever it goes. The current Xiachuanzi was directly promoted to the group favorite of Taoyuan leader. A real big star, no matter where it goes, there will be a group of women who are jealous of it, and it is even more popular than Li Xialuo. But to be honest, the only one who doesn't like Xiachuanzi is probably Li Xialuo, because Li Xialuo was scratched by a cat in the countryside when he was a child. He had a shadow of cats in his heart. Moreover, men may genetically prefer dogs more, while women prefer cats more. Speaking of dogs, Li Xialuo also remembered one thing. Since Xiachuanzi came to Taoyuan, perhaps the biggest victims were the dogs on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, because before, these puppies were not very big and looked quite cute. And there were no other pets in the Taoyuan collar before, so they were automatically promoted to group pets. Not only do their owners, Xiao Pan, like them very much, but other women also often tease and feed them, giving them a lot of love. But now, everything has changed. As the puppies grew older, they began to inherit some of their father's genes. They look mighty and domineering. They are both strong boys and girls, but they are becoming less and less cute. Now with the addition of Xiachuanzi, there is a clear contrast, and they receive even less attention and love. Not to mention others, even their little master Xiao Pan seems to have a change of heart. All I can say is that Go Sheng has its ups and downs. When Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrived, when Li Xialuo appeared in the living room, several puppies lying on the ground immediately ran towards Li Xialuo. Then they all shook their heads and tails at Li Xialuo, very enthusiastically, apparently being left out by Xiao Pan and the others. These little bastards want to seek some comfort from Li Xialuo. It's a pity that Li Xialuo just dealt with them casually, and then went to wash up. You little guys used to ignore me, but now I have made it impossible for you. After washing up under the service of several maids, Li Xialuo couldn't help but sigh. What a workout in the morning. Since Zhao Mimi became the head of logistics, the maids in the villa have really become better at serving people, making men feel the ultimate enjoyment, and they can't stop it. Of course, Li Xialuo has a very demanding appetite now, but not every woman can be attracted to him. Although women who can work as maids in Villa Number 1, except for a very few connections, most other women need to be good-looking and have a good figure. But compared to Shin Miao Miao and Alice, these maids are still far behind. So every time those maids serve Li Xialuo, although Li Xialuo sometimes takes advantage of her body instinct, she doesn't go too far. On the contrary, Xialuo would be quietly taken advantage of by several beautiful maids every time. The world is really in decline. Charlotte, what do you want to eat for lunch? Liu Wanchi, who was busy in the kitchen, suddenly saw Xialuo walking in and quickly smiled gently and asked. After Xialuo washed up just now, when he was passing by the kitchen, he happened to see the figure busy in the kitchen, so he walked in to take a look. Speaking of which, Liu Wanchi can be regarded as one of the women who has followed Xialuo for the longest time, and she is highly educated and very beautiful. Logically speaking, she should also be put into important use by Xialuo, and she had even been eaten up by Xialuo long ago. But in the past, Xialuo had always been very polite to Liu Wanchi, and it could even be said that he treated her with courtesy. Some people may think that Xialuo did this to Liu Wanchi because of Xiao Panpan. But, in fact, Xiao Panpan is not the main reason. The main reason is because Liu Wanchi is Xialuo's royal chef. In the history of China, perhaps from ancient times to the present, both the emperor and those in power have been willing to kill other people, but they have always been polite to both types of people. One is a chef, and the other is a doctor. Because even if you are the emperor, you can decide everyone's life or death with just one sentence. But if you offend these two kinds of people, they can kill you at any time. Of course, in Xialuo's Taoyuan territory, especially around Xialuo, every woman is extremely friendly, so it is naturally impossible for such bad things to happen. But in the past, Xialuo still maintained the due respect for Liu Wanchi. But at this time, although Liu Wanchi was wearing an apron, her long and beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings under her tight, hip-hugging skirt were really heart-wrenching. Xialuo smiled, and then looked away from Liu Wanchi's beautiful legs. Then he looked at Liu Wanchi and said, "Just watch and cook at noon. As long as it's the food you cook, it will definitely be delicious." Hearing Xialuo's compliment, Liu Wanchi suddenly felt sweet in her heart. Having lived with Xialuo for so long, she naturally knows that Xialuo is a relatively reserved person and will not say too many beautiful words of love to girls. For such a man, if his financial conditions are not very good before the end of the world, it may be difficult for him to find a girlfriend. After all, Liu Wanchi, who is also a woman, knows the mentality of most women before the apocalypse. It can be said that she has been spoiled by countless licking dogs. Liu Wanchi remembers that she had a colleague before the end, who was already 36 years old, divorced, and had a 13-year-old daughter. But there were still many men pursuing her. However, her colleague also had very high requirements. The man should be over 1.75 meters tall, not too ordinary in appearance, somewhat handsome, and not a middle-aged balding uncle. As for the salary, it is not required to be too high, but you must have a house and a car, and a deposit of more than 1 million. Even as a woman, Liu Wanchi felt that her colleague was a bit too self-righteous. If according to the standards of her colleagues, that man is considered rich and good-looking, would such a man fall in love with her? But no matter what, it is actually a true portrayal of the end of time. Many women don't care about their own conditions at all. They just have the confidence to make their men meet her standards. Of course, these are things of the past. Since the end of the world, women no longer have the capital to be arrogant, and they are even the target of men to bully and vent their emotions. In Taoyuan color, they naturally don't have to worry about being bullied by men. But for the only man in Taoyuan, even if Xialuo can no longer pick up girls, there will naturally be no shortage of women around him. In fact, except for Xiao Panpan and the other little guys in Taoyuan Leader, there are probably not many women in Taoyuan Leader who have no thoughts about Xialuo. I don't know since when Liu Wanchi also became one of them. But what makes Liu Wanchi more depressed is that, logically speaking, Xialuo is not a gentleman, nor is he a man who is loyal to his lover. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a playboy. For Xialuo, as long as she is a beautiful woman, no matter what her status is, whether she is a foreign horse, older, or even a wife, Xialuo didn't let anyone go. But Liu Wanchi didn't know why. Xialuo seemed to have forgotten her. Is she not as beautiful as Qin Yueme and the others? Or is she not as capable as them? But her cooking skills should be pretty good. Basically, no one would say it's not delicious. It is said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. But Liu Wanchi felt that she had only captured Xialuo's stomach. As she thought about it, Liu Wanchi's delicate face slowly became filled with blush. Oops, what happened to her today? After seeing Xialuo, I felt like spring. Can't think about it anymore. Liu Wanchi quickly replied to Xialuo gently. Since you don't have anything in particular that you want to eat, I will prepare lunch according to my own menu. After saying that, Liu Wanchi quickly walked to the refrigerator and took out a pile of ingredients to prepare. Wanchi, let me help you. Li Xialuo discovered that Liu Wanchi's figure looked even sexier when viewed from behind. As expected, she is beautiful no matter what. Otherwise, how can you call her a beauty? Liu Wanchi looked at Li Xialuo blankly. What happened to him today? In the past, Li Xiao rarely appeared in the kitchen. However, the entire Taoyuan territory belongs to Li Xiao, so Li Xiao can naturally do whatever he wants and stay wherever he wants. And women's intuition is very accurate. Liu Wanchi felt that Li Xiaoluo's sudden behavior seemed to be directed at her. This made Liu Wanchi's heart beat faster, and her thoughts became even more random. The kitchen of the villa is actually very large, and there is no problem in accommodating Li Xiaoluo and Liu Wanchi. However, Li Xiaoluo deliberately placed some ingredients everywhere, and then Li Xiaoluo and Liu Wanchi became crowded. Even Li Xiaoluo accidentally had skin-to-skin contact with Liu Wanchi from time to time. At the beginning, Liu Wanchi could pretend that Li Xiaoluo was not careful, but later, it became more and more obvious that Li Xiaoluo was accidental. Liu Wanchi's pretty face turned red, and then she glared at Li Xiao coquettishly. Because of Li Xiaoluo's behavior, she couldn't prepare lunch seriously. Therefore, Liu Wanchi must use her most severe method to stop Li Xiaoluo. But Liu Wanchi's glare not only did not bring any lethality to Li Xiaoluo, but instead seemed like flirting. Liu Wanchi blushed prettily. Charlotte, I have to cook and people will see me. Li Charlotte was stunned for a moment, then smiled, got up, walked to the kitchen door, and locked the kitchen door from the inside. Seeing Li Xiaoluo's behavior, Liu Wanchi's face turned even redder, because she seemed to already know what she was going to experience next. What should she do? When the time comes, shouldn't I be more reserved? But she really has no experience. Going crazy, delete 600 words. Li Xiaoluo rarely spent the morning in the kitchen, and very busy. But after a few hours of work, plates of delicious food were finally ready, all exuding a tempting aroma. But Li Xiaoluo pointed to a plate of braised fish and said, Wanchi, look, this fish is turned into fish foam, and it doesn't look as beautiful as before. You are my chef, and the dishes you made it must be beautiful, delicious, and beautiful. What's going on with you today? Seeing Li Xiaoluo talking nonsense seriously and deliberately trying to eliminate her, Liu Wanchi was ashamed and angry. She wanted to pounce on Li Xiaoluo and bite Li Xiaoluo to death. Why did she make the fish like this today? It's not because of Li Xiaoluo. Originally, after Liu Wanchi recovered some strength, she began to seriously prepare for today's lunch. Although she has become Li Xiaoluo's woman, she will still continue to be her royal chef, because cooking is now her hobby, and it is also a job where she can reflect her own value. Later, the fish in the pot turned into fish foam, and Liu Wanchi finally knew why Li Xiaoluo was looking for so many women. At noon, all the girls came back from outside for dinner one after another. Xialuo was still a maiden name, so she didn't care about making dumplings anymore and hurried to the kitchen to serve the food. Oh, Sister Wanchi, why is your face so red today? But I think you are so beautiful today. Hearing Xialuo's curiosity, Liu Wanchi's face suddenly became more rosy, and her eyes were watery, making her look particularly charming. Maybe the temperature in the kitchen is a bit high today, so it's a bit hot. Liu Wanchi found a lame excuse to deal with Xialuo. Originally, Liu Wanchi was planning to go out with a plate of food, but now, how dare Liu Wanchi go out? Because Xialuo was still very innocent, she didn't think much about Liu Wanchi's appearance. But if Qin Yueme and the others saw her like this, those women wouldn't know what was going on. By then, what happened in the kitchen with Li Xiaoluo in the afternoon will definitely be imagined by them, and the process may even be more exciting than the real situation. Liu Wanchi didn't want to become the topic of everyone's discussion just after she lost her virginity. Then she would lose face. Although Xialuo and the maids were asked to carry the dishes out first, Liu Wanchi calmed down for a while with the help of cold water, then took out her mobile phone to confirm that her expression in the camera was normal. And then Liu Wanchi walked out of the kitchen. There are many women living in Villa Number 1 now, so every meal is very lively, but no one noticed anything unusual about Liu Wanchi, the royal chef. Wait until everyone is seated, and then start eating. Shen Yin likes to eat fish, so she immediately noticed something unusual. Sister Wanchi, did you cook today's fish? It's all minced fish, and it seems to be a little burnt. Qin Yueme also said at this time. Not to mention, I just took a bite of tomato scrambled eggs, and it seems to taste different from usual. Suddenly, both Shen Yin and Qin Yueme looked at Liu Wanchi. Ah, it tastes different? Today's dish. Liu Wanchi had returned to normal. But suddenly she became the focus of everyone's attention, and she suddenly became nervous again, and she didn't know how to answer. Ahem, I cooked some of the dishes today. Is there anything I can't say? I think my level is quite high. Xialuo, who was sitting in the main seat, suddenly spoke, which was a relief for Liu Wanchi. Liu Wanchi immediately cast a grateful look at Xialuo. She really didn't know what to say just now. But then, Liu Wanchi glared at Xialuo fiercely. Wasn't it all his fault? Wow, brother-in-law, are you cooking today? What a good day it is today. After hearing Xialuo's words, Xin Yanyan did not comment on the quality of the food. What she was more curious about was that Xialuo actually went to cook the food himself. Wherever there is a good day, I just want to look around and experience it. By the way, after dinner, I will also go to your farm to have a look. Xin Yanyan pursed her lips and said, Okay, so brother-in-law, you are planning to inspect our work, right? But everything on my farm is in order now, so I'm not afraid of you going to inspect it, brother-in-law. Amid laughter and laughter, everyone finished lunch. After lunch, Xin Miao Miao, Zhao Mimi, and the others reported some of today's events to Li Xialuo. There are several main aspects. The first thing is that the demon hunting team, led by Taoyuan, goes out to hunt monsters every day, but the time is not fixed. Sometimes it is in the morning, sometimes it is in the afternoon. Today, the demon hunting team went out in the morning, so they would be back before lunch, but the harvest was not very good. Only 65 crystals were harvested, because there are fewer and fewer monsters in the city. Especially the second-level monsters are rarely seen. Monster. Maybe those second-level monsters knew the danger here and fled the city. After all, those level 2 monsters seem to have very high IQs. The second thing is that the plan of the Taoyuan leader headquarters is to increase the population to 1,000 people. So when the demon hunting team goes out to hunt monsters these days, they will also publicize the recruitment of Taoyuan leader. After the great publicity of Taoyuan leader, the demon hunting team sometimes clashes with some survivor teams outside, and then reveals its great strength. In short, Taoyuan Collar is now famous far and wide. Many women heard that Taoyuan Collar was recruiting people, so naturally they tried their best to join Taoyuan Collar. However, in the first few days, there were still many women coming to Taoyuan Ling. After the assessment, 23 people met the criteria to join Taoyuan Ling every day. But later on, fewer and fewer people came for interviews every day. Naturally, there are even fewer women who can pass the assessment and join Taoyuan. Now 4 or 5 women can pass the assessment every day, which is considered good. So far, the total population of Taoyuan Ling headquarters is 826 people. Although it is only about 180 people away from the small target of 1,000 people set by Li Xialuo. But Zhao Mimi feels that if this situation continues, it will be basically impossible to recruit another 180 people. In fact, with Taoyuan Ling's reputation and treatment, there is no way it won't be able to recruit people. And Zhao Mimi also analyzed the reason why it has not been fully recruited for so many days. First of all, among the survivors of the doomsday, there are basically more men than women. However, Taoyuan Collar only recruits women, so the number of people to choose from is reduced by more than half. Secondly, Taoyuan's recruitment requirements are very strict. Age, appearance, skills, mental outlook, etc. all need to go through strict assessments. Naturally, not many women can pass the assessment. Finally, many women in the apocalypse now know that in order to satisfy their own desires and to better control the men under their command, the leaders of many gangs often treat women as tools or slaves. And almost all the women in the thug team have no freedom. So those women in the thug team may not know that Taoyuan is recruiting people. Even if they know, they have no way to come to Taoyuan to recruit, because those thugs would not let them leave at all, even if they wanted to escape. In fact, Li Xialuo decided to increase the population of Taoyuan leader to 1,000. Firstly, to solve the problem of lack of people in Taoyuan leader, and secondly, 1,000 people can be considered a small sense of accomplishment. He doesn't necessarily have to recruit 1,000 people. So Li Xialuo is not too anxious about recruiting people. Li Xialuo will not lower the recruitment standards. This is not a charity. The first thing must be solved immediately, because the crystal is the most important. Now in Taoyuan territory, there are still many women whose supernatural powers are still at level 2. Moreover, Li Xialuo also needs to save enough crystals as soon as possible so that a 4th-level superpower can appear in Taoyuan. The solution that Li Xialuo came up with is also very simple. Since there are fewer and fewer monsters in this city, The crystals harvested every day are also getting fewer and fewer. Then go to another city. Let people with powers like Shun Miao Miao or Alice lead the demon hunting team to hunt monsters in other cities. If it were another shelter or another team, they would definitely not have such a crazy idea as Li Xialuo. Send a large number of men to other cities? Can't even think about it. Nor will I do it. There are two main reasons. First, there is no transportation in the current apocalypse. If you want to go to other cities, you need to walk, which takes a lot of time, and you may encounter various dangers on the road. Which team dares to do this? Second, people are unpredictable in the last days, and swearing to be loyal are all lies. If we really send out a team to go on an expedition, the mountains will be high and the emperor will be far away, and the team sent out may simply not come back. But the above two problems are not problems at all in Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory. The first is the issue of transportation. Not to mention that Taoyuan Ling now has a large number of cars and other means of transportation, and cars are not the most convenient means of transportation. Taoyuan territory also has teleportation arrays leading to several cities. What means of transportation is faster and more convenient than the teleportation array? As for what dangers you will encounter on the road, there is no need to worry. Secondly, I am worried that the people sent out will betray me and simply not come back. At this point, there is no need to worry, because if Shin Miao Miao or Alice were leading the team, their friendship with Li Xiaoluo would be over 90, and they would not betray Li Xiaoluo even if they died. Even if it is other superpowers or the female soldiers of the demon hunting team, their friendship level is basically above 80, and they will not betray at all. Actually, even if Li Xiaoluo doesn't know their friendliness, if every woman in Taoyuan leader is asked to leave Taoyuan leader now, would any of them want to leave? Let alone asking them to leave. Even if Li Xiaoluo drives them away, no one will be willing to leave. If Li Xiaoluo really wants to drive them away, maybe a woman will be killed under the wall of Taoyuan leader. After all, among the hundreds of women who have joined Taoyuan leader, more than 80% of them may have been insulted and hurt by men in the apocalypse. Even if some women joined Taoyuan earlier or are lucky, they have not suffered much harm in this apocalypse. But they have also heard too many bad things from other women. As long as they leave Taoyuan territory, their fate in the future can be imagined. And to take a step back, even if they can find a democratic team or a safe base after leaving, how will they make a living in the future? Will we continue to live a life of eating one meal and going hungry for 9 meals, being frightened every day, having no water to bathe when we are dirty, and no medicine to treat us when we are sick? No woman is willing to be beaten to death. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo's plan to send teams to other cities to hunt monsters is completely feasible. Even Shin Miao Miao and Alice felt there was no problem. Anyway, there is a teleportation array. If they go there on the same day, they can come back the same day. In fact, it's not even a long trip. It's as convenient as being in your own back garden. And Li Xiaoluo also felt more and more that he had made a wise choice in building teleportation arrays in those cities. Although it costs a lot of crystals to build a teleportation array in every city, the crystals that were found through the meteorites far exceeded the cost of building the teleportation array. And now, through these teleportation arrays, you can continue to go to those cities to hunt monsters and earn crystals, which can be said to be a steady stream of making money. In addition, Li Xiaoluo also set a rule, that is, Shin Miao Miao and the others can only visit each of the 4 base cities for a maximum of 7 days in a row. After 7 days, it's time to change the city to hunt monsters. In doing so, Li Xiaoluo also learned from the city's experience and lessons. If the Taoyuan leader's demon hunting team keeps hunting monsters in the same city, they might hunt the monsters in that city as protected animals. So whatever you do, you can't catch all the benefits. This is just like fishermen will have a fishing moratorium before the end of the world. Only reasonable fishing can continue continuously. The 4 base cities, plus the city where Taoyuan territory is located, make a total of 5 cities. Each city can hunt for 7 days, and the other cities can rest for a month. When the time comes, new monsters will be added to those cities, and Taoyuan leader will be able to keep hunting. Li Xiaoluo likes his idea. Who says monsters can't be protected? In front of Taoyuan leader, they must be protected. Only when they are fattened can they be killed better. After Li Xiaoluo and Shin Miao Miao discussed the general direction, Li Xiaoluo left the specific matters to Shin Miao Miao to be responsible for the implementation. After all, Shin Miao Miao is now in charge of the army. And Shin Miao Miao is not only powerful in combat, but also has strong management skills. In addition, her prestige in the Taoyuan territory has always been very high. No one is dissatisfied with her. so Li Xiao does not need to worry at all. Of course, Li Xialuo still has to give Shen Miao some support. For example, upgrade another level 3 superpower. Because the current level 3 superpower users in Taoyuan leader are Li Xialuo, Shen Miao, and Alice. Li Xialuo is relatively lazy, and as a lord, he naturally has to have the character of a lord. He cannot always charge into battle and kill. So every time the team goes out to hunt monsters, it can only be one of Shen Miao or Alice. In fact, the ordinary female soldiers of the demon hunting team have very strong combat capabilities and firepower. They can now hunt ordinary monsters without any pressure. Even hunting second-level monsters is not impossible as long as the tactics are used properly. In addition, every time the demon hunting team goes out, there are other second-level superpowers following them. So under normal circumstances, Shen Miao or Alice don't need to take action. But even so, every time the demon hunting team goes out to hunt monsters, Shen Miao and Alice must be followed by someone. Because even if they don't need to take action, they still have to exist, just for insurance, just in case. Because as long as there are level 3 superpowers, in case of encountering a demonic tide or a powerful monster, heavy losses will not be caused. Otherwise, if such a situation occurs, the entire demon hunting team may be wiped out. And Li Xiao once again upgraded to a 3rd-level superpower, just so that Shen Miao, the boss of the military, no longer has to take action personally. When the crystals are richer in the future and Taoyuan has more 3rd-level superpowers, Alice won't have to go. However, Li Xiaoluo felt that Alice might not be willing to accept his kindness. Because Alice has awakened her thunder power, she seems to enjoy fighting very much. A newly promoted level 3 superpower. Among the human survivors outside Taoyuan territory, there may not yet be a person with level 3 abilities. Even within Taoyuan territory, it is a big deal, because every superpower who is promoted to level 3 can possess great strength and can become a powerful foundational force of Taoyuan territory. Li Xiaoluo now plans to be promoted to a level 3 superpower. After all, he has harvested crystals from hunting monsters these days. Li Xiaoluo now has about 19,000 crystals. Even if 10,000 crystals are used to promote a level 3 superpower, Li Xiaoluo can still have more than 9,000 crystals as backup, which can be regarded as being able to deal with some sudden crises. As they often say before the end of the world, money only has value when it is spent. Only in this way can you become stronger and earn more money. The same goes for the crystals in Li Xiaoluo's hands. Only by using crystals to continuously improve the strength of Taoyuan leader and allowing Taoyuan leader to have more strong men, they will naturally be able to better guard the safety of Taoyuan leader and at the same time earn more crystals for Li Xiaoluo. If Li Xiaoluo only thinks about saving the crystals and not using them, then maybe a strong enemy will appear in the future, which will only give him an advantage. But who will be upgraded this time? In fact, apart from Shen Miao and Alice, the one with the highest talent is Xiao Pan. Her powers are also very powerful. Whether they're used to kill enemies or save lives, they're all very powerful. However, the person Li Xiaoluo upgraded this time will need to go out with the demon hunting team to hunt monsters in the future. At the same time, when encountering danger, he can be the super bodyguard of the demon hunting team. So although little Pan is very talented, she is still too young and not suitable for such an important task. In addition, Gularina's spatial ability is a very practical ability. Whether it is following the demon hunting team out or constructing some projects in the territory, she is almost indispensable. Because with her, it saves a lot of trouble. However, she is not a combat-type superpower, so her upgrade will have to be discussed later. Finally, Li Xiaoluo decided to give the spot to Park Jian. Park Jian is a beauty from Kimchi country, with a beautiful face and a bulging figure. And she said her face didn't have any plastic surgery, which is already rare in Kimchi country. Of course, Li Xiaoluo doesn't care too much about this. After all, plastic surgery is a trend in their country. As long as Li Xiaoluo knows that she is loyal, that is enough. The reason why Li Xiaoluo chose to upgrade Park Jian is because she is a fire-type psychic and can be considered a relatively powerful combat-type psychic. Li Xiaoluo has decided on the candidate, and Shen Miao and the others will naturally not object. In Taoyuan territory, although Li Xiaoluo often neglects things, he is the spiritual support in the hearts of all women. It can be said that as long as it is his decision, basically no one will make any objection. Of course, the women who are qualified to oppose are basically Li Xiaoluo's women, and they're the kind who are absolutely devoted, not only to Li Xiaoluo's people, but also to Li Xiaoluo's ability. Take Shin Miao Miao, for example. Although Shin Miao Miao is very strong now, maybe even Li Xiao may not be her opponent. But before the end of the world, Charlotte Li rescued her sister in the hospital, and then after the end of the world, Charlotte Li led them to defeat those bad guys. The image of Charlotte Li in her heart grew bigger and bigger each time. Li Xiao not only has various superpowers, but also can predict the future. Everything he does must be right. After taking out 10,000 crystals, Park Jian upgraded. Today's meeting is over. After the meeting, the women in the villa took another lunch break. They are not survivors outside. The women in Taoyuan lead a very regular life. Especially the women of Li Xialuo maintain a good routine every day. After all, this way women will not age quickly, and they care very much about their appearance. After lunch break, everyone started to get busy again. Shin Miao Miao and Alice went to prepare for the expedition. That is, they were going to several bases to hunt monsters. Although it was very simple in the past, after all, there was a teleportation array. However, they still need to arrange and confirm the past personnel list, required equipment, etc. And Zhao Mimi, Su Yun, and the others also went to work on the internal work of Taoyuan leader. In fact, they will either be big bosses or executives of large companies before the end, and they are all very experienced people in management. Except for the military, the current Taoyuan leader's management is actually similar to the company before the end. Therefore, Zhao Mimi and Su Yun are quite good at management, and many things are much better than when Shen Miao Miao managed them before. Of course, there has always been harmony within Taoyuan territory, and there has always been only one voice. The rules Li Xiaoluo said are the rules. Whoever Li Xiaoluo says must be obeyed unconditionally. Therefore, managing Taoyuan collar is actually quite simple, and there is no pressure. Both Shin Miao Miao and Zhao Mimi are capable of doing the job. Li Xiaoluo continued to have nothing to do in the afternoon. Just when Li Xiaoluo was thinking about helping Liu Wanchi in the kitchen again in the afternoon, Shin Yinyin came over. Only then did Li Xiaoluo remember that he seemed to have said during lunch that he was going to inspect Shin Yinyin's farm. Although Shin Yinyin is the Minister of Agriculture of Taoyuan Ling, her main job is actually to lead her people to manage Taoyuan farm. However, Taoyuan collar is pretty good. After all, the farm under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Agriculture is said to have 40 to 50 acres of land. In the apocalypse, this is definitely an amazing farm. If you are in other shelters, the walls usually built to resist monsters will not enclose too much territory. So in other sanctuaries, how much land can be cultivated for large farms? Under the leadership of Shen Yinyin, Li Xiaoluo got on the off-road vehicle to inspect the farm. That's right, Taoyuan farm is not in the villa area. A long time ago, Shin Miao Miao took some women to cultivate some farmland in the villa area and then planted some food, but it was all a small matter. And Shin Yinyin's farm covers an area of dozens of acres, and there is no such large open space for her in the villa area. So Shin Yinyin built Taoyuan farm in a valley behind the villa. This valley used to be a forest wasteland. In fact, if she wanted to turn it into a farm, the amount of work would be very huge. However, when Li Xiaoluo mentioned that the amount of work was huge, he was referring to the time when superpowers had not yet appeared. There are many people with superpowers in Taoyuan territory now, including those with Earth-type superpowers. With the existence of Earth power users, turning dozens of acres of wasteland into farmland can be done in 10 minutes. Sudden, Li Xiaoluo and his party stood on the ridge of the farm, looking at the square fields arranged in order, as well as the large green crops in the fields. It turns out that farming can also be pleasing to the eye. And this large field, in the eyes of the women in Taoyuan leader, represents the hope of survival. It is said that when the farm was first sown, although the farm was a little far away from the villa area. But in the past, many women from Taoyuan collar would walk here to take a look after finishing their work every day. Because almost all the women who join Taoyuan collar have experienced hunger, so they all know how precious food is. Even since they joined the Taoyuan leader, they have never gone hungry again. Even the women in the Taoyuan territory know that their lord has stored a lot of food. But women at the bottom of Taoyuan's leadership do not have access to some core secrets. Naturally, they don't know how much food Li Xiaoluo has and how many other supplies he has. All they know is that if they keep sitting on nothing, Taoyuan collar may be short of food soon. Therefore, since Taoyuan farm was established, a large amount of food can be harvested every once in a while, and the harvest will continue in the future. Naturally, the women in Taoyuan no longer have any psychological pressure. In the entire Taoyuan territory, Li Xiaoluo may be the only one who doesn't care too much about the farm. This is his first time coming to the farm to take a look. After all, he had stored a lot of food before the end, enough for the entire Taoyuan territory to eat for a long time. And during the ice disaster, as long as Xialuo was willing, he could still find a lot of food in the city. However, there is too much food, and there is really no place to store it in the territory. As for the system space, there are a lot of things that need to be stored, and it is impossible for Xialuo to store too much food. So at that time, when Xialuo went out to buy food for 0 yuan, he didn't feel anything when he saw the food, and even just skipped it. And this is also the reason why Xialuo doesn't pay too much attention to the farm for the time being. Of course, it's just that I don't pay too much attention to it for the time being. Because even if Xialuo hoards enough food for Taoyuan Ling for 5 or 10 years, there will always be a day when he runs out. When all the stored food is used up, we will naturally have to rely on Taoyuan Farm to feed everyone in the future. It's just that this time, it seems a bit early. That's why Xinyanyan's farm is not as valued by Xialuo as other departments. Just like the demon hunting team, Xialuo would ask almost every day how many crystals were harvested and whether there were any casualties among female soldiers. Those who contributed should be rewarded. As for Xinyanyan's farmers, if they want to be equally valued by Xialuo, they must find a way to export the grain and exchange grain for Xialuo for crystals or other useful things. But even though Xialuo didn't pay much attention to the farm before, now looking at the large area of land and crops, Xialuo really feels like he has become a big landowner. I feel inexplicably happy. Xialuo looked at Xinyanyan and said with a smile, Minister Shun, this is your territory, so you can give me a good introduction to the situation. Xinyanyan's words to Xialuo seemed to be very helpful, with a smile on her face and 2 cute dimples on her little face. Xinyanyan pointed to the large crops in the distance and introduced to Xialuo proudly. Now Taoyuan Farm has planted a total of 20 acres of rice, 10 acres of wheat, 10 acres of sweet potatoes, and the other 10 acres of land. I also have people grow various fruits and vegetables. Actually, most crops are no longer suitable for planting in this season. But as long as I use my powers on them once a day, all crops can still be planted. And with the blessing of my superpower, all crops are not only easier to survive, but also do not need to be taken care of during the growth process. Moreover, their growth rate is at least 10 times that of normal. Generally, crops like rice will grow 5 years after they are planted. It will be mature in 3 days. Crops such as sweet potatoes can be harvested in 7 or 8 days. Xialuo nodded. It only takes a few days from sowing to harvesting. This is almost a miracle before the end. Before the end, if any country had this kind of technology, it would be awesome. But in front of people with superpowers, everything is so normal. Speaking of this, Xinyanyan said with a bitter face, Brother-in-law, can you tell my sister or Sister Mimi that there are not enough manpower on my farm? Especially when the farming is busy, there are no manpower to harvest the grain. It's not enough. Otherwise, the food produced in my farm will definitely be more. Xialuo was a little speechless. The crops here can be harvested every few days. Coupled with the maturity time differences of different crops, farming is busy almost every day. Although crops on the farm do not need to be fertilized or sprayed with pesticides. But harvesting a large amount of crops every day is really tiring. Ahem, your sister and Mimi are in charge of these matters. You just need to discuss it with them directly. I will not participate. Xialuo kicked the ball back directly. He didn't want to interfere in the affairs between women. Humph, brother-in-law, you guys are so annoying. You just don't pay attention to my Ministry of Agriculture. Xinyanyan puffed out her mouth and looked angry. It's no wonder that Xinyanyan finally wanted to do something big on her own, but she still wasn't taken seriously. If other shelters had a planner like her who could grow a large amount of food, they would definitely be treated as treasures, and everyone would cooperate with her efforts to grow food. But who said this is Taoyuan Ling? There is really no shortage of food now. Several little guys who came to play with me finally couldn't bear it anymore. Little Pan Pan said, Sister Yin Yin, you said last time that you planted a lot of strawberries on the farm. Are the strawberries ripe now? I want to eat strawberries. Xin Yin Yin said proudly. Little Pan Pan, you are in for a treat. The strawberries are ripe today. I have red strawberries, cream strawberries, etc. All of them are delicious. Little Pan Pan opened her cute eyes wide and said with surprise on her face, Sister Yin Yin, really? Tell me, where are those strawberries? Xin Yin Yin smiled and pointed in a direction, and then said with a smile, Little Pan Pan, there are a lot of strawberries over there. I can let you eat as much as you like, but Shen Yinyan originally wanted to discuss the conditions with Xiao Panpan and then get some good things from Xiao Panpan, but she hadn't finished her words yet. Brother, let me go over there and take a look first. Xiao Panpan suddenly left a sentence, and then he disappeared. Shen Yinyan was immediately furious. It was amazing to have teleportation ability. The canteen of Taoyuan Logistics Department. A group of women washing vegetables were gathered together in twos and threes, and then worked hard to clean the ingredients in the basin. Hello, Aunt Zhao, I've just been transferred to the cafeteria. My name is Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter Ding Shishir were working seriously when they suddenly heard the little girl next to them greeting them politely. Zhao Xiaoying quickly smiled kindly at the little girl and said, "Hello, Xiaoyu. We will be colleagues from now on." Then Zhao Xiaoying hurriedly said to her daughter Ding Shishir, "Shishir, call someone quickly." Ding Shishir smiled. "Hello, Sister Xiaoyu. What department did you work in before, Sister Xiaoyu, and how did you get transferred to us?" Zhao Xiaoying quickly scolded her daughter. "You stinky girl. You are doing your job. Why are you asking around when you have nothing to do?" Mother and daughter Zhao Xiaoying and Ding Shishir are none other than the mother and sister of Ding Tingting at base number 1. They were taken as hostages by Li Xialuo and brought back to Taoyuan territory, just so that Ding Tingting and the people at base number 1 could search for meteorites for him. But after almost all the meteorites in the city where base number 1 was located were found, and monsters began to appear, Li Charlotte no longer needed any hostages. At the beginning, Li Xiu gave Ding Tingting a chance to choose whether to let her mother and sister return to her. And Ding Tingting naturally knew that it would be much better for her mother and sister to stay with Taoyuan leader than to stay with her. Therefore, mother and daughter Zhao Xiaoying and Ding Shishir stayed in Taoyuan. Li Xiaoluo did not give any special care to Zhao Xiaoying and Ding Shishir, but Shen Miao still gave them some care at that time, letting them wash vegetables in the cafeteria. This work was not too tiring, and she could also take her daughter with her. Do it together. Mother and daughter Zhao Xiaoying and Ding Shishir are actually very satisfied with their current lives. After all, compared to the days when they were surviving outside, their life now is really so comfortable and happy. The only regret is that they may not be able to see their daughter's sister again. However, Zhao Xiaoying and Ding Shishir can talk to Ding Tingting once every few days, so they can know each other's safety. And Zhao Xiaoying also cherishes being able to live in Taoyuan Ling. So she has always been very serious about her work, and she is also very cautious about what she says, because she has seen too many dark things in the apocalypse. She was afraid that if she and her youngest daughter made mistakes or offended someone in the Taoyuan territory, not only might the younger daughter be kicked out of the Taoyuan territory, but they might even implicate the eldest daughter, who was far away at base number 1. Life is very good now. Mother and daughter can live safely. Zhao Xiaoying doesn't want to make any mistakes. Seeing Zhao Xiaoying's reaction, the girl named Xiaoyu showed 2 small fangs, waved her hands quickly and said, "Aunt Zhao, it's okay. Don't be cruel, little sister Shishir. I just heard some things about you, so I just wanted to chat with you. And you can also ask me whatever you want. I'm not a leader, but there's nothing you can't ask. Actually, I used to work in the miscellaneous team, but sometimes we have to do a lot of heavy and tiring work there, which is a bit too much for my small body. And I heard that there is a lot of work in the cafeteria, so I asked someone to transfer me here. La! I have just come here, and I am not familiar with many things. Aunt Zhao and Sister Xiao Shishir should take more care of me in the future." Next to Zhao Xiaoying and Xiaoyu, there were several women chatting while washing vegetables. Originally, the conversation between Zhao Xiaoying and Xiaoyu had not attracted their attention. But Xiaoyu's last words immediately made many women turn their attention to Xiaoyu. They thought Xiaoyu was a tiger, short-minded. So why did they say everything to others? The work in their cafeteria is indeed a little more lucrative than other departments. This is also an open secret. It may have been like this since ancient times. After all, they are responsible for cooking for everyone, and it is impossible to cook just the right amount of food every day. So they usually try to cook a little more. Otherwise, if we don't do enough, some people won't be able to eat, right? Moreover, some food in Taoyuan canteen also needs to be redeemed with contribution points, so sometimes there will be leftovers. It would be a pity to throw away the remaining meals every day, especially those that cannot be kept overnight, as they will naturally be digested by the canteen staff. Therefore, in Taoyuan Ling, the canteen job has always been relatively popular. Many people want to work in the cafeteria because people working in the canteen are almost never hungry. Sometimes, they even get some good food. Although this is an unspoken rule that everyone knows, no one would say it so blatantly like Xiaoyu. She even said that she was transferred here through a relationship. After all, she really has a tough personality. Or is her relationship too tough? When Xiaoyu saw everyone's looks, she suddenly smiled, wondering why she always spoke without thinking. No wonder others used to say she was stupid and sweet. However, this kind of thing doesn't seem to be a big deal in Taoyuan collar, right? There's nothing you can't say, right? After all, everyone in Taoyuan collar knows the importance of having a backstage and connections. In Taoyuan territory, as long as any woman can climb up to the Lord, she can directly turn into a phoenix. Of course, even if you can't climb up to the Lord, if you can get the attention of several lords' wives or ministers, you can still live a good life. In Taoyuan territory, there is no such thing as bribery and illegality, but it is fair and above board. In fact, Xiaoyu also heard that Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter had a backstage, and it was Mrs. Miao Miao. So Xiaoyu just transferred to the cafeteria today and wanted to have a good relationship with Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter first. As for Zhao Xiaoying's outspokenness toward Xiaoyu, she felt that she was quite incompetent. Moreover, the little girl tells herself everything, which shows that she trusts herself very much. In addition, Xiaoyu may know a big shot, and Zhao Xiaoying would naturally want to make friends with such a person. It would definitely be no harm to their mother and daughter, and he might be able to help them someday. So Zhao Xiaoying quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. If you don't understand the work in the cafeteria, just ask me. As for taking care of me, I don't dare to say it. Xiaoyu, you have such a big relationship, we will still need your care in the future." Woolen cloth. Xiaoyu looked at Zhao Xiaoying and smiled. "Aunt Zhao, you are so low-key. I heard that you were only able to work in the cafeteria because of Mrs. Miao Miao's special care. So your relationship is better than mine. Who in our territory doesn't know that Mrs. Miao Miao is the first lady of our Taoyuan territory? As long as you know Mrs. Miao Miao, who in the Taoyuan territory would dare to bully you?" Xiaoyu's words frightened Zhao Xiaoying, and she quickly shook her head and said, "Xiaoyu, you must have heard the rumors. How do we know Mrs. Miao Miao? We were randomly assigned to work in the canteen. After Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter were brought back to Taoyuan by Li Xialuo, and then assigned to work in the cafeteria by Shin Miao Miao, Zhao Xiaoying never disclosed to others what they had done outside. All the women who worked with her in the cafeteria did not know that their mother and daughter were actually hostages at the beginning. As for their mother and daughter being able to work in the cafeteria, it was indeed Shin Miao Miao who felt sorry for them and arranged a slightly better job for them. In fact, what the girl named Xiaoyu said was right. In Taoyuan territory, Shin Miao Miao and the others have the power to arrange their own people. After all, Taoyuan Ling, to put it bluntly, is almost like a family business. However, Zhao Xiaoying was used to being cautious. She was afraid that if people knew that their mother and daughter were under special care, not to mention whether they were okay or not, Mrs. Miao Miao might be implicated. As soon as Zhao Xiaoying finished speaking, Xiaoyu had not yet spoken. Suddenly, a short-haired woman who was washing vegetables next to her laughed, looked at Xiaoyu and Zhao Xiaoying and said, "I said, you two, can you stop being so funny? Are you two performing a double act for us here? Each of you says that you have a relationship, and you even know Mrs. Miao Miao. You have to be more reliable when you brag. You two, if he was really related to Mrs. Miao Miao, he would probably have gone to work in Villa Number 1, right?" The short-haired woman who spoke was named Wang Ying. She had always been quite arrogant among the cafeteria employees, because the supervisor of the cafeteria was her best friend before the end of the world, and she was a serious connector. But even she doesn't dare to be so blind on weekdays, because in Taoyuan territory, only the Lord's wife and those ministers are the real big shots. A woman with an oval face next to Wang Ying immediately echoed, "Haha, Sister Wang Ying, they are really funny. Who doesn't know that in our cafeteria, Sister Wang Ying, you're the real one. But Sister Wang Ying, you have always been very low-key and never show off blindly." Then the oval-faced woman glanced at Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter again and said, "Unlike some people, I had always felt that they were quite honest and responsible. But I never expected that they would be so bold and capable of bragging. You go to heaven, and you even advertise that you have a relationship with Mrs. Miao Miao. Haha, if she can have a relationship with Mrs. Miao Miao, I will not eat at night. I will just eat shit." The words of the oval-faced woman were a bit unpleasant, but Zhao Xiaoying didn't have any trouble in her heart. After the apocalypse, most survivors have long been accustomed to enduring humiliation and burden. However, Zhao Xiaoying could bear it, but her daughter Ding Shishir couldn't bear it. Ding Shishir looked at those women angrily. "Huh, my mother and I are not bragging. It was never our fault from beginning to end. Why do you blame us? Sure, who told you to talk to your sisters like this? Zhao Xiaoying quickly scolded Ding Sure. Wang Ying looked ugly, but it seems that the person who just said she knew Mrs. Miao Miao was not Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter themselves. But Wang Ying did not speak. The oval-faced woman looked at Ding Sure and snorted coldly. You are really uneducated. When we adults are talking, why do you, a kid, get in the way? And tell me, are you familiar with Mrs. Miao Miao? Ding Sure said proudly. If Sister Miao Miao and I are familiar with each other, why should I tell you? Zhao Xiaoying was worried. Why did this child keep talking more and more enthusiastically? The oval-faced woman laughed loudly and said, You're laughing so hard at me. Why are you still talking to Sister Miao Miao? You little brat are really good at making connections. We have so many people in Taoyuan. Does Mrs. Miao Miao know who you are? But at this moment, tap, tap, tap. All the women in the cafeteria who were washing vegetables heard the sound of high heels. In fact, in Taoyuan collar, except for female soldiers in the army, they must wear Taoyuan collar military uniforms. As for what other women should wear, there aren't many regulations. But when working, women are generally not allowed to wear high heels or the like. And those who can wear high heels are basically women with status in Taoyuan collar. Sure enough, it was indeed a big shot. But what all the women didn't expect was that the two ladies, Shin Miao Miao and Zhao Mimi, appeared in front of them. Now, apart from the Lord, the Taoyuan territory has the two most powerful women. Hello, Mrs. Miao Miao. Hello, Minister Zhao. In fact, Zhao Mimi is naturally the wife of a lord, but when she is working, she always asks the people in the logistics department she manages to call her Minister Zhao, because it seems more formal. The women who were washing vegetables in the cafeteria all stood there with some restraint, not daring to move at all. At this time, they were all very worried. Could there be any monitor installed here? They were talking about Mrs. Miao Miao a second ago, and now Mrs. Miao Miao appears in front of them? In fact, if it was in the past when Shin Miao Miao was still managing the logistics department, it would be normal for Shin Miao Miao to come to the cafeteria to inspect the work, because the canteen is under the management of the logistics department. But since Shin Miao Miao is mainly responsible for managing the army, she basically won't come to the logistics department to inspect the work. So this time Shin Miao Miao suddenly appears here. It's hard not to make these women think too much. Did they say anything bad about Mrs. Miao Miao just now? Several women quickly recalled every word they just said carefully. Then, they made sure they didn't say anything disrespectful. In fact, they don't need to recall it. As long as they don't drink fake wine in Taoyuan collar, or are thinking about seeking death, then no one will secretly say bad things about the higher-ups, especially speaking ill of the Lord and his wife. Even if you are joking in private with the people you know best, no one dares to say anything, because this is no joke, and now is not the time before the end. Talking nonsense in Taoyuan collar will have serious consequences. Maybe if someone reports it, someone might actually die. Zhao Xiaoying, Ding Sure, come out and follow me. Shin Miao Miao suddenly waved to Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter. Suddenly, all the women's eyes fell on Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter. The two most powerful ladies in the territory came here in person to find Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter. At this moment, all the women looked at Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter with complicated expressions. Some people even pray that it is a bad thing, otherwise they would really go crazy with jealousy. Mrs. Miao Miao, have you heard something? I swear, my daughter Sure, and I have never done anything in your name. Shin Miao Miao's face is full of questions, but Zhao Mimi smiled brightly from the side. Zhao Xiaoying, don't think too much. It's a good thing that Miao Miao is looking for you. You'll know after you follow her. Mrs. Miao Miao, are you serious? Sister Miao Miao, can we really go see my sister? After Shin Miao Miao left the cafeteria with Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter, she saw that Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter had been very nervous. She may have thought that she had made some mistake. So Shin Miao Miao didn't hold back anymore, and directly told her why she came to find them. Shin Miao Miao came to see Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter in person this time, which was actually a good thing for them. This is not the time at noon. Xialuo asked Shin Miao Miao to arrange for the demon hunting team to go to those bases to hunt monsters in the future. The first stop Shin Miao Miao and the others went to was naturally the number 1 base. And women are naturally much more careful than men when doing things. Shin Miao Miao thought that since she was going to base number 1, she would naturally have to deal with Ding Ting, the leader of base number 1. Even with the current strength of the Taoyuan demon hunting team, even if Xialuo hadn't gone there, the people in that base would definitely treat them with respect. However, if you plan to hunt monsters there for a long time in the future, it is best to try to maintain a good relationship with the base. So Shen Miao Miao planned to take Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter with them, and then go to base number 1 together. The first thing is for Zhao Xiaoying, mother and daughter, to meet and reunite. Secondly, it also lets Ding Tingting from base number 1 know the sincerity of Taoyuan leader and that her mother and sister are safe in Taoyuan leader. This will make it much easier for both parties to deal with each other in the future. No matter what Shen Miao Miao's intentions were, Zhao Xiaoying and Ding Shishir were subconsciously overjoyed when they heard that they could visit their daughter's sister. However, after hearing Shen Miao Miao's affirmative answer, Zhao Xiaoying said nervously, "Mrs. Miao Miao, can Shishir and I go back to Taoyuan to get her? Please, if the superiors think that I am too old and they don't want me, it doesn't matter. Can my 2 daughters come to Taoyuan to get them?" "Mom, I don't want to leave you." Ding Shishir suddenly felt sad after hearing Zhao Xiaoying's words. Shen Miao Miao looked at Zhao Xiaoying and her daughter, smiled and said, "You are now members of the Taoyuan leader. As long as you make no mistakes, the Taoyuan leader will not abandon you. So you don't have to worry. This time you just went together to see your relatives. You will definitely come back together when the time comes. Moreover, if you ask Ding Tingting to perform well, she might also have the opportunity to join the Taoyuan leader." Hong City, base number 1. At this time, there was loud gunfire inside base number 1. Ding Tingting and her female bodyguards were constantly shooting at the thugs who wanted to break into their dormitory. It turned out that half an hour ago, a team of thugs suddenly killed the guard at the back door of their base and then broke into base number 1. Suddenly, there was chaos in base number 1. After Ding Tingting received the news, she immediately led her men to encircle and suppress the enemy. But Ding Tingting didn't expect that this time the enemies not only had superpowers, but there were also traitors in their base. The guard at their door was killed by a traitor inside the base, and then let the thugs in. In the end, Ding Tingting could only lead her men to retreat, and then retreated to the girls' dormitory building in their base. Ding Tingting plans to rely on the geographical advantages of this girls' dormitory building and continue to fight the enemy. Of course, there is actually another important place in this so-called girls' dormitory building. That is Li Xiaoluo's teleportation array, built in this building. After Ding Tingting asked Li Xiaoluo for instructions, she regarded this building as the female dormitory building of their base. "Report, Sister Tingting. I'm running out of bullets." "Sister Tingting, I don't have many bullets left." "Sister Tingting, they keep driving people from our base to attack us, just to use up all our bullets. What should we do?" "It's all those men from Zhao Dongdong. They betrayed us and caused so many people to die in our base. I said they should have been driven away long ago." "What's the use of talking about this now? Let's think about what to do next. We may not be able to hold on for long." At this time, there were more than 60 women gathered in the girls' dormitory building, and they were discussing the current crisis. In fact, when base number 1 was first established, there were not so many women in the base. It's just that Ding Tingting is the leader of base number 1, and she is a woman, so she naturally sympathizes more with women in the apocalypse. So after they exchanged the meteorites for food from Li Xiaoluo, Ding Tingting took in some female survivors. Then Ding Tingting selected some brave and skilled women from the women in the base to form her personal guard. At the same time, Ding Tingting also intended to control most of the guns and ammunition in the hands of her personal guards. Ding Tingting actually doesn't have much desire for power, but she is not stupid and knows the virtues of men after the apocalypse. If the force of the base is in the hands of men, then the women in the base will definitely not end well, because men are much more ambitious than women. As for Ding Tingting's actions, there are naturally some men in the base who have strong opinions. They feel that Ding Tingting is the leader of the base designated by Mr. Lee, and they have no objection. But the weapons and ammunition in the base should naturally be controlled by their men. After all, if a fight does occur, it must be their men's business. Ding Tingting and other girls are just worried and don't trust them. Could it be that they have weapons that can be used against them? Especially later, Li Xiaoluo rarely came to the base. They were also sure that Li Xiaoluo would not interfere in the affairs of the base, so some men became increasingly dissatisfied with Ding Tingting. The leader is called Zhao Dongdong. When he went out to search for meteorites for Li Xiaoluo, Zhao Dongdong fought off a group of 7 or 8 thugs by himself, so he was very prestigious among the men at base number 1 and even had many younger brothers. Zhao Dongdong naturally doesn't want to be subordinate to Ding Tingting all the time, and then he has to listen to a woman named Ding Tingting for everything. Especially if they teased a girl sometimes, they would be punished by Ding Tingting. Zhao Dongdong and his men had had enough. This is the end of the world. They just want to live a free life day by day. Let them guard a group of women every day and do nothing. That is simply more uncomfortable than killing them. However, guns and ammunition have been strictly controlled by Ding Tingting, and Ding Tingting is indeed very good at shooting, so Zhao Dongdong has been holding back. Until yesterday, someone outside quietly contacted Zhao Dongdong. Ding Tingting, I am Zhao Dongdong. Our military brother said that he will give you one last chance. As long as you surrender with all the women immediately, not only will we not hurt you, but we will also allow all of you to stay in the base. Even Ding Tingting, you still have to be reused. But, Ding Tingting, if you continue to be ignorant of good and evil, then don't blame us for being ruthless. And when the time comes, Ding Tingting, you will not only harm yourself, but you will also harm all women. They will suffer because of your ignorance of good and evil. An inhumane punishment. Ding Tingting, don't resist anymore. My new and old brother Jun is a superpower. The same superpower as that Xialuo. So don't say that Xialuo won't come to save you. Even if he does come, our military brother, you won't be afraid of him. Perhaps because the attack losses were too great. The attack on Ding Tingting and the others was finally suspended, and then a man's voice was heard outside the dormitory building persuading them to surrender. And the person who persuaded him to surrender was none other than Zhao Dongdong, the culprit of this incident. Ding Tingting is here. A woman with a gun in her hand stretched her head back from the window and then said, Sister Tingting, the people outside have indeed suspended their attack. They should want to give us time to think about it. Leave a few sisters to watch by the window, and everyone else will come and gather. Ding Tingting called all the women together. Then Ding Tingting went straight to the point. I won't talk nonsense. Zhao Dongdong made it very clear outside. He wants us to surrender. If we surrender, he will let us go. From now on, we will continue to live in the base. Listen to what he means, and the only thing that has changed is just let me step down and replace their new military brother as the leader of the base. I, Ding Tingting, am not a person who is greedy for power, but I can also tell you directly that I will not surrender because I don't believe the lies of Zhao Dongdong and that Jun brother. So, I will continue to resist, but I also know that they have superpowers and a lot of cannon fodder. We may not be able to defeat them, and we may die in the end. So I won't force you. If there are people who don't want to resist, just go out and surrender later. I hope they can treat you well in the future, and I won't blame you. Of course, if there are sisters who are not afraid of death and don't want to surrender, then stay. I'm very welcome. Ding Tingting never likes to be sloppy when doing things, so she speaks very straightforwardly. Even Ding Tingting directly omitted the process of letting everyone discuss it. Let's see first if everyone wants to continue to resist or surrender. Because Ding Tingting felt it was unnecessary. If they have a chance to win, then Ding Tingting will definitely encourage all women to unite. But the end result is the same anyway, just earlier and later. Therefore, Ding Tingting felt that there was no need to drag all the women with her to die with her. After all, Zhao Dongdong outside was right. If someone surrenders now, the end may be better. But if you are captured in the end, you may be tortured inhumanely. Although Ding Tingting herself was prepared to die, she did not want to become a man's venting tool. But she also knows very well that every woman has different ideas. Just like before the end of the world, some women regard chastity as their life. But there are some women who are willing to sell their bodies for money and enjoyment. As the saying goes, everyone has his own ambitions. Ding Tingting doesn't want to force anyone. It's best for everyone to decide their own destiny. And Ding Tingting's words immediately made the women surrounding her explode. A burly woman first said, Sister Tingting, what are you talking about? I'm not a fat girl who is afraid of life and death and betrays her sisters. And before I joined our base, I met some gangster teams. They put women are treated like animals and humiliated and tortured at will. I am sure, like Sister Tingting, I will never surrender. A baby-faced woman also said, that is, those thugs have no other skills. They will bully us women and then vent their fear on women. If they can be as capable as Mr. Lee, they can conjure a large number of weapons that will ammunition and food. Then even if I were to be their slave girl, I would be willing to do whatever they wanted to do every day. But they are still greedy for our weapons, ammunition, and food. Even if we surrender now, in addition to being bullied by them, in the end we will not if you are tortured to death. You will starve to death. I also feel that if you look at those thugs, they don't take action themselves, but directly drive the unarmed people in our base to attack us and let them consume our ammunition. You will know how cruel those thugs are. So I would rather die in battle and will not surrender. If anyone dares to be a B****ch, then he should do it himself, but she will no longer be our sister. The women who spoke were all filled with indignation, but basically none of them said they wanted to go out and surrender. This is not a favor arranged by Ding Ting Ting. Of course, not every woman here can be content with death, because Ding Ting Ting discovered that these women who were the first to speak up and make decisions basically had guns in their hands. They were all personal guards recruited by Ding Ting Ting. These women have been personally evaluated by Ding Ting Ting one by one. Their character, courage, experience, etc. make them not give in to the thugs easily. But others, sure enough, a weak voice sounded. Sister Ting Ting, I don't want to die, and if we surrender, maybe we can coexist peacefully as before. Ding Ting Ting waved her hand and said, I said, everyone is free now, and you can all decide your own destiny. So if you have already thought about going out, then stand aside. The woman was relieved and hurriedly walked to the side, and then she didn't dare to look at her former good sisters again. Is there anyone else who thinks the same as her? The scene was quiet for a while, and then 8 or 9 more women stood silently with that woman. Only a dozen women? And they're basically women in charge of logistics. The result is much better than Ding Ting Ting imagined. After all, among the more than 60 women present, there were only 20 women who belonged to Ding Ting Ting's personal guard. The other women were basically powerless. Ding Ting Ting originally thought that if she allowed them to choose freely, maybe at least half of the women would choose to surrender. After arranging for the 10 women who made the choice to leave, Ding Ting Ting breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining women all stayed voluntarily, so everyone naturally became more united. Sister Ting Ting, I have an idea. Let's ask Mr. Lee for help. Ding Ting Ting was silent for a moment. In fact, she also thought about asking Mr. Lee for help. Unfortunately, Ding Ting Ting was self-aware. Even if she really asked Mr. Lee for help, it would be basically useless, because Mr. Lee clearly told her at the beginning that he would not force people at the base to do anything. But he won't care about the base's affairs, even if the base encounters major danger. Otherwise, when Mr. Lee ended up hiring them to search for meteorites, most of the people in the base would actually want to continue following him. Even if there is no democracy in base number 1 in the future, and everything in the future must obey Mr. Lee's orders, the people in the base will still be willing. It's a pity that Mr. Lee didn't like them at all and refused directly. Looking at Ding Ting Ting, she shook her head. All the women looked disappointed. However, at this moment, a childish voice suddenly came. Elder sister. Ding Ting Ting's heart trembled violently, and she wondered if she was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could my sister's voice appear? Sister Ting Ting, she is really your sister. Xialuo is back. Naturally, many of the women following Ding Ting Ting knew her sister Ding Xialuo, so when they saw this little girl suddenly appearing, many people screamed with excitement. Ding Ting Ting quickly squeezed out of the crowd and saw her sister at a glance. She was really her sister. Younger sister. Ding Ting Ting was also extremely excited, and then she quickly ran up and hugged Ding Xialuo tightly. She thought that after her mother and sister stayed in Taoyuan, they would never see them again, especially now that the base is facing another crisis. Ding Ting Ting feels that she may not even have a chance to hear the voices of her mother and sister in the future. But how could she have imagined that she would be able to see her sister again in such a sudden surprise? Etc. Why did my sister suddenly appear here? And why are you showing up now? You know, the base is very dangerous now. Ding Ting Ting, who was hugging her sister just now and looking excited, suddenly stared at Ding Xialuo fiercely. You damn girl, did you disobey me in Taoyuan? Then you were kicked out of Taoyuan by Mr. Lee? And where is Mom? Mom was kicked out too, right? Ding Xialuo was confused when she was asked by Ding Ting Ting. What a wonderful atmosphere at the reunion. But it was completely ruined by a few words from her elder sister. But I haven't waited for Ding Xialuo's answer yet. A woman next to her suddenly screamed, and then said excitedly, Xialuo, were you really kicked out of Taoyuan by Mr. Lee? Then Mr. Lee is here too. After the woman finished speaking, dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly looked at Ding Xialuo. Ding Xialuo is a little confused. Why are all these sisters so surprised today? But Ding Xialuo shook her head. No, Lord didn't come here. My mother and I came here with Sister Meow Meow. Ding Xialuo's words immediately made all the women's hearts tremble. It turns out that Mr. Lee didn't come over. Then who can save them? But Ding Ting Ting was already prepared. She just looked at her sister seriously. Sure, Mom. What is going on? Please tell me clearly. Ding Sure made a face at Ding Ting Ting. Sister, you have changed, and you have become weird. So let your mother tell you. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, a burst of footsteps came from upstairs, and Ding Ting Ting and the others subconsciously raised their guns. But before they could take action, a soft roar came. Don't move. Put down your guns. A group of heavily armed soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms and body armor appeared in front of them, with the dark muzzles of their guns pointed at Ding Ting Ting and all of them. It seems that if they make any abnormal move, they will be immediately beaten into a sieve. Don't shoot. We are all our own. Sister, don't move around. These are the female soldiers from our Taoyuan command. In fact, Ding Ting Ting and the others had no intention of using a gun, because they could basically guess that the person who appeared from upstairs must be Mr. Lee. Okay, put the guns away. Alice walked over slowly, and then waved to the female soldiers of the demon hunting team. Miss Alice, that's great you're here. Mom. After a while of greetings, Ding Ting Ting and the others finally knew what was going on. It turns out that Mr. Lee's people will come to the base to hunt monsters for a few days every month. And this time, they will bring Ding Ting Ting's mother and sister over to reunite with her. When she heard this, Ding Ting Ting was so moved. Especially, I want to thank the Lord's wife named Shen Miao Miao. Even though Ding Ting Ting is a woman, I think she is really beautiful. And he's also very kind-hearted. Ding Ting Ting will never forget her kindness. But this time, Shen Miao Miao, Alice, and Pu Jian, the three superpower bosses from Taoyuan, all came over. In fact, there is no need for Shen Miao Miao to come in person now. Every time the demon hunting team moves, one of Alice or Park Jian will follow them. Shen Miao Miao came here mainly to see the situation at base number 1. After all, the demon hunting team will come here often in the future, so they still need the cooperation of people here, and they also need the stability of base number 1. Shen Miao Miao and the others did not expect that the timing of their coming here was quite coincidental. As soon as they came here, they encountered something that was related to the life and death of the base. Then, Shen Miao Miao used the intercom to briefly describe the situation to Li Xialuo and told her what she thought. In Shen Miao Miao's view, Li Xialuo didn't pay much attention to these bases in the past, and he didn't want to interfere in the affairs of these bases, let alone take in the people in these bases. The main reason is that the food in Taoyuan Collar was not as rich as it is now, and I never thought before that Taoyuan Collar would need to send people here often to hunt monsters. I never expected that Taoyuan Collar would still be short of a large number of people. So now that the situation has changed, Taoyuan leaders' attitude towards these bases will naturally need to change too. To put it simply, Shen Miao Miao's Taoyuan territory now needs these bases. In the future, in these bases, it is best to only have the voice of Taoyuan leader, and then obey the orders of Taoyuan leader. In that case, it will be very convenient whether the female soldiers of the demon hunting team come to perform missions in the future, or the Taoyuan leader needs to select the population from these bases. As for Shen Miao Miao's suggestion, Li Xialuo's suggestion is also acceptable. It just so happens that there is a turmoil in base number 1 right now, so we can clear out some people and build base number 1 according to the needs of Taoyuan leader in the future. As for the other bases, we'll talk about it later depending on the situation. After Shen Miao Miao had Li Xiaoluo's authorization, she directly said to Ding Ting Ting and the other women, Ding Ting Ting, I can help solve your current crisis, but in the future your base needs to submit to our Taoyuan territory, and all of you need to obey the management of Taoyuan. Are you willing? Miss Miao Miao, are you saying that we can join the Taoyuan territory? We can also live in the Taoyuan territory in the future. Really? Are we dreaming? We are willing 10,000 times. After Shen Miao Miao finished speaking, before Ding Ting Ting became perverted, the women around her became extremely excited. You must know that after seeing Li Xiaoluo's magical ability, they have actually wanted to follow Li Xialuo for a long time. After all, following Li Xiaoluo has so many benefits. You no longer have to worry about being hurt by thugs, and you no longer have to worry about going hungry. Especially after Ding Ting Ting's mother and sister went to Taoyuan leader, Ding Ting Ting could occasionally talk to them on the phone, so they naturally knew some of the situation there. They know that almost all of Taoyuan territory is populated by women, and there is endless food, towering city walls, and even water, electricity, and entertainment activities. So being able to become Li Xiaoluo and join Taoyuan is almost their dream. It's a pity that Mr. Lee didn't want them before, so they never dared to have any illusions. But they never expected that they thought they were going to die today. Unexpectedly, now there is a sudden turn of events. Not only is he no longer dead, but he can also become a member of the Taoyuan leader. This happiness comes too suddenly. Shen Miao Miao waved her hand, telling all the women to quiet down. Everyone listen to me. When I say that this base will belong to our Taoyuan territory in the future, I don't mean that you will be members of the Taoyuan territory in the future. You can't go and live in the Taoyuan territory now. To put it simply, you will be an affiliated force of our Taoyuan territory from now on. Our Taoyuan territory will give you a certain amount of support, including some food and weapons. Then, if you encounter a major crisis like today where the entire base is destroyed, you can also seek help from Taoyuan, and we will provide you with support according to the situation. But in normal times, you still need to rely on yourselves. Of course, our Taoyuan leader also needs to recruit new people. When the time comes, the women who perform well in your base can also give priority to become real Taoyuan leaders, and then go to live in the Taoyuan leader. Well, it turns out that you can't join Taoyuan Ling immediately and then go to that coveted Taoyuan Ling life. But being able to become an affiliated force of the Taoyuan territory will give them a backer in the future. And you can also give priority to becoming a Taoyuan person. Naturally, no one would object to such a good thing. After the voting initiated by Ding Tingting, all the women raised their hands and agreed to submit to Taoyuan leader. Shen Miao Miao is not surprised by this result. There are too many people who are living miserable lives in this apocalypse and who have no sense of security. The Taoyuan territory is almost like a paradise in the apocalypse. Which survivor wouldn't want to join it? Unless they are ambitious men who want to occupy a place and become local emperors, they may not be willing to join the Taoyuan territory. However, Taoyuan leader does not need such people. Let's go out and deal with those people outside. Now that Ding Tingting and the others have agreed to become affiliated forces of the Taoyuan territory, Shen Miao Miao plans to go out and deal with the enemies outside. In fact, even if Ding Tingting and the others are unwilling to submit to the Taoyuan leader, Shen Miao Miao and the others still have to go out and deal with the enemies outside. After all, they have to go out to hunt monsters later, and they may even come here often in the future. Seeing Mrs. Shen Miao Miao and Mrs. Alice preparing to go downstairs with the female soldiers led by Taoyuan, Ding Tingting quickly followed and reminded Mrs. Miao Miao, there is a man named Brother Jun outside. He is also a superpower, and even bullets can't kill him. It is precisely because of him that we suffered heavy losses and had to retreat to the Capitol building. So, madam, please be careful. Shen Miao Miao smiled and said, he's just a metal superpower. There's nothing to be afraid of. The strong confidence exuded from Shen Miao Miao made Ding Tingting seem to see the shadow of Mr. Lee in her. Mr. Lee is so confident, as if nothing is difficult for him. Could it be that Mrs. Miao Miao is also a very powerful person? Although Ding Tingting didn't know Shen Miao Miao's situation, Shen Miao Miao's confidence still infected them and made them confident too. And although they don't know how powerful Shen Miao Miao is, Ding Tingting and the others know that Mrs. Alice is also very powerful. And there are dozens of fully armed female soldiers who can definitely defeat the enemies outside. At this time, outside the building where Ding Tingting and the others were, there were hundreds of people surrounding the building. Standing at the front were two men with gloomy faces. The taller man among them is Zhao Dongdong, and the other man with a scar on his face is named Lee Jun. It is Brother Jun who leads the attack on the base this time. It turns out that just now, 10 women ran out of this building, crying and shouting that they had come out to surrender. So don't kill them. Lee Jun originally thought that the woman in this building was going to surrender, so he could take over the base without any effort, and he would be the local emperor here from now on. Before the apocalypse, Lee Jun was at the bottom of society. He had worked as a security guard and a delivery boy, but it was difficult to even support himself. Moreover, he looks very average. He has never even had a girlfriend in his 30s. His biggest hobby is to secretly log into small websites at home to watch action movies. Lee Jun originally thought that he would never get ahead in this life, so he had long since given up struggling and chose to lie down. But he didn't expect that the end would suddenly come. Although this damn apocalypse is cruel, it is actually a good thing for some people, because it can be said to be almost impossible for ordinary people to cross-class before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, everything has been reshuffled, and wealth and power have become a thing of the past. After the apocalypse, some of the people at the bottom turned into superior people, and they began to enslave the dignitaries before the apocalypse. Those ladies and ladies who looked down on them in the past became as obedient as be asterisk 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 in front of them. And Lee Jun originally thought that the end of the world would also be an opportunity for him. But Lee Jun was an ordinary otaku before the apocalypse, and because he masturbated too much, his body had long been weak. As a result, his combat effectiveness was not strong, and he was still at the bottom after the apocalypse. However, after turning black, he joined a team of thugs and was lucky enough to live longer. But Lee Jun didn't expect that after the monster appeared, he killed a monster and then relied on the crystal to awaken his superpower. Lee Jun's good days are coming. After awakening his superpower, Lee Jun first killed the boss of his team, took possession of all his women, and then eliminated all those who disobeyed him, completely becoming the local emperor of their team. These days, Lee Jun's life has reached its peak. People in his team who looked down on him before were now either torn into pieces by him, or were begging for mercy from him like a dog, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Also, all the supplies, women, and food of their team have become his personal belongings, and he can dispose of them how he wants. This made him, who was already lustful, canonize more than a dozen concubines in the harem alone. And every night, he has to make those women who look down on him before the end of the world kneel down and sing Conquer several times before tormenting them severely. If possible, Lee Jun really hopes that life can continue like this. He is not going anywhere. How comfortable it would be to enjoy the service of his dozen concubines every day. But Lee Jun also understands that in the apocalypse, lying in bed every day will definitely not work. Where else would food and water come from? Also, since he awakened his powers, he knew that he had to continuously improve his strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect all the good things he has now. So Lee Jun began to lead people to hunt monsters and find crystals. And at the same time, he began to annex some survivor teams, and then relied on robbing resources and populations to expand his team and strength. Just a few days ago, when Lee Jun was leading people to hunt monsters outside, he happened to meet Zhao Dongdong, who was also leading people to hunt monsters nearby. Although Lee Jun has special powers, his team's firepower has never been strong. After all, the control of weapons and ammunition in China is too strict. Unlike foreign countries where guns can be found in almost everyone's home, Lee Jun and the others only found a few pistols in the police station. So when Lee Jun saw that Zhao Dongdong and his party had a lot of guns and ammunition, he immediately became interested. Although he has special powers, the people under his command are too weak. Basically, he has to do every battle himself, and his subordinates can only shout a few words 666 from the side. This made him feel unhappy for a long time. He just wants to be the boss behind the scenes and let his subordinates do the charging work. If he can grab these guns, his men will have fighting power. So Lee Jun stopped killing monsters and went straight to Zhao Dongdong and those people. Although Zhao Dongdong and the others had guns in their hands, when they saw that Lee Jun was invulnerable, they immediately knew that they had encountered a person with supernatural powers again. Just like someone like Mr. Lee, Zhao Dongdong doesn't want to die, and he has no intention of being loyal to anyone. So Zhao Dongdong naturally surrendered to Lee Jun and expressed his willingness to follow Lee Jun in the future. And in order to show his sincerity, Zhao Dongdong also told Lee Jun all about the situation at base number 1. After listening to Zhao Dongdong talk about the situation inside the base, there were not only a lot of uncontaminated food, but also dozens of young women and more guns and ammunition. Lee Jun suddenly became excited. He wants all these things, especially when he heard that the leader of base number 1 was actually a woman. Lee Jun became even more interested. Then Lee Jun and Zhao Dongdong formulated a plan, with Zhao Dongdong acting as his internal agent, and then they would work together to kill Ding Tingting by surprise. And everything went really smoothly. Lee Jun and his men successfully broke into base number 1. And then with the cooperation of Zhao Dongdong and others, they beat Ding Tingting and others and had to hide in the last girls' dormitory building. Then, except for the woman hiding in the girls' dormitory, everyone else in base number 1 surrendered directly to Lee Jun and began to turn against Ding Tingting and the others. So now, there are so many people surrounding the girls' dormitory building. In order not to waste ammunition, Lee Jun asked Zhao Dongdong to persuade him to surrender. It does work. Just now, 10 women came out and surrendered. However, after Zhao Dongdong's confirmation, none of the 10 women who came out to surrender were combatants among that group of women. This is also the reason why both Lee Jun and Zhao Dongdong had gloomy faces just now. because they know that this means that Ding Ting Ting wants to lead those stinky B asterisk 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 to resist to the end. Lee Jun, who has regarded base number 1 as his home, definitely does not want to see such a result. Because if those stinky B asterisk 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 resolutely resist, he will have to work hard to defeat them. And those B asterisk 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 might use up all the bullets and even burn the food in that building. As long as those B asterisk 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 surrendered, these would all be his. So how could Lee Jun not be angry? But it's useless no matter how angry he is. Lee Jun knows that he still has to scare those women. So Lee Jun said loudly, "Zhao Dong Dong, take your people and catch all the B asterisk 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 in this building. Remember, it's best to catch them alive." Zhao Dong Dong, who had a somewhat unsightly expression, was stunned for a moment. "Damn it, are you asking yourself to be used as cannon fodder? I am a hero who has made great achievements, and they caught them alive? If you can go and catch it." But Lee Jun is a superpower, and Zhao Dongdong doesn't have the courage to say these words. Zhao Dongdong could only say with a good look on his face, "Brother Jun, Ding Ting Ting's group of B asterisk 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 have stronger firepower than us, and they also have the advantage of geographical location. If I let the brothers charge, there will definitely be heavy casualties. So Brother Jun, why don't you take action?" As long as Brother Jun takes action, those B asterisk 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 are no match at all, and we will win immediately, Lee Jun said in a cold voice. "Zhao Dongdong, don't you understand what I say? I want you to catch those B asterisk 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 for me. I am the boss. If any little Luo wants me to do it myself, then what do I need from you? So hurry up and take action. If you think you can't do it, then you have no value." Since Zhao Dongdong can betray Ding Ting Ting at base number 1, he might also betray him, Lee Jun, in the future. So Lee Jun didn't have a good impression of Zhao Dongdong at all. He was just trying to get into the base smoothly. Now that he has finished using Zhao Dongdong, Lee Jun naturally has no good feelings towards him, and letting Zhao Dongdong play the vanguard can just weaken Zhao Dongdong's manpower first. Zhao Dongdong obviously understood Lee Jun's intention, so his face became even more ugly. But now he is not a human being inside and outside, and he dare not resist Lee Jun. Zhao Dongdong rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a way. "Go and capture those 10 women who just came out to surrender. When we charge later, let them charge in front. We hide behind them and see if Ding Ting Ting can kill them cruelly." Zhao Dongdong ordered his subordinates. Don't arrest me. I don't know how to fight. What are you doing? If you surrender, you won't do anything to us." Those 10 women who had just come out to surrender never imagined that they had just come out of that building, and now they would be driven back by these beasts as cannon fodder. But just when those women were crying and shouting, the scene was in chaos. Suddenly, there was another burst of footsteps coming from the girls' dormitory building. Hearing so many footsteps, Zhao Dongdong was happy. Those stinky B asterisk 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 Ding Ting Ting must have come out. Ha! B asterisk 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 like Ding Ting Ting are still pretending to be reserved? Didn't you know just now that you would come out and surrender with those 10 women? I just had to hold on a little longer, and now I'm coming out to surrender. In Zhao Dongdong's view, Ding Ting Ting and the others' behavior is really a typical example of being a B asterisk asterisk ch and building a memorial arch. But no matter what, Zhao Dongdong was still happy. Because as long as Ding Ting Ting and the others surrender, he won't have to take his brothers to die. Although he can direct from behind, but bullets have no eyes. Who knows if Ding Ting Ting and the others will kill him? And Zhao Dongdong now understands that Lee Jun has never thought of reusing him. When most of his subordinates are dead or injured, he will become the bear commander, and Lee Jun can do whatever he wants with him. He will not even have the capital to resist. So now that Ding Ting Ting and the others have come out of the building, Zhao Dongdong can also preserve his own strength. Naturally, everyone is happy. In fact, not only Zhao Dongdong breathed a sigh of relief, but even the 10 women who first came out to surrender also breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that Zhao Dongdong would be so despicable. After tricking them out, instead of coveting their bodies, he wanted them to rush to the front to block bullets. Of course, Zhao Dongdong's idea is not only to let them block bullets, but also to let people like Ding Ting Ting use rat weapons. After all, These 10 women have lived with Ding Ting Ting and the others for so long, so there will always be some feelings for them. As long as Ding Ting Ting and the others hesitate to shoot, then Zhao Dongdong's men can hide behind the woman and rush in. But these 10 women who came out to surrender could not guarantee that Ding Ting Ting would not shoot them. After all, Ding Ting Ting and the others are not afraid of death themselves, so why wouldn't they dare to kill them? Fortunately, at the last moment, Ding Ting Ting and the others came out. Among the 10 women just now, several of them were scared to death. This is not an adjective. They were really scared to death. Now there is a pool of yellow liquid at their feet. At this time, what these frightened women hated most was not Zhao Dongdong, but Ding Ting Ting. Because in their opinion, all this was caused by Ding Ting Ting. Since you, Ding Ting Ting, also want to come out and surrender, can't everyone come out together? Now they're being embarrassed. Just when people outside the building were having different thoughts, a large number of women walked out of the corridor one after another. The one walking at the front was Ding Ting Ting, and then Ding Ting Ting's men followed behind her. Lee Jun felt happy when he saw the women coming out one after another, especially Ding Ting Ting, who was walking at the front. Although she is not very beautiful, she has the most noble status here. She will definitely have a sense of accomplishment when the time comes to play. It's just like before the end of the world. Some women don't say whether they are beautiful or not. Their status alone makes people think, damn it, Zhao Dongdong, there is such a beautiful ocean horse in your base. Suddenly, Lee Jun looked at the opposite side with excitement. Zhao Dongdong was still thinking about his future path, and then suddenly heard Lee Jun's excited cry. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if he had a bad premonition. Zhao Dongdong quickly looked towards Ding Ting Ting. Miss Alice, it's really Miss Alice here. Brother Jun, we are in trouble. Lee Jun was also stunned for a moment, and then he said with an ugly face, Zhao Dongdong, is she the Yanma woman with superpowers you mentioned? It's her. Zhao Dongdong nodded quickly. Lee Jun said gloomily, what about Mr. Lee you were talking about? Where is he? Since Lee Jun awakened his supernatural powers, he has basically not met anyone of the same kind. So Lee Jun has always been a bit arrogant and basically ignored everyone. Moreover, Lee Jun's superpower is a metal superpower, and he has the ability to be invulnerable, which only inflates his confidence. So when Lee Jun heard Zhao Dongdong say that there were also superpowers in this base, Lee Jun was actually quite unhappy. It turned out that he was not the only superpower in the world. But apart from his vanity being a little bit beaten, Lee Jun didn't take what Zhao Dongdong said to heart. First, Zhao Dongdong said that Mr. Lee would not interfere with the base's affairs at all. Secondly, even if there is a fight, he, Lee Jun, is not afraid of anyone. But at that time, it was just to win in front of Zhao Dongdong and show his prowess as a master. Lee Junkai said it with great righteousness. In fact, in Lee Jun's heart, he definitely doesn't want to face off against other people with supernatural powers. After all, if you are not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what might happen. What if the other party is better than him? Lee Jun could be said to be enjoying a happy life now. He is aloof, and he doesn't want to take risks. Especially when I heard Zhao Dongdong say that since the opponent had 2 superpowers, he would have been at a disadvantage. But didn't Zhao Dongdong say that Li Xiaolong and Alice didn't care about their base's affairs? And haven't you been to their base for a long time? Now this Alice is here. What the F*** K is going on? At this moment, Lee Jun looked at Zhao Dongdong with an even more unkind look. Zhao Dongdong also saw the look in Lee Jun's eyes, but he was also very bitter. How did he know what was going on? However, Zhao Dongdong quickly replied, Brother Jun, it seems that Li Xiaolong is not here. But after Zhao Dongdong finished speaking, another group of people came out of the corridor opposite. Zhao Dongdong and Lee Jun suddenly felt anxious again. But this time, a group of troops came out that could be said to be armed to the teeth. After they came out in neat steps, each of them held a black gun in their hand and pointed it at Zhao Dongdong and the others. Suddenly, Zhao Dongdong and Lee Jun's men were so frightened that they dared not leave their houses. Look at others. They are too professional and their weapons are too sophisticated. They simply cannot muster the courage to resist. So if anything happens, let Brother Jun handle it. In fact, as long as the superpower on one side wins, then that side will naturally win. Top, top, top. However, after the army appeared, 2 more figures walked out of the corridor. It was Shun Miao Miao and Pu Jian. When Shun Miao Miao appeared, everyone's eyes, regardless of gender, were focused on her. What a beautiful woman. Tall figure, delicate face, picturesque eyes, skin like cream, noble and elegant. It seems that all praise can be placed on her. And the bear is big, very big. Lee Jun had previously thought that he had so many concubines, just like the emperors in ancient times. But now he knows. He's just a frog in the well. No matter how many women there are, what's the use if the quality is not good? Lee Jun's eyes were hot, and he decided that this woman must be his. Even if he was allowed to continue to be a licking dog every day, he would be willing to do so. No, there's that Yang Ma. He must have a taste of it too. Brother Jun, what should we do now? Our current firepower is no match for them. Now the brothers rely on you. As long as you can defeat their superpowers, then we don't have to be afraid of them. So, Brother Jun, you should be able to deal with that, Alice, right? Zhao Dongdong was the first to recover from Shen Miao's beauty, because he was very anxious now. What they thought was a guaranteed victory has now turned out to be a disadvantage for them. So no matter how beautiful the woman is, Zhao Dongdong has no intention of admiring her. Now he just wants to know if Lee Jun can do it. Lee Jun glared at Zhao Dongdong fiercely. What a joke. My powers are invincible, but I can't beat a woman? Get out of here. Zhao Dongdong did not dare to refute Lee Jun's scolding and quickly and honestly stepped aside. But he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can win. Otherwise, he would have betrayed base number 1 and killed many of Ding Tingting's women before. If Ding Tingting wins, he doesn't know what will happen to others, but Zhao Dongdong knows that his fate will definitely be miserable. Maybe Ding Tingting would ask her still living women to each cut off a piece of his flesh until he dies of pain, because this method was originally thought up by Zhao Dongdong himself. Beauties across from you, my name is Lee Jun. I am a powerful superpower. I promise that as long as you put down your weapons and surrender to me, I will not hurt you. Even if anyone can become my woman, I will let her live the happiest life. When Lee Jun said this, his eyes fell directly on Shen Miao. The more he looked, the more shocked Lee Jun was. My heart becomes more and more itchy. In fact, although Shen Miao was also a top beauty in the past, she was not as stunningly beautiful as she is now, making men obsessed with her. However, Shen Miao is naturally nourished by Li Xiao's special care and becomes even more beautiful. And after a few months of living as a lord's wife, Shen Miao's temperament has also undergone a radical change. She is no longer the school beauty with a low self-esteem before the end of the world, but now she is elegant and noble. Finally, after awakening the supernatural power, Shen Miao's body was nourished by the supernatural energy, so her skin became as smooth as gelatin, and she became more beautiful. When we were in Taoyuan Ling, because there were so many beauties in Taoyuan Ling, although Shen Miao was the most beautiful one, she was not too dazzling. Moreover, Taoyuan collar is basically filled with women, so everyone gets used to it after getting along for a long time. But it is different in the apocalypse outside. Women in the apocalypse now basically have the same image. Unkempt hair, dirty clothes, stench all over their body, and they are so thin that they feel like they are covered in ribs. To be honest, for many women in the apocalypse, even if they take off their clothes and stand in front of men, most men will probably have no sexual interest at all. Only those in power like Lee Jun. Every time he asked his concubines to serve him, he would luxuriously use a large amount of mineral water to wipe their bodies clean, and then spray some perfume to cover up their smell. But when I saw Shen Miao, it was like going to an African refugee camp full of black ants before the end of the world and suddenly seeing a world beauty pageant champion. How can that kind of gap not attract the attention of men? But Shen Miao felt disgusted with Lee Jun's gaze, especially after hearing that he was Lee Jun. Shen Miao directly said to Pu Jian, who was beside him, Yin Yin, that man is a metal-type superpower. Fire can overcome metal, so you can practice with him first. Pu Jian smiled sweetly. Okay, Sister Miao, it's just a nasty animal, leave it to me. Although Park Jian is now a third-level superpower, she is considered a core figure in Taoyuan, and she is almost invincible among the survivors outside. But Park Jian still respects Shen Miao very much and keeps her attitude very low no matter what. Because Pu Jian knows that even if everyone is a third-level superpower, Shen Miao is much more powerful than her. This is determined by talent. I can only envy you. Of course, what's more important is that in the final analysis, the Lord has the final say in everything in Taoyuan territory. And Shen Miao, who is the most favored by Li Xialuo, will naturally be respected by all the women in Taoyuan. After Park Jian finished speaking, she stepped on the floor and slowly walked to the front, and then looked at Lee Jun coldly. In fact, before the end of the world, because of some well-known things in Kimchi country, she hated men very much, but she had to compromise in order to survive. Then in Ocean City, she encountered many inhuman tortures from men, so she hated men even more. But after joining Taoyuan leader, everything is good, except that there are not many opportunities to clean up those animals who only know how to bully women. But in the future, Part Jian believes there will be many opportunities. Beauty, are you their representative? You are here to talk. Lee Jun looked at Park Jian and felt that this woman was quite beautiful, like a star. But before Lee Jun finished speaking, Pu Jian only said coldly, "You talk too much. Go to hell. Let me die." Lee Jun couldn't help laughing loudly, as if he had heard some extremely funny joke. Park Jian glanced at Lee Jun as if she were looking at a dead person, then gathered her powers and threw a fireball the size of a basketball at Lee Jun. "Damn it, are you also a person with superpowers?" Lee Jun cursed in surprise, and then quickly activated his superpower to give himself a golden body. Then Lee Jun calmed down. So what if Park Ji-yun is also a superpower? His superpower must be invincible. Lee Jun believes in this very much, because Lee Jun has already tried it. Neither monsters nor survivors' firearms can hurt him at all. Lee Jun's only shortcoming is that he doesn't last long. It means that the superpower is not lasting. However, Lee Jun's miserable scream suddenly came, and then Lee Jun began to beat the flames on his body desperately. Impossible! How could the fireball hurt him? This is unscientific. Unfortunately, what Lee Jun doesn't know is that all things are interdependent, and fire-based superpowers are the nemesis of metal-based superpowers. Especially Park Ji-yun is a level 3 fire power user, while he is a level 1 metal power user. How could he withstand Park Ji-yun's high-temperature fireball? Lee Jun was burned by the fire and kept screaming on the ground. Immediately afterwards, many people could smell the aroma of barbecued meat. Some of Lee Jun's men couldn't help but swallowed their saliva subconsciously. You really can't blame them. The main reason is that they usually don't eat meat. Under Lee Jun's high-pressure rule, even Lee Jun's confidants rarely have enough to eat. In Lee Jun's view, he is invincible anyway, and his subordinates would not dare to show it even if they have any objections. So why feed them? Wasting food? And if he feeds them well, won't they be more able to resist him? That's why now, Lee Jun's men subconsciously swallow their saliva after smelling the aroma of meat. F***K. You are all dead. Come here and put out the fire for me. Lee Jun was rolling on the ground like a burning man, but he had no way to extinguish the flames on his body. He could only use his last strength to yell at his subordinates who were watching the fun. Yes. Everyone hurry up and save Brother Jun. If Brother Jun dies, we won't be able to survive either. Zhao Dongdong seemed to have just reacted and immediately shouted loudly. In fact, if possible, Zhao Dongdong really wants to watch Lee Jun be burned to death. Because this Lee Jun is really not a good person. He has just made great achievements before, and he is already trying to kill the donkey. If you follow him from now on, there will definitely be no good ending. In fact, Zhao Dongdong should have thought of it a long time ago. In the apocalypse, men definitely don't want to be surrounded by men who threaten their status. But now, Zhao Dongdong still has to save Lee Jun. Otherwise, if Lee Jun really dies, his end will not be much better. Under Zhao Dongdong's reminder and order, many people immediately ran up to rescue Lee Jun, who was screaming on the ground. Some people took off their clothes and tried their best to slap the fire on Lee Jun's body, and some people simply stepped on it. Anyway, Lee Jun used to be very harsh to them, but now he was secretly venting his anger by putting out fires. However, after everyone had been busy for a long time, Lee Jun was still screaming, and many people were almost set on fire. 1 minute later, Lee Jun's screams stopped completely, and there was a pile of ashes of burned corpses on the ground. At this time, Zhao Dongdong and the others also had a look of fear on their faces. When they were putting out the fire just now, they discovered that the flames on Lee Jun were not normal flames. The temperature was very high, and it was difficult to put out. If some of them hadn't reacted quickly at that time, they might have been caught in the fire now. This fire is really evil. But when you think that Lee Jun is invulnerable, then this flame is a bit unusual, so everyone can naturally accept it. And now for Zhao Dongdong and the others. Lee Jun is dead, so there is no point in worrying about how powerful the flames were when Lee Jun was burned to death. Now Zhao Dongdong only thinks about how to survive. He doesn't want to die. So Zhao Dongdong quickly gave his subordinates a wink. Then, plop, Zhao Dongdong immediately knelt on the ground. Sister Tingting, everything we did before was all forced by this military brother. I have surrendered with my brothers now. Please see that we have been together for so long and have been sharing weal and woe. Just forgive us this time. With Zhao Dongdong taking the lead and the signal just now, his men all knelt on the ground without any pressure. In this apocalyptic world, it is too easy for them to kneel down. They have knelt down to many people and are very familiar with it. Anyway, they will kneel to whoever wins. When the time comes, they will follow the new boss and still enjoy the spicy food. And Lee Jun's men have no intention of avenging Lee Jun. Firstly, they are no match at all. And secondly, they have no loyalty to Lee Jun. So when they saw Zhao Dongdong and the others kneeling down, they quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The only ones still standing were probably about 20 women next to them. They felt that they had done nothing wrong. Looking at the group of men kneeling on the ground, Park Jian wanted to burn them all to ashes, but she still looked at Shin Miao Miao. Wherever Sister Miao Miao is around, you must listen to Sister Miao Miao on everything. Shin Miao Miao looked at Ding Tingting. Tingting, what do you think they should do? Ding Tingting knew that this was Madame's test for her. She thought for a while and then whispered, kill all the men kneeling on the ground and exile some of the women standing. Shin Miao Miao glanced at Ding Tingting. She was also a decisive woman. So Shin Miao Miao directly ordered in a cold voice, kill. Shin Miao Miao gave an order, and the female soldiers of the demon hunting team opened fire. Countless bullets were pouring towards the man kneeling on the ground. The female soldiers led by Taoyuan were not short of ammunition, so they opened fire, which was always the most extravagant shooting. That kind of shooting one after another is not the style of their Taoyuan leaders. Zhao Dongdong and the others, who were kneeling on the ground, had actually been secretly paying attention to the situation. If Ding Tingting is unwilling to forgive them, then Zhao Dongdong will definitely resist even if he dies. But the action on the other side was too fast, and the firepower was too fierce. From the moment they found out that Shun Miao Miao said the word kill to when all the female soldiers opened fire, Zhao Dongdong and the others had no time to react, and then everyone was beaten into pieces. Not to mention fighting back. In fact, not to mention Zhao Dongdong. Even Park Jian didn't react, and everyone died. Originally, Park Jian wanted Sister Miao Miao to tell her how to deal with these people, but she took action herself. Unexpectedly, I didn't even drink the soup in the end. In fact, the reason why Shin Miao Miao asked the female soldiers to do it was because Zhao Dongdong and the others were just ordinary people, and they didn't need their own powers to do it themselves, not to mention that Park Jian was still a level 3 power user. Secondly, it was a quick battle. Although Park Jian could kill everyone, it would definitely not be as fast as the female soldiers. If you allow the man on the opposite side time to react and fight back, there may be casualties on your side. When all the people who deserve to be killed are killed, Shin Miao Miao asked Ding Tingting to drive all the 10 women who had chosen to surrender from the girls' dormitory building out of the base. Let them go outside to fend for themselves. From now on, this base will belong to Taoyuan territory, and there is no need for such a spineless woman in the base. In fact, they should be lucky if they were not killed, because when they went out to surrender before, this place did not belong to Taoyuan territory. But in the future, Shin Miao Miao will naturally set new rules. Afternoon time, Shin Miao Miao and Alice finished their mission of killing monsters at base number 1, and then returned to Taoyuan territory with a group of women through the teleportation array. As soon as Shun Miao Miao and the others returned to Villa number 1, Xiao Pan Pan and Xiao Nan Nan served a big fruit platter as if they were offering treasures. There are clean strawberries in the fruit platter. Each one looks delicate, which makes people very appetizing. There are also cut into small pieces of watermelon, which are bright red and very sweet at first sight. If these fruits were placed before the apocalypse, there wouldn't be much of a fuss. After all, people's living conditions were good before the apocalypse, so who couldn't afford to eat some fruits? But now, after the apocalypse, we can still see these fruits, which is simply a miracle. Sister Miao Miao, Sister Alice, these are the strawberries and watermelons that Sister Pan Pan and I picked at the farm. They are both sweet and delicious. You guys have a try. Shin Miao Miao and Alice smiled, and then they all took their favorite fruits in a dignified manner. Oh, these strawberries are really sweet. Pan Pan and Xiao Nan Nan, you guys are really good at choosing. Oh my god, this watermelon is really sweet. Thank you two lovely little princesses. After tasting it, Shen Miao Miao and Alice all gave positive reviews. This is not because they are deliberately exaggerating, but these fruits are indeed very delicious. After all, they are grown by themselves without using any technology or harsh labor. Unlike many fruits before the apocalypse, such as watermelon, they are hard and have no watermelon flavor at all. However, Shen Miao Miao and Alice's compliments still made the two little guys smile happily. Children, even though they are now adults with superpowers, they are superior beings in the eyes of ordinary survivors. But it still can't change the character of their children, who are particularly eager to be recognized and praised by adults. Moreover, there are several little ones and pets in the villa, which actually add a lot of fun things. After Shen Miao Miao and the others ate some fruits, Shen Miao Miao reported to Lee Xialuo what they had gained from their visit to base number 1 today. As an important person, Alice also sat next to Lee Xialuo and listened. What Shen Miao Miao and the others gained today can be said to be very gratifying. First of all, of course, everything about base number 1. Now base number 1 has been completely taken over by the Taoyuan territory, and it will also belong to the Taoyuan territory in the future. Secondly, the main purpose of Shen Miao Miao and the others' trip this time was crystal. Shen Miao Miao and the others also had a bumper harvest of crystals this time. A total of 12 second-level crystals and 305 first-level crystals were found in the heads of the monsters they hunted. If all are converted into first-level crystals, there are a total of 1,505 first-level crystals. The daily harvest of Taoyuan Ling crystal has once again exceeded the 1,000 mark. The reason why so many crystals can be harvested, according to Shen Miao Miao, is mainly because there are more monsters in the city where base number 1 is located than in Taoyuan Leader. In addition, there are no powerful forces hunting monsters there, so the city is full of monsters, and Shen Miao Miao and the others can kill them with ease. The harvest is naturally full, and according to their harvest today, there are also what they saw in the city where base number 1 is located. Shen Miao Miao felt that there was absolutely no problem with the 7-day hunting plan proposed by Lee Xialuo. The so-called 7 days hunting plan actually means hunting monsters in each base city for 7 days and then changing to another base city to continue. Shen Miao Miao was a little worried that killing monsters in one city for 7 consecutive days would scare the monsters in that city, and then they would run away and escape, and then there would be a monster shortage again. But when Shen Miao Miao and the others visited the city there, they found that there were a lot of monsters in the city, and there was a tendency for them to overrun. So it would be beneficial to hunt more. Otherwise, if there are more and more monsters and they continue to move around in the city over there, they might be in danger. Lee Xialuo was quietly listening to Shen Miao Miao's report, but suddenly his body stiffened and his expression became weird. It turned out to be Alice who was sitting next to Lee Charlotte, and at some point her plump body was right next to Lee Charlotte. A familiar and alluring scent of good perfume immediately made Lee Charlotte feel a little distraught, and Alice seemed to have discovered something, with a playful smile on her face, and then her little hand quietly stretched out from behind. Lee Xialuo could only say that this foreign fairy is too courageous, and it's too arrogant. But facing Lee Charlotte's fiery gaze, Alice not only did not restrain herself, but her eyes were full of charm. Of course, the reason why Alice is so bold and confident is that she is determined that Lee Charlotte cannot do anything to her in this situation. He can only be manipulated and teased by her. This made her feel very funny. But Alice doesn't understand that there is a saying in China that one should burn oneself while playing with fire. When we came back, I also brought 3 women over from base number 1. They are all managers of base number 1. I brought them here, not to let them live in Taoyuan directly. The main thing is to let them come over to see the wealth and power of Taoyuan territory, so that after they return to the base, they can talk to the people at base number 1 about what they saw in Taoyuan territory. And when the women at base number 1 all know about the situation of Taoyuan Leader, they will be more motivated and want to join Taoyuan Leader. And no matter what difficulties they encounter in the future, or what other forces want to recruit them, they will also be less likely to betray. Shen Miao Miao continued to report on her work, but as she was talking, she found that Lee Xiaoluo's eyes were blurred, and she looked absent-minded, as if he was not listening to what she said at all. Then, Shen Miao Miao noticed that Alice's face was rosy and her eyes were charming, as if she was about to drip water. Even if Lee Xialuo and Alice were blocking their bodies, Shen Miao Miao couldn't see their movements. However, Shen Miao Miao seemed to understand something. I hate it. Why can't you be more serious? You're talking about business now. Ahem. Lee Xialuo coughed lightly. and then looked at Shin Miao Miao seriously. Miao Miao, you can't wrongly accuse a good person. I'm a very serious person, but this foreign girl took the initiative to cause trouble. Shin Miao Miao said angrily. A slap can't make a sound, Alice hurriedly said. Miao Miao, you still understand the righteousness. He is a thief and shouts to catch the thief. I accidentally touched him just now. He acted like a gangster. And now he even framed me. Holy shit. Li Xialuo almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When will this goblin know how to play 36 tactics? Okay, stop talking about you two. Neither of you are good people. Shin Miao Miao is not that easy to fool. Taoyuan Villa number 22. Sister, this is where my mother and I live. We live in a villa now. Is the environment here good? With a proud look on her face, Ding Shishir took Ding Tingting and others to visit her room. This is the room where she and her mother Zhao Chaoyang live. It is more than 30 square meters. Before the end of the world, Ding Shishir's family was in average condition. She had never seen any kind of villa, let alone lived in it. But she didn't expect that she would live in such a nice villa after the apocalypse. So, of course, she was very proud. Zhao Chaoyang glared at Ding Shishir and said angrily, You damn girl, stop showing off here. Your sisters are only staying here for one night, and they have to go back to base number 1 tomorrow. So hurry up and take your sisters to take a hot bath first. Then go shopping around and eat something good to replenish your body in the evening. Ding Shishir stuck out her tongue. Okay, mother, I will take my sisters to take a bath now. This time, a total of 3 managers at base number 1 were qualified to come to Taoyuan to visit. Ding Tingting is naturally one of them, and the other 2 women are named Zhao Cuize and Liu Xiu. In fact, whether it is Ding Tingting, Zhao Cuize, and Liu Xiu, they have heard a lot about Taoyuan collar through the intercom before, and they have always imagined what Taoyuan collar is like. But when they actually stepped on the land of Taoyuan territory, they discovered that it was even more beautiful than they expected. First of all, there is the towering city wall that can be seen as long as you stand in the territory and look up. In today's apocalypse, there are no flying machines, so the city wall can be said to be worth thousands of troops. It really gives people a sense of security. Secondly, there is the picturesque environment inside the villa area. After all, Longting Villa is originally a high-end villa area with beautiful environment. After the apocalypse, except for a few mountains or high-rise buildings in the outside world that have not been destroyed, almost all other places have encountered pollution and destruction. It can be said that there is basically a dirty environment everywhere. Moreover, there will be no sanitation workers after the apocalypse, and no one will clean up the pollutants and garbage all over the floor. Nowadays, the survivors outside say that they are living in garbage dumps, which is not an exaggeration at all. So compared with the clean, tidy, and picturesque environment in Longting Villa District, Ding Tingting, Zhao Cuize, and Liu Xiu even felt that the place where they lived might not even be as good as a garbage dump. Then, every woman they saw living in Taoyuan collar was dressed cleanly and neatly, without any peculiar smell on their bodies, and their faces were filled with smiles. They were like people from 2 different worlds from the survivors outside. Even Zhao Cuize and Liu Xiu had obtained a lot of food and weapons before. So among the survivors outside, they are actually pretty good people. When they met some survivors outside, they often saw looks of envy towards them in the eyes of those survivors. But compared to the women living in Taoyuan collar, they feel that they may not even be as good as refugees. Their bodies were dirty and smelled bad, so they didn't even have the confidence to say hello to others. Of course, the above are just some of the superficial things they saw, and what shocked Zhao Cuize and Liu Xiu was yet to come. Sister Cuize, Sister Xiu, this is our public bathroom. I have brought you clean clothes, shampoo, and soap. You go and wash yourself quickly. Ding Shishir took Ding Tingting and the others to the public bathroom. There was a pile of clothes and toiletries in front of them, because Ding Tingting and Zhao Cuize were specially brought back by Shin Miao Miao to experience life in Taoyuan collar. Shin Miao Miao had already explained the management below and gave them some special care, so they could bathe and eat for free in Taoyuan collar. Of course, it's only for today. Tomorrow, they will follow the demon hunting team back to base number 1. But even today, they are very happy. Especially now that I can take a hot bath and put on clean clothes. This is definitely the happiest thing for a woman who has not had a serious bath for several months, right? Think about it. Before the end of the world, even people who are particularly lazy and don't like to be clean, would you try asking them not to take a shower for a month on a hot day? Thank you, Sister Sure. We can finally take a shower. After saying that, regardless of Ding Sure not leaving yet, Xiao Zhe and Liu Xiu immediately took off their clothes impatiently, then took the toiletries and ran under the shower. After all, Ding Sure is also a woman, and there is nothing they can't show her. But Ding Tingting wanted to be more reserved. She didn't want her sister to see the scars on her body, so she asked Ding Sure to wait outside. Ding Sure pursed her lips. My sister is still in such trouble. After Ding Sure went out, Ding Tingting couldn't wait to take off her clothes and then walked under the shower. The moment the hot water poured on her body, even Ding Tingting, who had already developed a strong mental state, couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan, and then tears flashed in her eyes. Then, the three women vigorously applied shampoo and soap on their heads and bodies, and then watched the dirty black water flow into the sewer pipes. If they only wash it once, they will definitely not be able to get it clean, and they are reluctant to end this enjoyment quickly. Maybe this will be the last time they take such a comfortable bath in their lives. So Ding Tingting and Xiao Zhe took this bath for more than half an hour. After taking a bath, Ding Tingting and the others finally no longer had such a huge and unpleasant smell. When they walked out, they finally no longer had to avoid people. So Ding Sure turned into a little tour guide and took Ding Tingting and the three of them around Taoyuan. For example, the Lord's mansion in Taoyuan territory, but of course they couldn't enter here, so they could only watch from a distance. There are also Taoyuan Library, Taoyuan Shopping Mall, Taoyuan Entertainment Room, Taoyuan Ling Leisure Plaza, and even Taoyuan Farm, which is a bit far away. These are the tasks assigned to her by Mrs. Meow Meow. So Ding Sure is certainly not lazy. Then in the evening, Ding Sure took them to the canteen for dinner with a large army after get off work. When several dishes of food were served, Ding Tingting and Xiao they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Spicy chicken cubes, dried twice-cooked pork, spicy and sour potato shreds, and a plate of green vegetables. Although it was the most common meal before the end of the world, in the eyes of Ding Tingting and Xiao Zhe, this is a delicacy for them. Looking at the food in front of them, Xiao Zhe and Liu Xiu were drooling, but they couldn't help but feel curious and surprised. Sister Sure, you guys don't usually eat like this every day, right? That's right, Sister Sure. Is this your food? Although the dishes in front of us would have been ordinary home-cooked dishes before the end of the world, everyone could afford them, and they had nothing to do with luxury, so it would naturally not surprise anyone. But now is the end of the world, and in the apocalypse, what kind of life are the survivors outside now living? Not to mention, it's a steaming meal that's delicious and delicious. Even those moldy biscuits and rice are not available to everyone at any time. Many people even risk their lives fighting for the spoiled food, and more people live a life of 1 meal and 3 meals, and then die of hunger. But in Taoyuan, not only are there hot meals and dishes, but there are also meats and fresh vegetables. In the eyes of survivors outside, this may have been a scene that only existed in their memories. Ding Sure first served a bowl of white rice to each of her 3 sisters, and then she sat down with a bowl of rice herself. Then Ding Sure answered the questions of Xiao Zhe and Liu Xiu. Sister Zhe, Sister Liu Sure, my mother and I usually don't get such good food treatment. These meats and vegetables can only be purchased by spending contribution points. Generally, only the sisters from the female army or the management sisters of some departments can afford them. Then Ding Sure gave them a brief introduction to Taoyuan's contribution point system and the benefits of each department. In fact, it is almost the same as before the apocalypse. There are many industries before the apocalypse where the job benefits are also very high. So people who engage in those jobs will naturally have a much better life. In the post-apocalyptic Taoyuan territory, being a female soldier in the security team is one of the jobs with the best pay. Therefore, their treatment is also the best, and their lives will naturally be better. The food on the table now can be eaten by female soldiers at any time. As for women in other logistics departments, their treatment is naturally a little worse, and it is not so easy to eat meat. But I still have plenty of rice and vegetarian dishes for every meal, and recently I even have fruits after meals every few days. This is determined by the general environment and everyone's ability. No one in the Taoyuan leadership will have any objections. Those female soldiers train very hard, and sometimes they have to face various dangers and enemies. They guard the safety of Taoyuan territory, so it is normal to live a better life. And even ordinary women in Taoyuan collar have no chance to eat meat, but their wages determine that they can only eat a meal occasionally. After Xiao Zizhe and Liu Xiu listened to Ding Shishir's explanation, the envy in their eyes suddenly became even stronger. In fact, every meal can have rice and vegetables, and even fruit occasionally, which is already a paradise for them. This is something that is simply unthinkable in the world outside Taoyuan territory. Moreover, Xiao Zizhe and Liu Xiu are also considered female soldiers at base number 1. If they can come to Taoyuan to lead a life, they might also become female soldiers in the female army. The days to come are so beautiful to think about. It's a pity that their life in Taoyuanling only lasts one day, and they will leave tomorrow. Sister Xiu, don't be in a daze, hurry up and eat. Although these meals are not the best in our Taoyuan community, many sisters are not allowed to eat anything. You should eat more. Okay, let's eat. I can't help it. Yes, eat quickly. You can finally taste the delicacies before the end of the world. Xiao Zizhe and Liu Xiu came to their senses, then said hello and started to use their chopsticks. Ding Tingting also picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of chicken. She remembered that her sister liked this dish the most before the end. Ding Tingting picked up the chicken and was about to put it into her sister's bowl, but Ding Shishir quickly moved her rice bowl away, causing Ding Tingting to lose her goal. Ding Shishir put some shredded potatoes into her bowl and then smiled at Ding Tingting. Sister, you can eat these meat dishes. Mom said you should take good supplements. I'll just eat shredded potatoes. Ding Tingting glared at Ding Shishir and said, You little girl, please bring the bowl over quickly. It's time for you to grow, and you usually can't eat meat, so you must give me more. I heard Ding Tingting say this. Although Xiao Zizhe and Liu Xiu also want to eat more of these delicacies, because she hasn't eaten these foods for too long. It was so delicious, and they missed it so much. But they are not too selfish, and they have a good relationship with Ding Tingting. So naturally, they have to take care of the youngest Ding Shishir. So Xiao Zizhe forced herself to stop using her chopsticks and looked at Ding Shishir to persuade her. Yes, Sister Shishir, let's just taste it. Anyway, we are not growing any longer, and eating too much is a waste, so you have to eat more? Liu Xiu also said, Sister Shishir is really too sensible. You usually don't get to eat meat, but now you want to give it to us? Ding Shishir was stunned for a moment, then looked at her 3 sisters and said, Sister Xiu, what are you doing? Who said I can't eat meat? I can often eat these foods. It's not lacking in nutrients at all, so you should eat it quickly. Ding Tingting rolled her eyes at Ding Shishir. Who else said that? That's what you told us just now. Didn't you say that only female soldiers can eat these meat dishes regularly? Have you forgotten? Ding Shishir was a little dumbfounded. She did say these words. But aren't she and her mother lucky? No, they're not lucky. They are helped by noble people. Ding Shishir lowered her voice and whispered, Sister, what I said before is just under normal circumstances. But Mrs. Meow Meow let my mother and I work in the cafeteria. The food in the cafeteria is very good, and we can often eat well. Food! When Ding Tingting and the others heard this, their faces suddenly showed surprise. That's right, working in the canteen is definitely a lot of work. Just like the chefs before the apocalypse, most of them are fat and wide. It seems they are overthinking it. And when Ding Tingting heard that it was Mrs. Shun Meow Meow who cared for her mother and sister, she felt even more grateful to Shin Meow Meow. The night is fading. In Charlotte Lee's bedroom, Alice's snow-white and tender skin was exposed under the light, and her slender legs were wrapped in black silk with letters. If it were before the end of the world, Alice's outfit would definitely attract the attention of countless men, become the most eye-catching existence. But at this moment, Alice's eyes showed a look of fear. Who told her to provoke Li Xialuo in the afternoon? The next day, Ding Tingting, Xiao Zizhe, and Liu Xiu woke up from the soft and comfortable big bed, feeling the scent of the quilt on their body. The 3 girls all lay in bed and didn't want to get up. It was such a comfortable day like this. Even Ding Tingting, who has a strong character and is usually carefree, now looks like a little girl. It's a pity that even if they are reluctant to give up, they will still get up, because soon, they will follow the female soldiers of Taoyuan's demon hunting team back to their base number 1. There are still people from base number 1 and do not belong to Taoyuan leader. As soon as Ding Tingting, Zhao Cuize, and Lu Xiyu got up, Ding Shishir jumped over and ran over. Sister Cuize, Sister Xiyu, did you sleep well last night? Ding Tingting didn't say much, she just nodded, and Zhao Cuize said happily, of course I slept well. This is the most peaceful night I have slept since the apocalypse happened, and it is also the happiest day. Lu Xiyu, +1. It's a pity that there is only one day like this. They will leave Taoyuan territory soon and continue to live back at base number 1. After experiencing everything in Taoyuan, Zhao Cuize and Lu Xiyu realized that not all places in the apocalypse are apocalyptic scenes. Dirty and messy environment, darkness with people eating people, no food, water, no medicines and other supplies. These things are just the sufferings they are experiencing, but in this apocalyptic world, there really is a place like a peach blossom garden. Hey, it's a pity that we have to leave here soon. When they thought about going back to live those miserable days, Zhao Cuize and Lu Xiyu's faces suddenly fell down, and their faces lost their joy. When they heard that they were leaving, the two sisters Ding Shishir and Ding Tingting lost their smiles. Ding Shishir has had a very good relationship with her sister since she was a child. After the apocalypse, she is very grateful and admires her sister. Since coming to Taoyuan, Ding Shishir and her mother have lived a very good life, and it can be said that they are very satisfied. Maybe the only regret is that my sister can't come to Taoyuan to live with them. Ding Tingting was the first to come out of the sad atmosphere, and then said with a smile, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Now we can be regarded as people from the subordinate base of Taoyuan leader. As long as we do things well in the future, the Lord's wife said, there will also be opportunities to come and live here. Lu Xiyu nodded. Yes, Mrs. Miao Miao said this, and I also saw it yesterday. Taoyuan leader is indeed recruiting people. So when we return to the base, we must work hard to perform. In fact, in the past, there were many survivors at base number 1 who wanted to follow Li Xialuo and come to Taoyuan to live here. But in the past, even if they were willing to pay all the price, they had no chance. But things are different now. They have a chance. As long as there is a chance, it naturally means there is hope. After experiencing life here in Taoyuan for a day, even if there are many difficulties in the future, they must overcome all difficulties and strive to live here. After breakfast, Ding Tingting and Zhao Cuize's one-day Taoyuan tour experience officially ended. The demon hunting team is ready to go, and they are going back to base number 1 with them. Parting is always painful. She and her sister have just been reunited for a day, and now they are separated again. Ding Shishir can't hold back her tears anymore. However, Ding Tingting is not too sad. Not only can she be reunited with her relatives this time, she will also have the opportunity to live here forever in the future. Now she is full of hope, sitting on the teleportation array, and then following the female soldiers of the demon hunting team. Ding Tingting and the other 3 returned to base number 1. After Ding Tingting returned to base number 1, she didn't do anything else first. Instead, he looked at Park Jian, the leader of the demon hunting team this time, and said in a respectful tone, Sir Park Jian, is there anything you need our help with? In Taoyuan territory, people with superpowers are generally called adults by the people below, so Ding Tingting is also called like this. Zhao Cuize and Lu Xiyu also quickly agreed. Yes, Lord Park Jian, although we are not as powerful as you. But this is our territory, and the surrounding area is quite familiar. If there is anything to do, just ask us to do it. This time the female soldiers from the demon hunting team came to hunt monsters, but Shen Miao Miao no longer followed, and not even Alice came over. Shen Miao Miao is the commander-in-chief of the army, so naturally she cannot always charge in a battle, and she is not very interested in fighting and killing. As for Alice, she really likes to exercise outside, and she also likes the feeling of killing everyone. But she was killed by Li Xialuo last night, and was left in bed this morning. But it doesn't matter. Although Shen Miao Miao and Alice didn't come over, Park Jian was still following them. This is also the reason why Li Xialuo upgraded to a level 3 superpower user. When the demon hunting team goes out to hunt monsters, they must have a level 3 superpower user to follow them to be safe, and then they can hunt monsters faster. The reason why Ding Tingting and Zhao Cuize took the initiative to do things was because they were extremely sincere. It is precisely because of this trip to Taoyuan that they really want to join Taoyuan. But Jian shook her head. No, you are too weak now. Following us will only hinder you. Then I saw the disappointment on the faces of Ding Tingting and the others. Jian smiled and said, I know what you are thinking, so don't be disappointed. Sister Meow Meow has already explained your arrangements. You first select a group of the most elite women, and then we will provide you with weapons for training, and we will also send military instructors over to give you special training. When the time comes, the female soldiers who can persevere in the training and pass the assessment will have the opportunity to go out with the demon hunting team to perform the mission of hunting monsters. And you have been to the headquarters of Taoyuan leader yesterday. And you should also know that our Taoyuan leader attaches great importance to and gives preferential treatment to outstanding female soldiers. So in the future, as long as any of you performs well during the mission, you will definitely be able to go to Taoyuan. Lead the life there. Park Jian's words immediately gave Ding Tingting and the others hope. And it's a clear direction. They quickly expressed their stance. Ms. Park Jian, don't worry. We will now select the best people in the base to wait for training. Park Jian nodded. Someone will naturally follow up on this matter. Her mission this time is to lead the team to hunt monsters outside. After Park Jian and others left, Ding Tingting and the others immediately summoned all the women in the base. Sister Tingting, is that you? You have changed so much that I can't even recognize you. Xiu, the same goes for you. I didn't expect your skin to be so white. I feel like I don't even recognize you either. After everyone was called together, Ding Tingting and the others hadn't spoken yet, but the women below were all talking around Ding Tingting and the others. The main reason is that Ding Tingting and the others cleaned themselves up at Taoyuan Ling last night and put on new clothes. It was as if they had changed themselves. Sister Tingting, Sister Xiu, how did you go there yesterday? Tell us quickly. That's right. What is that Taoyuan collar like? Is it really as good as Sister Tingting and your sister said on the phone? Okay, everyone, please stop arguing and be quiet. Let Xiu tell everyone about our experience in Taoyuan this time. Ding Tingting waved her hand, interrupting everyone's chatter. Then he gave the interpretation task to the most eloquent Lu Xiu. In fact, even if the sisters at the base don't ask, Ding Tingting and the others will take the initiative to talk about their experience in Taoyuan collar yesterday. Because this was the original purpose of Mrs. Shun Meow Meow in taking them to Taoyuan, and it was also the task given to them. They did not dare not complete it. And just now, Master Park Jian also said that they need to select a group of elites from the women in the base for military training. Then, women who successfully pass the training and assessment will have the opportunity to participate in subsequent missions to hunt monsters, and will have the opportunity to be promoted and live in Taoyuan. But whether it's military training or going out to hunt monsters in the future, it's both tiring and dangerous. Especially for women. It takes perseverance and motivation to persevere. Therefore, Ding Tingting and the others must tell the women in the base about their experience yesterday, and then give all the women in the base the motivation to work hard. When Lu Xiu saw everyone turning their attention to her, she didn't have any stage fright. So he started talking, starting from when they entered Taoyuan territory yesterday and saw the majestic city wall, then to taking a hot bath, and then to the delicious food in the evening. After dinner, Taoyuan led the lights brightly at night, and all the women had finished their work for the day. They had various entertainment activities in the evening. In the Taoyuan collar, there is no such thing as working overtime at night. Except for the female soldiers on duty in the Taoyuan collar, all women's work is completed during the day. So it's really lively inside Taoyuan Ling at night. Taoyuan Library, Taoyuan Chess and Card Room, Taoyuan Shopping Mall, Taoyuan Leisure Plaza. These places are all overcrowded and lively. And as long as you're in Taoyuan territory, you basically don't have to worry about any danger. All women also have great trust in the safety of the territory. When every woman is playing, her face is filled with relaxation and happiness from the bottom of her heart. Before the end of the world, Lu Xiu was a human resources officer in a large company, so she was very eloquent and good at inspiring people. Under Lu Xiu's words, the women in base number 1 listened in ecstasy. The life in Taoyuan collar is simply better than they knew before, or even imagined. Women living in Taoyuan territory don't have to worry about the dangers of the apocalypse. Women living in Taoyuan collar do not have to live a life of starving for several meals, let alone eat those unpalatable and harmful foods. Women living in Taoyuan collar can still have water, electricity, and entertainment activities in the evening. Such a life has made them, who have experienced a cruel apocalypse, live worse than dogs every day. How could you not want to yearn for it? And when Ding Tingting saw the expressions on everyone's faces, she knew that the heat was almost over. So, she said that she would select a group of people for military training and to go out to perform missions in the future. No matter when, unless you are born rich and powerful, otherwise, a good life can only be achieved through hard work. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Taoyuan, Villa Number 1. Lee Shalawa and Alice didn't get up until midnight, and then asked the maid to quickly serve some high-protein food. The two of them replenished their physical strength. Lee Shalawa had just finished eating when Yun walked over with elegant steps. Then Yun told Lee Shalawa some news. It turned out that Bai Jing from Base 3 told Yun that they suddenly received a broadcast message called Chaoyang Shelter today. According to Bai Jing, the Chaoyang Shelter is known as a large-scale shelter jointly established by the military and the government, and then the shelter welcomes all survivors to join the shelter through broadcasts. When Lee Shalawa heard this, it was a bit interesting. In the post-apocalyptic world, even if ordinary shelters don't have the conditions to send out broadcast messages, even if they have the ability, they basically won't do so. There are two main reasons. First, food is very precious after the apocalypse, especially now that monsters have appeared. Food has become increasingly difficult to obtain. Except for Taoyuan territory, whether they are ordinary survivors or large shelters, they worry about food almost every day. And under such circumstances, which shelter would call a large number of survivors through broadcasts to join them? In this way, wouldn't it allow countless survivors to share their food? Second, there are too many bad guys after the apocalypse, and there are even many gangs of thugs who make a living by robbing survivors. If the thug team heard the broadcast and knew that the shelter was willing to take in a large number of survivors, then it would naturally mean that the shelter had a lot of food. Knowing that such a place existed, how could those thug teams let it go? So after the end of the world, if there is a shelter that dares to broadcast a message for survivors to go there, then it means that the strength of that shelter may be really powerful. At least there is enough food to eat and a strong enough armed force. Of course, anything can happen in the post-apocalyptic world. Maybe such a broadcast from Chaoyang Shelter may itself be a huge trap. Because if the survivors who received the broadcast wanted to seek refuge in the Rising Sun Sanctuary, they would basically abandon their original stronghold and take all their food with them. And if Chaoyang Shelter is a trap, the food brought by those people, including themselves, may become the reserve food of that shelter. After telling Lee Shalawa about this matter, Yun saw that Lee Shalawa was deep in thought, so Yun said nothing more. In fact, neither Yun nor Bai Jing thought this was a big deal. Bai Jing casually mentioned the news while chatting with Yun on the phone, and Yun also casually told Lee Shalawa, because the Chaoyang Shelter is almost 200 miles away from Bai Jing's number 3 base, and it is thousands of miles away from Taoyuan leader. Ever since the monster appeared, no ordinary survivor would have run so far. However, Lee Shalawa is no ordinary survivor. Moreover, Lee Shalawa happened to be a little bored recently. In addition, he had wanted to find a large and powerful shelter to see if he could find some sales for his rich supplies. The supplies Lee Shalawa mentioned were not just food, but also the large amount of cigarettes, liquor, medicines, etc. that Lee Shalawa had hoarded. Baby Yun, you have made a meritorious service this time, and I have decided to reward you well. Let's go. I'll take you to Base 3 to see Bai Jing. Since Lee Shalawa is interested in Chaoyang's sanctuary, he will naturally take action. Although Chaoyang Sanctuary is thousands of miles away from Taoyuan territory, people from Chaoyang Sanctuary will definitely not be able to come to Lee Shalawa's Taoyuan territory. But Lee Shalawa can go to their place. This is the benefit of Lee Shalawa building so many teleportation arrays. Wherever he wants to go, those teleportation arrays can save a lot of distance and time. In fact, Lee Shalawa even thought about whether to build some teleportation gates to the north. In that case, Lee Shalawa can slowly move towards the capital and finally go to the capital to have a look. In his previous life, Lee Shalawa had also heard that there was a large shelter over there in the capital, with millions of survivors living in it. In the apocalypse, there can be millions of survivors in one shelter. How damn is that? No, it's spectacular. But that place is too far away from Lee Shalawa's Taoyuan territory. This is not the end of the world. There are high-speed trains and airplanes, and you can get there in a few hours. So Lee Shalawa never took action. Now, it can be said that there is news that there is a large shelter at his doorstep, so Lee Shalawa naturally wants to check it out. When Yun heard that Lee Shalawa was going to take her to base number 3 to see Bai Jing, her beautiful face was filled with joy. After all, Bai Jing was the only relative in her heart. But soon, Su Yun seemed to have thought of something again, and her delicate face was suddenly stained with a blush. Then, the finance minister of Taoyuan leader became a little nervous. Charlotte, I won't go. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the finance department. In fact, Su Yun is not only a minister-level figure now, but also the wife of a lord. Naturally, she has many subordinates, so it doesn't matter even if she doesn't go to work. And the reason why Su Yun said she had something to deal with was actually an excuse. Because Su Yun suddenly thought that if she and Li Xiao went to base 3 to meet Bai Jing, then her old cow eats young grass. No, wouldn't Bai Jing and the others know about her relationship with Li Xiao? At that time, I still don't know what Bai Jing and the others will think of me. It's quite embarrassing anyway. Even though Su Yun is no longer a girl, she still feels quite embarrassed when she feels it. Therefore, although Su Yun misses Bai Jing and the others, she still doesn't want to go back to the past. Li Xialuo smiled. He naturally knew that Su Yun's busy work was an excuse. You really don't want to go? Have you forgotten that several women from base number 1 came to Taoyuan to lead here yesterday? When Li Xialuo said this, Su Yun immediately came to her senses. Yesterday, there were indeed several managers from base number 1 who came to Taoyuan to experience life here. By then, Bai Jing and the others from base 3 will definitely have the opportunity to come over to Taoyuan leader to have a look. And as long as Bai Jing and the others come over to Taoyuan, they will naturally know everything. Well, let me go there with you. Since Bai Jing and the others would know about it sooner or later, Su Yun stopped being coy and simply agreed to Li Xiaoluo to go to base 3 with him. Then, Su Yun proposed that she would like to bring some fruits from Taoyuan farm to visit Bai Jing. There are now a lot of strawberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, cherry tomatoes, and other fruits in Taoyuan farm. Even the ordinary citizens of Taoyuan territory are about to achieve fruit freedom. So Li Xiaoluo naturally doesn't care about these things, and Su Yun can take as much as she wants, as long as she can move it. Because Su Yun didn't want to put it in Li Xiaoluo's system space, she specially carried it in her hand. Maybe it would feel more like visiting relatives. After Su Yun had prepared all the fruits she wanted to bring, Li Xiaoluo took her into the teleportation array and then came to base 3. Base number 3 is different from base number 1. Naturally, Li Xiaoluo and Su Yun will not encounter any rebellion when they come here. In base number 3, Bai Jing's internal rule is relatively strong. Then Su Yun went to Taoyuan to be a hostage. With the relationship between Bai Jing and Su Yun, no one would rebel against Bai Jing. Of course, base 3 is also filled with women. Since ancient times, women have not had much desire for power, and they don't like to fight or kill. When Li Xiaoluo and Su Yun appeared in front of Bai Jing and the others, the women at base 3 suddenly became excited. Even the beautiful CEO Bai Jing looked at Li Xiaoluo and Su Yun with excitement. Mr. Li, Aunt Yun, why are you here? Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. The women in base 3 respect Li Xiaoluo very much, at least far more than the people in the other bases. Because Li Xiaoluo saved all of them and later traded with them, allowing them to obtain weapons, food, medicines, and other supplies. It is precisely because of those supplies that they have been able to live safely until now. So even though there are many women in base number 1 who hate men, they still have clear grudges. Li Xiaoluo, man, is kind to them. Of course, it was Li Xiaoluo who was so powerful in their hearts that they could only look up to and respect him. Su Yun smiled at Bai Jing. Jing, didn't you say that a broadcast was received here? So we came over to have a look. With that said, Su Yun handed the fruit in her hand to Bai Jing. Also, Jing, didn't you like to eat fruits the most before the end of the world? So I will bring you some fruits by the way. Bai Jing looked at the 2 large bags of fruit that Su Yun brought over in surprise. Note that these were 2 snakeskin bags. Although they were not too full, each bag weighed at least 10 kilograms. Are they all fruits? Because the snakeskin bag is not transparent, Bai Jing naturally didn't know what was inside. But now, Bai Jing is really shocked. Because in the apocalypse, things like fruit are worth thousands of dollars in the eyes of ordinary survivors. Even now, no matter how much money they have, even those powerful forces will find it difficult to get a piece of fruit. After all, it has been so long since the end of the world, and we have also experienced ice disasters, floods, and other disasters. How can we still preserve any fruits? But now Su Yun not only brought fruit, but also packed it in snakeskin bags. Not only Bai Jing was shocked, but all the women in base 3 were shocked. But soon many women came back to their senses and started chattering with excitement on their faces. Aunt Yun, Are there really fruits in this bag? That's right, Sister Su Yun. Can there still be fruit preserved now? Let's see what it looks like. Aunt Yun, can we try it when the time comes? Please, I've forgotten what fruit tastes like. Baby Su Yun, you have made a meritorious service this time, and I have decided to reward you well. Let's go. I'll take you to Base 3 to see Bai Jing. Since Li Xialuo is interested in Chaoyang Sanctuary, he will naturally take action. Although Chaoyang Sanctuary is thousands of miles away from Taoyuan territory, people from Chaoyang Sanctuary will definitely not be able to come to Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory. But Li Xiao can go to their place. This is the benefit of Li Xiaoluo building so many teleportation arrays. Wherever he wants to go, those teleportation arrays can save a lot of distance and time. In fact, Li Xiao even thought about whether to build some teleportation gates to the north. In that case, Li Xiao can slowly move towards the capital and finally go to the capital to have a look. In his previous life, Li Xiao had also heard that there was a large shelter over there in the capital, with millions of survivors living in it. In the apocalypse, there can be millions of survivors in one shelter. How damn is that? No, it's spectacular, but that place is too far away from Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory. This is not the end of the world. There are high-speed trains and airplanes, and you can get there in a few hours. So Li Xiaoluo never took action. Now, it can be said that there is news that there is a large shelter at his doorstep, so Li Xiaoluo naturally wants to check it out. When Su Yun heard that Li Xiaoluo was going to take her to base number 3 to see Bai Jing, her beautiful face was filled with joy. After all, Bai Jing was the only relative in her heart. But soon, Su Yun seemed to have thought of something again, and her delicate face was suddenly stained with a blush. Then the finance minister of Taoyuan leader became a little nervous. Charlotte, I won't go. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the finance department. In fact, Su Yun is not only a minister-level figure now, but also the wife of a lord. Naturally, she has many subordinates, so it doesn't matter even if she doesn't go to work. And the reason why Su Yun said she had something to deal with was actually an excuse. Because Su Yun suddenly thought that if she and Li Xiaoluo went to base 3 to meet Bai Jing, then her old cow eats young grass. No, wouldn't Bai Jing and the others know about her relationship with Li Xiaoluo? At that time, I still don't know what Bai Jing and the others will think of me. It's quite embarrassing anyway. Even though Su Yun is no longer a girl, she still feels quite embarrassed when she feels it. Therefore, although Su Yun misses Bai Jing and the others, she still doesn't want to go back to the past. Li Xiaoluo smiled. He naturally knew that Su Yun's busy work was an excuse. You really don't want to go? Have you forgotten that several women from base number 1 came to Taoyuan to lead here yesterday? When Li Xiaoluo said this, Su Yun immediately came to her senses. Yesterday, there were indeed several managers from base number 1 who came to Taoyuan to experience life here. By then, Bai Jing and the others from base 3 will definitely have the opportunity to come over to Taoyuan leader to have a look. And as long as Bai Jing and the others come over to Taoyuan, they will naturally know everything. Well, let me go there with you. Since Bai Jing and the others would know about it sooner or later, Su Yun stopped being coy and simply agreed to Li Xiaoluo to go to base 3 with him. Then, Su Yun proposed that she would like to bring some fruits from Taoyuan farm to visit Bai Jing. There are now a lot of strawberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, cherry tomatoes, and other fruits in Taoyuan farm. Even the ordinary citizens of Taoyuan territory are about to achieve fruit freedom. So Li Xiaoluo naturally doesn't care about these things, and Su Yun can take as much as she wants, as long as she can move it. Because Su Yun didn't want to put it in Li Xiaoluo's system space, she specially carried it in her hand. Maybe it would feel more like visiting relatives. After Su Yun had prepared all the fruit she wanted to bring, Li Xiaoluo took her into the teleportation array and then came to base 3. Base number 3 is different from base number 1. Naturally, Li Xiaoluo and Su Yun will not encounter any rebellion when they come here. In base number 3, Bai Jing's internal rule is relatively strong. Then Su Yun went to Taoyuan to be a hostage. With the relationship between Bai Jing and Su Yun, no one would rebel against Bai Jing. Of course, base 3 is also filled with women. Since ancient times, women have not had much desire for power, and they don't like to fight or kill. When Li Xiaoluo and Su Yun appeared in front of Bai Jing and the others, the women at base 3 suddenly became excited. Even the beautiful CEO Bai Jing looked at Li Xiaoluo and Su Yun with excitement. Mr. Li, Aunt Yun, why are you here? Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. The women in base 3 respect Li Xiaoluo very much, at least far more than the people in the other bases, because Li Xiaoluo saved all of them and later traded with them. allowing them to obtain weapons, food, medicines, and other supplies. It is precisely because of those supplies that they have been able to live safely until now. So even though there are many women in base number 1 who hate men, they still have clear grudges. Li Xiaolao man is kind to them. Of course, it was Li Xiaolao who was so powerful in their hearts that they could only look up to and respect him. Su Yun smiled at Bai Jing. Jing, didn't you say that a broadcast was received here? So we came over to have a look. With that said, Su Yun handed the fruit in her hand to Bai Jing. Also, Jing, didn't you like to eat fruits the most before the end of the world? So I will bring you some fruits by the way. Bai Jing looked at the 2 large bags of fruit that Su Yun brought over in surprise. Note that these were 2 snakeskin bags. Although they were not too full, each bag weighed at least 10 kilograms. Are they all fruits? Because the snakeskin bag is not transparent, Bai Jing naturally didn't know what was inside. But now, Bai Jing is really shocked. Because in the apocalypse, things like fruit are worth thousands of dollars in the eyes of ordinary survivors. Even now, no matter how much money they have, even those powerful forces will find it difficult to get a piece of fruit. After all, it has been so long since the end of the world, and we have also experienced ice disasters, floods, and other disasters. How can we still preserve any fruits? But now Su Yin not only brought fruit, but also packed it in snakeskin bags. Not only Bai Jing was shocked, but all the women in base 3 were shocked. But soon many women came back to their senses and started chattering with excitement on their faces. Aunt Yun, are there really fruits in this bag? That's right, Sister Su Yun. Can there still be fruit preserved now? Let's see what it looks like. Aunt Yun, can we try when the time comes? Please, I've forgotten what fruit tastes like. But in the end, Li Xiao still didn't let Alice go with him again. Because now, this is not the time when the meteorite disaster just came. When the meteorite disaster first came, although the outside world was devastated, at least it was not full of monsters, so naturally there was not much danger. But things are different now. It is still very dangerous to travel long distances in the wild, especially to unknown places. However, if Li Xiaolao was alone, there would be no danger, because Li Xiaolao is a freak, the only one among the human survivors who has multiple powers. What kind of offensive abilities, defensive abilities, life-saving abilities? Li Xiaolao has them all. Moreover, all his powers are either level 2 or level 3, and they are all high-level powers. Who can hurt him? If you can beat him, Li Xiaolao will beat him to death. If he can't beat him, Li Xiaolao will use his teleportation ability to run away. Li Xiaolao is not a person who insists on saving face and suffering. He will not rush forward foolishly even if he cannot defeat him. There is no shame in saving your life. So as long as Li Xiaolao goes out alone, even if he encounters a wave of monsters or high-level monsters that Li Xiaolao cannot defeat, Li Xiaolao's life will not be in danger. But if he brings someone else with him, that's not necessarily the case. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Now that he decided to go to Chaoyang's shelter, Li Xiaolao didn't waste any more time. Li Xiaolao first found someone at base 3 to confirm the route. After all, although Li Xiaolao had a detailed paper map, he was used to the pre-apocalyptic navigation system, so it was still quite difficult to study it now. As for base number 3, it's not too far away from Chaoyang's shelter. Li Xiaolao had not been to Chaoyang's sanctuary before the end of the world, but there must have been someone among the women at base 3. Sure enough, after Bai Jing and the others listened to the broadcast from Chaoyang's shelter, Bai Jing had already asked the woman at base 3. Before the doomsday, not only did some of the women at base 3 go to the Chaoyang sanctuary, there were even some who were originally from that Yang city. Therefore, they know all the past routes, including which route is easier to take and which route is the closest. And Li Xiaolao asked them to briefly talk about it. When the time comes, they will look at the paper version of the map, and they will be confident. Everything was ready. Li Xiaolao used the walkie-talkie to talk to Xin Miao about the situation and asked them to be optimistic about Taoyuan leader. Then he drove directly from base 3. It took more than 2 hours for Li Xiaolao's car to drive out of the city. There is no way around this. The roads in some places in the city are congested, and there are many monsters in some places. Li Xiaolao's traveling speed is naturally very slow. However, after leaving the city, the roads suddenly became empty, and there were fewer monsters on the road. Even if monsters occasionally discover Li Xiaolao's car, they are not as fast as cars. They can only follow Li Xiaolao's car to eat some exhaust fumes, and then watch Li Xiaolao drive away. Moreover, while Li Xiaolao was driving the car, he would also check the situation ahead through a drone. If there are few monsters in front and there is no threat, Li Xiaolao's super bulletproof car is not a vegetarian. It will just crash into it. If there are a large number of monsters in front of them, Xialuo will try his best to avoid them. Because he didn't come out to hunt monsters, there was no need to waste too much time on these monsters. So while driving, Xialuo will investigate the situation ahead in advance. There were stops and starts along the way. Although the journey was smooth, it was a bit time-consuming. In particular, Xialuo was not very familiar with the route. In order to prevent taking the wrong path, he had to confirm it at every intersection. Seeing that it was already afternoon, but the distance was less than halfway, Xialuo knew that he would definitely not be able to reach the Chaoyang shelter today. Xialuo took out the map and looked at it, and found that there was a relatively large town called Qingshan Town half an hour further ahead. Xialuo decided to spend the night in Qingshan Town tonight, and continue on his way tomorrow. After all, Xialuo is not in a hurry, so there is no need to risk his life and rush at night. 30 minutes later, Xialuo's bulletproof vehicle appeared outside Qingshan Town. But with just one glance, Xialuo knew that there must be many survivors in Qingshan Town, because at the intersection entering the town, there are many fences. Of course, the purpose of these fences may not be to block vehicles. After all, after the apocalypse, how can there be any vehicles entering the town? These fences are probably used to prevent some monsters from entering the town. However, the survivors here may have limited infrastructure capabilities, and the fences they built are too crude, and there is no way to really prevent monsters from entering the town. Xialuo got out of the car, then put the bulletproof car directly into the system space, added a gold-type defense to himself, and walked into the town like a leisurely stroll. After entering Qingshan Town, it can be seen that Qingshan Town is still quite prosperous in the last days, but at this moment, the streets are full of garbage and the smell of putrid corpses. Xialuo even saw the body of a survivor who had just died. However, this corpse had been eaten by monsters and was beyond recognition. If a timid person sees this situation, his scalp will definitely go numb. But what surprised Xialuo even more was that beside the corpse of the survivor, there were actually the corpses of 4 or 5 monsters. It seems that the survivors in this town still have some strength. At least judging from the fighting situation at the scene, only 1 human survivor died, while 4 or 5 monsters died. However, Xialuo has no idea of dealing with the survivors of this town, because this kind of small shelter in the town cannot attract Xialuo's interest at all. Everything they have, including supplies, Xialuo doesn't value at all. Moreover, the survivors who survive after the apocalypse are rarely hospitable and are basically not too friendly to strangers. So Xialuo just wants to stay here for one night and continue on his way to Chaoyang shelter tomorrow. Naturally, Xialuo would not take the initiative to look for survivors in this town. But just as Xialuo was thinking about it, he would just find a house on the street, take the car out of the system space, and spend the night in the car. Or find a high-rise building in this town. Wouldn't it be safer? Roar! However, Xialuo hadn't decided yet, when a beast-like roar came. Then, Xialuo saw a wild boar-sized monster with red eyes, running towards Xialuo quickly. To deal with this kind of little calami, Xialuo generally disdains the use of supernatural powers. With the thought, Xialuo had an automatic rifle in his hand. A real man just likes to play with guns. Bang! There was a gunshot, and a bloody hole appeared in the monster's head. Yes, your marksmanship is getting better and better. However, the sound of the gunshot was particularly harsh in the quiet town. Not only did a large number of monsters hear it, but the survivors in the town also heard it. At this time, in a middle school in Qingshan Town, a short, ordinary-looking man was sitting on a boss chair, squinting his eyes and enjoying the service of several young women. Behind the short man, there were 2 women massaging his shoulders skillfully. Then, beside the short man, there was a young woman holding a fan in her hand, slowly fanning him. And right in front of the short man, there was a baby-faced woman kneeling on the ground. The short man's name is Wang Kongfeng, and he is now the king of Qingshan Town. All survivors in Qingshan Town must obey his words. He is like the local emperor of Qingshan Town, because Wang Air Force is a superpower who has awakened the power of speed. Since becoming a superpower, not only has Wang Air Force been extremely fast, but the world champions who ran before the end of the world are nothing but scum in front of him. If there are still cars after the apocalypse, even cars may not be able to outrun him. Moreover, after awakening his superpower, his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. Coupled with his fast reaction speed, no ordinary survivor can be his opponent. In the entire Qingshan Town, as long as there were people who disobeyed him, he would basically kill them all. Qingshan Town is now equivalent to his private territory. However, just as Wang Feng was enjoying himself in his palace, he suddenly seemed to hear a gunshot. My dear concubines, did you hear the gunfire just now? Wang Air Force suddenly opened his eyes, then looked at the women around him and asked, Your Majesty, we heard nothing? Your Majesty, no one heard it either. The women who were responsible for serving the Wang Air Force quickly answered. It's not that they deceived Wang Qiu. The main reason is that this house was specially decorated by Wang Qiu, and the sound insulation effect is quite good. So these women really didn't hear any gunshots. And Wang Chong is a superpower. Although his superpower is speed, all aspects of his body have been strengthened, including his hearing. That's why he could hear the gunfire. However, several women said they had not heard anything. And since the flood ended, except for some monsters that appeared in their town, no outside survivors had ever set foot in their town. It seems like there really shouldn't be gunshots, unless those monsters know how to use guns. But it seems impossible. Okay, maybe I really am hallucinating. Don't stop, keep serving me. I'm not feeling comfortable yet. Since there was nothing wrong, Wang Air Force snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and planned to continue enjoying it. Boom! At this time, there was a rapid knock on the door. Brother Jun, it's not good. There was gunfire from the entrance of the town just now. A team of survivors must have entered our town. Brothers asked me to come over and ask Brother Jun, what should we do? When Wang Air Force heard the words of his confidants outside, his face suddenly turned very ugly. F asterisk asterisk K, UB asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't I just sleep with you and beat you a few times? How dare you join forces to lie to me now? There were obviously gunshots, but you said you didn't hear them? Do you want to let the enemy? Are you going to beat me to death by knocking on the door? Damn it. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Snap! Snap! After saying that, Wang Feng stood up suddenly, raised his hand, and slapped the faces of the two women around him hard. Although the women serving the Wang Air Force are pretty good-looking, but they were also very thin. Under the huge force of Wang Air Force, the two women on his left and right were knocked to the ground by him. However, the two women who fell to the ground did not dare to resist or even cry out in pain. They could only desperately beg for mercy pitifully. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Maybe it's because my ears are not working well. I really didn't hear any gunshots just now. My lord, it's the same with me. I don't want to die. If I heard the gunshot, I would definitely not dare to deceive you. Even the other women who were not beaten were so frightened that they quickly knelt on the ground. Then he kept explaining and desperately begging for mercy. They are really unjust. They all know Wang Air Force's temper. If anyone disobeys him or dares to deceive him, the end will be very tragic. Wang Air Force is a tyrant. So if they heard it, they would definitely not hide it. Because it really doesn't do them any good. Even if a group of people with guns really came to the town, so what? Could those people still be able to defeat the powerful Royal Air Force? Ever since Wang Air Force awakened his powers, Wang Air Force has become almost invincible in the eyes of the survivors of Qingshan Town. There were a few policemen among the survivors in Qingshan Town, and they still had guns in their hands, and they had been uniting with all the survivors in Qingshan Town to survive. But later, those policemen were all killed by the Wang Air Force. Even if they had guns, they were no match for the Royal Air Force because they couldn't shoot at all, and they were killed one by the Royal Air Force in the end. From then on, Wang Air Force regarded himself as the king of Qingshan Town. As long as the survivors living in Qingshan Town, regardless of gender, old or young, must obey his orders unconditionally. For such a long time, no man in Qingshan Town has dared to resist the Royal Air Force, let alone weak women like them. Their biggest wish every day is that the Royal Air Force can beat them less often, give them some food to eat, and then not reward them to his subordinates. Especially the last point is what these women fear the most. Because there is nothing wrong with serving the King's Air Force alone, at least he won't die. But if his subordinates are rewarded by the Royal Air Force, they will be tortured by a group of people, and the final result will naturally be very tragic. Wang Konggong had a gloomy face, and then looked at the women kneeling on the ground. In fact, after living in the apocalypse for so long, he has already seen a lot of betrayals, and the boss of his team has changed so many times. Therefore, although Wang Qingfeng is now the local emperor of Qingshan Town, he only believes in his own strength and no one under him, including his harem. As long as he knows who has different intentions, he will kill them all. At that moment, the furious Wang Air Force really wanted to strangle these women to death with his own hands. How dare you lie to yourself? But after calming down, Wang Air Force felt something was wrong again. It would be fine if 1 or 2 women deceived him, but there were 5 or 6 women here, all of whom happened to join forces to deceive him. The most important thing is that these women are already the best young women in Qingshan Town. If they are all killed, will I, the king of Qingshan Town, have a group of ants to serve me in the future? Humph. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk. Wait until I deal with the outside affairs, and then I will come back and deal with you severely. If any of you can't satisfy me later, then she just deliberately deceived me, but don't blame me for rewarding her to Huang Mao and the others. After saying that, Wang Kongkong glanced hard at the trembling women, then turned around and left the room. Although he realized that these women may not have heard the gunshots just now and did not deliberately deceive him. But it was a mistake that they didn't hear it. He always wanted to scare the monkeys and make them obey him absolutely. Brother Jun, waiting outside the door, was a young man with dyed yellow hair. When he saw Wang Air Force opening the door and coming out, he quickly said hello respectfully. However, Huang Mao's eyes glanced at the room unconsciously. Huang Mao then saw the women in the room who had just served Wang Air Force. Each woman was only wearing thin underwear, with large areas of snow-white skin exposed, and then all the women were kneeling on the ground. Huang Mao's eyes were filled with envy. Brother Jun still knows how to enjoy and play. Their subordinates are so miserable. It's hard to play with women now, not to mention having so many young and beautiful women serving him. In fact, there were not many young and pretty women in Qingshan Town before. There were more than 20. But since the Royal Air Force seized power and implemented dictatorial rule, almost all young and beautiful women have become a tool for Wang Feng and his men to vent their anger. Especially Wang Air Force, who had almost occupied more than a dozen beautiful women by himself before. Moreover, before the end of the world, Wang Air Force was disliked by many women because of his average appearance, even short and ugly. So since Wang Air Force came to power, he tortured several women to death in just a few days. As for the remaining 10 or so average-looking young women, they were rewarded by the Wang Air Force to the dozens of men under him. Since the men under Wang Air Force followed Wang Air Force, they naturally turned completely dark. They began to eat, drink, have fun, and began to think of ways to torture those women. In the end, many women were either tortured to death by a group of men, or they couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to escape on their own. So now, among the young women in Wang Air Force's team, only the few who serve Wang Air Force are left. Only when one of them makes a mistake can Wang Air Force reward her to Huang Mao and the others. In this way, Huang Mao and the others can have new toys. This is also the reason why those women would tremble with fear when Wang Air Force told those women that he would give the reward that least satisfied him to his subordinates. Because once they are rewarded by the Royal Air Force to his subordinates, it means that they will be tortured by dozens of men. In the past, every time a woman did this, it usually wouldn't last more than 3 days before she would be tortured to death. And the death was extremely miserable. And this is why Huang Mao can't help but peek inside Wang Air Force's palace every time he comes to report work. In fact, their team is now extremely wolf-rich and meatless. The women who make Huang Mao and the others capable of killing and making them impulsive are now basically being kept by the Wang Air Force in his palace. In fact, privately, Wang Air Force's subordinates, including his immediate confidant Huang Mao, have great opinions on Wang Air Force's selfishness. They were all dying of thirst, but Wang Air Force was singing and singing every night, enjoying the blessing of being together. But who makes Wang Air Force so awesome now? So no one dares to write their dissatisfaction on their faces. No one dares to express it. Anyone who dared to resist the Wang Air Force, anyone who dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with him, would have been killed by the Wang Air Force long ago, and then dried into reserve food. When Wang Qingfeng and Huang Mao came to the school conference room together, several other close generals under him were already waiting for him. Seeing the Wang Air Force coming in, everyone stood up quickly and said in unison respectfully, "Brother Jun, Wang Air Force enjoys this feeling every time. He naturally knows that many of these people used to look down on him. Even now, there may still be some people who have dissatisfaction with him. They only surrender to themselves on the surface." But Wang Qingfeng didn't have the ability to read minds, and he didn't have Li Xiao's probing eyes. Naturally, one does not know who is truly loyal to him and who is only superficially loyal to him. But in Wang Feng's view, it's all the same. As long as all his subordinates appear loyal, that's enough. As long as he is strong enough, they will always be his grandson in front of him. Huang Mao, tell me the situation. Wang Air Force sat down on the main seat and then spoke. Huang Mao quickly answered, Brother Jun, when I was playing cards and drinking with my brothers just now, I suddenly heard a gunshot, and then I ran to report to you. And the side where the gunfire occurred is a bit far away from our school, so we can't see what's going on there. But according to my inference, there should be an outside survivor team that came to our town, and then they were discovered by monsters, so they had no choice but to shoot and kill the monsters. In addition, I also infer that these outsiders are not very strong. Even if they have guns in their hands, they will not pose a threat to you, Brother Jun. Huang Mao talked a lot, but it was basically useless nonsense. But his last few words were what Wang Air Force wanted to hear the most. Wang Air Force hummed, then looked at Huang Mao. Huang Mao, let's continue. How do you judge whether outsiders pose a threat to us this time? You are right. I will be rewarded greatly. The reason why Wang Air Force reacted so hugely to the sound of gunshots and outsiders was that he immediately stopped playing with women and went out to the meeting with his gun pointed out. The main reason is that the Royal Air Force is afraid that the foreign survivors will be powerful and will pose a threat to his rule. After all, the entire Qingshan town is now his territory. Although not all the survivors in the entire Qingshan town are under his command, everything is under his control. No one can threaten his status. Now, in Qingshan town, he can do whatever he wants and let whoever he wants die. Therefore, the last thing Wang Air Force wants is any uncontrollable factors. And the most uncontrollable factor is naturally the foreign monsters or survivors. Although those monsters are difficult to kill, they do not have much intelligence, and there are not many monsters entering Qingshan town. Especially those monsters that have crystals in their heads that can enhance their abilities, so the Royal Air Force naturally does not reject those monsters. But if a powerful survivor suddenly comes, it will be different, and it may pose a threat to him, even letting him lose everything he has now. Thank you, Brother Jun. Then I will continue talking. Huang Mao quickly showed his gratitude to the reward Wang Konggong said. Then Huang Maokai continued. Brother Jun, the reason why I judge that the external survivors this time are not strong and pose no threat to us is based on two main reasons. First, there was only one gunshot, which means that not many people in that group had guns. Maybe only one person had a gun, or maybe they didn't have many bullets. Secondly, among that group of foreign survivors, there shouldn't be anyone with superpowers like you, Brother Jun. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fired. They could just use superpowers like you, Brother Jun, to kill those monsters. In fact, Huang Mao didn't know what kind of survivors came to their Qingshan town and what the strength of this group of foreign survivors was. In fact, most of his analysis just now is nonsense. Because Huang Mao knows Wang Air Force well and likes to hear good things. So no matter what kind of person comes to the town, if he says something that the Wang Air Force likes to hear, it must be right. Even if his analysis is wrong by then, that group of outsiders is even more powerful than the Royal Air Force. That doesn't matter, because if that group of people is stronger than Wang Air Force, then Qingshan town will definitely change again. At that time, he will no longer surrender to those people. Anyway, he will kneel down and lick whoever is stronger. Sure enough, after hearing his analysis, Wang Air Force's face was full of smiles. Huang Mao immediately started laughing too. This wave of flattery is stable, but immediately, the smile on Huang Mao's face froze. Huang Mao, your analysis is very reasonable. Since that group of foreign survivors are not strong, then I will give you a task. You take half of your brothers to catch the group of people who secretly enter my territory. Get up and bring it back to me. Remember, it's best to be alive. I also want to know where they come from and what the outside world is like now. Huang Mao wants to cry, but has no tears. He really shot himself in the foot, but he seems to have no reason to refuse this task. I don't even dare to refuse. Li Xialuo sighed. When Li Xialuo came to Qingshan town and shot a monster, the sound of the gunshot immediately attracted the attention of a large number of monsters around him. Soon, a dozen ape-like monsters ran toward Li Xialuo menacingly. When Li Xialuo saw this, his eyes were stern, and then he put away the gun calmly. If there are too many monsters, using a gun is not a good choice, and the continuous sound of gunfire will only attract more monsters. Li Xialuo is not here to clean up the monsters in this town. The reason why Li Xialuo killed the first monster with a gun was that Li Xialuo liked to play with guns, and Li Xiaoluo also used the sound of gunshots to remind the survivors in this town not to mess with him just because he was an outsider. Li Xiaoluo only stayed in the town for one night. As long as the people in this town did not provoke him, Li Xiaoluo would not care about the troubles here. Just as Li Xiaoluo was thinking, a monster was about to approach Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo didn't delay any longer. Li Xiaoluo chose to use the ice ability among his many abilities, and then waved his hand casually. In an instant, the air around Li Xiaoluo seemed to freeze, the temperature began to drop sharply, and a bit of cold air began to spread in the air. As the ice spread, a thin layer of ice began to condense on the ground in front of Li Xiaoluo, and the ground began to become as smooth as a mirror. Plop! Those monsters that stepped onto the slippery ice would fall to their feet without paying attention. Although monsters do not have high IQs, they still have simple thinking and instinctively know danger. So at this time, many monsters were shocked and overwhelmed by this sudden change. They carefully moved their steps on the ice with difficulty, and then tried to prevent themselves from falling and find a way out. The corners of Li Xiaoluo's mouth raised slightly. This was just a small trick in the ice power, not even an attack move. The fun is yet to come. Li Xiaoluo's thoughts moved, and a series of crystal ice arrows condensed in front of him. Then Li Xiaoluo waved his hand, and the ice arrows shot out like a rain of arrows, flying straight towards the group of monsters. Those monsters were already trapped by the slippery ice. It was very difficult for them to dodge, and they were immediately hit by ice arrows. The bodies of the monsters hit by Li Xiaoluo's ice arrows were instantly frozen and unable to move. This is actually not the first time Li Xiaoluo has used the ice power, so it is quite easy to use it. But Li Xiaoluo also knows that there is still a big gap between his control and power of ice powers compared to Shin Miao Miao. The reason why these monsters are so easy to deal with is because they are basically ordinary monsters and there are no high-level monsters. However, he can't match Shin Miao Miao in terms of ice powers, and Li Xiaoluo actually doesn't have any ideas. First of all, Shin Miao Miao is his woman and part of his strength. Why should he compare with Shin Miao Miao? Secondly, Li Xiaoluo's advantage is not actually the ice power, but the ability to possess multiple powers. In particular, his teleportation ability and lightning ability have been upgraded to level 3 by him. This is his special skill. As for the ice power, Li Xiaoluo is only at the 2nd level now, and it's just for fun. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. Go to hell. Looking at the frozen monster, Li Xiaoluo waved his hand again, and then several ice blades appeared out of thin air, and then shot towards the monster like raindrops. The ice blades condensed by Li Xiaoluo were extremely sharp. These ice blades almost easily penetrated the hard skin of those monsters and then cut them into pieces. For a moment, ice shards flew everywhere and blood flowed on the ground like a river. Knock off! It is not difficult for Li Xiaoluo to clean up a group of little karami at all. After solving all the monsters, Li Xiaoluo didn't bother to look for crystals in the heads of these monsters, because there may only be 1 or 2 first-class crystals in the heads of these dozen monsters. For Li Xiaoluo, it is too insignificant and a complete waste of time. Li Xiaoluo continued to walk forward, but before he had gone far, Li Xiaoluo stopped again. Come out! I don't want to say it a second time, otherwise you might not have a chance. After saying that, Li Xiaoluo looked in one direction, slowly raised his hand, and prepared to take action. Sir, no, I'm not a bad person. Before Li Xiaoluo could take action, a woman ran out of a corner in a panic. Then, the woman knelt down in front of Li Xiaoluo with a plop. The woman looked up at Li Xiaoluo pitifully, looking up at the face of a pretty young woman. Sir, my name is Zhao Qingqing. Are you a superpower? Please avenge my parents. As long as you can avenge my parents, I will give everything, including my body. Then, before Zhao Qingqing, who was kneeling on the ground, waited for Li Xiaoluo to answer, she quickly told the story of what happened to her. It turns out that when the apocalypse first came, Qingshan Town was relatively harmonious, because it is a few policemen from Qingshan Town who maintain order. They have guns in their hands and are relatively decent people. Under their maintenance, Qingshan Town has always been relatively harmonious. But since their Qingshan Town also awakened a superpower, everything has changed. That person with special powers was named Wang Air Force. After Wang Air Force awakened his speed power, he killed all those who disobeyed him, and then became the local emperor of Qingshan Town. Among those killed by Wang Air Force were Zhao Qingqing's parents and husband. because Zhao Qingqing's father was one of the few policemen who maintained order in Qingshan town. Faced with Wang Air Force's wooing, he even asked him to dedicate his daughter, Zhao Qingqing, to him. Zhao Qingqing's father naturally would not give in, and was brutally killed by Wang Air Force. However, before Zhao Qingqing's parents and others were killed, they bought time for Zhao Qingqing to escape. Then Zhao Qingqing has been hiding in a very secluded place in the town, looking for opportunities to avenge her family. But since those who resisted the Royal Air Force were killed, no one in the entire Qingshan town dared to resist the Royal Air Force. They basically became the lackeys of the Royal Air Force. So Zhao Qingqing, let alone looking for a chance to take revenge, found it difficult even to get close to the Wang Air Force, and she was even almost caught several times. But just when Zhao Qingqing was about to despair and wanted to end her life, a gunshot broke the peace of Qingshan town. It also gave Zhao Qingqing hope of revenge, because since Wang Fengfeng became the local emperor of Qingshan town, there have been no gunshots in Qingshan town. The reason for this is mainly because the Qingshan town police station has very few guns and ammunition. Later, when Wang Qinggong seized power, several police officers led by Zhao Qingqing's father fired almost all the bullets in their guns in order to kill Wang Qinggong. Those guns at the back naturally fell into the hands of the Wang Air Force, but I don't know if there are still bullets in them. Even if there are still a few bullets, Wang Air Force will not use them easily, because Qingshan town is his territory. If he shoots in his territory, he will only attract more monsters, and his powers are better than guns. So when Zhao Qingqing heard the gunfire, she knew that there must be foreign survivors coming to Qingshan town, and they were definitely not weak. Nonsense. Can weak survivors have guns? Can weak survivors run around in the apocalypse? Then Zhao Qingqing ran over immediately and happened to see Li Xiao using ice powers to kill those monsters. Only then did Zhao Qingqing realize that although there was only one survivor this time, he was more powerful than she had imagined. This made Zhao Qingqing ecstatic. After seeing how powerful Li Xialuo was, she really saw the hope of revenge. Because Wang Air Force is a superpower, if Li Xialuo is just an ordinary survivor with a gun in his hand, then he may not be a match for Wang Air Force. But when I saw Li Xialuo kill more than a dozen monsters with just a wave of his hand, he was even more powerful than the King of Air Force. So after being discovered by Li Xialuo, Zhao Qingqing ran out without any scruples. Then she knelt in front of Li Xialuo, sacrificing her body, hoping that Li Xialuo could avenge her. It's a pity that Li Xialuo has never been a nosy person. In addition, this woman named Zhao Qingqing is not qualified to let Li Xialuo take action. In terms of beauty, she is far inferior to Li Xialuo's women. In terms of ability, she has no supernatural talent. What happens in your town has nothing to do with me, and I have no interest in you, so I won't help. After saying that, Li Xiao didn't look at Zhao Qingqing, who was kneeling on the ground, turned around and left. Zhao Qingqing, who was kneeling on the ground, opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. Although this man's actions and words were very cold-blooded, what could she blame? The only reward she can give now is her body, but people don't look down on her at all. What else can Zhao Qingqing do? At this moment, she was completely desperate. She herself is definitely no match for Wang Air Force's group. Now Qingshan town finally has a foreign survivor, and this foreign survivor is very powerful. Originally, Zhao Qingqing saw the hope of revenge, but now, her hope is completely dashed. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingqing took out the dagger she had been hiding from her body and was about to end it for herself. In the last days, living is too tiring. No one is allowed to move. Raise your hands. However, just as Zhao Qingqing took out the dagger and Li Xialuo walked out a few steps, a sudden loud shout came. Li Xialuo turned around and saw a man named Huang Mao with dozens of people, each holding weapons, surrounding Li Xialuo and Zhao Qingqing. However, although there are many people with yellow hair belts, their weapons are a bit stretched. Except for 3 people who have a pistol in their hands, the others are holding cold weapons. Then the muzzles of the 3 pistols were naturally pointed at Li Xialuo. After all, Li Xialuo is the most threatening. At this moment, Huang Mao's face was full of joy. Originally, he was sent by the Royal Air Force to capture foreign survivors. He thought there was a tough battle to be fought. After all, in his opinion, if they can walk in the post-apocalyptic world and have guns in their hands, they must be a very capable team. Huang Mao originally planned to hide behind a group of men, and then let his subordinates die and injure more than a dozen people. He took the remaining people back to find the boss, Wang Air Force, and said that he was no match. At that time, the Wang Air Force will definitely take action in person. As for whether the Wang Air Force can defeat him, he doesn't know. Anyway, he was already prepared in his heart, and he would continue to be a dog to whoever wins. But Huang Mao didn't expect that the survivors who entered their town this time were not a team, but only one person. Moreover, when Huang Mao and the others came over, they did not see Li Xialuo killing monsters. They only saw Zhao Qingqing kneeling on the ground begging Li Xialuo to avenge her family. But even if Zhao Qingqing was willing to sacrifice her body, Li Xialuo refused without hesitation. What does this mean? It shows that this man is not a dragon crossing the river at all. This gave Huang Mao a sudden boost of courage. As long as he caught Li Xialuo, he would have another chance to make meritorious service in front of Brother Jun. Huang Mao pointed his gun at Li Xialuo and then said with a proud face, "Boy, hold your head and squat down. Don't try to resist. I know you also have a gun. But believe it or not, before you took out the gun, we had already all-beat you into a sieve." Li Xialuo looked at Huang Mao and said calmly, "Are you the ones from the Royal Air Force? What I hate the most is when someone points a gun at me. If I give you a chance, whoever points a gun at me will destroy your own hands. Then you can still survive. Then go back and tell that Wang Chong that I will stay here for one night, and don't mess with me again." Haha, boy. Are you okay with your brain? Can't you see the current situation clearly? We have several guns pointed at you now, and we also have dozens of knives. If it weren't for our military brother to survive, believe it or not, have you been chopped into pieces by us now? That's it? You still let us lose our hands? You also asked Brother Jun not to mess with you? Are you here to make fun of you? Even if you can fight again, even if you were the king of soldiers before the end, then it doesn't matter. We are alone. A mouthful of saliva can drown you. Haha, after the apocalypse, few people have sane brains. Everyone on Huang Mao's side, after hearing Li Xiao's shameless words, suddenly seemed to have heard the funniest joke. However, only Zhao Qingqing, who was ignored by them, didn't find anything funny. Although she still held the dagger tightly in her hand, she had no intention of committing suicide again, because she seems to have seen the twists and turns again. Although Li Xiao was not interested in her, he also refused to avenge her. But now, Wang Air Force actually sent someone to take the initiative to provoke Li Xiao. It seems like there is another chance. So she doesn't want to die now. She wants to see the fate of those beasts in the Royal Air Force. Huang Mao and others didn't see Li Xiao's power, but she saw it with her own eyes. Although Wang Qingfeng is also a superpower and quite powerful, Zhao Qingqing feels that Li Xiao must be more powerful than Wang Qingfeng. As for Huang Mao didn't laugh at Li Xialuo at this time. There was no smile on his face, because after hearing Li Xiao's arrogant remarks just now, Huang Mao had a bad premonition in his heart. This man was so calm when facing so many of them, and even several guns pointed at him. It was as if what was pointed at him were just a few toy guns. And even if Li Xialuo is not afraid, what he says is completely condescending. Is there really something wrong with his brain? Huang Maojue may not think so. If there was really something wrong with this man's brain, would he be able to survive until now in the apocalypse? And if there is nothing wrong with this man's mind, then there is only one explanation. This man is really powerful and arrogant. Shut up, everyone! Huang Mao suddenly shouted at his men. Suddenly, the scene suddenly became quiet. However, Huang Mao's subordinates all looked at him very puzzled. Why did Brother Huang Mao suddenly have a fit? Huang Mao ignored them. These people were just like him, and they could only fight with the wind. When they encounter people who are weaker than them, they are all as if they have been given blood, and they are arrogant and domineering. But if they meet someone who is more powerful than them, they will kneel down faster than anyone else, or run away faster than anyone else. So Huang Mao never dared to place his hopes on them. In Huang Mao's eyes, they were just cannon fodder. But the premise is that the enemy's strength cannot be too strong. Otherwise, their cannon fodder will be of no use at all. Thinking of this, Huang Mao quickly put away the arrogance on his face, and then looked at Li Xiao cautiously. "Sir, are you also a person with superpowers?" Huang Mao's words immediately shocked everyone who had laughed at Li Xiao just now. In fact, although there are people with superpowers among human survivors, their numbers are still very rare. In their entire Qingshan town, there is only one person with special abilities, Wang Air Force. So they subconsciously did not think of Li Xialuo as a person with superpowers. Moreover, They had just heard the gunfire, so they subconsciously thought that Li Xiao was just an ordinary survivor, but he just had a gun in his hand. Is this man also a superpower? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Li Xiaoluo looked at Huang Mao and said coldly, I have no obligation to tell you whether I am a superpower, but I have given you a chance to live, and you don't cherish it, so don't blame me. Hearing Li Xiaoluo say this, Huang Mao was immediately sure that Li Xiaoluo was definitely a person with superpowers. Huang Mao was so frightened that he quickly begged for mercy. This big brother, our military brother sent us to deal with you. We are just following orders. Our brother Jun is also a superpower. He is now the king of the entire Qingshan town. We don't dare to disobey his orders. Otherwise, we will all die. So this big brother, if you were a superpower, you shouldn't take action against ordinary people like us, right? You should go to our brother Jun. As long as you can defeat our brother Jun, then you can become our Qingshan town the new king. When the time comes, all the food and women in our Qingshan town will be yours, and all of us will submit to you. Survivors who survive in the apocalypse rarely have loyal people, especially among these gangs of thugs. Huang Mao naturally has no loyalty to Wang Air Force. Now he just wants to bring trouble to Wang Air Force and let Li Xiaoluo and Wang Air Force fight to the death. It's a pity that Li Xiaoluo was fooled by such low-level, sowing discord and temptation of power. Moreover, the allegiance of these people does not have any appeal to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to talk nonsense, and with a thought, he had an automatic rifle in his hand. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. This ability to conjure items out of thin air must be Li Xiaoluo's superpower. But this kind of superpower doesn't seem to be of any use, right? Suddenly, Huang Mao's face showed a hint of excitement. In that case, then his yellow hair will be fine again. Brothers, let's take action together. His power is just to store items and has no combat power. If we do it together, we can definitely kill him. Under Huang Mao's encouragement, the morale of his men was immediately boosted. Bang! Bang! Several people with guns in their hands pointed directly at Li Xiaoluo and pulled the trigger. Although only 3 of them had guns, and each of them only had 2 bullets in the gun, there were only 6 bullets in total. If there are a lot of people on Li Xiaoluo's side, or Li Xiaoluo's superpower is very powerful, with the few bullets they have, they simply don't dare to take action. But since there is only one person named Li Xiaoluo, and his powers are useless, let alone 6 bullets, even 1 bullet could kill Li Xiaoluo. What's more, there are dozens of them. How can we lose? Ha, you idiot was so arrogant just now. It turns out to be a parallel imported superpower. Seeing that the bullet hit Li Xiaoluo directly, the people on Huang Mao's side were completely relieved, and then they all became arrogant again. But soon, they all opened their eyes wide again, looking at Li Xiaoluo as if they had seen a ghost. It turns out that when the bullet hit Li Xiaoluo, it bounced away just like it hit a steel plate. It didn't cause any harm to Li Xiaoluo at all. Then, Li Xiaoluo calmly raised the rifle in his hand. Now it's my turn. Da-da-da-da. Li Xiaoluo held an automatic rifle, and then started shooting at Huang Mao and the others indiscriminately. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, screams sounded continuously from the scene. Huang Mao's people are not Li Xiaoluo. They don't have gold-type powers and are invulnerable. They are all made of flesh and blood. Facing Li Xiaoluo's powerful firepower output, they can only be shot and killed mercilessly. Li Xiaoluo quickly fired all the bullets. Huang Mao and the others were immediately shot, and 7 or 8 of them fell into a pool of blood. There were constant screams at the scene, and rivers of blood flowed. Brother, stop shooting. We surrender. Brother, we are all willing to submit to you. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Brother, I am also willing to submit to you. While Li Xiaoluo's rifle magazine was empty of bullets, some of the people still alive on Huang Mao's side quickly threw away their weapons one by one, and then shouted loudly to surrender. Even if there are no bullets in Li Xiaoluo's gun at this moment, he has stopped shooting temporarily. But now, none of them dare to resist, or even have the heart to resist. After all, Li Xiaoluo is not even afraid of bullets. How can they resist? Let them rush forward with knives and chop Li Xiaoluo. Isn't that just asking for death? So we can only surrender. Surrender quickly. In fact, if Li Xiaoluo hadn't suddenly opened fire just now, there would have been no chance for them to speak. Otherwise, after they discovered that even the bullets couldn't kill Li Xiaoluo, they would have surrendered long ago. How could they know that Li Xiaoluo not only had the ability to store things, but also had the ability to be invulnerable? How can they fight? It's simply bullying. However, in the face of those voices of surrender, Li Xiao seemed not to hear it, and just calmly changed the magazine of the rifle in his hand. Surrender? Joke! In Li Xiao's dictionary, he either doesn't take action, but if he does, then there is no need for prisoners. If you want to surrender, let's wait until you get a good baby in your next life. Then, in the horrified eyes of Huang Mao's people, Li Xiao raised the rifle in his hand again. Brother Yu, what are you doing? We have all surrendered. We are useful. We can help you manage Qingshan town. Don't shoot. We have all surrendered. We are prisoners. You cannot kill us. International law stipulates that prisoners cannot be killed. UB***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** surrendered, and you still won't let us go." A group of people were terrified and hysterical. Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to talk nonsense to these people. In this kind of doomsday, why should he talk about international law? Why should he talk about not killing prisoners? They were probably acting out of desperation. When they bullied others before, they must have never thought that they could not kill prisoners, right? And what surrender? What prisoners? It seems that from the beginning to the end, he never said that he wanted them to surrender, nor that they were prisoners. Everything is just what they think they are. Li Xiaoluo was thinking in his heart, and the movements of his hands did not stop at all. Raise your gun and shoot. But this time, although those people still didn't think about resisting, they didn't stay there stupidly and were shot by Li Xiaoluo. Everyone ran away, some shouting loudly as they ran. Everyone runs separately and in different directions. Don't gather together, otherwise none of us will be able to escape. Brothers, anyone who can run away should go to Brother Jun quickly. This man is a murderous demon without blinking an eye. Go to Brother Jun for help. I am your boss, and I order you to be responsible for cutting off the rear. There are still about 20 people alive over there. It is indeed a good idea for them to scatter like birds and beasts like a swarm, because Li Xiaoluo only has one person and one gun, and he can only shoot people in one direction. So as long as you give them time, even if Li Xiaoluo kills some people, there will definitely be many people who can run to nearby buildings to hide. Moreover, this town is their home field. They are basically people who have lived here for a long time and are very familiar with the topography of the town. As long as they can avoid Li Xiaoluo's shooting, they can use their familiarity with the terrain and successfully escape. Unfortunately, they met Li Xiaoluo. Just when the group of people started to disperse and flee, the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand suddenly turned into a submachine gun, and there was also a gun in each hand. Then Li Xiaoluo held a gun in one hand. While turning his body, he kept shooting at the fleeing crowd with the gun. As Li Xiaoluo fired indiscriminately, dense bullets shot down the fleeing thugs like raindrops. And no matter how fast those people run, how can they be as fast as bullets? Someone kept screaming, and then someone kept falling down. In less than a minute, no one was left standing, and no one could escape. However, some people who were hit by bullets did not die immediately because they did not hit their vital points. But even if they are not dead yet, they know that they will not live long. Not only because of the gunshot wounds, but also because they knew that Li Xiaoluo would definitely not let them go. Will kill them all? So at this moment, they were no longer afraid of Li Xiaoluo, and each one of them cursed Li Xiaoluo angrily. You be asterisk 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 D. Even if I die, I will curse you. You be asterisk 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 D will definitely not end well. I also want to curse you. You will definitely be killed by our military brother. Our military brother has very powerful powers, and he will definitely avenge us. Li Xiaoluo was not angry at these incompetent and angry people on the ground, and he was too lazy to pay attention to them. They are all dying people. What is there to argue with them? Li Xiaoluo looked at the woman standing aside, who looked a little out of place. Li Xiaoluo waved to her. When Zhao Qingqing saw Li Xiaoluo's call, she ran over without any hesitation. If Li Xiaoluo wanted to kill her, she would not resist or complain. She was already very happy to see these beasts get their comeuppance. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Zhao Qingqing and said without any nonsense, "Do you dare to kill someone?" Zhao Qingqing nodded quickly. "Sir, I dare." Li Xiaoluo nodded, and then pointed at a few men on the ground who were not dead yet. "Go and mend your sword. Also, they all have bad mouths. Don't let them die too easily." Zhao Qingqing swallowed. This was indeed a challenge for her, because although she has killed people after the apocalypse, she has never tortured anyone. However, Zhao Qingqing did not hesitate, directly picked up a thrown butcher knife from the ground, and then walked towards the injured men step by step. "Ah, Zhao Qingqing, please spare me. It was not me who killed your parents." F asterisk asterisk KU. Zhao Qingqing, UB asterisk asterisk sich. I really regret letting you escape in the first place. Zhao Qingqing, give me a quickie. Soon, there were bursts of screams and curses. Zhao Qingqing was a little uncomfortable at first, and her face was a bit unbearable. But as these people cursed, Zhao Qingqing thought of her family members who died tragically. Although these people were not the main murderers of her family, in order to show off in front of Wang Air Force and to exchange their reputations, one of them finally stabbed her parents. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingqing's heart suddenly became cold, and then the movements in her hands became more and more cruel. Not long after, there were no more curses and wailing sounds on the ground. Everyone will either die in bleeding or in pain. Sir, according to your orders, these people are dead. Zhao Qingqing ran up to Li Xialuo and reported to Li Xialuo in a respectful tone. Li Xialuo nodded. He naturally saw Zhao Qingqing's performance just now. In the post-apocalyptic world, although most women are men's playthings, they are even used to being bullied. But not all women are like this. Some women also have the courage to resist. Even with a little training, some women's courage and fighting ability are no worse than men. The female soldiers in Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan command are actually very good examples. Li Xiaoluo just asked Zhao Qingqing to do the last-ditch job. Firstly, he was too lazy to bother, and secondly, he wanted to test Zhao Qingqing by the way. Because Li Xiaoluo never does loss-making business, Li Xiaoluo originally just wanted to rest in this town, and he had no intention of getting involved in the chaos and darkness of Qingshan town. Even if Zhao Qingqing uses her people as reward, Li Xiaoluo didn't bother to meddle in others' affairs before. But now, since the Wang Air Force has come back to provoke me, and he has killed so many of his subordinates, then the bridge has been forged, and both parties will definitely fight to the death. And the Wang Air Force will definitely come to cause trouble for him. Of course, even if the Wang Air Force can endure it, Li Xiaoluo will not let him go. So since we have to kill Wang Air Force anyway, let's just do it in the name of Zhao Qingqing. In this way, you can also conquer Zhao Qingqing. Although Li Xiaoluo is not very interested in Zhao Qingqing's body, if she can pass Li Xiaoluo's assessment, then keeping it will still be of some use. For example, after going to Chaoyang Sanctuary, Li Xiaoluo will definitely establish a force of his own, and then he will need someone to run errands for him. But now, Li Xiaoluo is quite satisfied with Zhao Qingqing's performance. So, Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhao Qingqing and said, "Your performance is not bad. My name is Li Xiaoluo. I can kill the Wang Air Force for you, but your life will be mine from now on. How about that?" Zhao Qingqing had a huge look of surprise on her face, and she nodded quickly. "Mr. Li, I am willing, as long as you can kill Wang Air Force. I will do whatever you ask me to do." In fact, Zhao Qingqing also knew that Li Xiaoluo had already formed a relationship with Wang Air Force. So even if there is no her, or she does not agree to Li Xiaoluo's conditions, but as long as Li Xiaoluo wants to stay in Qingshan town, sooner or later a conflict will break out with the Wang Air Force. But Zhao Qingqing was still willing to agree to Li Xiaoluo because she couldn't wait to see Wang Air Force punished. Moreover, no matter whether Li Xiaoluo was originally going to deal with Wang Air Force, as long as Li Xiaoluo could kill Wang Air Force, he would be her benefactor. She is willing to pay any price. Of course, Zhao Qingqing doesn't know now that her decision is actually the most correct decision she has ever made in her life. It's getting late. Let's go. Take me to find that King's Air Force, and we'll take care of him today. Li Xiaoluo ordered Zhao Qingqing. Zhao Qingqing did not expect that Li Xiaoluo was more anxious than she was, but Zhao Qingqing was naturally willing to kill Wang Air Force earlier. "Yes, Mr. Li, I will take you to the school now. That is the base camp of the Royal Air Force. Since you are following me from now on, then call me boss." "Yes, boss." Then Zhao Qingqing led the way, and the two of them soon arrived outside a school. Li Xiaoluo flew the drone, and he immediately knew everything about the school. There seemed to be about 40 or 50 people in this school now. One of them is a short man named Wang Qiu. He is directing his men with a gloomy face to strengthen the school's defense and patrols. It's no wonder that Wang Air Force's face looked ugly at this time. Originally, he sent Huang Mao's men out just to test the strength of the foreign survivors who broke into Qingshan town this time. The mission given by Wang Air Force to Huang Mao and the others was to capture people alive. To this end, Wang Air Force directly gave half of the dozen or so bullets he had to Huang Mao and the others. From Wang Air Force's point of view, no matter how useless Huang Mao and the others were, They couldn't defeat those foreign survivors and couldn't catch them alive, but they could at least figure out the strength of those foreign survivors, right? Then come back and tell him. In this way, Wang Air Force will feel confident. But while Wang Air Force was waiting for the good news from Huang Mao and the others, Wang Air Force suddenly heard loud gunshots from the other side of the town, and then the screams of the men he sent out. When everything returned to quiet outside, Wang Junkong knew in his heart that all the men he sent out might have been wiped out. The enemy's firepower was somewhat beyond the Royal Air Force's expectations, because that kind of gunshot is not the shooting sound of an ordinary pistol at all, but the powerful firepower only found in the army. However, even though he lost many of his men, and someone dared to challenge his authority in Qingshan town, Wang Air Force was very unhappy. But even though he knew that the enemy's firepower was very strong, the Wang Air Force was still not too worried. Because he is a superpower, ordinary guns and ammunition can no longer pose much of a threat to him. Moreover, the school is still his home field. He doesn't believe that those people dare to come to the school to cause trouble for him. In fact, even if those people don't come to the school to look for him, Wang Air Force will go out to look for them personally tomorrow. After all, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, and Wang Air Force will not tolerate the existence of people who threaten his rule in Qingshan town. Moreover, Wang Air Force wants to let those outside survivors know that he, the king of Qingshan town, is not someone who can be offended by everyone. However, Wang Air Force's plan is quite beautiful, and he is also quite kind. He plans to let Lee Charlotte live one more night. But soon, one of Wang Air Force's men came over in a panic and reported, "Brother Jun, it's bad. The enemy has entered our school, and the brothers can't stand it at all." Back to 10 minutes ago, Zhao Qingqing brought Li Xialuo to the school gate. Then, Zhao Qingqing pointed to the blocked gate of the school and said to Li Xialuo with some distress, "Boss, the Wang Air Force and his men live in this school. However, the front and back doors of the school are blocked by them. Unless they open the door from the inside, it will be difficult for outsiders to enter the school from the outside. In fact, this situation is too common after the apocalypse. Basically, the vast majority of survivors will try their best to build their stronghold or shelter tightly. After all, the post-apocalypse period is no different than the pre-apocalyptic period. Surveillance is everywhere, and there are fewer illegal crimes. And in the post-apocalyptic world, killing can be said to be everywhere, especially after monsters appear. If you don't make your shelter stronger, then those monsters will not be able to enter easily. Then, waiting for the survivors, there will be a steady stream of monsters coming to cause trouble. This is also the reason why Li Xiaoluo still wants to build the city wall, even though the Taoyuan leader is very powerful now. Because only by building the city wall, people in Taoyuan color can have a relatively safe living environment. So even the Taoyuan territory has surrounded its territory tightly, not to mention the survivors outside. Almost all survivors in the apocalypse want to build the place where they live into a fortress, so that no one else or monsters can enter. So Zhao Qingqing looked at the block school gate and suddenly felt a little worried. Li Xiaoluo is very powerful and has strong firepower. Zhao Qingqing has seen this with her own eyes. Zhao Qingqing even believed in her heart that her boss must be more powerful than Wang Qingfeng and could definitely defeat Wang Qingfeng and his men. But now, they seem to have encountered a huge problem. It seems difficult for her and the boss to enter the school. This made Zhao Qingqing feel anxious and frustrated. It's like a person who was bullied by others, and he finally invited the most powerful soldier in the world to avenge him. But when they arrived at the enemy's house, they discovered that they couldn't enter the enemy's house at all, and they couldn't even see the enemy's face. In this case, even if they have the most powerful soldier king, what's the use? This is how Zhao Qingqing feels now, and it's getting late now, so there doesn't seem to be much time for them to think of other solutions. Zhao Qingqing said anxiously, "Boss, why don't I yell at Wang Qingfeng a few words loudly? That Wang Qingfeng is a very narrow-minded person. If he is insulted by a woman like me, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Then he will definitely come out on your own initiative." However, before Li Xiaoluo could speak, some thugs who were responsible for guarding the gate of the school obviously discovered Zhao Qingqing and Li Xiaoluo, and then several arrogant voices came from inside the school. "Haha, I asked why there are foreign survivors coming to our Qingshan town. It turns out that it was Zhao Qingqing, UB****, who found help. It's a pity that you don't even want to step into our school today. F****K, UB****ch. Can you speak? What do you mean, don't even think about stepping into our school? Let's let them go for now, okay? People outside, listen. Our brother Jun is not in the mood to deal with you today. So I will let you live one more night tonight, and tomorrow will be your death. Haha, that's right. Zhao Qingqing and that man, don't let us down. Don't secretly escape Qingshan town tomorrow. Looking at the arrogant faces of the thugs inside the school gate, especially since these people are also her enemies. Suddenly, Zhao Qingqing couldn't help but cursed into the school. Those dormitory turtles in the school, who gave you such pride in being here? Your aunt? I am right here. We just killed many of you. What else do you have to be proud of? If you are not cowardly, if you are really powerful, then come out and kill us now. Why do you want to deal with us tomorrow? In fact, you are simply afraid, right? You are a bunch of turtles. You are a bunch of turtles. Zhao Qingqing had Lee Xialuo as her backer, so she had no scruples and scolded all the men inside her bloody. In fact, she has wanted to do this for a long time. In the past, in order to take revenge, she would sometimes come quietly near this school to inquire about the situation. But in the past, she didn't dare to be discovered by the men in the school, not to mention such unscrupulous curses. This feeling is really good. Not only did the beasts inside get scolded, but it would be even better if they couldn't help but open the door and come out. Zhao Qingqing, you stinky bee **ch, just wait for me. When we catch you, I will take care of you every morning, noon and night. F***k. I really can't stand it anymore. Brothers, this be **ch Zhao Qingqing is only 2 people now. Their large army must be looking for a place to stay for the night. How about we go out and catch them now? Old Liu, don't lose your composure. Let that be *** Zhao Qingqing give you a few blowjobs today, and we'll let her keep using her blowjobs from now on. The thugs in the school were naturally very angry and aggrieved after hearing Zhao Qingqing's insults to them. But there is no way. Their military brother has issued an order to guard the school today. No one can take the initiative to attack again. In fact, it doesn't need to be said by the Wang Air Force. Now, if the Wang Air Force doesn't take action personally, given the intensive gunshots they heard before, even if they were given 100 courages, they would not dare to go out and die. So now when Zhao Qingqing keeps humiliating and scolding them, some of them are extremely angry and want to go out immediately to catch Zhao Qingqing and torture her. But more of them still remain rational. They know that if Brother Jun is not here, it would be unwise for them to go out, because if there is an ambush outside, someone else can kill them all with just one shot of bullets. So now, it seems that they can only watch Zhao Qingqing insulting them outside. But they can't do anything. This feeling is so frustrating. However, the thugs in the school felt aggrieved, but Zhao Qingqing was also quite depressed, because her voice was almost hoarse from cursing and her saliva was almost dry, but those cowards in the school were too tolerant. In comparison, Zhao Qingqing has no choice. At this time, Lee Xialuo, who had been silent next to him, suddenly looked at Zhao Qingqing. Can you shoot? Zhao Qingqing nodded subconsciously. Boss, I can. If you are an ordinary woman, you may not really know how to do it, because you rarely have access to it. But Zhao Qingqing even learned shooting because of her father. Hearing Zhao Qingqing's answer, Li Xiaoluo nodded, and then suddenly there was a rifle in his hand. Li Xiaoluo handed the rifle to Zhao Qingqing. Let's go and kill people. With that said, Li Xiaoluo took Zhao Qingqing and teleported directly to the school. For Li Xiaoluo, entering school is that simple. In this world, basically no defense can stop him. As long as he is within the distance of the teleportation ability, he can go wherever he wants. But when Li Xiaoluo and Zhao Qingqing suddenly entered the school, the others were not as calm as Li Xiaoluo. The first is Zhao Qingqing. She is the person involved and has the most intuitive feelings. Just now she felt her eyes go dark, and then someone appeared in the school. It's so amazing. It's like being in a dream. However, Zhao Qingqing quickly came to her senses and calmed down quickly. After all, she has already seen how powerful Li Xiaoluo is, and has seen that Li Xiaoluo has several magical powers, and now suddenly there is another kind of power. It's very scientific, quite reasonable. In fact, it was Zhao Qingqing who stayed in Qingshan town. Apart from the King of Air Force, he never saw any other superpowers at all. So naturally, she didn't know that human superpowers can only awaken one type of superpower. Of course, except for the freakly Charlotte. And those who are even more uneasy naturally belong to the thugs who were responsible for guarding the gate in the school. They were so proud just now, mocking Li Xiaoluo and Zhao Qingqing for not being able to enter the school, but they were slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Xialuo and Zhao Qingqing appeared directly in front of them. This made all the thugs in the school unable to accept it, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Isn't this too unscientific? How could they suddenly change to another place? But soon, many of them thought of a possibility. Then there was a biting chill in my heart, because they thought that Li Xiaoluo might also be a person with superpowers. So only people with superpowers could do such incredible things. And this is also the reason why they feel chilly in their hearts. Originally, they thought that the foreign survivors only had strong firepower, but now they are actually superpowers? In this case, how can they end well? Even if their military brother takes action in person, he may not be able to defeat him. No, those who know the current affairs are heroes. They're just a bunch of minions. It doesn't matter who they think is the boss. They don't want to really go all out. So, just when some people wanted to raise the white flag and surrender directly to Li Xiaoluo spoke before them. Zhao Qingqing, deal with them. Yes, boss. Zhao Qingqing responded, then raised the gun in her hand. Killing these thugs, she has no burden in her heart, only the pleasure of revenge. Don't shoot, I surrender. I want to surrender. Brother, I also want to surrender. I am willing to submit to you and be your most loyal dog from now on. Me too. Seeing those men without a trace of backbone, scrambling to raise their hands to submit to their boss, a trace of disgust flashed in Zhao Qingqing's eyes. I think back then, they betrayed her father without hesitation. However, although she wanted to kill these people immediately, since they wanted to surrender, Zhao Qingqing still resisted the murderous intention, and then looked at Li Xiaoluo. Naturally, this kind of thing still needs to be decided by the boss. In fact, Zhao Qingqing understands in her heart that after the end of the world, men will naturally have an advantage over women. So some teams are recruiting people, or if they want to increase their strength, they must recruit a lot of men. If the boss wants to establish a force in Qingshan Town, he will naturally need a large number of manpower. So the boss may let these surrenderers go, right? However, Li Xiaoluo didn't even look at those men, and just said to Zhao Qingqing calmly, "What are you talking about? Take action. I don't need prisoners. As long as they are the trusted subordinates of the Royal Air Force, I will kill them all." Roger that, boss. With Li Xiaoluo's order, Zhao Qingqing no longer had any scruples, and then opened fire directly with the gun. Da-da-da-da-da. Zhao Qingqing kept shooting at the thugs with her gun, and then people were shot and killed one after another. This feeling of crushing was really great. F***K. I will fight with you. Everyone, run away quickly and go find Brother Jun to deal with them. You can't do this. I surrender. In fact, when Li Xiaoluo said that he would not take prisoners, all the thugs at the door were furious. Why doesn't this outsider play his cards according to the rules? In the apocalypse, isn't everyone like this? Whoever is stronger will be the new boss. Then they all joined the new boss, and everyone continued to live a good life. But is this man mentally ill now? He actually wants to kill them all. Doesn't this force them to resist to the end? And if he kills them all, what good will it do to him? Who will work for him in the future? And who will manage Qingshan Town for him? However, no matter whether they curse, resist, or run away, it is basically useless. They're just ordinary survivors. In the face of fierce firepower, they can only be slaughtered. In less than a minute, all 7 or 8 thugs responsible for guarding the gate were killed by Zhao Qingqing, leaving no one alive. Li Xiaoluo took another magazine full of bullets for Zhao Qingqing to put in, and then led Zhao Qingqing towards the dormitory building. The gunfire just now had actually disturbed everyone, and the Wang Air Force was waiting for Li Xiaoluo with all his men. Obviously, Wang Air Force believed in his own strength. He did not hide in an ambush upstairs, but prepared to kill Li Xiaoluo head-on. So, the two parties stopped at a distance of about 100 meters. On the Wang Air Force side, Wang Air Force stood at the front. Behind him were more than 30 men with fierce looks. They all had weapons in their hands. They even prepared some steel shields, which looked quite impressive. As for Li Xiaoluo, naturally there are only Li Xiaoluo and Zhao Qingqing, and Zhao Qingqing is still a woman, so she seems a little weak. However, Wang Air Force's expression was very sinister at this time, and the subordinates behind Wang Air Force also felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The reason why Wang Air Force's face was gloomy was because Li Xiaoluo gave him a very dangerous feeling. This was his unique sixth sense for danger after awakening his superpower. As for Wang Air Force's subordinates, they were naturally worried about the rifle in Zhao Qingqing's hand. They are flesh and blood. How can they withstand rifle fire? Therefore, They actually pinned their hopes on Wang Air Force. As long as Brother Jun shows his unpredictable speed, even bullets can't hit him. When the time comes, they can just shout 666 from the sidelines. Brother, you're also a superpower, right? But you have crossed the line. This Qingshan town is my territory. You have killed so many of my men on my territory. Should you give me an explanation? Wang Air Force stared at Li Xialuo, and then his tone was cold. However, all the subordinates behind Wang Air Force were a little stunned. Why do they feel that their military brother is a little timid? Although he was questioning Li Xialuo on the opposite side, others had come to the house and killed so many brothers. Is it just a question? This reminded them of the 5 good people of the United Nations before the end of the world. The 5 good people are naturally very strong and are very tough when dealing with some small countries. Some good people even bully others. But if there is a real confrontation, especially if there is any friction between the 5 good people, it is almost just condemnation and protest. No, they feel that they must be thinking too much. Brother Jun is so awesome. They have all seen it with their own eyes. How could their brother Jun be so cowardly? It must be that their military brother cherishes his talent and wants to conquer this man. So he gave him a chance. Now it depends on whether this man has self-awareness. Otherwise, if he angers Brother Jun, he will definitely die. I am afraid that even Wang Air Force himself did not expect that although he was a little timid, his subordinates were still full of confidence in him. More confident than himself. Explain? Hearing Wang Air Force's question, Li Xiao couldn't help but look at Wang Air Force in a funny way. Wang Qingfeng looks unattractive, but the speed power he possesses is actually a very good power. Especially the higher the level of the speed power. It is almost comparable to the teleportation power. Of course, it is definitely worse than teleportation. Especially the teleportation power can penetrate objects, which the speed power cannot do. I originally planned to stay here for one night, and will leave here tomorrow, so I don't want to get involved in the messy affairs of your town. But although I don't like to meddle in other people's business, if anyone dares to provoke me, then he will definitely not end well. In fact, Wang Kongfeng is a dead person in Li Xiao's eyes, but since he wants an explanation, then Li Xiao should let him die and understand. But Li Xiao is not giving an explanation to the Wang Air Force. He is simply declaring war. As a result, Wang Air Force's face naturally became even more ugly. The bad premonition in his heart just now made Wang Air Force a little scared. He is now a unique superpower and the emperor of the entire Qingshan town. He doesn't want to take risks for the sake of his dead subordinates. So as long as Li Xiao can be subdued a little, he plans to turn their feud into friendship and then forget about today's matter for the time being. Of course, forget it for now. Wait until he has a thorough understanding of Li Xiao's background, or perhaps finds Li Xiao's weakness. Then he will definitely settle the score with Li Xiao again today. But Wang Kongfeng didn't expect that even after he had taken a step back, Li Xiao was still aggressive. Li Xiao not only broke into his territory, but also killed a large number of his men. Now his attitude is even more arrogant. This really doesn't take him seriously at all. How could the Wang Air Force, who had long been accustomed to being aloof, tolerate this? What's more, his men are still watching. If he can still tolerate this, how will he have any prestige in the future? So Wang Air Force no longer had any scruples and looked at Li Xiao with sharp eyes. Oh boy, since you were so shameless, then we can only see the real chapter under your hands. Although you are a person with superpowers, I am also a person with superpowers. Speaking of which, I have killed so many people since the end of the world, including policemen, high-ranking government officials, wealthy businessmen, old people and children, etc., but I have never killed anyone with superpowers. As for you, I just want to experience it today. Since battle is unavoidable, the Royal Air Force has also become tougher, and Wang Air Force's words immediately set his men on fire. Brother Jun, some people just won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Brother Jun, you cherish your talent, but they treat your kindness like a donkey. That's right, Brother Jun. Why are you talking so much nonsense to such an ignorant person? Just trample him under your feet, and he will be obedient by then. Brother Jun, come on. Let this idiot see how powerful you are. Wang Air Force's subordinates were all pumped up, and they kept complimenting Wang Air Force, and then shouted a few words 666. They're all very skilled at this kind of operation. Anyway, as long as they say something nice every time, their military brother will definitely be happy. But this time, Wang Air Force did not enjoy the compliments from his subordinates as before, because when dealing with enemies in the past, he was full of confidence and everything was under his control. But this time, the sense of crisis lingered in his heart. In fact, if he could, he really didn't want to fight with Xialuo, because once you take action, it may be a matter of life and death. Thinking of this, Wang Air Force decided to give Xialuo another chance. So Wang Air Force waved his hand to signal his subordinates to be quiet. Then he looked at Xialuo with an arrogant expression. "Boy, you have heard what my subordinates say. I have always cherished talents, so I keep giving you opportunities. As long as you are willing to follow me, then I will never treat you badly. Women, food, power. I can give you everything. But if you really don't know what is good, then even if we fight to the death, I will definitely leave your body here today to seek justice for my dead brothers." Wang Air Force is planning to use coercion and inducement one last time, because Wang Kong felt that although superpowers like him and Xialuo were awesome, they should cherish their lives even more. He didn't believe that Xialuo was not afraid of death. Maybe Xialuo was just bluffing. In fact, Xialuo doesn't want to fight with him. Therefore, in addition to promising benefits to Xialuo, Wang Kongfeng also secretly reminded Xialuo that if the two of them really fight, both sides will suffer losses. However, Xialuo did not understand Wang Air Force's good intentions at all. Xialuo looked at Wang Air Force indifferently and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't killed anyone with powers yet, so you should feel honored to be the first person with powers that I kill." After saying that, Xialuo did not hesitate any longer and directly condensed a few ice arrows with his thoughts. Then with a wave of his hand, those ice arrows shot at the Wang Air Force at high speed. "Ah, you are so loud. It turns out that you were just an ice power user, so I will let you know it today." After Xialuo took the lead, Wang Air Force discovered that Xialuo was an ice-type superpower. Suddenly, he was completely relieved. Then the whole person started to become more confident again. It is said that knowing yourself and your enemy is always victorious. Before Xialuo took action, Wang Kongfeng had always thought that Xialuo's powers were very awesome and powerful. Because Xialuo's attitude is so tough, it's like he's guaranteed to win. But he, an ice-type superpower, thinks he is invincible? Who gave him the courage? Are mushrooms cool? Although Wang Air Force has not encountered other superpowers so far, judging from Xialuo's attack methods, Wang Kuang feels that ice superpowers are nothing more than that. The ice arrows fired by Xialuo seem to be very powerful, but in fact they are no more than bullets. As long as he is fast enough, they cannot hurt him. Moreover, Wang Air Force is now a level 2 superpower, and his speed has reached an extreme. You are not afraid of this kind of attack at all. In his thoughts, just when the ice arrow shot by Xialuo was about to hit Wang Air Force suddenly dodged and easily dodged the ice arrow. Then Wang Air Force's body turned into a phantom and rushed towards Xialuo like lightning. Quick! It's really fast. The two were not far apart to begin with, but at close range, Wang Air Force's speed was almost infinitely close to teleporting. So in just the blink of an eye, Wang Air Force appeared behind Xialuo. Then the dagger in Wang Air Force's hand quickly swiped at Xialuo's neck. At this time, Wang Air Force already had a winner's smile on his face. Because even if Xialuo is a superpower, he is only an ice superpower, so his speed will not be too fast. And Wang Air Force knows that his speed is too fast for ordinary people to react to it. This is his experience of killing countless survivors and monsters. So even a person with superpowers can only be killed in front of his speed. However, the next moment, Wang Air Force's smile suddenly solidified on his face. Because just when his dagger was about to cut Xialuo's neck, Xialuo suddenly disappeared in front of Wang Air Force. Wang Air Force can be sure that Xialuo did not escape, but simply disappeared. Because Wang Air Force himself is a speed user, his reaction abilities in all aspects are much stronger than ordinary people. So if Xialuo just dodges quickly, then even if Xialuo is as fast as him, Wang Air Force can still feel it. But now, Wang Air Force could only feel that Xialuo suddenly disappeared. This sudden change made Wang Air Force stunned for a moment. How so? Isn't he an ice superpower? However, just as Wang Air Force was stunned, Wang Air Force suddenly felt a huge pain coming from his neck. Wang Air Force subconsciously covered his neck. However, warm blood still gushes out. Wang Air Force turned his head in disbelief, and Xialuo was standing behind him, holding a dagger in his hand. The dagger was dripping with blood. That was the blood of his Royal Air Force. Wang Kongfeng never thought that he should have wiped Xialuo's neck and then watched Xialuo bleed to death in despair. But now it was Xialuo who wiped his neck. Wang Air Force can feel that his vitality is constantly draining and death is constantly approaching. But he still couldn't accept it. How could this happen? The script shouldn't be like this. Impossible, impossible. Aren't you an ice power user? How come you have other powers? Wang Air Force covered his neck with one hand, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. Then he pointed the other hand at Xialuo and asked with a face full of reluctance. Xialuo did not answer Wang Air Force. Why would a dying person know so much? But at this moment, Wang Air Force actually already had a guess in his mind that Xialuo not only had ice powers, but also had another kind of power, such as teleportation or the ability to jump in space. But this is also the reason why Wang Air Force is unwilling to give in, because when every survivor awakens his superpower, he will basically instinctively know a common sense. That is, a person can only awaken one superpower. That's why Wang Air Force thought he was sure of victory after discovering that Li Xiao was an ice power user and wasn't too strong. But Wang Qingfeng didn't expect that the first superpower he met in the apocalypse was actually beyond common sense. And he actually had multiple superpowers in one person. This kind of person who goes beyond common sense should not exist. Even if it existed, why was it so unlucky to be bumped into by him? Damn it, he's not willing to give in. Why? I'm not willing to give in. Why do you let me touch you? Wang Air Force looked at Li Xialuo with hatred. If looks could kill, Li Xialuo would have been cut into pieces by Wang Air Force. But at this time, Wang Air Force was already weak. Not long after, Wang Air Force fell in a pool of blood, completely lifeless. Looking at the dead Wang Air Force, everyone at the scene, except Li Xialuo, couldn't accept it for a long time, and some couldn't believe their eyes. The king of their Qingshan town is invincible in their eyes. It was clear that he had the upper hand at the beginning, and it seemed like he was about to win. Why was Li Xialuo suddenly wiping his neck? This sudden reversal was too fast. It's so fast that they can't accept this reality at all. Because they're the ones responsible for calling 666, they place all their hopes on Wang Air Force. And they also believe that Wang Air Force can definitely kill Li Xialuo. Now that the Wang Air Force suddenly died, what should they do? At this moment, a man with a flat head suddenly ran up to Wang Qingfeng's body, and then kicked Wang Qingfeng's body hard with his feet, while yelling curses. F***K, you stupid devil, is finally dead. How united we survivors of Qingshan Town were before, but you just relied on your own strength to kill the police officers who protected us, and forced us to do. You did a lot of things that went against your conscience. And now you are finally dead. You be ***************** D. After venting his anger on Wang Qingfeng's body, the man knelt down directly towards Li Xialuo again. Brother, Qingshan Town will be yours from now on, and I will only follow your lead from now on. Seeing the crew cut man's series of operations, the others immediately came to their senses. F***K, the first opportunity to show my loyalty was snatched away by this stupid guy. But they can't fall behind. They must quickly get the new owner to accept them. However, there was no waiting for those people to do what the crew cut man did and perform again. Li Xialuo said to Zhao Qingqing on the side. The next thing is left to you. Zhao Qingqing nodded. The boss had already explained before that there was no need for prisoners. After Li Xialuo gave the order, Zhao Qingqing raised her gun and started shooting directly at Wang Air Force's men. Don't kill me. I sincerely surrender. Brothers, if we fight hard, we will die without a supporter. Suddenly, screams, begging for mercy, and roars continued. Of course, those who want to fight will definitely not end well. If they don't have guns in their hands, how can they be Zhao Qingqing's opponent? As for Li Xialuo, even if Li Xialuo stood there without moving, they would not have the courage to take action against Li Xialuo, because they know that they are seeking death. So in the end, they found that Li Xialuo couldn't be beaten at all, and even Zhao Qingqing couldn't be killed. Even if they wanted to support him, they couldn't do it. Run. Everyone spread out quickly. So, no one wanted to resist anymore, and immediately started to run away crazily. For a moment, Zhao Qingqing was unable to kill her. However, Li Xialuo has always liked to eradicate the roots, so naturally he will not let these people really escape. As long as someone escaped a certain distance, Li Xialuo would shoot an ice arrow directly at them, and then those who escaped would either die or lose the ability to move. A few minutes later, except for Li Xialuo and Zhao Qingqing, there was no one else who could move at the scene. There are only corpses on the ground and people wailing. Then, Li Xialuo asked Zhao Qingqing to search Wang Air Force's den, then brought everyone out. In fact, most of Wang Air Force's men are here, and there are basically only a group of women left in the dormitory. Soon, Zhao Qingqing returned to Li Xialuo with a group of women. There are almost a dozen women in this group, but there are only 5 or 6 younger ones, and the rest are all aunts in their 50s. All the women looked at Li Xialuo in horror, especially when they saw the corpses on the ground, and some men who were not dead yet wailing in pain. These women were even more frightened, because the scene was too bloody and there were too many dead people. Even when the Royal Air Force seized power and killed people, so many people did not die. Basically, as long as anyone is willing to submit to the Royal Air Force, he will stay. So for this new ruler, the women present are worried about their fate. Won't they all be killed too? Do any of you have lovers or relatives of these men? Li Xiaoluo looked at those women and asked casually, Sir, we are all forced by these men. We all hate them. We have nothing to do with them. Yes, we are all victims. We all wish these beasts to die, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's inquiry, most women naturally rushed to express their attitude. They also understood that if they had anything to do with these men, they would definitely be killed. However, they had indeed been bullied by this group of men before, so they were not too panicked. In fact, Li Xiaoluo just casually asked if there were any problems with these women. He only needed to use his exploratory eyes to see their friendliness, and he would naturally know. As long as there is no problem with the friendliness of these women, it basically means there is no problem. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo won't stay here for long. As long as there is no problem with their friendship, Li Xiaoluo doesn't need to kill them all. Zhao Qingqing, for those who are not dead on the ground, it is still the same as before. You are responsible for the last hit. By the way, you can ask these women if any of them dares to finish up with you. If so, then they can follow you in the future. Also, all the corpses will be burned by then. Li Xiaoluo needs to spend the night here, so naturally he has to do a little bit of cleanup work. Of course, Li Xiaoluo does not need to do these things himself. Just leave them to Zhao Qingqing. Li Xiaoluo never raises idle people. Okay, boss. Ever since Wang Air Force was killed by Li Xiaoluo, Zhao Qingqing has always had a smile on her face, because the stone that was weighing on her heart was finally removed. From now on, her life belongs to the boss, and she will do whatever Li Xiaoluo asks her to do. Zhao Qingqing summoned all the women and explained the situation to them. The main thing is to see if they have courage, if they dare to kill people, if they dare to see blood. It doesn't matter if you don't force it or if you don't want to, but those who have the courage can follow her boss when the time comes. In fact, whether it is Zhao Qingqing or these women, they all have nothing but respect for Li Xiaoluo now. I don't understand the benefits of following Li Xiaoluo at all, even though Li Xiaoluo will not take them back to Taoyuan. As long as they work for Li Xiaoluo, their future lives will be countless times better than those of ordinary survivors. Unfortunately, not everyone can seize the opportunity. In the end, only 5 women were willing to follow Zhao Qingqing and stain their hands with blood. After Zhao Qingqing and the others finished disposing of all the corpses, the sky turned completely dark. At night, the town becomes lively because monsters are more active at night. However, this school is surrounded tightly and is relatively safe. It's just that there is no light here at night, which makes Li Xiaoluo very uncomfortable. You know, Taoyuan Ling is brightly lit at night, and it's even more lively at night than during the day. Looking at Zhao Qingqing and others standing nearby, eagerly waiting to be arranged, Li Xiaoluo waved his hands to them. Zhao Qingqing, take them to find some food, find a place to stay, and meet here tomorrow morning. Zhao Qingqing quickly asked, Boss, do you need me to arrange for someone to prepare dinner for you? Do you also need me to pack up a temporary residence for you? Li Xiaoluo said decisively. No need. Just prepare your own. I will solve it myself. To be honest, although Li Xiaoluo has lived in the apocalypse for so long in this life, he has never suffered at all or been dirty at all. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo must not be used to the food of ordinary survivors outside. In their dirty residence, Li Xiaoluo would definitely not live there either. This is not because Li Xiaoluo is being pretentious, but because he can already eat well and live well. So why would he eat those moldy foods and cover himself with those moldy quilts? Okay, boss. Zhao Qingqing responded without asking any more questions. Although she didn't know why Li Xiaoluo didn't need them to prepare food, clothing, housing, and transportation for him at this late night. But for Li Xiaoluo, she just needs to carry it out unconditionally. But when she turned to leave, Zhao Qingqing suddenly hesitated for a moment, and then asked in a low voice, Boss, do you need a woman to serve you tonight? Li Xiaoluo naturally declined Zhao Qingqing's kindness. The most beautiful among these women was actually Zhao Qingqing. Li Xiaoluo didn't even like Zhao Qingqing, so naturally he didn't like other women. Besides, Li Xiaoluo still has misophobia and is not someone who accepts everyone who comes. After Zhao Qingqing and the others left, Li Xiaoluo directly brought a bulletproof car out of the system space. He will live in a car tonight. Not to mention, the inside of Li Xiaoluo's car is definitely more comfortable than any other residence outside. In addition, this is inside the school. Li Xiaoluo lives directly in the car without fear of being disturbed by anyone. Basically, there is no need to worry about danger. After entering the bulletproof car, Li Xiaoluo completely relaxed and leaned back on the seat leisurely, then took out his mobile phone and read a pre-apocalyptic novel for a while. But it is a pity that although Li Xiaoluo downloaded a lot of novels and videos before the end of the world. Wait, but in the future, these things will never be updated by the author. After playing on the phone for a while, Li Xiaoluo was also a little hungry. Li Xiaoluo threw the phone aside and took out a McKin chicken family bucket from the system space. Since having a beautiful cook at home, Li Xiaoluo rarely eats these ready-made delicacies. But just now, Li Xiaoluo read a novel about a pure love warrior. He is a king genius who earned hundreds of thousands by playing games in 2 years. Then he met a girlfriend in the game, and this girlfriend changed his life. He earns 20 or 30 yuan for playing games for others, and then works more than 10 hours a day, so he can earn hundreds of thousands of yuan in 2 years. In order to give his girlfriend the best life, he transferred almost all the money he earned with his hard-earned money to his girlfriend. He ordered the cheapest takeout for 10 yuan and lived in the cheapest rental house without even a quilt. He even had bleeding from playing games for a long time to earn money, but because all the money was spent on his girlfriend, he even spent money from medical treatment. Originally, his girlfriend had promised to marry him in May, and he had been looking forward to it. But in April, his girlfriend broke up with him. He had nothing, and after transferring the last money he had to his girlfriend, he resolutely jumped into the rolling river. I only have one sentence left. I don't want to eat 10 yuan fast food in my next life. I want to eat McKin chicken. It is said that this novel is based on real events. Li Xiaoluo picked up a piece of fried chicken and took a bite. Although it had been placed in the system space for several months, it still tasted the same as when it was freshly cooked. I eat it occasionally, and it feels good. Of course, the most important thing is to love your neighbor first, love yourself first. It is the same no matter what time. A night without words. Early the next morning, Zhao Qingqing and those women all got up. Up to now, they still feel as if they are in a dream. Are the powerful Wang Air Force, their entire Qingshan town emperor, and so many of his subordinates really all dead? Will they really no longer have to be treated like slaves in the future? But their stomachs, which were full of food last night, are still a little undigested, which makes them believe that all this is true. Because in the past, women like them were not qualified to have a full meal. But Li Xiaoluo, the new controller of Qingshan town, is obviously much more kind and generous than Wang Kongfeng. Last night, he directly let them solve the problem of eating by themselves, without limiting how much they could eat. This makes women who are hungry every day unable to resist the temptation. After finding the warehouse where Wang Air Force stores food last night, they just started eating. They were afraid that if they didn't eat enough, the new controller would start to restrict everyone's food today. However, these women actually thought too much. Li Xiaoluo did not like the materials, including food, that Wang Air Force had worked so hard to collect. Those moldy and spoiled foods are not even qualified to be taken into the system space by Li Xiaoluo. But these women don't know that when they wake up in the morning, they start to miss the feeling of having a full meal last night. So a woman looked at Zhao Qingqing and said, "Sister Qingqing, do we have food to eat in the morning?" Breakfast, this word is a long time ago for women here. Sometimes they can only eat a little food for a day or two. Since the end of the world, they have basically spent most of their time in hunger. One woman started, and then another woman couldn't help but ask, "Sister Qingqing, can we still have enough to eat by then?" "Okay, everyone be quiet." Zhao Qingqing looked at the girls with a serious face. "Yesterday, because it was too late, the boss didn't restrain us, but today we can't be free anymore. We have to go see the boss first and see what he orders." "Okay, I'll listen to you, Sister Qingqing." "Me too. I will listen to you, Sister Qingqing, in everything." In the apocalypse, most women have learned to speak nicely. Even though Zhao Qingqing is much younger than many of them, almost all women call Zhao Qingqing Sister Qingqing. In addition, in the apocalypse, all women have learned to obey, even if some women actually want to fill their stomachs first, because Lee Charlotte, the new controller, has not yet set the rules. Now is the best time for them to enjoy food freely. But who makes Zhao Qingqing the confidant of the new controller? No one dares to refute what she says. The reason why Zhao Qingqing wanted to go out to see Li Xiaoluo first was not only what Li Xiaoluo told her last night, but there was another reason. Last night, when Zhao Qingqing went to search for Wang Chang's personal belongings in his bedroom, she accidentally discovered some treasures. Zhao Qingqing wanted to dedicate it to her boss quickly. When Zhao Qingqing led all the women out of the dormitory, she suddenly saw an extra SUV. When they left last night, there were no cars here. When did it appear? Moreover, this off-road vehicle is very big, very powerful, and very new, as if it had just come out of the production workshop. Sister Qingqing, is this the boss's car? It's so beautiful. Sister Qingqing, did the boss sleep in a car last night? Sister Qingqing, what brand of car is the boss's car? Why haven't I seen it before the end of the world? Zhao Qingqing was speechless and whispered, "Shut up. Why are you 100,000 people? Stop asking about the boss's affairs." Actually, the main reason is that Zhao Qingqing doesn't know anything herself, and she still wants to know. But Li Xiaoluo is becoming more and more mysterious in her heart. It was rare that there was no woman around last night, so Li Xiaoluo recharged his energy and slept until he woke up naturally. When Li Xiaoluo woke up, he saw Zhao Qingqing and other women waiting outside the car. If it were before the end of the world, most men might be embarrassed to make women wait. But now, Li Xiaoluo has nothing to be embarrassed about. Not to mention those ordinary women who have no interaction with Li Xiaoluo. Even Zhao Qingqing is just a dispensable ordinary subordinate in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. Her importance in Li Xiaoluo's heart may not be comparable to that of the woman with the lowest status in Taoyuan territory. Not to mention other women besides Zhao Qingqing. They are even more insignificant to Li Xiaoluo. So Li Xiaoluo doesn't need to consider their feelings at all when he does anything. In this apocalyptic world, the strong are respected. The weak, can only humble themselves and obey. In fact, Li Xiaoluo is pretty good. He has no interest in anything here, and he doesn't have any tortured perverted hobbies. In this way, women like Zhao Qingqing can now stand here freely. Otherwise, if it had been another man, Zhao Qingqing and the others might have been imprisoned last night. What awaits them, then, is to become a tool for sexual release and fertility. After putting on clothes, Li Xiaoluo started brushing her teeth and washing up. Li Xiaoluo is not a survivor outside. He has basically become a savage. Most of the survivors outside may not even have enough water to drink. Where can they have the luxury of washing up? So when Li Xiaoluo was brushing his teeth and washing his face in the car, all the women outside the car had already opened their mouths in shock. Zhao Qingqing and the others were thinking, no wonder when they saw Li Xiaoluo yesterday, they felt that their boss was a little different. But yesterday, they didn't remember what was different for a moment. Until now, they finally came to their senses. It's Li Xiaoluo who is too clean. The clean ones are like people before the apocalypse, as if they have never experienced the apocalypse at all. His clothes are clean and tidy, and there is not even a trace of dirt on his face, hair, body. All parts. They had been extremely nervous yesterday, and they only cared about revenge and life and death, so they didn't notice anything unusual about Li Xiaoluo. But now that they see Li Xiaoluo washing up, all women realize that Li Xiaoluo is really too clean. Compared with them, they are like people from two different worlds. Naturally, Li Xiaoluo would not have thought that he just did a simple wash after getting up, which would arouse the onlookers and envy of a dozen women outside the car. In fact, in Taoyuan color, this kind of thing is completely normal. Li Xiaoluo finished washing and then opened the car door and got out of the car. The girls who had been waiting outside the car for more than an hour quickly stepped forward to say hello to Li Xiaoluo. "Boss!" Li Xiaoluo nodded. In fact, among these women, only Zhao Qingqing was truly recognized by Li Xiaoluo. Then, there were 5 women who barely became Zhao Qingqing's subordinates yesterday. As for the remaining women, they have nothing to do with him. "Boss, this is what I found from the Wang Air Force's bedroom last night. I heard someone say before that the Wang Air Force seems to attach great importance to these things." While talking, Zhao Qingqing took out a box from her body and handed it to Li Xiaoluo respectfully. Li Xiaoluo took it and saw that the box contained exactly crystals. I checked with the system and found that there are 269 crystals in total. Although these crystals are nothing to Li Xiaoluo now. However, in the apocalypse, crystals will always be the most precious wealth from now on, and this can be considered an unexpected fortune. Originally, Li Xiao had no interest in the Wang Air Force's wealth at all, because except for crystals, Li Xialuo seemed to really lack everything. But now it seems that Li Xialuo was wrong. This Wang Air Force has exactly what he lacks the most. And speaking of it, he was the only one in the Royal Air Force team who had superpowers, and the people under him didn't have any strong armed forces. But that King's Air Force not only raised his own power level to level 2, but also had so many crystals in reserve. It can be seen that the Wang Air Force is still quite capable. However, most of his efforts are now worth it to Li Xialuo. Let me tell you why Wang Air Force hid 269 crystals and didn't use them himself. So he ended up taking advantage of Li Xialuo. In fact, it's not that the Wang Air Force doesn't use it. It's that he can't use it for the time being. I have said it before regarding the upgrade of superpowers. A level 1 superpower requires 1 crystal. Level 2 superpower requires 100 crystals. Level 3 superpowers require 10,000 crystals. And so on. And a very important point is that every time you level up, you need to prepare enough crystals at one time to upgrade. For example, upgrading to level 3 requires 10,000 crystals. So you need to prepare 10,000 crystals at one time and then upgrade. Therefore, if Wang Air Force wants to become a level 3 superpower, he must collect 10,000 crystals. Naturally, the crystals he obtained cannot be used until he has collected 10,000 crystals. So in the end, Li Xiaoluo was given the advantage. Of course, it was Zhao Qingqing who was more careful, so that these crystals did not miss Li Xiaoluo. This also made Li Xiaoluo feel that it was not a loss to accept Zhao Qingqing's deal. Then, Li Xiaoluo called out Zhao Qingqing and the 5 women who had become her subordinates. All 5 of you, please listen carefully. After breakfast, I will leave this town. My destination is Yang City, where a large shelter has been established. I don't like to force myself, so I'll give you a chance. You can choose whether to stay or go. The reason why Li Xiaoluo only said this to these 5 women was to only give them 5 opportunities to choose, but not to Zhao Qingqing. That's because when I promised to avenge Zhao Qingqing yesterday, I said that from now on, her life will be Li Xiaoluo's. Therefore, there is no need for Li Xiaoluo to ask Zhao Qingqing's opinion. She will just obey what Li Xiaoluo says. In fact, this just shows that Li Xiaoluo values Zhao Qingqing more. As for the 5 women under Zhao Qingqing, Li Xiaoluo let them choose by themselves, which shows that they are dispensable. Even if they are not willing to follow, Li Xiaoluo will just recruit more people when they arrive at Chaoyang Sanctuary. All the women, including Zhao Qingqing, really didn't expect to hear such explosive news so early in the morning. After finally killing Wang Air Force and those thugs, he will be the local emperor of Qingshan Town from now on. But just give up like that? However, it was Li Xiaoluo who conquered Qingshan Town. Whether or not to give up the territory here is naturally Li Xiaoluo's business. And Zhao Qingqing and the others knew that they were not qualified to say anything, let alone make any decision. In fact, Qingshan Town was a sad place for Zhao Qingqing. In addition, she had sold her life to Li Xiaoluo. Therefore, Zhao Qingqing had no objections to leaving Qingshan Town. Of course, even if she had a conflict, it would be useless because Li Xiaoluo didn't ask her opinion at all. As for the 5 women who were questioned by Li Xiaoluo, 4 of them nodded firmly after hesitating for a moment. Although they have been living in Qingshan Town, they are very afraid of the dangers outside. But in their hearts, they were very grateful to Li Xiaoluo for saving them from the misery. And they were even more afraid that after Li Xiaoluo left, they would meet other thugs and live the same miserable life again. And what Li Xiaoluo did made them feel that Li Xiaoluo was different from other men. At least they didn't have to worry about being tortured by following Li Xiaoluo. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo is so powerful, which makes them feel very safe. But there was another woman, a young woman in her 30s, quite pretty. Her eyes flickered and she looked at Li Xiaoluo timidly. "Boss, I'm sorry, I don't want to leave Qingshan Town." Li Xiaoluo waved his hand directly and interrupted the woman. "Okay, you don't need to say more, I said it. I won't force you. You can keep whatever you want." After hearing Li Xiaoluo's ruthless answer and never looking at her again after speaking, the young woman's eyes became even more complicated. The young woman's name is Gao Jie. Before the end of the world, she was the wife of the richest man in the town. She was also a famous beauty in Qingshan Town. She was often remembered by many old men. In fact, in Gao Jie's heart, Li Xiaoluo's impression on her was indeed much better than that of Wang Air Force. First of all, Li Xiaoluo is taller and more handsome than Wang Kongfeng. Secondly, Li Xialuo is more powerful than Wang Air Force, so he will feel more secure. In the end, Li Xialuo didn't seem to be as dark-hearted as Wang Air Force. He didn't bully their women like an animal, and he tortured them in different ways. Therefore, based on the above reasons, in fact, women including Gao Jie are not hostile to Li Xiaoluo, and they're even willing to follow Li Xiaoluo. After all, women living in the apocalypse know that it is difficult for them to be alone. If they want to survive, the best way is to rely on a powerful man. Gao Jie actually wanted to follow Li Xiaoluo, but the reason why she said she was unwilling was because she really didn't want to leave Qingshan town, because she was afraid of the dangers outside. But more importantly, Gao Jie actually wants to attract Li Xiaoluo's attention. By then, if Li Xiaoluo falls in love with her and saves her, Gao Jie may also change her decision. However, the reality was a big blow to her. Li Xiaoluo didn't even care about her, let alone try to persuade her to stay. After confirming the manpower, Li Xiaoluo asked Zhao Qingqing to prepare breakfast, and after eating, he continued on his way. Zhao Qingqing quickly said, "Boss, there's a lot of food in the Wang Air Force warehouse. I need to bring people to move it down. Can it be taken away then?" If she hadn't seen Boss Li Xiaoluo's car, Zhao Qingqing might not have said such a thing, because Zhao Qingqing knows the dangers outside, especially if they have to travel a long distance. If there is no transportation and they carry a lot of weight, it is almost like seeking death. But the boss has a car anyway, so there's no problem in bringing the food. However, Zhao Qingqing's suggestion made those women who were not qualified to leave with Li Xiaoluo and who would definitely stay in Qingshan town in the end extremely anxious. In fact, when those women heard that Li Xiaoluo was about to leave Qingshan town, they felt both disappointed and happy. What's disappointing is that if Li Xiaoluo leaves, they won't have an expert to protect them. And they are happy because they have long been fed up with being driven and humiliated by men. If they can really be completely liberated, they will feel good if they are the only women living together in the future. Moreover, there is a safe shelter like the school, and there is also some food hoarded by the Royal Air Force, which is enough for them to live for a while. But now, if Li Xiaoluo listens to Zhao Qingqing and really wants to take away all the food from the school, then they may not survive 3 days. Although they were anxious, none of those women dared to speak. After all, everything in these schools now belongs to Li Xiaoluo. If he wants to take away the things here, they have no reason to stop him, and they don't have the strength to stop him at all, unless they want to die early. But just when they were feeling uneasy, they suddenly heard great good news. It turned out that Li Xiaoluo shook his head directly at Zhao Qingqing, and then said, "There is no need to move the food. If you follow me, you will have a better life and food in the future." After he finished speaking, Zhao Qingqing and the others did not wait to understand what he meant. Li Xiaoluo took out a large amount of food directly from the system space, including steak, fried eggs, milk, strawberries, and some bread, porridge, and pickled mustard. Steak, fried eggs, milk, and strawberries were naturally the breakfast Li Xiaoluo prepared for himself. Zhao Qingqing and the others would definitely not have a share. As for bread, porridge, and pickled mustard, these are the meals for Zhao Qingqing and the others. Their food standards are based on those of the women at the bottom of the Taoyuan collar. Since they will work for him in the future and are considered his own, Li Xiaoluo will not treat them too badly. And this is also the reason why Li Xiaoluo doesn't need the food from the King's Air Force. It's not the Holy Mother Li Xiaoluo who deliberately doesn't want the food so that it can be left to others. But those foods are basically moldy and spoiled food. There is still a lot of normal food in Li Xiaoluo's system space and Taoyuan collar that he can't finish. Why is he wasting his time moving the moldy food, unless he is mentally ill? And the large amount of food that Li Xiaoluo suddenly brought out immediately made all the women dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. At this time, there are also steaks, fried eggs. These foods? Is there even fruit? Simply incredible. And these foods, they can tell at a glance, they are all food without any contamination or spoilage, which is completely different from the dark food they usually eat. Zhao Qingqing, take your people to dinner. After Li Xiaoluo started breakfast, he pointed at the cheap food and ordered to Zhao Qingqing, "Are these foods for them?" But even these cheap foods made Zhao Qingqing and the others feel flattered. And the women who couldn't eat it even turned red with envy. After breakfast, Li Xiaoluo drove to Chaoyang shelter. But this time when Li Xiaoluo set off again, there were a few more women in Li Xiaoluo's car, and the driver was Zhao Qingqing. Because Zhao Qingqing had been to Yang City, where Chaoyang shelter is located, many times before the end of the world, so she was very familiar with the route. Let Zhao Qingqing drive so Li Xiao doesn't have to drive and then spend time to confirm whether the route is wrong. In this way, the speed of travel will naturally be faster. If everything goes well on the road, we will be able to arrive at Chaoyang shelter a little earlier today. Half an hour later, we are only 30 or 40 miles away from Chaoyang shelter. Except for some sections of the road that were blocked, everything else went surprisingly smoothly. Originally, Zhao Qingqing and the other women were always on tenterhooks because since the monster appeared, almost all the survivors knew that it was dangerous outside. Usually they hardly dare to go out of the door, let alone travel far away like this. But what Zhao Qingqing and the others didn't expect was that the outside didn't seem as dangerous as they imagined. But Zhao Qingqing and the others also know that all this may be because of their boss Li Xialuo. If it were other survivors, it wouldn't be as smooth as them. For example, if the road is blocked sometimes, as long as Li Xialuo gets out of the car, the road will be open again soon. In addition, sometimes Li Xialuo will tell Zhao Qingqing in advance which sections of the road cannot be walked and which sections of the road may be dangerous, and he must rush over as quickly as possible. Although Zhao Qingqing couldn't see some situations, she knew that since her boss asked her to do this, there must be a reason, and it was really smooth along the way. Another journey. Zhao Qingqing told Li Xialuo that they were going to Liu town soon. As long as they passed Liu town, they would be very close to the Chaoyang shelter. When talking, Zhao Qingqing looked very excited. There is both the excitement of being safe on the road and the excitement of arriving at the sunrise shelter that the boss mentioned. Because when he was bored on the road, Li Xialuo also said a few words about the Chaoyang shelter, which also gave Zhao Qingqing and the other women a little understanding of the Chaoyang shelter. That Chaoyang shelter is a large shelter with a population of tens of thousands, maybe even more. Moreover, Chaoyang shelter is also an official shelter where there are troops, order, and food. For survivors in the apocalypse, especially for vulnerable women like them, an orderly shelter is almost equal to heaven. However, what Li Xialuo said about the situation of Chaoyang shelter was actually heard on the radio, and it was also promoted by Chaoyang shelter itself. As for the real situation, even though Li Xialuo has never been to the Chaoyang sanctuary, Li Xialuo knows that the end is the end, and there will be no paradise at all. The car soon arrived at Liu town. Because this town is close to Chaoyang Sanctuary, there must be a combat team from Chaoyang Sanctuary coming out to hunt monsters every day, so there are not too many monsters in this town. As for why Li Xialuo knew that people from Chaoyang Shelter often come to this Liu town, that's because before the car entered Liu town, Li Xialuo had already passed the drone and found some people who were obviously from Chaoyang Shelter in the center of the town. However, those people in Chaoyang Sanctuary seem to be two groups, and they are in conflict. Bang! Bang! Because she was passing through the town, Zhao Qingqing had just driven her car into the town and immediately heard intensive gunfire from the front. Boss, there seems to be a situation ahead. Should we wait first or find a small road? After Zhao Qingqing heard the gunfire, she immediately stopped the car and asked Li Xialuo what to do. And Zhao Qingqing is a little strange. If there is any danger along the way, her boss will usually warn her in advance. So Zhao Qingqing guessed that the boss must have some mysterious means, or there must be some advanced equipment in the car that can monitor everything around him. But now, the gunshots were almost ringing in their ears. Why didn't the boss give any warning? This made Zhao Qingqing wonder if her boss had fallen asleep just now. Well, Li Xialuo actually knew that there was a gun battle ahead, but the reason why he didn't remind Zhao Qingqing was because it was unnecessary. Li Xialuo occasionally reminded Zhao Qingqing of danger before, but in fact it was mostly when she encountered a large number of monsters. Those monsters are unreasonable and will rush towards you as soon as they see survivors. Li Xialuo came out this time not to hunt monsters, so when he encountered a large number of monsters, he would naturally avoid them if he could. Because there is no need to waste time with those brainless creatures. The only business is to get to Chaoyang Sanctuary as soon as possible. But now, we are about to arrive at Chaoyang Sanctuary, and we will meet survivors. Monsters have no brains, but don't those survivors also have brains? You don't bite people when you see them, do you? If that's the case, then Li Xiaoluo wouldn't mind teaching them how to behave in the apocalypse. No need to bother, just drive over normally, Li Xiaoluo said calmly to Zhao Qingqing. Yes. Zhao Qingqing naturally obeyed the order unconditionally. The lives of them were originally Li Xiaoluo's. At this time, in the central street of Liu town, there were two groups of people clinging to the buildings on both sides of the road, and then they kept firing at each other. In fact, If you look carefully, you will find that both groups are wearing camouflage uniforms with the words Chaoyang Shelter printed on them. People who didn't know the situation thought they were having internal strife. However, the two parties are not in internal strife. Although they both belong to the Chaoyang Sanctuary team, they are not members of the same team. As long as they leave Chaoyang Shelter and come outside, Chaoyang Shelter will have no control over them. So it is normal for conflicts to occur sometimes. Because in Chaoyang Sanctuary, all conflicts are prohibited. Therefore, in order to resolve conflicts, some teams will even make arrangements to have a fight outside the shelter. Of course, there are also some teams that see others having a good harvest, so they are jealous and want to kill people and steal goods. At this time, the two groups of people fighting in Luoye town. One of them is the Chaoyang Sanctuary's Mad War Mercenary Group, and the other is the Chaoyang Sanctuary's Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group. The cause of the matter was actually the gains made by the Quanzhan Mercenary Group, which the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group was jealous of, and then they had evil thoughts. In addition, the members of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group are actually women, and they are somewhat looked down upon. Bang! Bang! After a burst of fierce gunfire, the resistance from the women of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group became weaker and weaker. Sister Jingjing, Sister Shui, two more sisters were injured, and we only have the last dozen bullets left. The sisters really can't hold it anymore. At this time, on the side of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, a baby-faced woman with blood on her shoulders looked at the two women in front of her anxiously. Yuan Jingjing, captain of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, was a retired female soldier before the end. Originally, with Yuan Jingjing's status before the end of the world, she could directly join the Chaoyang Sanctuary military, which would definitely be 100 times better than her current stay in the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group. Han Qingxue, the deputy leader of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, is also a level 2 firepower user. After the emergence of superpowers, superpowers are a superior existence to ordinary people. Even in a large shelter like Chaoyang Shelter, the number of superpowers is not small, but any superpower user in the shelter is also a high-level talent. As long as Han Qingxue is willing, she can directly join the military force and enjoy very high treatment. But neither Yuan Jingjing nor Han Qingxue left the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group. It is precisely because of their existence and the fact that they are the only female mercenary group in Chaoyang Shelter that the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group has a very good reputation in Chaoyang Shelter and is relatively strong. Especially on this mission, Han Qingxue, a person with special abilities, was following them personally. If it were normal times, other mercenary groups would not have any trouble with them. The reason why they fought with the Mad War Mercenary Group this time was mainly due to two reasons. First, the Mad War Mercenary Group is very powerful in Chaoyang Sanctuary. It is one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Chaoyang Sanctuary and ranks second. But no one may want to be second. After all, the halo is overshadowed by the first. Therefore, the Mad War Mercenary Group has always wanted to increase its strength and become the strongest mercenary group in Chaoyang Sanctuary. If you want to become stronger, you must recruit troops or annex other teams. Coupled with some reasons, the Mad War Mercenary Group has set its sights on the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group and has always wanted to merge with the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group. But the reason why the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group is a female mercenary group is because most of the women in the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group have been hurt by men. They hate, or even hate men. How could such a women's team merge with the Mad War Mercenary Group? The Quanzhan Mercenary Group was rejected 3 times, so naturally they had no good feelings towards Fire Phoenix, and began to target the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group everywhere in Chaoyang Sanctuary. However, there are still rules in Chaoyang Sanctuary, and the Mad War Mercenary Group does not dare to go too far, but it is different outside the Sanctuary. The Mad War Mercenary Group has been looking for opportunities. Second, Fire Phoenix went out to hunt monsters and search for supplies today, and then they unexpectedly encountered a second-level boss monster. With Han Qingxue, level 2 superpower, and the firepower support of Fire Phoenix and the other female soldiers. After a fierce battle, Han Qingxue and the others finally killed the level 2 monster and its guard. However, the female soldiers of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group are not the female soldiers of Taoyuan leader. It is easy to kill a second-level monster. The female soldiers of Fire Phoenix also paid a high price in order to kill the second-level monster and its guard. Han Qingxue was temporarily unable to use her powers. Yuan Jingjing and the other female soldiers also suffered varying degrees of injuries, and they also consumed a lot of ammunition. The situation on the Fire Phoenix side made the spies of the Mad Fighting Mercenary Group, who had been secretly watching them, feel that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal with the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. So, he immediately notified the brothers of the nearby Mad War mercenary group. Lee Jun, the deputy leader of the Quanzhan mercenary group, happened to be hunting monsters nearby with some of his men. After learning about the situation of women like Huafeng Wang, he immediately led the team over in person. Lee Jun is the deputy leader of the Mad War mercenary group. He is also a level 2 power user of the power system. He is also considered the #1 figure in Chaoyang Sanctuary. But in normal times, Lee Jun would definitely not take the initiative to provoke the Fire Phoenix mercenary group, because in terms of personal strength alone, Fire Phoenix's Han Qingxue is no weaker than him. Even because Han Qingxue has the ability to attack from a distance, if a fight really breaks out, Han Qingxue will be much stronger than Lee Jun to a certain extent. However, after confirming that Han Qingxue had indeed exhausted her energy due to the battle just now, she could no longer use her powers in a short period of time. In addition, the female soldier of Fire Phoenix was injured, and most of the ammunition she brought out was consumed. In addition, the woman of Fire Phoenix had just killed a second-level monster and a large number of ordinary monsters, so the crystals were also a big fortune. Therefore, old grudges, coupled with the temptation of interests, made Lee Jun of the Mad Battle Mercenary Group directly choose to take action against the women of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group. Stop shooting first. They will all be our playthings from now on. Don't break them all. Lee Jun looked at the increasingly weak counterattack from the opposite side, so he waved his hand and told his men to stop shooting first. After the Mad War mercenary group stopped shooting, the Fire Phoenix side immediately became quiet. After all, Fire Phoenix lacks ammunition to begin with, so it naturally doesn't have the ability to take the initiative to attack. For a moment, the scene was rarely quiet for a while. However, Lee Jun's laughter quickly broke the tranquility. Haha, Han Qingxue, stop resisting in a corner. Now that you can't use your powers, you are just an ordinary person. Your soldiers are almost out of ammunition, right? You can't defeat us, and no one will come to rescue you. So you have only one way to go, and that is to surrender. Han Qingxue, I will give you one last chance. Bring all your female soldiers to surrender, and then join our mercenary group. As long as you are sensible, then my brothers and I will not hurt you. We can even be a family in the future, and all of you can have a better life in my mercenary group. But if you continue to be ignorant, then we will have no choice but to continue to take action. But then, don't blame me and my brothers for entertaining you. Lee Jun once again launched a psychological offensive against Huafeng Wang's people, and by the way, persuaded them to surrender again. In fact, before the fight between the two sides, Lee Jun had already persuaded him to surrender once. After all, compared to the female soldier who killed Fire Phoenix to vent her anger, the female soldier who is alive is naturally more valuable. Especially Han Qingxue is a superpower. As long as Han Qingxue, a superpower, joins, the strength of their mercenary group can be greatly increased. Okay, we are willing to surrender, but some of our sisters are injured and they need medical treatment immediately. After a moment of silence, Han Qingxue's voice suddenly sounded. But Lee Jun didn't see the determination in the eyes of Han Qingxue and the Fire Phoenix female soldier. Haha, okay. As long as you are willing to surrender, we have brought medicines out, and we can immediately take some out to treat your people. In addition, if any of you are seriously injured, then I can send someone to take them back to the shelter immediately, and they will all receive good treatment by then. As long as you join our mercenary group, nothing will be a problem. And in the future, you will find that it is much easier to just follow us than it is for you women to mess around on your own. Hearing that Han Qingxue was willing to surrender, Lee Jun really wanted to laugh a few times, because this is really great news for him. That's right, it's for Lee Jun himself, not the Kazan mercenary group. The leader of the Mad War mercenary group is Zhou Kuang, a level 2 metal-type superpower who is stronger than Lee Jun. So Lee Jun can only be subordinate to others and become a deputy commander. The Quanzhan mercenary group was founded by Zhou Kuang and Lee Jun. It can be seen from the name of the Quanzhan mercenary group that they took one word from each of their names. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Kuang and Lee Jun are very good brothers, and the Quanzhan mercenary group is also very united to the outside world. As a result, not many people in Chaoyang Sanctuary dare to provoke the members of the Quanzhan mercenary group. But only Lee Jun himself knows that he and Zhou Kuang were indeed good brothers before. After all, they were classmates before the apocalypse, and they carried guns and played with women together after the apocalypse. They have many of the strongest relationships in life. But people change, especially in the face of power and money. Sometimes the so-called brotherly relationship becomes worthless. Zhou Kuang was afraid that Li Jun would covet his position as captain, and Li Jun really didn't want to be subordinate to others all the time, always being the second in command and obeying other people's orders. In fact, it was Zhou Kuang's idea to annex the Fire Phoenix mercenary group from the beginning, because as long as he annexes the Fire Phoenix mercenary group, he will not only be able to establish great authority within the Mad War mercenary group. Moreover, the Fire Phoenix mercenary group also has 2 superpowers. As long as he takes the 2 female superpowers from the Fire Phoenix into his harem, Li Jun will definitely never dare to have any objections again. It's a pity that Zhou Kuang has tried to coerce and induce him countless times without success. The woman of Huafeng Wang doesn't care about him at all, and she is not afraid of his revenge. But what Zhou Kuang didn't do, Li Jun didn't expect that he would soon do it due to some strange combination of circumstances. In this way, his prestige in the mad fighting mercenary group will skyrocket. Moreover, Han Qingxue surrendered to him, so Li Jun must find an opportunity to conquer Han Qingxue first and make Han Qingxue his woman. In this case, he will completely surpass Zhou Kuang in terms of reputation and strength in the Mad War mercenary group. Thinking of this, how could Li Jun be dissatisfied? However, although he was extremely proud, Li Jun did not completely relax his vigilance until the matter was completely settled, because Li Jun naturally knows what kind of people the women of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group are. The women of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group are not those powerless female slaves in the apocalypse who can be manipulated at their will. Fire Phoenix, a mercenary group composed entirely of women, can still thrive in Chaoyang sanctuary and become second only to the 3 major mercenary groups. This is because the women of Fire Phoenix mercenary group are very unity, not afraid of death, like a group of madmen. After all, in the apocalypse, if women are not ruthless, they can only become the vassals of men. But this time, women like Han Qingxue suddenly surrendered. Li Jun felt that even though he had driven Han Qingxue and the others to a dead end, they were still scared to death. But Li Jun is also worried that Han Qingxue wants to pretend to surrender and will launch a sudden attack when the time comes. Han Qingxue, you can come here now, and we will discuss the details carefully. Don't worry, my men will not shoot at you again, nor will they hurt a finger of yours. To be on the safe side, Li Jun decided to let Han Qingxue come over alone first. As long as Han Qingxue can be controlled, the remaining women of Fire Phoenix will basically not be able to cause any trouble. And in the eyes of people like Li Jun, the only thing he wants most is Han Qingxue. As for Fire Phoenix and the other female soldiers, they're just ordinary people, and they're just dispensable existences in his opinion. When the time comes, if they are honest and obedient, they can be allowed to become group favorites in the Mad War mercenary group in the future. If they don't obey, then he doesn't mind killing them all directly. Anyway, in Chaoyang shelter, the most indispensable thing is women who are willing to sell their bodies. Li Jun, UB asterisk 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 D is just AB asterisk 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 D. I already told you to surrender. Hurry up and get the medicine to treat my injured sisters. We're already like this. What else can we do to you? After Han Qingxue heard what Li Jun said, she immediately shouted angrily towards Li Jun. However, there was no trace of anger on Li Jun's face. As long as he could successfully capture Han Qingxue, it would be a top priority for him. So no matter what Han Qingxue says, Li Jun will not be angry now, but he will not take risks either. Li Jun shouted with a smile, "Qingxue, don't be angry. Our Kaizen mercenary group is a regular large-scale mercenary group. There are procedures for accepting new members, so we need you to come over and discuss it together first." Although Han Qingxue felt disgusted when Li Jun shamelessly called her Qingxue, she naturally didn't show it. He just pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then said loudly to Li Jun, "Okay, I'll come over and talk to you." After saying that, Han Qingxue whispered to Yuan Jingjing and the other girls, "Wait a minute, I will try my best to kill Li Jun. As for Li Jun's men, it's up to you." Yuan Jingjing quickly grabbed Han Qingxue's arm and said pleadingly, "Qingxue, let me go. You are a superpower. To our Fire Phoenix, you are 100 times more important than me." Of course, Han Qingxue didn't really want to surrender to Li Jun. She did deliberately confuse Li Jun in order to get close to Li Jun and then die together with Li Jun. Because Han Qingxue also has a big killer weapon, a grenade. Han Qingxue glared at Yuan Jingjing with cold eyes and yelled angrily, "Yuan Jingjing, let me go. I am the deputy commander and obey orders." But at this time, Yuan Jingjing couldn't care less about obeying orders. She only knows that if their Fire Phoenix mercenary group does not have Han Qingxue, then even if they can survive this time, the entire Fire Phoenix will be finished sooner or later, and all the women in Fire Phoenix will end badly. So if someone really wants to die, then Yuan Jingjing is willing to die instead of Han Qingxue. How could Han Qingxue not know what Yuan Jingjing meant? There really wasn't a single coward among them Fire Phoenix women. Otherwise, these women would have long been reduced to the playthings and tools of those men. "Jingjing, it's useless. I have to go this time." Seeing Yuan Jingjing about to speak again, Han Qingxue smiled bitterly and said, "Jingjing, I also know that if I can live, it will be best for our Fire Phoenix. So even if I don't think about myself, I shouldn't do this myself. But have you ever thought that Lee Jun's target is me? And I am also the deputy commander. Will he let you go there on my behalf? In addition, I can't use powers now. I'm just an ordinary woman. Even if you can really kill Lee Jun by then, I may not be able to lead my sisters to defeat Lee Jun's men. But if it were up to me to die with Lee Jun, and then you lead the sisters to deal with Lee Jun's men, then the chance of winning might be much higher." Yuan Jingjing was speechless because she knew what Han Qingxue said was true. In fact, whether it was Zhou Kuang, the leader of the Mad Battle Mercenary Group, who proposed to merge with the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, or whether Li Jun now despicably and shamelessly attacked them, the main target of Zhou Kuang and Li Jun is Han Qingxue, and then their leader. As for why Han Qingxue, the deputy captain, is more important, it is because Han Qingxue is a combat-type superpower, and their captain is only an auxiliary superpower. As long as the Kaizen mercenary group gets Han Qingxue, it will naturally greatly increase the strength of their mercenary group, especially in the future, when the level of Han Qingxue's abilities is higher. In the eyes of Zhou Kuang and Li Jun, the ordinary members of Fire Phoenix are simply insignificant existences. Because in the post-apocalyptic world, the lives of ordinary survivors are as low as grass. As long as the crazy fighting mercenary group is willing, they can recruit a large number of team members in Chaoyang Sanctuary. And he is also a physically strong man, who has an advantage over the women of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. What the Mad War mercenary group lacks is not people at all, but people with superpowers. "Jingjing, I'll leave it to you later. You must take your sisters back alive." Han Qingxue took advantage of Yuan Jingjing's daze, whispered a few words, and then broke away from Yuan Jingjing's hand. "Sister Qingxue, deputy captain." Seeing Han Qingxue walking outside, Yuan Jingjing and the female soldiers of Huafeng Wang were all extremely excited. His face is also full of sadness. Li Jun, who was on the opposite side of the street, saw Han Qingxue really come out and surrender. He was in a good mood. He loudly said to his men, "Everyone listen, no one should shoot. Captain Qingxue is coming to negotiate. Please don't hurt Captain Qingxue, and don't hurt any women in the Fire Phoenix mercenary group." Although Li Jun said this to his men, he actually said it to Han Qingxue. Li Jun was secretly reminding Han Qingxue not to play tricks. Otherwise, although he will not kill Han Qingxue, he will have all of Han Qingxue's men killed. "Yes, Commander, we will never shoot indiscriminately." "Ha! Don't worry, Captain. We very much welcome the Beauties from Fire Phoenix to join our mercenary group." Yes. As long as the Beauties from Fire Phoenix join our group, we will definitely treat them like treasures." The men in the Kaizen mercenary group also cooperated very well with Li Jun in treating the Fire Phoenix woman with kindness and power. After all, Li Jun covets Han Qingxue, and his men also covet the woman from Fire Phoenix. However, just as Han Qingxue walked towards Li Jun step by step, the walkie-talkie on Li Jun suddenly rang. "Deputy Commander, a car has arrived at the entrance of the town, and it is already heading towards you." Li Jun took the walkie-talkie and frowned. "Are you sure there is only one car? Also, which force is it from?" In many post-apocalyptic places, vehicles such as cars have actually disappeared from ordinary survivors. But there are still many cars in Chaoyang shelter. For example, the military and some large mercenary groups go to distant places to perform tasks, and they usually drive there. So when Li Jun heard his subordinates report that a car had appeared, he was not surprised at all. He was just curious. Why was there only one car? You must know that in Chaoyang shelter, ordinary survivors are not eligible to own cars. If ordinary survivors want to go out and make a fortune, they can only walk on their legs. The only people who are eligible to own cars in Chaoyang Sanctuary are the military and some large mercenary groups. Of course, these cars are not provided to the mercenary group for free. They need to be purchased by the mercenary group with food or crystals. However, those powerful mercenary groups actually did not lose money after purchasing cars, because after they have a car, they can go further to search for supplies or hunt monsters. Just like the Fire Phoenix and Mad War mercenary groups this time, if they didn't have transportation, they wouldn't come to Leah Town at all. Although Leah Town is very close to Chaoyang Shelter, there is still some distance if you walk. However, after Chaoyang Sanctuary's powerful mercenary groups acquired cars, although their footprints became farther and farther, they rarely sent out only one car. This is somewhat unreasonable. However, Lee Jun did not let himself think too much. The soldier responsible for detecting the enemy's situation over the walkie-talkie reported, "Deputy Captain, I am sure there is only one car, but I can also confirm that this car does not belong to any force in our Chaoyang Sanctuary. It should have come from other cities to join our Chaoyang Sanctuary, because that car is very special and very big. It looks like a high-end foreign car. We definitely don't have such a car in Chaoyang Shelter. Deputy Commander, if we can take this car, we will definitely make a lot of money by then." Hearing the scout's report, Lee Jun was surprised again. This car that suddenly appeared is not their Chaoyang Shelter's car? You must know that although Chaoyang Shelter distributes hero posts widely, it uses various methods to notify survivors to come and join. But there seems to be no foreign survivors who can drive to Chaoyang Sanctuary before. Okay, I know, just continue to be responsible and keep an eye on it. If there is anything else, let me know immediately. Now that he knew the situation, Lee Jun didn't say anything more on the walkie-talkie. After ending the call, Lee Jun was silent for a moment. Normally, he would not be too interested in the survivors who came to Chaoyang Sanctuary. But now, this car appears at the wrong time, and it may have an impact on his negotiations with Han Qingxue. In addition, my subordinate said that this time the foreign survivors drove a top-notch car, and as long as it was brought back to Chaoyang Sanctuary, it could be sold for a lot of money. Lee Jun was also a little moved, so after only a slight hesitation, Lee Jun immediately ordered the men around him. "Let the brothers block the road with trucks. Let's hijack the car first and make a small fortune first." "Yes, Deputy Captain." Soon, Li Xialuo's domineering off-road vehicle appeared in the eyes of Li Jun and the soldiers of the Guangzhou mercenary group. When Zhao Qingqing drove her car to the center of Leah Town, Zhao Qingqing was preparing to speed up and leave Leah Town. However, the next moment, Zhao Qingqing had to slam on the brakes, because ahead, a big truck suddenly blocked their way. Immediately afterwards, two more men ran out from behind the big truck and kept waving to Zhao Qingqing, who was driving, apparently asking Zhao Qingqing to get out of the car. "Boss, they asked us to get off the bus. What should we do?" Regarding this sudden situation, Zhao Qingqing subconsciously picked up the rifle placed aside. After the end of the world, there will be no trust between people. However, Li Xialuo said casually, "Don't do anything first, and then you see what they want to do. I've always been a reasonable person." "Yes," Zhao Qingqing responded, and then her mood calmed down. If it were in the past, if they encountered such a thing, it would definitely be in danger. But now that they have bosses, it seems they have nothing to fear. "People on the opposite car, please pay attention. We are the staff of Chaoyang Shelter. You are also here to take refuge in our Chaoyang Shelter, right? All survivors going to Chaoyang Shelter need to be inspected by us, so please get out of the car immediately." Seeing that Zhao Qingqing had no intention of turning off the engine and getting out of the car, the man on the opposite side immediately came closer and shouted loudly, "Chaoyang Shelter staff? Examine?" Zhao Qingqing was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that man to say that. "Are you treating them as fools? Although this is the only way to Chaoyang Shelter, and it is not far from Chaoyang Shelter, there is no need to send someone here to set up a card check, right?" Zhao Qingqing glanced at Li Xiao, but Li Xiao just shook his head casually and let Zhao Qingqing handle it on her own. Zhao Qingqing said to the man in front of her through the car window, "We really want to go to Chaoyang Shelter, but it's still so far away from Chaoyang Shelter. Why do we need to check here? And you said you are from Chaoyang Shelter. Staff, do you have any proof? F***K. Get off the car immediately if I ask you to get off the car. What are you doing? That's right, get off the bus right away, or I will take coercive measures against you because you don't cooperate with law enforcement." Zhao Qingqing's words immediately made the two men angry and impatient. They took out their pistols directly from their bodies and aimed at Zhao Qingqing. The reason why they pretended to be the staff of Chaoyang Shelter just now was mainly to scare the people in Li Xiaoluo's car, and then let the people in the car get out of the car. That way, they don't have to go to war and can succeed more easily. Because if the people in Li Xiaoluo's car don't get out, then they will launch a forceful attack. Not to mention it will be a bit troublesome, and this good car may also be damaged by then. But if Zhao Qingqing is not fooled, the man opposite will have no choice but to reveal his true colors. Seeing the man opposite him using his gun, Zhao Qingqing quickly put the gun at the shooting port. Li Xiaoluo's bulletproof car not only has a shooting port in the back seat, but also a special shooting port in the cab. And a gun barrel suddenly appeared from the car, which also startled the two men opposite. At the same time, I secretly cried out that it was bad luck. Why was it their turn to do the most dangerous job today? This kind of survivor, who can still have a car after the apocalypse, is definitely not a good person. However, their deputy leader Lee Jun was watching from behind, and they did not dare to escape at all. Otherwise, they would definitely end up very miserable. So the two men pretended to be calm and continued to fool Zhao Qingqing. Beauty, are you sure you won't cooperate with our inspection? And you want to use a gun? You must think clearly. We represent Chaoyang's sanctuary. If you dare to take action, then you will be an enemy of Chaoyang's sanctuary. When the time comes, let alone joining Chaoyang's sanctuary, all of you will even be buried with us. So I advise you to think carefully. That's right, our Chaoyang sanctuary is very powerful. Do you really want to be the enemy of our sanctuary? Beauty, we are really just doing a routine inspection, so you'd better cooperate. Under Zhao Qingqing's extended gun barrel, the tone of the two men opposite became much better. Although they believe that if the woman in the car dares to shoot, Captain Li Jun and his brothers will definitely avenge them in the end. But what's the use? They are all dead, and everything has nothing to do with them. So for the sake of their own lives, the two men didn't dare to be tough anymore. They had even made up their mind that if Zhao Qingqing in the car did not cooperate, they would not dare to step forward again, and they would run away. When the time comes, let the big truck knock over that ***************************************************************************************************************he Xialuo no longer had the patience to let Zhao Qingqing quarrel with those two men. Li Xialuo said to Zhao Qingqing in the cab, "Shoot, kill the driver of the big truck blocking the road first." "Yes, boss." After hearing Li Xiaoluo's order, Zhao Qingqing was stunned for a moment. But Zhao Qingqing still obeyed Li Xiaoluo's orders unconditionally. Even if Li Xiaoluo asked her to kill someone, she may still receive a crazy counterattack from the other party, and she may die by then. But Zhao Qingqing didn't have much fear in her heart. After adjusting the direction of the gun, Zhao Qingqing prepared the truck cab in front and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. The dense bullets were fired directly at the big truck, and then there was a crackling sound, and the driver in the cab of the big truck was directly beaten into a sieve. The driver of the big truck never expected that the off-road vehicle on the opposite side would dare to resist, and instead of hitting the two men negotiating with him first, it would suddenly shoot at him first. Next to the big truck, the two men who were in charge of negotiating with Zhao Qingqing just heard the gunfire and subconsciously thought that they were having fun. The woman in the opposite car actually dared to shoot them first, but after the gunshots rang out for a while, the two realized that they felt no pain on their bodies. Looking again at the direction in which those bullets were fired, it turned out that they were shooting the truck driver. F***K. This woman is crazy. Kill her. A man quickly greeted his companion, then raised his gun and shot at Zhao Qingqing. The other man had already raised his gun and pointed it at Zhao Qingqing without him having to say anything. Bang! 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 Neither of them saved their bullets and kept firing at Zhao Qingqing, because they knew that since Zhao Qingqing dared to shoot and kill their people, they had already made plans to fight to the death. So after Zhao Qingqing kills the driver of the big truck, she will immediately point the gun at them. If she wants to survive, she can only kill Zhao Qingqing first. However, after the two men shot, they were dumbfounded. Although the windshield of the off-road vehicle was rattled by bullets, there was nothing wrong at all. Even Zhao Qingqing was a little confused. When she saw the two men shooting at her just now, Zhao Qingqing originally thought that she would be shot to death like the big truck driver. But she never expected that her boss's car would be so awesome. The windshield in front of the car was shot repeatedly by bullets, but it was not damaged at all. Not to mention damaged, not even a single crack. Before the end, Zhao Qingqing also saw some so-called bulletproof vehicles. But it's not as complete as bulletproof, right? This made Zhao Qingqing sigh with emotion. Sure enough, after the end of the world, everything will no longer be viewed from a normal perspective. No, it should be something related to the boss, which cannot be treated normally. Damn it, this is a bulletproof vehicle. There's no way it can be penetrated. F***K run. The two men who were shooting at the opposite side fired randomly, but they couldn't cause any harm to the enemy. They finally got scared and immediately turned around and ran towards the building where the mad fighting mercenary group was ambushing. But Zhao Qingqing knows that now that the fire has been fired, there is nothing to be merciful about, and there is no room for maneuver. Da-da-da-da. Zhao Qingqing pointed her gun at the two fleeing men and then opened fire. Soon, the two men also fell in a pool of blood. Naturally, everything that happened was watched by Li Jun and the people from the Quanzhong mercenary group who were ambushing beside the street. Originally, in Li Jun's plan, he first asked people to drive a large truck to block the road, and then asked his men to pretend to be Chaoyang shelter staff to inspect. As long as the person in Li Xiaoluo's car is an ordinary survivor, he will definitely be frightened, or he will be obedient and get out of the car to cooperate with the inspection. Because many foreign survivors want to join Chaoyang shelter, they dare not offend Chaoyang shelter. No matter what harsh conditions or unreasonable requirements Chaoyang shelter has, they will choose to accept it. This is just like before the end of the world. If some people want to immigrate to a beautiful country, there will be a very troublesome process. But many people are willing to pay no matter how high the price is for the past. And now Chaoyang shelter exists like this in the eyes of outside survivors. At least Li Jun and the others have met many survivors who came to seek refuge. They were basically very obedient in order to join Chaoyang's sanctuary. So in Li Jun's opinion, as long as the people in Li Xiaoluo's car get out of the car obediently, then his men will naturally be able to easily deal with Li Xiaoluo and the others. Kill all the people, rob all the supplies, and then you can still get a good car. And even if the survivors in the car are very vigilant and unwilling to get out of the car, it doesn't matter much. They can just let the big truck hit them when the time comes. So he sent his men to clean up a car that suddenly broke in. Li Jun didn't take it too seriously at all. In his opinion, everything should go smoothly. He was originally planning to wait for his men to finish before continuing to conquer Han Qingxue. But what Li Jun didn't expect was that the car was obviously blocked, but the people in the car dared to open fire first. Then, Li Jun saw with his own eyes that his truck driver was shot dead, and the two soldiers he sent out to pretend to be official staff of the Chaoyang shelter were also shot. It's simply lawless. How dare they, the foreign survivors, take the lead? Li Jun was really furious. I wish I could immediately capture the people in that car and cut them into pieces. However, Li Jun was a little entangled and regretful. Because of the gun battle just now, he also saw it clearly. This foreign off-road vehicle turned out to be a top-notch bulletproof vehicle. Even a gun couldn't hit the off-road vehicle, let alone hurt the people on it. His men were simply being massacred one-sidedly. And Li Jun also understood that it might be because of such a powerful bulletproof car that this group of foreign survivors were so arrogant. If it were normal times, Li Jun said that this group of outsiders had successfully aroused his anger. He would definitely make them pay a heavy price. But today, Li Jun still has to suppress the female soldiers of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. How can he send all his strength to deal with these outsiders? But if you don't go all out, the opponent will not only have super bulletproof vehicles, but also have considerable firepower. If only a part of the men are sent there, it may be another case of meat buns, beating dogs, and never coming back. But if he just lets it go and regains his position in the future, not to mention what his people will think, Li Jun himself just can't swallow this breath. So at this time, Li Jun was confused and a little regretful. What I regret is that I shouldn't have made any extraneous mistakes today, and I shouldn't have been greedy for a good car. No matter how good the car is, can it be as good as Han Qingxue? As long as you have Han Qingxue in your hands first, what kind of good car will you want in the future? Unfortunately, it's too late to say this now. Li Zhijiang thought for a moment, and then thought of a way. Li Jun looked at Han Qingxue opposite with a smile on his face and said, Qingxue, you have also seen the current situation. A group of outside thugs appeared out of nowhere. They came to our Chaoyang sanctuary's territory, and they dared to be so arrogant. Normally, it would be even worse. If you do it all, it's simply lawless. Qingxue, since you have already surrendered with your men, how about we join forces this time and deal with this group of foreign thugs together? Han Qingxue's face remained expressionless, but she was actually happy in her heart. There is always a way out, and people can survive from desperate situations. This may be what she is feeling right now. She was already prepared to die with Li Jun, and her sisters must also be prepared to sacrifice. But I never expected that a car suddenly appeared and killed several of Li Jun's men with ease. So now, Li Jun's main opponent is no longer their fire phoenix, but the foreign survivors in that car. As for Li Jun's proposal, Han Qingxue was naturally determined not to agree. Even the enemy of her enemy is her friend. If possible, she will help those foreign survivors. Of course, on the surface, Han Qingxue would definitely not say what was in her heart directly. Han Qingxue just looked at Li Jun calmly. Deputy Captain Lee, I just came here to discuss the merger with you on behalf of the sisters. But now, you obviously don't have time to discuss it with me. As for your proposal to deal with those foreign survivors together, I can't answer or agree to it directly. I need to go back and discuss it with all the sisters. Because many of my sisters are injured and they have no ammunition, there is no way to continue fighting, otherwise we would not choose to surrender. So I will go back and ask my sisters for their opinions first. After saying that, Han Qingxue retreated directly to the other side of the street, and Li Jun could only watch her leave. Although Li Jun was very unhappy with Han Qingxue's perfunctory behavior, there seemed to be nothing he could do. After all, Han Qingxue is not an ordinary female soldier like Fire Phoenix. She is dispensable. Li Jun's main goal is to conquer Han Qingxue, so Li Jun will not hurt Han Qingxue unless absolutely necessary. But Li Jun also knew that Han Qingxue's statement that she couldn't make the decision and wanted to discuss it with the sisters of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group was just an excuse. Li Jun suddenly felt very irritable. Everything was perfect originally, but as long as he conquered Han Qingxue, his future status would definitely rise. But now, why do such a group of powerful alien survivors suddenly appear? Can't we let him meet us later? But no matter how angry he is, things have already happened. Li Jun can only suppress his anger first and solve the problem first. Everyone prepare for me to fight. Let's avenge our dead brothers. We must let those stupid foreign survivors know how powerful our crazy mercenary group is. Li Jun had a cold face and then gave the order to his men. Yes, Deputy Captain. Yes, kill those idiots. Our mad fighting mercenary group has never suffered such a big loss, and it was at the hands of a group of foreign survivors. Damn it. You dare to be arrogant when you come to our territory. Those people must pay the price. Li Jun's men were all filled with righteous indignation and were furious. After all, even in the entire Chaoyang sanctuary, their crazy fighting mercenary group was ranked among the best, and they had never suffered any big losses. After a period of busyness and preparation, everyone under Li Jun was fully armed. They were already in a fighting state just now, and actually didn't have much to prepare. But now they had to deal with a car, and it was a bulletproof car, so they took out some weapons that they had not used before to deal with the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. For example, homemade incendiary bombs may not be very effective when used against soldiers, but if thrown against enemy vehicles, the effect is quite good. Even if the opponent is a bulletproof car, a bulletproof car is not necessarily fireproof. Kill me with the shield man in front and the incendiary bomb thrower following the shield man. Burn that car first. Seeing that his men were all ready, Li Jun gave the order to attack. Originally, he really wanted this off-road bulletproof vehicle, but since the people in the vehicle did not know what was good, and he did not want to cause trouble and only wanted a quick victory, he could only use the most effective method to deal with the enemy. As for that bulletproof car, burn it. In addition, Han Qingxue said that she was going to discuss with the women under her, but there was no movement. Apparently, she didn't want to cooperate with them. Li Jun had actually been prepared for this. Even Li Jun knew that if he could not quickly deal with the foreign survivors in the car, or if he suffered heavy losses, then Han Qingxue and the woman from Wang would not only help them, let alone surrender, but they might even continue to fight with them. They fight. Therefore, in order to extinguish the illusions of Han Qingxue's women, Li Jun must use all his strength and then use the fastest speed to eliminate those foreign survivors in one fell swoop. On Li Xiao's side, when Li Jun arranged for his men to prepare for the battle, they were preparing to kill Li Xialuo with one blow. Li Xialuo is not idle either. He is new here, and actually Li Xialuo doesn't want to be too high profile. But some people seek death on their own, and Li Xialuo has never been a person who is afraid of trouble. Let's not talk about whether these people are official members of Chaoyang shelter. Even if they are, Li Xialuo is not afraid at all. When Li Xialuo came to Chaoyang sanctuary, his main purpose was actually to do business. Li Xialuo wants to use the rich supplies in his hands to come to Chaoyang sanctuary in exchange for the crystals he needs most. If Chaoyang shelter is really as big as the broadcast said, then it must be very strong. Although he has not actually seen the Chaoyang sanctuary, Li Xiao can be sure that the Chaoyang sanctuary is indeed quite powerful. Because if nothing else, it can be seen from the strength of the Mad War mercenary group and the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. For example, almost every soldier in these two mercenary groups has a gun, and they also have cars. Each mercenary group also has a second-level superpower. From these alone, you can definitely see how powerful Chaoyang Shelter is. At least among the survivor forces that Li Xialuo has seen, they're definitely the most powerful. These are just the two mercenary groups of Chaoyang Shelter, so the official or military strength of Chaoyang Shelter will definitely be stronger. It can be said that if there is a battle between Taoyuan Leader and Chaoyang Sanctuary, Taoyuan Leader may not even be the opponent. Because among the hidden strength of Chaoyang Sanctuary, there might be a big killer weapon. But no matter how powerful Chaoyang Sanctuary is, there is nothing to be afraid of for Li Xialuo. First, Li Charlotte can come to Chaoyang Sanctuary, but the people in Chaoyang Sanctuary don't know about Li Charlotte's Taoyuan territory at all, let alone can't go to Li Charlotte's Taoyuan territory. Therefore, no matter how powerful Chaoyang Sanctuary is, it will not pose any threat to Li Xiaoluo's territory. Secondly, although Li Xiaoluo came out alone, even if Li Xiaoluo really fell out with Chaoyang Shelter basically had nothing to do with Li Xiaoluo. Because of the teleportation ability, as long as Li Xiaoluo wants to leave, Chaoyang Sanctuary will not be able to keep Li Xiaoluo at all. Li Xiaoluo came to Chaoyang Shelter to do business with sincerity. If Chaoyang Sanctuary is easy to talk to, then Li Xiaoluo will also be easy to talk to. But if Chaoyang Sanctuary is a trap, or if you like to slaughter fat sheep, then I'm sorry, Li Xiaoluo is not someone to be bullied. But Li Xiaoluo also knew that these people who blocked the road and robbed them could not represent Chaoyang Shelter at all. Even if he kills them all, it will only arouse the hatred of a certain force. So if you kill, just kill. While thinking, Li Xiaoluo took out a big thing from the system space, a heavy machine gun. Then Li Xiaoluo opened the sunroof of the off-road vehicle and mounted the heavy machine gun. In fact, Li Xiaoluo really wants to keep a low profile. Even now, Li Xiaoluo doesn't want to be too high profile. So Li Xiaoluo did not use his own powers, but chose to use thermal weapons. Li Xiaoluo had just set up his heavy machine gun when he saw a group of soldiers holding shields on the side of the street and heading towards his car. The heavy machine gun bullets have already been loaded. Li Xiaoluo held the heavy machine gun with one hand, took aim, and then pulled the trigger with the other hand. Da-da-da-da! A burst of fierce and heavy gunshots suddenly rang out in the small town. Li Jun never dreamed that he would die in Leah town, at the hands of a group of foreign survivors. He even didn't expect that this group of foreign survivors actually had weapons like heavy machine guns in their hands. Even if Li Jun is a superpower, even if Li Jun's physical fitness has been strengthened in all aspects. But after all, Li Jun is not a person with speed or metal powers. He has the ability to be invulnerable. Moreover, at close range and under the indiscriminate fire of heavy machine guns, Li Jun, a person with special powers, was also beaten to a bloody pulp. Before he died, Li Jun still kept his eyes wide open. He would never die with his eyes closed. Li Jun really couldn't understand why a heavy machine gun suddenly appeared on that car. Li Jun also couldn't understand. Today should be the day of his rise, but why did it become the day of his death? Li Jun couldn't understand even more. There could be thousands of survivors who came to seek refuge in Chaoyang Sanctuary, but they were basically all weaklings. But why are the foreign survivors so strong this time? And why was he so unlucky to meet him? So he is really unwilling. He hasn't enjoyed it enough yet. But when Li Jun died completely, everything had nothing to do with him anymore. Shoot with a heavy machine gun. Both people and buildings were beaten to pieces. Then Li Xiaoluo stopped shooting. This is the first time Li Xiaoluo has used such a powerful weapon. Not to mention, it is not only powerful, but also really fun. This is what men should play. Of course, heavy machine guns are a bit inconvenient to carry around. If you want to use a gun, you can only use a rifle or submachine gun. In addition, if you encounter some special powers, even using a heavy machine gun will be useless. Li Xiaoluo flew the drone and then checked the building on the left side of the street. All the men were indeed dead, and there was no one left alive. Of course, not everyone is dead. There is a group of women on the right side of the street. However, Li Xiaoluo did not kill the women on the right side of the street together. This is not because Li Xiaoluo is soft-hearted and cannot bear to kill women. It's the women on the right side of the street. They are obviously not the same group as the men on the left side of the street. They may even be enemies. Moreover, those women have no ill intentions towards Li Xialuo. Judging from their condition, they do not pose any threat to Li Xialuo. Even because Li Xialuo saved them, those women might even shed tears of gratitude. Although Li Xialuo didn't save them specifically and didn't need their gratitude, there was no need to kill them. Moreover, it is said that there is no airtight wall in the world. Today, Li Xialuo killed a person from Chaoyang Sanctuary, which means that he has one more enemy before he enters Chaoyang Sanctuary. But this enemy is seeking death on their own initiative, so Li Xialuo will just kill him. Even if Chaoyang Sanctuary knows about it, there is nothing he can do about it. But if we want to kill all these women now, not only will there be another enemy, but it may even arouse the hatred of the entire Chaoyang Sanctuary. Li Xialuo went all the way to Chaoyang Shelter. He came to seek money, not to be an enemy of Chaoyang Shelter. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, Li Xialuo actually doesn't want to cause trouble. At this time, the faces of the women in the Fire Phoenix mercenary group were all filled with joy. Originally, Han Qingxue had planned to sacrifice herself and die together with Li Jun. But their remaining sisters may not be able to return to Chaoyang Sanctuary alive. Even if some of them can return to Chaoyang Sanctuary alive, if the Fire Phoenix loses Han Qingxue, their strength will be greatly reduced in the future. By then, it will be difficult for them as a female mercenary group to survive. But none of them expected that just when they were determined to die, things would suddenly take a turn for the worse. Those beasts from the mad fighting mercenary group who sneaked up on them and pressed them step by step were all killed in one fell swoop. How can this make them unhappy? But soon, a woman thought of something. Will the person in the off-road vehicle kill them too? Captain, tell me, will the people in that car kill us too? I think it's possible. They must be survivors who want to go to Chaoyang Shelter. Although they have strong firepower, they're definitely no match for Chaoyang Shelter. So if they still want to join Chaoyang Shelter, then they definitely won't let the things here be leaked, and only dead people will not leak the things here. But we are really unjust. We are enemies with the members of the mad fighting mercenary group, and we will not talk nonsense at all. Okay, let's not make random guesses ourselves. No matter what the people in that car think, let's send someone to express our position and gratitude first. Han Qingxue spoke up to stop everyone's discussion, because such talk was of no use at all, and might instead misunderstand the people on the off-road vehicle. So the best way is to send someone over to negotiate first, showing that they were not involved in what happened just now, and they are not with those men. As for whether the other party believes it, or whether he wants to believe it, Han Qingxue cannot know. This time I'll go, Yuan Jingjing said. Yuan Jingjing held up a stick with a white cloth tied to it and walked out of the building. After getting the response from there, Yuan Jingjing quickly came to the front of Li Xialuo's off-road vehicle. Then, Yuan Jingjing saw this strange car and Zhao Qingqing sitting in the cab. The manager of this group of outsiders is actually a woman? This made Yuan Jingjing feel relieved and felt less nervous. Hello, my name is Yuan Jingjing. Hello, my name is Zhao Qingqing. Miss Zhao Qingqing, I am the captain of Chaoyang Sanctuary's Fire Phoenix mercenary group. Before you came, this is what happened. All our sisters are very grateful to you for eliminating those thugs. Yuan Jingjing hurriedly explained her identity and what happened here just now. All in one sentence. The attitude is also very low. In fact, if it were normal times, or in Chaoyang Shelter, she would basically not be so humble. After all, she is the captain of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group, and she can also be regarded as the face of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. If she were like this, who would respect their Fire Phoenix mercenary group? But today is different. Their sisters basically have no fighting ability now, and people like Zhao Qingqing still save them. So it's not a shame for them to lower their posture. After Yuan Jingjing finished speaking, Zhao Qingqing nodded and then said calmly, I roughly know the situation. Since you and those men are not the same group, we will not kill indiscriminately. Could you please move the truck blocking the road? Come on, we are still rushing to Chaoyang Shelter. Okay, I'll move the car right away. Yuan Jingjing didn't expect that Zhao Qingqing was so easy to talk to. Rising Sun Shelter. Li Xialuo's off-road vehicle stopped on the side of the road, and then looked at a huge shelter a few hundred meters ahead. It is said to be a shelter, but it is actually equivalent to a huge castle. It looks very big. It is simply magnificent. So it's a shelter, but it's almost like a town. The entire shelter is surrounded by a towering city wall. The city wall stretches endlessly as if there's no end in sight. Every survivor who has just arrived at Chaoyang Sanctuary will definitely be shocked when they see this scene for the first time. Even Li Xialuo was a little surprised. After all, let's not talk about the height and quality of Chaoyang Sanctuary City Wall, but it is definitely much more spectacular than the city wall in his Taoyuan territory. Of course, Li Xialuo has nothing to envy, because the actual situation in each place is different. Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory has a small population, and a villa area is enough for the people in his territory to live comfortably. Therefore, there is no need for Li Xiaoluo to consume more building materials and time to enclose a larger territory and then build a larger and more magnificent city wall. But Chaoyang shelter is different. There are more than 100,000 survivors in this shelter, so it must have a huge territory. And compared to Li Xiaoluo, Zhao Qingqing and other women were 10,000 times more surprised than Li Xiaoluo. They really couldn't imagine that there would be such a huge gathering of survivors after the end of the world. The city wall that stretches to no end is such a huge project, it's really surprising to see. Moreover, on the top of the city wall, you can see well-equipped soldiers with sharp eyes standing on duty at their posts. Each of those soldiers was equipped with a rifle, and in front of some soldiers, there were several large-caliber heavy machine guns set up. The dark muzzles made people feel chilly just looking at them. Any enemy, whether it is a human survivor or a monster, who dares to invade here will definitely be beaten to a pulp by the soldiers on the city wall. Of course, there are basically very few monsters that can get close to the city gate of Chaoyang Sanctuary, because Chaoyang Sanctuary has built an iron fence about 1 kilometer outside the sanctuary, and checkpoints are also set up at each intersection. Only human survivors can pass these checkpoints, and the monsters have basically been intercepted outside. Unless there is a demonic tide, then the city wall of Chaoyang Sanctuary is the last line of defense. Let's go to the city. After looking around outside Chaoyang shelter, Li Xiaoluo ordered to Zhao Qingqing. Yes, boss. Zhao Qingqing responded obediently, and then started the car again. When Li Xiaoluo's car arrived at the city gate, there were actually many survivors in ragged clothes waiting in line to enter the shelter. These people were basically survivors who had gone through countless hardships before coming here. Some of these survivors looked sallow and thin, some were scarred, and some were missing arms and legs. But when they arrived at the gate of Chaoyang shelter, many of them couldn't help crying with joy, because they're not Li Xiaoluo. Wherever they go, it is like traveling. Basically, they don't have to endure hardships or worry about danger. But for ordinary survivors, some people come to this Chaoyang sanctuary, almost like Monk Tang went to obtain Buddhist scriptures. It's really difficult, but will this rising sun shelter really be their paradise? At the city gate of Chaoyang shelter, some of the passages into the shelter are lined with survivors. They are being interrogated by the guards at the city gate and then checking their carry-on luggage. In fact, there are many passages to enter Chaoyang shelter, but some passages have VIP passages written on them, which are reserved for special personnel. Naturally, the ordinary survivors who have just arrived at Chaoyang Sanctuary do not have the courage to go to the VIP channel. However, Li Xiaoluo is naturally not an ordinary person. Although he will try to keep a low profile when he comes to Chaoyang Sanctuary, he will not just be an ordinary foreign survivor, because being an ordinary alien survivor would not be able to complete his plan. After Li Xiaoluo took Zhao Qingqing and the others out of the car, they went directly to the empty VIP channel. Hello, we are survivors who have just arrived at Chaoyang shelter. We want to enter the shelter. Also, where should we park our car? Zhao Qingqing is now Li Xiaoluo's spokesperson, so Zhao Qingqing handles some chores. The staff of Chaoyang Sanctuary, who were staying at the entrance of the VIP passage, were several gorgeous-looking women. They were laughing and gossiping, and they didn't even see anyone coming to their passage. Because of their passage, sometimes no survivors may pass through in a day. One of the young women with blonde hair raised her head and took a look at Zhao Qingqing. Although Zhao Qingqing was quite pretty, she wanted to go to the VIP channel because she wanted to eat shit. The blonde woman said impatiently, "What are you asking? Are you illiterate? Don't you know how to read? Didn't you see that we have a VIP channel here? Only superpowers or the top special talents before the end of the world can access it. You are qualified to enter the shelter through this passage. Who do you think you are? There are so many survivors over there queuing up to enter the shelter. Can you not see it?" Zhao Qingqing didn't expect that she would be scolded by the woman opposite just after asking casually. If it were Zhao Qingqing before, she wouldn't actually care, because this is what happens after the end of the world. Isn't it normal for people without strength to be bullied? But since following Li Xiaoluo and one thing after another happened, her boss has never been afraid, which made Zhao Qingqing's self-confidence a lot stronger. Therefore, Zhao Qingqing felt very uncomfortable with the blonde woman's unpleasant words and even had the urge to scold her back. But Zhao Qingqing still took a look at Li Xiaoluo first, just in case her boss didn't want to cause trouble. But after seeing Li Xiaoluo's expression, Zhao Qingqing knew what she should do. Who am I? Then who are you? You are just a waiter responsible for receiving people who come to join the Chaoyang shelter, and you act as if you are very powerful. In addition, this is how you treat people from far away. Survivors coming? The blonde woman did not expect that Zhao Qingqing, a woman from afar, would dare to make trouble. She has a career officer at Chaoyang shelter, and she has always been aloof to these untouchables who come to Chaoyang shelter. And now, in front of the public, she was insulted by a foreign woman. This made the blonde woman so angry that she looked ferocious. Sir, come quickly, there's someone making trouble here. In Chaoyang Sanctuary, the strongest force is naturally the military. Then there are the official forces of Chaoyang Sanctuary, and then there are several large mercenary groups. As for the city gate of Chaoyang Shelter, although the people responsible for reception are official staff, such as the blonde woman, she's an employee employed by the official forces of Chaoyang Shelter. But those responsible for security management at the city gate are naturally members of the military. So after the blonde woman was scolded by Zhao Qingqing, she immediately shouted to find someone from the military. When he heard the blonde woman's cry, an officer and a group of soldiers came over immediately. What's going on? The officer looked at the blonde woman seriously and asked. When the blonde woman saw the military people coming, she immediately felt confident. Although they do not belong to the same force, in Chaoyang Shelter, the military and the official forces of the shelter have always been closely related. So in the blonde woman's opinion, people from the military would definitely not turn their elbows outward to speak for these foreign untouchables. Captain Zhao, this woman and her companions are newly arrived foreign survivors. She just came to me to cause trouble and insisted on entering the shelter for me. I patiently explained to her that if the foreign survivors were not special talents, can only go to the ordinary passage over there to register, check and enter the shelter, no one can be special. But this woman just didn't listen, saying they didn't want to be checked, and then insulted and threatened me. The blonde woman looked pitiful, and then she slandered Zhao Qingqing non-stop. Anyway, there will be no surveillance after the apocalypse, and the staff on site must be on her side. No matter what she says, it doesn't matter. The officer in charge of leading the team was called Zhao Weidong. He took a careful look at Zhao Qingqing and determined that Zhao Qingqing did not look like a dangerous person. So Zhao Weidong did not immediately believe what the blonde woman said. He looked at Zhao Qingqing. Miss, do you have anything to say? Zhao Qingqing had been furious to death for a long time. Now when she heard Zhao Weidong ask her, she immediately spoke. Sir, this is not who she said. I just asked her how to enter the shelter. Then I asked her where our car should be parked. She cursed impatiently. ****ch. You are talking nonsense. What nonsense are you talking about? It was obviously you who started making trouble unreasonably after coming here. Zhao Weidong looked at the two women and didn't know who to believe for a moment. But at this time, Li Xiaoluo stepped forward calmly. Li Xiaoluo first glanced at the blonde woman coldly. Then he walked up to Zhao Weidong, and suddenly there was a rifle in his hand. I don't want to waste time. I just want to know, can I enter the shelter through this passage now? Zhao Weidong's expression changed, and he looked at Li Xiaoluo with some excitement. Sir, are you a space superpower? Li Xiaoluo nodded, admitting it. The space superpower is exactly the identity Li Xiaoluo plans to give himself in Chaoyang Sanctuary. Because he will definitely have to come up with a lot of supplies in the future, and he will definitely not be able to hide the fact that he has space powers. It would be better to expose it as soon as possible now. Sir, on behalf of the military, I sincerely invite you to join our military. I wonder if you are willing? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to join our military, you will definitely not be disappointed in terms of salary and position. Officer Zhao Weidong looked at Li Xiaoluo with excitement and said in a very sincere tone, You know, although there are tens of thousands of survivors in Chaoyang Shelter, there are only a few dozen people with superpowers in the entire Chaoyang Shelter. Then in Chaoyang Sanctuary, there are dozens of forces, large and small. Although Chaoyang Shelter looks harmonious on the surface, but where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes, and there will also be interests and selfishness. People with special abilities are among the top talents in the apocalypse, and people from every force naturally want to capture them. Therefore, Every superpower has a very high status in Chaoyang's sanctuary, and is also the target of competition and wooing by various forces. Although Li Xialuo's space power is not a powerful combat power, almost one person can be worth a logistics force. And now in the entire Chaoyang sanctuary, there is only one person with the ability to store space, and he is not from their military. Therefore, the military must welcome talents like Li Xialuo very much. And when she found out that Li Xialuo was actually a person with superpowers, the blonde woman was a little dumbfounded. In Chaoyang sanctuary, the status of any superpower is much higher than hers. This gap is even greater than that between her and the refugees who just arrived at the shelter. It can be seen from the fact that people from the military immediately extended an olive branch after learning that Li Xiao was a person with supernatural powers. This kind of gap is simply not something that an ordinary staff member like her can look up to. You know, in Chaoyang shelter, the military is the most powerful, so almost most survivors want to work in the military. The blonde woman also wanted to work in the military before. Even if she just became a cleaner, she would be willing to do so. Because as long as she is labeled as a military officer, she will no longer have to worry about living a hard life in the future, and at the same time, she will no longer have to worry about being bullied by anyone. In Chaoyang shelter, the military is famous for three things. The first is that he is famous for his strength, the second is that he is known for being well-treated, and the third is that he is known for protecting his shortcomings. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want to join such a good workplace? The blonde used to be one of them. But apart from the two bigger lamps on her chest and her eloquence in dealing with men, the blonde woman really has no other abilities. So she can't work in the army at all. Even in her current job, the blonde woman finally slept with an official manager after countless nights of hard work. At this time, the blonde woman was trembling with fear. What if Li Xialuo really joined the military and became a big shot in the military? From now on, as long as Li Xialuo wants to deal with her, it will only happen in minutes. Even if Li Xialuo says a word, she will lose her job and become one of those lowly refugees in Chaoyang shelter. Thinking of this, the blonde woman really wanted to faint immediately. However, Li Xialuo didn't care about Zhao Weidong's excitement and the blonde woman's fear. Li Xialuo naturally refused Zhao Weidong's olive branch. I'm sorry, I have no plans to join the military, and because of some people, I now have a very bad impression of Chaoyang's sanctuary, and I have no plans to join any force. I just want to know now, can my people enter the shelter through this VIP channel? Zhao Weidong couldn't understand what Li Xialuo meant. The blonde woman must have been deliberately looking for trouble just now, which made Li Xialuo feel unhappy. After all, today's superpowers are very arrogant. Zhao Weidong also glared at the blonde woman coldly. This was all the fault of this woman's contempt for others, and the military almost took the blame. Zhao Weidong nodded and said, "Sir, you are a superpower, so of course you can enter the shelter through this VIP channel. In addition, I will personally investigate what happened just now. Although these staff members are not from our military, I think as long as they make mistakes, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation, sir." Soon, under Zhao Weidong's personal arrangement, Li Xialuo, Zhao Qingqing, and the others successfully entered the Chaoyang sanctuary. As for the blonde woman, Li Xialuo actually didn't bother to pay attention to it. When a person stands high enough, he no longer bothers to take action against some insignificant people. Moreover, Li Xialuo originally planned to wait until Zhao Qingqing settled down in Chaoyang shelter before letting Zhao Qingqing take care of her. But now it seems that the woman may not be able to wait until then. Zhao Weidong of the military obviously attaches great importance to Li Xialuo. When the time comes, he will definitely find out what happened and then punish the woman to gain Li Xialuo's favor. But then Zhao Weidong will be disappointed. Not to mention that Li Xialuo didn't take this matter to heart at all. If Li Xialuo really cared about it, he would have taken it upon himself and slapped him. So no matter how Zhao Weidong handles that woman, Li Xialuo won't feel too much, let alone join the military just because they handle that woman. Li Xialuo will not stay in Chaoyang's sanctuary for a long time. He is just a passerby. After Zhao Weidong personally brought Li Xialuo and others into Chaoyang shelter, Zhao Weidong and Li Xialuo finally got to know each other under Zhao Weidong's enthusiasm. Zhao Weidong looked at Li Xialuo reluctantly. "Mr. Li, do you really not think about it anymore? Our military is very lacking in people with special abilities like you. So as long as you are willing to join our military, you will definitely be satisfied with the treatment. In addition, we can make an exception for your female companions and let them all join the military." At this time, Li Xiaoluo looked at the scene in Chaoyang's shelter and had no intention of talking to Zhao Weidong anymore. Sorry, I have no interest in joining any force, but I believe we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Zhao Weidong could see that Li Xiaoluo's attitude was very determined, and it seemed that he didn't mean to raise the price. Suddenly, I felt a little discouraged, so he had no intention of continuing to pester Li Xiaoluo. He wanted to report it to the senior management as soon as possible, and let the people above him find a way to impress Li Xiaoluo. Okay, Mr. Li, you have just arrived at Chaoyang's shelter. You may still need time to adapt and think, so I won't say more. When you figure it out, go to the military to find me at any time, and the door of our military will be open to you at any time. After saying that, Zhao Weidong seemed to remember something, and then said, Mr. Li, you just came to our shelter and you don't know many things and situations about the shelter. Moreover, our shelter is quite big. How about I find you a guide to take you to familiarize yourself with the shelter, and then do you want to settle down first? After speaking, he didn't wait for Li Xiaoluo to refuse. Zhao Weidong waved, Sidalon, I'll give you a task. Accompany Mr. Li Xiao to get familiar with our shelter. Yes, sir. A crisp voice came, and then a tall woman walked up to Li Xiao. But Zhao Weidong left with all his soldiers without waiting for Li Xiao to speak. Li Xiao didn't expect that this Zhao Weidong would actually come up with a beauty trap for him, because the woman named Situlan in front of me has short hair, a very tall figure, and fair and rosy skin. She is an absolute beauty, but it's just a little cold. In addition, Li Xiao also knew that Zhao Weidong quietly arranged for someone to call this woman when he went through the formalities for Li Xiao and others to enter the city just now. Therefore, Zhao Weidong took great pains to get Li Xiaoluo to join them. In addition, although Zhao Weidong left with all his soldiers, only Situlan, the beautiful guide, was left behind. But in the dark, he also arranged for people to monitor Li Xiaoluo. Of course, although it was said to be surveillance, Li Xiaoluo also heard the meaning of protection and obstruction through the drone. The so-called protection, according to Zhao Weidong, Li Xiaoluo is a space superpower, so his combat effectiveness is definitely not strong. Don't encounter any danger in the shelter. As for obstruction, it is natural to try to prevent Li Xiaoluo, a space superpower, from being known to other forces and not to be snatched away by other forces. Because their military really needs people with powers like Li Xiaoluo, so they have a certain attitude that they are bound to win. Although Zhao Weidong did a lot of things, including sending beautiful women as guides and letting soldiers follow him secretly. But in general, Li Xiaoluo had a good impression of the military forces in Chaoyang Sanctuary. At least they are more civilized and polite than those in power elsewhere. Even though they really wanted Li Xiaoluo to join and Li Xiaoluo's abilities, they didn't take any drastic action. If the person in charge of another shelter knew that Li Xiaoluo was just a space superpower with no fighting ability, he would have directly forced Li Xiaoluo to join. Even Li Xiaoluo himself is basically very direct if he likes a woman or her abilities. At the end of the world, the big fist is the last word. Of course, Li Xiaoluo also knows that it is not that the military in Chaoyang Sanctuary is really so kind or democratic. The reason why they did not take coercive measures may be because Chaoyang Shelter does not have the final say. Mr. Li, what are your plans? Or what do you want to know? I can see where to take you first based on your needs. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo didn't speak, Situlan took the initiative to speak. Okay, there should be a trading place in Chaoyang Sanctuary, right? Take me to see it. Also, I need to buy a bigger house, preferably a place where people can live in and can be used as a team station. Since there was a free guide, and she was a beautiful woman who was pleasing to the eye, Li Xiaoluo naturally did not refuse. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Situlan nodded and said, Mr. Li, our shelter does have an exchange, and it's not too far away. I can take you there right away to have a look. And there is a shelter house inside the exchange. Management center, where you can buy or rent a house. However, Mr. Li, I would like to remind you that our Chaoyang Sanctuary's territory is actually a bit too small compared to the tens of thousands of survivors. Therefore, the housing in our shelter is still relatively scarce for the time being. And whether it is renting or buying a house, the price is very expensive, and ordinary survivors simply cannot afford it. Li Xiaoluo smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter, you just lead the way. Do you think I am an ordinary survivor? Only then did Situlan remember that Li Xiaoluo was a superpower. But Situlan also heard that Li Xiaoluo is just a space superpower, and his abilities are equivalent to those of a warehouse. If a person with such powers does not follow a strong team, his combat effectiveness is not much better than that of ordinary survivors. Therefore, Li Xialuo should not have much money. The main road in Chaoyang shelter is wide and clean, but vehicles are not allowed inside the shelter. According to Superpower, although Chaoyang shelter has many cars, gasoline is very scarce and therefore very expensive. It is difficult to buy gasoline unless you have special needs, and the shelter will not allow precious gasoline to be wasted in the shelter. The group of people walked towards the exchange, and then Superpower kept introducing to Li Xialuo what they saw along the way. The large area just entering the shelter belongs to the refugee camp. The refugee camp is the most chaotic place in Chaoyang shelter and the place with the worst environment. There are basically no buildings in the refugee camps. They are all shacks or large tents built with iron frames to protect them from the wind and rain. Thousands of refugees lie on the ground like zombies. Many people starve to death, die of illness, or are bullied to death every day in the refugee camps. Further ahead of the refugee camp is the civilian area. Many of the buildings in Chaoyang shelter are newly built after the apocalypse. Many buildings in the civilian area are like this. These buildings all have gray-white walls and are all the same style and height. Except for the different numbers on the house numbers, it is basically difficult to distinguish them. Then, the houses in civilian areas are basically 5 or 6 floors, with 10 rooms on each floor, and each room is 20 square meters in size. Ordinary civilians in Chaoyang shelter, or foreign survivors who find jobs in Chaoyang shelter, are eligible to live in collective dormitories in civilian areas. Because of the shortage of housing, there are basically 10 or 20 people living in each dormitory. This is what Superpower said before. Whether ordinary survivors want to buy or rent a house in Chaoyang shelter, it is actually very difficult, because there are very few houses in Chaoyang shelter, and most of them are in the hands of those big forces. Of course, what Superpower said was difficult, but he was actually targeting ordinary survivors, because the average survivor has no money. In Chaoyang shelter, as long as you have money, nothing will be a problem. As long as you have money, let alone houses in civilian areas, there are better wealthy areas in Chaoyang shelter, and you can choose any house anywhere. Then on the way to the exchange, Li Xialuo learned about the currency of Chaoyang shelter from Superpower. That's right, Rising Sun Asylum has its own currency, like pre-apocalyptic money. Chaoyang shelter's money is also divided into 3 types: 1 yuan, 10 yuan, and 100 yuan. Among them, pieces 1 and 10 have grain printed on them, so they're also called food stamps. Then there are 100 pieces with crystals printed on them, also called crystal tickets. In Chaoyang shelter, 1 yuan can now buy almost 1 caddy of grain. And in Chaoyang shelter, it is difficult to find a job. In addition to the need for a large number of manpower to build the city wall in the past, in the future, there will be a large number of people rushing to do almost every job. In addition, jobs in Chaoyang shelter are generally divided into permanent workers and temporary workers. Naturally, long-term workers are employed for a long time, and then the boss will provide food and accommodation, but basically there is no additional salary. As for temporary workers, ordinary workers earn about 2 yuan a day, while skilled workers can earn almost 5 yuan. Basically, it's just enough to eat. Moreover, temporary jobs are not always available. If there is no work, then you will have to go hungry. The above is still about the treatment of workers. As for refugees, they basically have no income, so refugees can only beg or sell themselves, etc. In short, Chaoyang shelter is not a paradise for most survivors. There may not even be half as many people who have jobs and can eat enough every day. The rest can only rely on themselves. After hearing this, Zhao Qingqing and the other women felt mixed emotions, both disappointed and happy. The disappointment is with Chaoyang shelter. I originally thought that such a large shelter would not be the same as before the apocalypse, but at least I wouldn't be hungry after arriving, right? As for being lucky, they are naturally lucky that they have a great boss and don't have to worry about having enough to eat like ordinary survivors after going through all the trouble to get to Chaoyang shelter. Soon, the group of people arrived outside the trading hall of Chaoyang shelter. There were many people outside the trading hall. After seeing Li Xialuo and his party, a group of men and women immediately gathered around frantically. "Sir, please do me a favor. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please give me some money. A good man will have a safe life. Sir, do you want a wife? My wife is very beautiful and will definitely stimulate and satisfy you. Sir, are you buying anything good at a high price? The prices offered by our Zhou Poppy Trading Company are definitely higher than those on the trading floor." At this time, Sidolan's role came into play. The military is doing business. Get out of here, Sidolan said coldly. Although her voice was not loud, the crowd who gathered around heard her clearly and immediately dispersed in fright. The trading hall looks quite spectacular. The first floor hall alone is almost 3 stories high, covering an area of more than 5,000 square meters. The trading hall on the first floor was very lively, with at least 1,000 people doing various transactions inside. In Chaoyang shelter, food, shelter, weapons and ammunition, etc. are basically run by the government and the military, so everyone can only come here to trade. Although there are many people trading privately in the shelter, and there are even some large black markets, it is definitely not as safe as the trading floor. The entire trading hall is divided into many areas, including a dedicated grain trading area, a dedicated weapons trading area, and even a crystal trading area. Xialuo pointed to the crystal trading area, and then asked Sidolan, "Miss Sidu, does this crystal trading area mean that I can exchange crystals for anything at any time, and I can exchange anything for crystals at any time?" Sidolan shook his head. "Mr. Lee, I know what you mean. You are a superpower, so you will naturally want to exchange a large number of crystals. But the transaction of crystals is still relatively strict. If you are exchanging crystals for materials, there are not many restrictions. But if you want to exchange materials for crystals, then there are many restrictions. So, Mr. Lee, if you want to upgrade your superpower level as soon as possible, the best way is to join our military. Not only will you not have to rent or buy a house, we will also be responsible for providing the crystals needed to upgrade your superpower." Although Sidolan is cold and unsmiling, he is very dedicated to his duties. As long as there was an opportunity along the way, he would not forget to abduct Xialuo. And Xialuo also knew that what Sidolan said was indeed the truth. In her eyes, Xialuo is just an auxiliary superpower user. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Xialuo to obtain a large amount of crystals to upgrade his superpowers on his own, even if Xialuo got some valuable supplies before coming to Chaoyang shelter. However, Chaoyang shelter has very strict control over crystals, and it is difficult for an individual to redeem a large amount of crystals. The only way is to join a force. In Chaoyang shelter, joining the military is undoubtedly the most promising option. It's a pity that Sidolan met Xialuo. He is no ordinary space superpower. He also has no interest in joining the military. Although Chaoyang's sanctuary restricts crystal trading, Xialuo is not in a hurry. He believes that he will have a way to get a large amount of crystals from Chaoyang's sanctuary by then, because he has something good in his hands. For example, salt and grain. There are so many survivors in Chaoyang's sanctuary, and there is such a shortage of food. If Xialuo exchanges grain for crystals, will Chaoyang's sanctuary not exchange it? There are also supplies such as fruits, cigarettes, and drinks. The only person who can have these things now is Xialuo. Wouldn't the rich people in Chaoyang's shelter be interested? Even though the official exchange of Chaoyang's sanctuary restricts the trading of large amounts of crystals, Xialuo can trade with other forces or private individuals. Those people must be very interested in the tobacco, alcohol, and other materials in Xialuo's hands, and are very willing to trade with Xialuo. As for why Xialuo dared to say this, crystals can enhance the strength of superpowers. Among those with superpowers, who would be willing to exchange precious crystals for some tobacco and alcohol? Wouldn't it be nice for them to use it to improve their own strength? However, in reality, there must be many people who are willing. The reason is very simple. The most important thing is that every time a superpower user upgrades his superpower, he needs to prepare the crystals needed for the upgrade at once. In layman's terms, for example, when a person with a superpower upgrades to level 2, he needs to prepare 100 crystals at one time. Instead of using 10 crystals today and 20 crystals tomorrow, he can upgrade when he accumulates 100 crystals. Therefore, the superpowers were fine in the previous upgrades, and the number of crystals required was not too many. But what about behind? For example, when upgrading to level 3, you need to prepare 10,000 crystals at one time. But how long does it take for most superpowers to collect these 10,000 crystals? 1 year or 2? However, in the apocalypse, it can be said that dangers are everywhere. Even those with superpowers keep their heads in their belts every time they go out to perform tasks. That's why many people think about fighting for power and profit, and thinking about being happy day by day. So, as long as there are good things, there is absolutely no need to worry about not having buyers. Sidolan didn't say much about Xialuo's incompetence. She knew that all people with powers were very proud. In the past, some people with superpowers came to Chaoyang's sanctuary from other places, and they did not want to be inferior to others at first. But in the end, they will basically choose to join a force. Because in Chaoyang shelter, if you want to avoid being bullied, fighting alone simply won't work. After taking a casual look at the trading hall, Xialuo also discovered that there is an area in the hall dedicated to releasing information. There is even a large LED display in this area, which continuously scrolls and displays some of today's news. The official purchases salt, grain seeds, daily necessities before the end of the world, etc. at high prices. If the quantity is large, the price can be increased. The Crazy Fight mercenary group recruits soldiers with high salaries. They're required to be in good physical condition and not afraid of death. In terms of remuneration, food and accommodation are provided, women are provided, and commissions are given for each mission. The Tianxiong mercenary group purchases cigarettes at a high price. No matter what brand they are before the end of the world, they must be of good quality and not contaminated. It turns out that the entire trading hall can not only trade with the official, but also any force or individual can publish some sales or acquisition news according to their own needs. This is very good, and Li Xialuo will definitely use it when the time comes. But Li Xialuo is just taking a look now. He doesn't have time to do this for the time being, because getting a house that belongs to him is the most important thing for Li Xialuo. Why is the house the most important? It's not that Li Xialuo wants to settle down in Chaoyang's sanctuary, but Li Xialuo wants to build a teleportation array first. Because only by building a teleportation array can Li Xialuo's safety be guaranteed to the greatest extent. And with the teleportation array, he can come here whenever he wants and go back whenever he wants. Under Situ Land's guidance, Li Xialuo led several women through the crowd and arrived at the most deserted part of the trading hall. Real estate transaction area. It was really deserted here. Before Li Xialuo and the others came over, several women from the real estate business were folding paper cranes. It's not that they are lazy, it's that they really have nothing to do. As Situ Land said, most of the survivors in Chaoyang shelter are refugees. They have no jobs, no income, and no houses. Then some other workers who have jobs basically have food and housing included, but their wages are very low or none, and they basically can't afford their own house. Only some large mercenary groups will buy houses, but most of those mercenary groups have already purchased them and rarely buy new houses. Among the service girls who were fishing, a woman with an oval face finally saw Li Xialuo and the others. Then she quickly stood up and trotted to Li Xialuo and the others. "Sir, hello, beauties. My name is Li Qiqi. I am very happy to serve you. Are you here to see the house?" Li Qiqi had a spring breeze-like smile on her face, and then she bowed towards Li Xialuo and others, waiting for orders from Li Xialuo and the others. There were also several other service ladies. Although they did not run over again, they all stood up and bowed slightly towards Li Charlotte and the others. After the apocalypse, some service girls have very good attitudes. Even though they are official staff, they are actually just service girls, and they have no sense of superiority. Especially those who can come to them are basically not ordinary survivors, so they are even more enthusiastic. Li Qiqi is wearing a hip-hugging skirt and flesh-colored stockings on her legs. Her skin is quite fair, although her appearance is worse than that of Situ Lan. When she bends over, the whiteness on her chest is quite eye-catching. Quite interesting. But Li Xialuo is a person who has seen the wind and waves, so just take a look and get down to business first. Li Xialuo looked at Li Qiqi and said straight to the point, "I want a team station. It needs to be big, with a warehouse and dormitories." As soon as she heard Li Xialuo's words, the smile on Li Qiqi's face became even sweeter. This is big business. Although Li Qiqi and other women are official workers in name, they are actually similar to real estate sales before the end of the world. The remuneration is very low. Only when the house is rented out or sold can they get a commission and make more money. Otherwise, their wages would actually be barely enough to support themselves. Perhaps the only difference between them is that after the apocalypse, they have all undergone strict professional training and truly regard customers as gods. And as long as customers are willing to spend money, they can also provide special services in an open and honest manner so that customers can return home satisfied. At this time, several of Li Qiqi's beautiful colleagues looked at Li Qiqi with envy in their eyes. Their real estate transactions here have not had such a big deal for a long time. If this deal is successful, Li Qiqi will definitely earn a lot of commission. As for whether it can work, as long as the customer goes to the VIP room, enjoys the distinguished special service, and feels completely comfortable, there is basically no problem. Li Qiqi folded her hands, then bent slightly and said, Sir, we have the house that meets your requirements, but it is a bit expensive. Can you move to our VIP room? I can introduce it to you in detail with the information. Li Qiqi naturally knows what parts of her body are most attractive to men, so her uniform has a large opening on the chest. Every time she bends down slightly, a patch of white will be exposed. In addition, when Li Qiqi said the word alone, she paused deliberately. Li Xialuo naturally understood the meaning of her words. When Li Weidong received Li Xialuo before, he told Li Xialuo that the entertainment industry and service industry in Chaoyang shelter are very developed. And it's legal. After all, many people in shelters are unemployed, especially women. If they want to survive, they must use their own advantages. Men guard the safety of the shelter, go out to hunt monsters and search for supplies. These are extremely dangerous jobs. They might die tomorrow, so they also need a place to vent. This kind of thing, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer, is absolutely impossible to prohibit in the apocalypse. Regarding this kind of thing, Li Xiao didn't mean to look down on Li Qiqi. After all, they also relied on their own abilities to survive. But now, Li Xiaoluo is really not in the mood to experience her service alone. In fact, Li Xiaoluo has a rather demanding appetite. No need to go to the VIP room. Just introduce me to the place that meets my requirements. Sir, you just come to our shelter, right? Only distinguished guests like you can go to our VIP room. In it, you can appoint me or multiple people to serve you. We can meet all your requirements. I said no need. Li Qiqi was immediately disappointed, but the smile on her face was still charming. Although she was a bit pretty, she was still a class beauty before the end of the world, and she had countless licking dogs around her before. But in the post-apocalyptic world, women like them, who are at best exchange staff and at worst service girls, have no right to be angry. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will go immediately to get the resident information that meets your requirements. After Li Xiao nodded and Li Qiqi bowed, slightly politely again, she dared to run quickly to get the information. Compared with the service attitude of some departments before the end of the world, Li Xiaoluo felt that she really had nothing to say. Even someone as picky as Li Xiaoluo can hardly find fault. After Li Qiqi left, Situlan secretly looked at Li Xiaoluo with some surprise. She originally thought that Li Xiao would follow Li Qiqi directly to the VIP room to enjoy it like the men in the apocalypse. Because from the way Li Xialuo looked at her, Situlan knew that Li Xialuo was definitely not a vegetarian man. But what really surprised her just now was that Li Qiqi made it so obvious that Li Xiaoluo was not even moved. You know, that Li Qiqi is quite beautiful, and she wears a hip-hugging skirt and stockings with beautiful legs. How many men can remain indifferent in the apocalypse? At least in Situlan's opinion. Even the most beautiful Zhao Qingqing next to Li Xiaoluo looked much less attractive than Li Qiqi because she was not dressed up. So Li Xiaoluo was not moved by Li Qiqi, which really surprised her. Not long after, Li Qiqi ran back with a folder, and then she handed it to Li Xiaoluo respectfully. Sir, there are 3 places here that better meet your requirements. You can take a look first. If you are not satisfied, then I will report to you. You introduce others. Li Xiao took the information and checked it casually. Their preparations are quite detailed. The information not only includes text introductions, but also photos. Although they only use pictures like those taken with Polaroids, which are not particularly clear, they can still give customers the most intuitive understanding. Li Qiqi showed Li Xiaoluo 3 properties. The first place is a small factory with a warehouse and a dormitory, which looks quite new. Because this place has been renovated after the flood, it can be said that as long as it is taken down, even a small team can move in with their bags. Purchase price. The fixed price is 5,000 yuan. If this price were before the end of the world, it would definitely be considered a cabbage price. After all, it only costs 5,000 yuan to buy a small factory. I'm afraid everyone will rob me of my head. But in Chaoyang shelter, the price can be said to be sky high. What is the concept of 5,000 yuan? In Chaoyang shelter, many refugees can't get more than 1 yuan a day. Even ordinary workers can only earn a few dollars for a day's work. Then the women in Chaoyang shelter sell their bodies on the roadside, and the price of fast food is 2 yuan. Even those like Li Qiqi and others who take the high-end route only need a few dozen yuan to be at the mercy of customers. So the money in Chaoyang shelter now is much more valuable than the money before the end. Of course, in Chaoyang sanctuary, wealth is even more polarized than before the apocalypse. Rich people, such as the leaders of large mercenary groups, are very rich because they can go out to search for supplies, hunt monsters, and earn a lot of money. let alone 5,000 yuan. Even 50,000 yuan is not a problem for those rich people. But people without money, such as those refugees, are basically penniless. Therefore, the real estate of Chaoyang shelter is not for ordinary survivors, and those ordinary survivors are not qualified to come here at all. Li Xiao always thought that he was a man with unparalleled wealth, so naturally, he was not frightened by the price. He was just a little dissatisfied. Although what he bought was his temporary residence, it must be the best, otherwise it would not be worthy of his status. So, Li Xiao glanced at the second place and ignored it. Then, he looked at the third most expensive place. Number: Chaoyang Shelter Station Number 1. Exterior Pictures, JPG. Interior Decoration Pictures, JPG. Location: close to the east of the villa area, with beautiful environment and an area of 20 acres. Detailed information: Chaoyang Shelter Station Number 1 was a villa of a wealthy businessman before the end of the world. After the apocalypse, it has been repaired and expanded. It is now the best team station in Chaoyang Shelter. After entering the station, the first thing that catches the eye is a huge warehouse. The warehouse is very sturdy and durable and can definitely meet the needs of any large mercenary group. Next to the warehouse is the dormitory building. The design of the dormitory building is very apocalyptic, simple and elegant, but the dormitory building is stronger than the warehouse and can withstand an 8-magnitude earthquake. In addition, there is a special training ground in Station Number 1. Finally, the biggest selling point of Station Number 1 is naturally the 3-story villa that looks very luxurious. The exterior design of the villa is very fashionable, unique, and elegant. There are even gardens and fountain pools inside the villa, which are very rare to see in the apocalypse. It also adds a sense of vitality and beauty to the entire residence. Other advantages: Site Number 1 has a large area, and there are many open spaces to be developed. As long as you purchase Site Number 1, you can even build walls, new buildings, etc. The purchase price is 30,000 yuan. Seeing Li Xiao's last gaze resting on the introduction of Station Number 1, Li Qiqi's heartbeat accelerated and kept beating. Because talking about this Number 1 station, there is actually a little story. That was when Chaoyang Shelter was first established. Chaoyang Shelter had no real estate transaction business at all. Because in the beginning, those who worked for the military or the government must have had food and housing included. As for some foreign survivors who come to seek refuge, most of them have nothing and cannot even afford to eat. If you still charge them rent, then they will have no choice but to live outside the shelter or leave Chaoyang Shelter. However, as the population in Chaoyang Sanctuary increased, many people with superpowers appeared, and then they established large and small mercenary groups or forces. After those mercenary groups developed, some of them began to become rich. As long as people have money, they will naturally have higher requirements for food, clothing, supplies, housing, etc. As a result, Chaoyang Shelter's real estate also began to slowly gain demand. However, there is definitely no real estate company in Chaoyang Shelter for the time being, because the land and houses are all in the hands of the government. But it is actually very difficult for officials to make money after the apocalypse, because most survivors have nothing, and most of the time they have to rely on official relief. So the officials suddenly discovered that they could make money from real estate again, and they were naturally very excited. Think about the contribution of real estate to GDP before the end. After a meeting and discussion, the official felt that there was still no progress in the area of personal housing. What Chaoyang Shelter is most in need of now is a team residence. Moreover, those mercenary groups are rich and willing to spend money. They also occupy almost most of the wealth of the shelter. Earning their money is the business. So the officials chose a place with the best location in Chaoyang Shelter, and then used a lot of coolies to build Station Number 1. And a very expensive price was set for Station Number 1. You know, the land space in their Chaoyang Sanctuary is limited, so every inch of land is very precious. The Number 1 station covers a large area and has complete facilities. It can be said to be the best station in their Chaoyang Shelter. Even if another wall is built, Station Number 1 will be an independent world, ensuring maximum security and privacy. This is especially important in the last days. Therefore, when Chaoyang Shelter officials built Site 1, they never thought that Site 1 would not be sold. According to the official view, before the end of the world, many wealthy people will buy villas worth hundreds of millions, or even billions without batting an eye. The more expensive the better, because sometimes vanity is more important than anything else. Moreover, Station Number 1 is only used to test the waters. When the time comes, as long as Station Number 1 is snapped up by those mercenary groups, they will build Station Number 2 and Station 3. In this way, those mercenary groups go out to work hard, and the official shelter can make a lot of money from the land. But the idea is beautiful, but the end of the world is cruel. After Station Number 1 was built, no mercenary group was willing to buy it. Even later, the official lowered the requirement, and it could be rented for 5,000 yuan a month. Still, no one is interested. Although it is now much easier for some powerful mercenary groups to hunt monsters in Chaoyang Sanctuary. The monthly rent of Station 1 is 5,000 yuan. If they are lucky, they can earn it in only 3 or 4 days. But people can't just be lucky, especially in the apocalypse, especially if you go out to hunt monsters. You are really gambling with your life tomorrow. Maybe if you are unlucky and encounter a wave of monsters, you may suffer heavy casualties, or even the entire army may be annihilated. So before the end of the world, rich people are willing to spend a lot of money to buy real estate. But after the end of the world, no mercenary group is willing to waste too much money on houses. Even if the rent is 5,000 yuan a month. With this much money, they can buy several thousand kilograms of grain and dozens of guns. Or the most expensive Heaven and Earth Club in Chaoyang Shelter, the most expensive Baimei Emperor Bath, only costs 3,888 yuan per visit. So until now, Station Number 1 has not been sold and has been idle. And there is a reason why Li Qiqi was particularly excited when she saw that Xialuo was interested in Station Number 1. Because as long as she can sell Station Number 1, she will make a fortune. Station Number 1 is already expensive, but you can earn a lot just by raising your achievements. And the official has always hoped to sell it as soon as possible, and then attract other mercenary groups to follow suit and compete, so that more luxury version of the station can be sold in the future. Make money from real estate in the future. So whoever sells Residential Number 1 will receive additional rewards in addition to commission. But in the past, the forces at Chaoyang Sanctuary were basically not interested in Station Number 1. So Li Qiqi and the others rarely took the initiative to recommend Station Number 1 to their guests. This is also the information that Li Qiqi brought, and Station Number 1 was placed at the end. Because Li Qiqi subconsciously thought that Li Xialuo would not take a fancy to Station Number 1. But she didn't expect that Li Xialuo would pass by the 2 cheap stations in front of her in almost a second. But the most expensive Number 1 residence attracted his interest. Sir, are you interested in Station Number 1? You are really discerning. In the entire Chaoyang shelter, Station Number 1 is the largest station, and it is also the only station that currently allows private construction. And we have activities now. If you choose to purchase Residential Number 1 directly, we can also provide you with many additional benefits. Li Qiqi looked at Li Xialuo with a smile on her face. Her smile was very sweet and more sincere than before. Then, without waiting for Li Xialuo to ask, Li Qiqi went on to introduce additional benefits. Sir, as long as you purchase Station Number 1 now, if you need to renovate or build a new station, we promise to give priority to building it for you at a 50% discount. In addition, as long as you purchase Station Number 1 now, we can also provide 20 servants for free, both men and women, even myself. From now on, these 20 people will belong to you, sir. After finishing speaking, Li Qiqi looked at Li Xialuo with even more longing in her eyes. They can be the service girls here, and their beauty is one of the best in the entire Chaoyang Sanctuary. But the lives of these women may be a little better than those of the ladies in clubs outside. Therefore, if Li Xialuo can really buy Residential Number 1, it means that Li Xialuo has very strong financial resources, and Li Qiqi is very willing to follow such a man. But seeing that Li Xialuo didn't speak, Li Qiqi quickly said, Sir, if you don't want to buy it directly, you can also rent it. The minimum rent is 1 month. Li Xialuo waved his hand, interrupted what Li Qiqi was saying, and said, You guys can pay directly with supplies, right? Actually, for Li Xialuo, he didn't even notice the benefits Li Qiqi mentioned above. In the future, we will build a new building at a 50% discount and give away 20 servants. As long as you have money, these benefits are nothing. Mainly, Li Xialuo is now anxious to find a place to stay and build a teleportation array. Besides, Li Xialuo felt that he really didn't have much choice. Because apart from Station Number 1, he would definitely look down on other stations, and Station Number 1 was the only one that was barely there. After all, Station Number 1 has a warehouse that can store a large amount of supplies, a dormitory building where the team members live, and a villa where he can stay. These can meet Li Xialuo's needs for the time being. In addition, Station Number 1 is large enough, and you can DIY it by yourself. If you have other ideas in the future, such as building a skyscraper headquarters, just find someone to build it. Also, when coming to Chaoyang Shelter, Li Xialuo didn't want to force it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Chaoyang shelter was not the small bases Li Xialuo went to before. Hearing Li Xialuo's words, Li Qiqi's beautiful eyes opened wide. Then he said with great excitement, "Sir, yes, as long as it is valuable materials such as grain, salt, etc., you can pay directly at today's market purchase price." At this time, Situ Lan frowned. She looked at Li Xialuo and said, "Mr. Li, you don't really want to rent that #1 station, do you? In the Chaoyang Sanctuary, even if you don't want to join any force, you still have to spend so much money. It's not cost-effective to rent a place." Although Situ Lan still looked cold, it was obvious that she was kindly reminding Li Xialuo not to spend blindly. It is difficult to earn money at Chaoyang shelter. Even though Situ Lan is from the military and her welfare benefits are pretty good, it may take her 10 years to save enough 5,000 yuan in Chaoyang shelter. And not to mention Situ Lan and the others. Even if Li Xialuo is a superpower, Li Xialuo is only an auxiliary superpower, and he has not joined a strong team. He only has Zhao Qingqing and a few weak women under his command. So in Situ Lan's opinion, even if Li Xialuo got some supplies before coming to Chaoyang shelter, it shouldn't be too much. Even if Li Xialuo wanted to start a career of his own, there was no need to waste all his money on prestige projects. Now is not the time before the apocalypse. In the pre-apocalypse, if your company was located in the best and most high-end office building, then your customers would look up to you. Li Xialuo looked at Situ Lan and shook his head. "Who said I want to rent?" Situ Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the man was still awake. But Li Qiqi on the side wanted to cry. The commission is gone. Of course, in Chaoyang shelter, the rules for service girls like them are very strict. Under any circumstances, they must maintain the most beautiful smile in front of the guests. So Li Qiqi did not cry. She just smiled very ugly. However, Li Xialuo went on to say, "I never like to use other people's things, so renting is definitely impossible. I'll just buy it. I don't have much money anyway." For a moment, Li Qiqi and Situ Lan felt as if they were on a roller coaster, one after another. However, Li Xialuo did not argue with them anymore. Li Xialuo directly took out a pack of cigarettes from the system space. Furong King, a box of 25 before the end. One piece is 250 yuan, but after the end of the world, its value has definitely increased 100 times. Can you tell me how much this cigarette is worth? When Li Xialuo was in the trading hall before, he saw people buying cigarettes at high prices, and they were all based on root causes. Because there are so few of these things in existence now, they're almost like antiques before the end of the world. Sure enough, when he saw an extra cigarette suddenly appeared in Li Xiaoluo's hand, it was a whole carton of cigarettes. The faces of the women around them were all shocked, as if someone suddenly took out a gold brick before the end of the world. Who wouldn't be surprised to see it? Although women like Li Qiqi and Situ Lan actually have no interest in cigarettes, whether before or after the apocalypse. But this does not prevent them from knowing that before the end of the world, the most profitable company in China was the tobacco company. And after the apocalypse, the cigarettes before the apocalypse were sold to sky-high prices by those men. In Chaoyang shelter now, even some beauties may not be worth the price of a pack of cigarettes. Li Qiqi swallowed, then looked at Li Xiaoluo with some stuttering, and said respectfully, "Sir, I'm really sorry, I'm a little rude. Cigarettes are very valuable in our shelter now, especially this kind of mid to high-end cigarettes, which are priceless but basically can be auctioned. So the purchase price we can give you is definitely not the highest, and I'm really sorry. If you're not in a hurry, I can ask our supervisor to come over and give you a valuation, or you can wait for our auction tomorrow." Although Li Qiqi meant well, Li Xiaoluo said impatiently, "If I ask you to tell me the price, just say it." Li Qiqi was stunned for a moment, but she quickly checked the Furong King in Li Xiaoluo's hand carefully to confirm that it was not a parallel import. "Sir, our purchase price for this kind of cigarette today is 2,000 yuan per pack. Are you satisfied with it? A pack of cigarettes is worth 2,000 yuan? Even though Li Xiaoluo had been mentally prepared for a long time, he was still slightly shocked. At this price, it can definitely be considered a complete luxury product. Its value has definitely skyrocketed 1,000 times more than before the doomsday. You know, $1 in Chaoyang shelter is worth 100 times more than it was before the doomsday. And that's not all. Even if calculated at the lowest 100 times, Chaoyang shelter's 2,000 yuan is equivalent to 200,000 yuan before the end. Therefore, a pack of cigarettes that cost 25 yuan before the end of the world is now worth 200,000 yuan a pack, and the value has skyrocketed 8,000 times. But is it unreasonable? Li Xiaoluo thinks it's quite reasonable, because things are rare and valuable. And before the end of the world, Women were the main force in consumption. A watch or a brand-name bag were worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, and many women flocked to them. But after the apocalypse, men are the main force in consumption, and basically most of the wealth is in the hands of men. So naturally, the things that men like become luxuries. So now a pack of cigarettes costs 2,000 yuan, which is absolutely a sky-high price for ordinary people or women in Chaoyang shelter. But for the rich people in Chaoyang shelter, it's actually nothing. 2,000 yuan, which is about 20 crystals. Those level 2 superpowers go out to hunt monsters, and if everything goes well, they can basically harvest 10 or 20 crystals a day. Therefore, being able to exchange a day's harvest for a pack of spiritual food before the doomsday is nothing to those smokers. Moreover, 2,000 yuan is only the purchase price on the trading floor. According to Li Chichi, if this cigarette is put on auction, it will definitely drive those rich people crazy and sell it for a higher price. But for Li Xialuo, there is no need to go to the auction so troublesomely. Because in Li Xialuo's system space, there are at least hundreds of thousands of cigarettes of all kinds. Note, it is hundreds of thousands of cigarettes, not hundreds of thousands of packs of cigarettes. So it can't be used up at all. 1 or 2 cigarettes are completely negligible in Li Xialuo's place. Moreover, Li Xialuo came to this Chaoyang sanctuary just to exchange cigarettes, food, and other materials for crystals. So he will definitely continue to sell cigarettes in the future. By then, the price of cigarettes will definitely continue to drop. So whether the cigarette is put up for auction now really doesn't matter to Li Xialuo. Besides, it's time for Charlotte Lee. Okay, I'll buy these cigarettes at the price you said. I bought them at station number 1. Hurry up and go through the formalities. With that said, Li Xialuo took out another hibiscus king in his hand, and then handed it to Li Chichi. A pack of cigarettes costs 2,000 yuan, and 1 pack costs 20,000 yuan. The number 1 station purchased by Li Xialuo costs 30,000 yuan, so 2 cigarettes are necessary. Li Chichi numbly took the 2 cigarettes from Li Xialuo, her hands trembling a little. This feeling is like an ordinary person suddenly holding a luxury product worth millions before the end of the world. He will definitely feel very nervous, fearing that something will happen. Li Chichi finally calmed down, and then she hurriedly said, "Sir, don't you need to go to station number 1 to see it first before deciding to buy it?" Although they have actually done a good job with the details. In the information they showed to Li Xialuo, there was a detailed description of the situation at station number 1, and there were also real photos. But Li Chichi has never seen a mercenary group buy a residence without going to the site to see it, and just buy it directly. The mercenary groups in their Chaoyang sanctuary are not so heroic. Li Xialuo shook his head. No need to bother, just go through the formalities. And no one can lie to me. If the number 1 station is different from what is advertised in your materials, I will naturally make you pay the price. Moreover, in station number 1, it was just a matter of 1 or 2 cigarettes. How could Li Xialuo be in trouble running around? Sir, you can rest assured that the introduction and pictures of station number 1 in our information are absolutely true. Sir, please wait a moment. I will handle the real estate procedures for you right away. As she said that, Li Chichi looked excited and was about to go through the formalities, but she seemed to think of something again and stopped again. Sorry, sir. I forgot to ask you. Have you registered a mercenary group? Our shelter needs to provide the procedures for a mercenary group when purchasing a location. Then, for fear of Li Xialuo's misunderstanding, Li Chichi quickly explained, Sir, I'm sorry. This is the rule of the shelter. And it doesn't matter if you haven't registered a mercenary group yet. I can register it for you. I only need you to provide a mercenary group, the name of the corps, and the size of your mercenary group, because mercenary groups of different sizes need to pay different registration fees. For example, if your mercenary group has 2 to 10 people, you need to pay a registration fee of 100 yuan. The maximum number of people in the mercenary group cannot exceed 1,000 people. The registration fee for the highest level is 1,000 yuan. Li Xialuo waved his hand. Okay, there's no need to explain too much. Just register a mercenary group for me with the highest level. As for the name, let's call it the Rose Mercenary Group. Li Xialuo chose the name of this Rose Mercenary Group casually. Anyway, this can only be regarded as one of Li Xialuo's industries, so Li Xialuo doesn't take it too seriously. However, in the future, the Rose Mercenary Group will definitely recruit mainly women and let them manage it themselves. So Li Xialuo chose a feminine mercenary group name. Sure enough, when Li Xialuo said the name Rose Mercenary Group, not only Zhao Qingqing and the others were stunned. Even Li Chichi, who had undergone rigorous training, was stunned for a moment. But Li Chichi quickly came to her senses. No matter what Li Xialuo named his mercenary group, it was not something she could think about. Li Qiqi quickly said respectfully, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will register the mercenary group for you immediately, and then go through the procedures for station number 1. Seeing Li Xiaoluo's nod, Li Qiqi quickly trotted away to go to work. Not long after, Li Qiqi trotted back again. After everything was settled, she brought Li Xiaoluo the certificate of the Rose Mercenary Group, the real estate certificate and keys of station number 1, and the remaining money after selling the 2 cigarettes. After deducting the cost of registering the mercenary group and purchasing station number 1, there is still 9,000 yuan left. Li Xiaoluo looked at the banknotes in his hand. Maybe they should be called Chaoyang coins. Most of the 9,000 yuan Chaoyang coins are 100 yuan each, red, with a picture of doomsday ruins printed on one side, and the words Chaoyang shelter printed on the other side, as well as the number 100. Perhaps for the convenience of Li Xiaoluo, there is some 10 yuan in the 9,000 yuan. Li Xiaoluo felt it, and found that the Chaoyang coins didn't feel as good as the banknotes before the apocalypse, and he didn't know how the Chaoyang shelter was able to prevent counterfeiting. But these have nothing to do with Li Xiaoluo for the time being. Li Xiaoluo just wants to build the teleportation array immediately. So without wasting any more time in the trading hall, under the leadership of Li Qiqi, Li Xiaoluo and his party went directly to station number 1. Of course, from now on this place will no longer be called station number 1, but the station of the Rose Mercenary Group. The location of the station is very good, and there is no dirty environment nearby. When you walk in, the first impression you get is that it is big. After all, it has dozens of acres of land. Training grounds, dormitories, large warehouses, villas, etc. are all available, and they are relatively well built. After all, station number 1 is Chaoyang Sanctuary's attempt to experiment with high-end real estate, so everything must be the best and meet the needs of a post-apocalyptic mercenary group. Of course, although this station is the best and largest in Chaoyang shelter for the time being, in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, compared to his Taoyuan leader, this place can only be regarded as average, so let's make do with it. But in the eyes of Zhao Qingqing and other women, they are not just giving in. This place is too good for them, especially after following Situlan to visit Chaoyang shelter before, and under Situlan's introduction, Zhao Qingqing and the others knew that after ordinary survivors came to Chaoyang shelter, if they had no money and no ability, then their lives would be very difficult. It would be very miserable. Although Chaoyang shelter is willing to take in all survivors, and the place seems relatively stable, Chaoyang shelter is not a charity. Some survivors with no family property and little ability had no choice but to become refugees after arriving at Chaoyang shelter. They have no shelter, no jobs, and can only live like walking zombies. Zhao Qingqing and the others are really very lucky at this time because they have a rich boss. In this way, they will not have to become refugees after arriving at Chaoyang shelter. Otherwise, they would never dare to think about the day when they became refugees, as Miss Situlan mentioned. Situlan also had mixed feelings at this time. He originally thought that Li Xiaoluo was just an ordinary alien survivor. Although he was a space superpower, Li Xiaoluo was destined to not be too ordinary in Chaoyang Sanctuary in the future. But Situlan didn't expect that even if Li Xiaoluo didn't accept the olive branch from their military, he had just arrived at Chaoyang Sanctuary, and he had done something big. Mr. Li, since you now have a place to stay and are familiar with our Chaoyang shelter, my mission has been completed, and I will go back first. Situlan gave Li Xiaoluo a complicated look and then spoke. In fact, speaking of it, Situlan knew that he had not completed the task at all, because her mission is not really to be a guide for Li Xiaoluo. Being a guide is just an excuse. The task given to her by the above is actually to let Li Xiaoluo know that it will be difficult to survive without money in Chaoyang shelter after she takes Li Xiaoluo to familiarize herself with the situation in Chaoyang shelter. But in Chaoyang shelter, if you want to make money, live like a human being, and not be bullied, you can only stay together and join a big force. As long as Li Xiaoluo can understand these principles, he will offer to join their military. But Situlan didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo, unlike the survivors who had taken refuge in Chaoyang shelter in the past, would be so rich. It's extraordinary as soon as you take action. Now it seems that Li Xiaoluo, not to mention taking the initiative to seek refuge, actually wants to make a big move of his own. Since there is no hope of winning over Li Xiaoluo for the time being, Situlan naturally has no need to stay any longer. However, Situlan was still unwilling to give up. He originally said hello to Li Xiaoluo and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, she stopped and added, "Mr. Li, although you may have some good things in your hands and can exchange them for a lot of money at our shelter, in this doomsday world, sometimes having money doesn't mean anything, and strength is the most important thing. As an auxiliary superpower, it is actually very difficult for you to establish a force in Chaoyang's sanctuary. So if you encounter any difficulties later, or if you think about it clearly, you are still welcome to join our military. Li Xialuo smiled, looked at Situ Land and said, Miss Situ, thank you for the reminder, but I think I may not join your military one day. After saying that, Li Xialuo looked at Situ Lan with interest. Miss Situ, I wonder if you are interested in joining my Rose mercenary group? In this way, no matter how your treatment in the military is, I will give you a 10-cent increase. How about times? Hearing Li Xiao's words, Situ Lan had not reacted yet, but Li Qiqi, who had brought everyone over, was filled with envy. Of course, she envied Situ Lan. Mr. Li didn't even ask about Situ Lan's treatment in the military, but just wanted to poach people with 10 times the salary. How much he valued her. You must know that after the apocalypse, women are originally the lowest vulnerable group. Except for a small number of women, most women basically have no human rights and can only be driven by those in power. Therefore, it is very difficult for women in Chaoyang shelter to have a decent job, and it is even more difficult to have a job with good pay. But in fact, Li Qiqi thought too much. The reason why Li Xiao casually gave Situ Lan 10 times the treatment was not because he valued Situ Lan very much, or because Situ Lan was the woman he insisted on getting. The reason why Li Xialuo hired Situ Lan with a high salary was mainly due to two reasons. First, of course, it is considered that it is best to have good relations with the military in the future, and there will be a lot of business that needs to be done with the military in the future. Then with Situ Lan, a former military person, many things may be much easier. Secondly, in the eyes of a rich man like Li Xialuo, the treatment of Chaoyang sanctuary personnel is really not worth mentioning. So no matter how much Situ Lan was paid before, it would be a piece of cake to give Situ Lan 10 times the salary. This is just like before the end of the world. In some relatively backward countries, if the salary of ordinary workers is converted into RMB, it is only 400 to 500 RMB a month. Even for high-end talents, if their salary is increased tenfold, it will only be 4,000 to 5,000 RMB a month. The high salary of 4,000 to 5,000 is just the salary of ordinary workers in China. This is how Li Xialuo feels now. Situ Lan glared at Li Xialuo. Mr. Li, I said that in Chaoyang shelter, money sometimes doesn't mean anything. Strength is the key. Originally, it was because of Li Xiao's superpower that Situ Lan looked at Li Xialuo with admiration and was always polite to Li Xialuo. Otherwise, Situ Lan, has a little connection with the military in Chaoyang Sanctuary. The military can be said to be a giant in the entire Chaoyang Sanctuary. Therefore, even though the status of women after the apocalypse is generally very low, and it can even be said that their lives are miserable, this does not include her, Situ Lan. Even because she is from the military and because of her background, Situ Lan is like a white swan in the entire Chaoyang Sanctuary. There are countless men who want to show off in front of her. Originally, Li Xialuo was not willing to join their military, which made Situ Lan feel a little depressed. Now I heard that Li Xialuo had turned around and wanted her to join his newly established mercenary group to poach their military. Situ Lan was immediately angry and funny. Unless she is mentally ill, she will leave the powerful military. In Chaoyang shelter, in the final analysis, the military has the final say. The only safe place for beautiful women like them is to stay in the military. But it is not that easy for women to join the military. In addition, many mercenary groups in Chaoyang Sanctuary seem to be very powerful in front of ordinary survivors, and they also have many privileges in the sanctuary. But in the final analysis, it is because this is a special period, and the official is trying to maintain stability and unite all forces to deal with those monsters. If one day those mercenary groups really make a big mistake, it will only take a matter of minutes for the military to deal with them. Li Xialuo didn't know what Situ Lan was thinking, but he could probably guess a little bit. Therefore, Li Xialuo didn't care about Situ Lan's rejection, let alone felt anything about it. Although Situ Lan is quite an eye-catching woman, there is no shortage of eye-catching women around Li Xialuo. Moreover, Li Xialuo wanted to poach Situ Lan, so he just said it casually. If Situ Lan is willing to join the Rose mercenary group, then Li Xialuo can ask her to do something. If Situ Lan doesn't want to, let someone else do it. Miss Situ, since you don't want to, you can leave. I still have things to do now. Li Xialuo glanced at Situ Lan lightly, and then issued an order to expel the guest. Situ Lan glanced at Li Xialuo in disbelief, not expecting that she would also be driven away. Although, she did plan to leave just now. However, Situ Lan was used to being cold-tempered, so he left Li Xiaoluo's residence without saying anything else. After Sidolan left, Li Xiaoluo looked at Li Qiqi. Since Sidolan was unwilling, Li Xiaoluo would do the next best thing. Faced with Li Xiaoluo's solicitation, Li Qiqi did not hesitate at all, but agreed very excitedly. The reason why Li Qiqi changed jobs so easily was because although she appeared to be an official in the post-apocalyptic world, their job was not a guaranteed job, nor was she superior to others. On the contrary, they ordinary service girls are actually just commodities. Just like Li Xiaoluo spent a huge amount of money to buy station number 1 this time, the additional discount is that he can give away 20 servants, and as long as Li Xiaoluo takes a fancy to it, Li Qiqi and others can also be given away directly. Therefore, compared to Sitolan's sense of superiority in the military, Li Qiqi and the others actually have no sense of superiority, or even a sense of security. Because maybe someday, they will be spotted by a big shot in a mercenary group. But how could Li Qiqi not know the virtues of the big shots in the mercenary group in Chaoyang Sanctuary? Many of them could be said to be perverts or demons, and some big shots even took pleasure in torturing women. Some people do it because of the accumulated emotions before the apocalypse, and some people do it because of the pressure of life and death after the apocalypse. In short, women who are sold have no good ending. However, Li Xiaoluo gave Li Qiqi a different feeling. First of all, it seems that Li Xiaoluo's subordinates are all women. Moreover, the women under Li Xiaoluo all seem to be doing well. At least there was no fear or numbness in their eyes when they looked at Li Xiaoluo. Secondly, Li Xiaoluo is very wealthy and generous in his dealings. Therefore, Li Qiqi has always had a good impression of Li Xia, and she did not hesitate when faced with Li Xiaoluo's recruitment. Of course, if Li Xiaoluo wanted her, Li Qiqi had no right to refuse. Li Qiqi, you go to the trading floor to complete the resignation procedures first. I will go to the trading floor later. Zhao Qingqing, you go to the dormitory and settle in first. Yes. Zhao Qingqing and the others quickly responded. Li Xiaoluo ignored them and went directly to the villa inside the station. This villa occupies a large area and looks very beautiful. Although it has been renovated, traces of the post-apocalypse can still be seen. However, this was either Li Xiaoluo's home or a temporary place to stay, so Li Xiaoluo didn't pay much attention to it. When you enter the villa, the furniture is all new, and many of them are precious mahogany furniture and gold antiques. However, these things are just decorations now and are not valuable at all. Li Xiaoluo went directly to the second floor of the villa and chose a room. After consuming tens of thousands of energy points, Li Xiaoluo built the teleportation array. After building the teleportation array, Li Xiaoluo finally felt at ease. You must know that in the past, no matter where Li Xiaoluo went, he basically had an absolute advantage, and no one could pose any threat to him. Because in the past, Li Xiaoluo encountered ordinary survivors, or some ordinary strongholds or shelters. And Li Xiaoluo has a gun and powerful powers, so Li Xiaoluo has always had an absolute advantage in the past, and it can be said that there is basically no danger. But now that we have come to Chaoyang shelter, the situation is different. Li Xiaoluo has a gun and even a heavy weapon, but there are no weapons in Rising Sun Sanctuary. No, Chaoyang Sanctuary has a real army. In order to deal with monsters, the military can even sell weapons and ammunition to ordinary survivors. This is enough to show that Chaoyang Shelter's firepower is absolutely very strong. And Li Xiaoluo possesses several kinds of superpowers, and the power levels are also very high. This is indeed Li Xiaoluo's advantage. However, there are many people with superpowers in Chaoyang Sanctuary, and any superpowers are mutually reinforcing and mutually reinforcing. In addition, Chaoyang Sanctuary also has a powerful army. If Li Xiaoluo really wants to be attacked in a group, Li Xiaoluo will also be in trouble. At least, it doesn't have the absolute advantage it had when facing survivors before. But as long as the teleportation array is built, Li Xiaoluo will not be afraid of anyone. When the time comes, Li Xiaoluo can just teleport to the teleportation array, and then leave Chaoyang Shelter directly through the teleportation array. As long as he wants to leave, there is nothing anyone can do against him. After building the teleportation array, Zhao Qingqing and the others settled in, and Li Xiaoluo took them to the Chaoyang Shelter talent market. After all, Chaoyang Shelter is not the place where Li Xiaoluo stayed before. Although Li Xiaoluo will not stay here for a long time, it will also be an important stronghold for him in the future. A place to make money. No, it should be a stronghold for earning crystals. Therefore, in this Chaoyang Sanctuary, Li Xiaoluo also needs to have his own power so that he can work for him in the future. The name and location of the mercenary group have been determined, but there is still a serious shortage of manpower. So, Li Xiaoluo decided to come over first to recruit some people. Now that he has bought the best mercenary group station in Chaoyang shelter, Li Xiaoluo certainly cannot let the strength of his new mercenary group be too strong. In the post-apocalyptic world, sometimes you can't hide your clumsiness. Otherwise, if others don't know your strength, they will keep making trouble for you and want to take a bite of your flesh. Under the leadership of Li Qiqi, who was familiar with Chaoyang shelter, Li Xiaoluo and his party quickly entered the talent market. Chaoyang shelter's talent market is actually right next to the trading floor. Speaking of which, apart from the trading floor, the talent market is definitely the busiest place in Chaoyang shelter. After all, Chaoyang shelter is a large shelter, and it is post-apocalyptic, and the only purpose of most survivors is to survive. So trading supplies, finding a job, are the top priorities for most survivors. Boss, there are 3 levels of the Yang shelter's talent market. The first level is composed of ordinary survivors who have no abilities or skills, so the first level has the most people. Of course, the first level also has the lowest wages. As long as you give them a bite to eat, they can compete for jobs. Li Qiqi led the way and introduced the general situation of the talent market to Li Xiaoluo with a smile. Li Xiaoluo listened for a while and quickly understood. To put it simply, Chaoyang shelter's talent market is divided into 3 tiers, corresponding to low-end, mid-range, and high-end talents respectively. The first level of the talent market is the lowest-end talents. To put it bluntly, the people here have no ability and can only do simple hard labor or serve as cannon fodder. The second level of the talent market consists of mid-range talents. These people have some abilities or skills and have been assessed by the talent market to confirm that they have real qualities. For example, veterans before the end of the world, such as doctors, architects, etc. In short, as long as you have money, you can recruit talents with various skills on the second floor. As for the third level of the talent market, it is not accessible to ordinary survivors, nor is it accessible to ordinary teams. Because on the third floor of the talent market, people with special abilities are being recruited. It belongs to the absolute high-end game. In fact, in Chaoyang shelter, although the number of superpowers is not small, there are basically very few who appear in the talent market. The reason is very simple. First of all, whether most of the superpowers are from outside or are already in Chaoyang Sanctuary, they will basically be recruited by the military and other major forces immediately. Just like when Li Xiaoluo came to Chaoyang shelter, the military immediately threw an olive branch to him. And because Li Xiaoluo has space powers, the military pays special attention to him. Secondly, some people with superpowers feel that they are the children of destiny and the destined protagonists after awakening their superpowers. How can they surrender to others or work for others? Therefore, it is impossible to work part-time. You must be the boss yourself. This is also the reason why Chaoyang Sanctuary has a large number of mercenary groups. Speaking of which, Li Xiaoluo can be considered such a person. Of course, according to Li Qiqi's introduction, the third floor of the talent market is not completely deserted. Although most of the superpowers in Chaoyang Sanctuary have either joined a certain force or established their own force, there are naturally exceptions. There are some people with special abilities who don't want to join a certain force because they feel that they are tied up, or there is no team that satisfies them, or they are not satisfied with the treatment. But they don't want to build their own power because that would be too much pressure. These superpowers are generally only willing to accept temporary employment, just like temporary workers before the end of the world. Sir, are you looking for someone? I'm in good health, and I'm willing to do any kind of work. I only need half a caddy of food every day. Sir, recruit me. I am very obedient and can endure hardships. I will definitely satisfy you. Sir, we have a small team. It is the most cost-effective for you to recruit us. The appearance of Li Xiaoluo and his entourage immediately attracted the attention of all the applicants on the first floor of the talent market. Then, everyone gathered around in a swarm. The main reason is that Chaoyang shelter is currently experiencing a sluggish job situation, and there are not many units recruiting people. Most of those who are still stuck in the job market have not found a job, so no matter what job it is, they are not qualified to choose it. Now they are willing to do it as long as there is a job. Of course, we are talking about these survivors on the first floor of the talent market. As for the talents on the second floor, especially the third floor, they have skills and abilities, and sometimes they can still choose their jobs. Of course, the reason why they can choose a job is because they are not only capable, and there is capital. The so-called capital here means that they still have food in reserve. Because their wages are high, they can save some food after working for a period of time, and then they will not go hungry even if they do not look for work for a few days. In the talent market of Chaoyang shelter, the salary is roughly as follows. Most of the people on the first floor work as coolies, and their salary is basically half a caddy of grain a day. Sometimes when the market is good, they can get a caddy of grain a day. The skilled talents on the second floor can generally earn a salary of 2 to 10 yuan a day, depending on their skills. As for the superpowers on the third floor, it depends on the situation. If they encounter any job that urgently needs their superpowers, it is not impossible to earn hundreds or even thousands a day. Of course, just like before the doomsday, employment in the talent market is divided into temporary employment and long-term employment, and the remuneration they need to pay is also different. Among the survivors on the first floor of the job market, most people's biggest wish is to find a long-term job. As long as you can be employed for a long time and have a long-term meal ticket, you can even just drink porridge every day. They are all willing. You can even wake up laughing. It is really difficult for these incompetent survivors to find a job every day. Li Chi, bring a few people with you and be responsible for recruiting people on the first and second floors. Just recruit people according to the requirements and treatment I mentioned before. Looking at the noisy talent market on the first floor, a large group of men and women looked at their group with longing eyes. Although Li Xialuo was here to recruit people, Li Xialuo was too lazy to take care of these trivial matters and directly handed over the job of recruiting people on the first and second floors to Li Chi. After all, the people on the first and second floors can only be regarded as ordinary members after joining the Rose mercenary group. In Li Xiaoluo's eyes, these members are irrelevant. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo has a lot of money, and he also has an eye of detection in the end, so he can safely let Li Chi and the others do the hard work. The loyalty of the last person recruited will definitely pass the test. Okay, boss. Li Chi responded quickly. As soon as she joined the Rose mercenary group, she was entrusted with important tasks by her boss. Li Chi's face flushed with excitement, and her heart was extremely excited. Li Xiaoluo did not stop, took the remaining Zhao Qingqing with him, and then headed directly towards the third floor of the talent market. The third floor is full of superpowers. These high-end talents can barely interest Li Xiaoluo. After Li Xiaoluo went upstairs, Li Chi's face returned to coldness. She now represents the wealthy Rose mercenary group, and she no longer has the lowly job before, so she has to keep up appearances. Everyone, please stop making noises. Our Rose mercenary group is indeed recruiting people today, but our requirements are very strict. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me clearly. Those who do not meet the requirements should not waste time. Li Chi said loudly to the crowd surrounding her. When Li Chi spoke, the scene immediately became quiet, because it is so hard to find a job now. If many people can no longer find a job, they will have no choice but to become refugees and wait to die. So Li Chi is now in charge. So everyone naturally doesn't dare to make any noise and listens to her words very seriously. But after Li Chi finished speaking, the survivors on the first floor were a little confused. Li Chi said that their Rose mercenary group is very strict in recruiting people, has high requirements, and has a very strong attitude. Wait a minute. All the survivors on the first floor can understand. After all, at this time, the powerful people are the uncles, the rich people are the ancestors, and it is normal to be arrogant and domineering. But since when did a force called the Rose mercenary group exist in Chaoyang Sanctuary? Never heard of it? Although Chaoyang shelter is a large shelter, its territory is actually only that big, although not everyone knows each other. But as long as there is a somewhat capable team in the shelter, almost everyone in the talent market will know everything about it, and know it clearly. Because it's not clear. Before the apocalypse, there were so-called black factories, but after the apocalypse, some teams were even more shady, deducting good wages and benefits, and letting temporary workers die as cannon fodder, or even as piglets. They can only try to know all the news so that they can avoid pitfalls and survive. Old B*****************. D. When did this Rose mercenary group appear? You ask me. Who am I asking? I haven't heard of it either. Monkey, you are the best informed. What's going on with the Rose mercenary group? Li Chi's words caused the survivors on the first floor to start talking again. The main reason is that they don't know the situation of the Rose mercenary group, so they feel a little unsure. I don't know if I should join this mercenary group. What if a black-hearted mercenary group changed its name and continued to deceive people because of its previous reputation? Then they would still rush to join, but they would be rushing to their death. But most of them think too much. Even if they want to join, they must be qualified. Everyone, please listen clearly. Our Rose Mercenary Group only recruits female members. They are required to be in good health, age between 16 and 36, and those with survival or combat experience will be given priority. After Li Chi said this, there was another burst of discussion. Although when they heard the name Rose Mercenary Group, many people had already speculated that this Rose Mercenary Group might be a female mercenary group, just like the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group in their shelter. But when they actually heard this result, many people still had mixed feelings. Especially many men, they have begun to look down on women after the apocalypse, thinking that they are the masters after the apocalypse and women are just appendages. This is because times are different, and everyone's thinking will be different. Just like the ancient feudal dynasties, it was basically an absolutely male society, and women had a low status. Later, in modern society, for many reasons, although the slogan is equality between men and women, the reality is that many times women's status exceeds that of men. After entering the apocalypse, women's status is at an absolute disadvantage due to their physical fitness and strength. So after the end of the world, almost all forces are dominated by men. In the Chaoyang sanctuary, there was only a heterogeneous female team, like the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group before. As for the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, it is also because there are 2 women in their team who are superpowers, and Chaoyang Sanctuary also has order. That's why the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group can exist. But the survivors on the first floor of the talent market did not expect that another female mercenary group would appear in their Chaoyang shelter. However, the men present had mixed feelings, but many women were very happy. First of all, after the apocalypse, it will be more difficult for women to find jobs, unless they engage in the industry of prostitution. But those industries also have requirements, and even competition is very fierce. And not all women are willing to do that. Secondly, many women who are looking for jobs in the talent market, even if they can find a job, are sometimes made things difficult for them and treated differently at work. In the past, many women in Chaoyang Sanctuary wanted to join the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group. Because the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group is the only female mercenary group in their shelter, if you join the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, at least you won't be treated too differently. However, the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group is a female mercenary group. It is actually not easy to survive in a shelter. It cannot support too many women at all. So now that a new female mercenary group suddenly appears, many women are naturally happy. Li Chi ignored everyone's reactions and continued. All qualified women can come to our team members to sign up, and we will conduct a preliminary trial on site. Those who pass the preliminary examination can go to our mercenary group station in the afternoon for the final re-examination. I want to say here that our Rose Mercenary Group is very powerful, and the best #1 station in the shelter is our team station. In addition, as long as those who pass the preliminary examination, even if they are eliminated in the re-examination, each person will receive a subsidy of 1 kilogram of grain. In addition, our mercenary group also has the best treatment. As long as you become a member of our team, you will receive food and accommodation and a monthly salary of 50 yuan, and will also be given new clothes and toiletries every week. You can also get extra meals, give out fruits, and other benefits. It didn't take long for the Rose Mercenary Group's name to be heard in the talent market, because this newly established mercenary group not only recruits only female members, but the treatment is also beyond imagination. Not only food and accommodation are included, but there is also an extra salary, a lot of benefits, and even very precious fruits. How is this welfare package for a newly established mercenary group? The treatment is simply better than that of the military. How can survivors in the talent market not be jealous of such benefits? Pity. Why is it a female mercenary group? Why only recruit women? Many men think sadly. But Li Xialuo didn't care about the sensation caused by recruiting people for his team. At this time, Li Xialuo had already brought Zhao Qingqing and several women to the 3rd floor. Hello, sir. Beautiful lady. Are you looking for a job or hiring someone? Although the 3rd floor is also very large, it is very quiet, and there is a dedicated front desk reception at the door. When the 2 female receptionists saw Li Xialuo and his party, they immediately bowed and then asked about Li Xialuo. Not everyone can enter this 3rd floor. If you want to enter the 3rd floor to find a job, you must be a person with superpowers. And if you want to enter the 3rd floor to recruit people, you must be from a mercenary group or military force, and you need to provide proof. Zhao Qingqing took out the ID of the Rose Mercenary Group and naturally passed the verification quickly and was allowed to enter. However, The two female receptionists at the front desk looked curious. Rose Mercenary Group? Since when did their Chaoyang sanctuary have such a mercenary group? They are also responsible for the talent management of the shelter, and they know the power of the shelter best. Basically, as long as there is a slightly stronger team, they will remember it clearly. So this Rose Mercenary Group must be a newly established force. But this also made them even more curious, because the internal situation of Chaoyang Sanctuary is basically stable now. Although it is not that there are no new forces emerging, it is basically difficult for the new forces established later to develop and grow. But now this newly established mercenary group is directly recruiting superpowers? You must know that superpowers are treated very well. How can an ordinary mercenary group afford them? When Li Xialuo and Zhao Qingqing entered the third floor, they discovered that the third floor was not so much a talent market, but a leisure store that seemed more appropriate. There are many tables, chairs, and sofas on the third floor, just like a coffee and milk tea shop in the end of the world. Then there were 7 or 8 people inside. Some of them were drinking tea, some were reading, and some were chatting. They all looked very leisurely. Sure enough, capable people can live very comfortably even in the last days. In fact, in Chaoyang Shelter, people with superpowers are considered a privileged class. After all, if there is any disaster or demonic tide in the future, the superpowers will be able to give full play to their respective advantages. In fact, people with special abilities who are in the talent market are already considered the least promising people. You know, in the apocalypse, those with superpowers are supermen. In many small places, people with superpowers are basically like earthly emperors. They all do whatever they want. Even for the superpowers in Chaoyang Sanctuary, some people have either established their own forces, or they have chosen to join the military or a powerful force. Only a small number of people with special abilities who don't want to be restricted, don't have much ambition, and don't have much pursuit of life will come to this talent market. But even for those with the least promising abilities in the talent market, their lives are better than 99% of the survivors in Chaoyang Sanctuary. Because if you want to hire them, the wages are relatively high. After they work hard, they can rest for several days, or even longer. Unlike the ordinary survivors downstairs, most people can only maintain food and clothing for one day. If there is no work the next day, then they will starve. That's why when Li Xiaoluo was downstairs before, when they saw that Li Xiaoluo was recruiting people, a large number of people were excited and immediately wanted to promote themselves. But the supernatural beings on the third floor are different. Even if they see Li Xiaoluo and his party, they know that Li Xiaoluo and the others are here to recruit people. But the few superpowers on the third floor remained calm and continued to do their own things without any intention of taking the initiative. However, there was a dedicated human resources specialist on the third floor, and a woman wearing a hip-hugging skirt came to Li Xiaoluo. After the woman said hello to Li Xiaoluo, she smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Leader. My name is Gao Min. I'm a recruiter on the third floor. I am honored to serve you. What type of people with special abilities do you want to recruit? Do you want to recruit temporary people? Or do you want to recruit long-term people? Because there is a big difference in benefits between temporary employment and long-term employment. The procedures that need to be completed are also somewhat different. Of course, all the prerequisites are to see if you can agree on terms with the person with the superpower you like. So, I will first arrange for you to have superpowers to negotiate with you based on your requirements." Li Xiaoluo waved his hand and said directly, "Don't be too troublesome. Our Rose Mercenary Group only recruits female members, and the same goes for superpowers. We only recruit female members, and our mercenary group does not recruit temporary workers, only long-term workers, so you first ask if anyone is willing. If not, forget it. I won't force it." Gao Min was stunned for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal and still smiled and said, "Okay, Captain, there are 3 female superpowers on our third floor who can meet your conditions. I will ask their opinions later. Also, would it be convenient to ask the captain about the strength of your mercenary group, and what kind of treatment can you offer?" In fact, all the superpowers on the third floor heard the conversation between Li Xiaoluo and Gao Min. The main reason is that the third floor is too quiet, and there are very few people. At this time, the only people recruiting people are Li Xiaoluo and his party. So after Li Xiaoluo and the others came in, even though they had no superpowers coming to him, there were still people paying attention to Li Xiaoluo and the others. After all, since those with special abilities have come to the talent market, they are looking for jobs, not just for tea. Rose Mercenary Group. When did this mercenary group appear? I've never heard of it. They only recruit female members, haha. I'm afraid they're not here to choose a harem. Are they? It's really possible. Maybe I got some supplies somewhere, and then exchanged some money for it. And then I'm having a sweet dream. It's really funny, and I want to recruit long-term superpowers. I'm afraid he doesn't know about us superpowers. Treat yourself well. The two men sitting close to Xialuo looked at Xialuo with a playful look on their faces. They have never heard of the Rose Mercenary Group, and they have never even seen Xialuo. So I feel a little unhappy about Xialuo establishing a female mercenary group. And if Xialuo just recruits ordinary women, then forget it. But Xialuo still wants to target female superpowers? They're still thinking about these female superpowers in the talent market. People with superpowers in Chaoyang Sanctuary are arrogant and superior to others. Especially when they saw a nouveau riche like Xialuo, a little-known mercenary group that had just been established. Even though Xialuo was the leader, there were some superpowers who didn't even take it seriously. No, when they discussed Xialuo and the Rose Mercenary Group, they had no intention of betraying anyone. The loud voice was heard by Xialuo and others. What's more, a yellow-haired man who was drinking tea stood up directly next to him. He walked towards Xialuo, looked Xialuo up and down, and then said provocatively, "You guy, don't think that you can just come to the third floor to recruit people if you have a few dollars. We are not the cats and dogs downstairs, let alone the nouveau riche like you, who can afford to hire us. Get out of here." Originally, the two superpowers were just discussing it. Although their voices were a bit loud, it wasn't anything too extreme, and Gao Min couldn't stop it easily. But at this time, this Huang Mao can be said to be directly provoking trouble. So, Gao Min quickly ran over, stopped in front of Huang Mao, and said seriously, "Sir Huang Mao, this is a public place. Please pay attention to your words and don't make trouble. Otherwise, I will report you to the superiors and the security team." Behavior. After finishing speaking, Gao Min didn't wait for Huang Mao to say anything and hurried to Xialuo. Gao Min said to Xialuo apologetically, "Master, Captain, I'm really sorry. This Master Huang Mao is a powerful power-type person. Or he may have some misunderstandings about you. I'm really sorry." Although Gao Min did not do anything wrong, Gao Min could only keep apologizing to Xialuo because she is just an ordinary agency lady. The customers on this third floor are either the superpowers who are applying for jobs or the recruiting teams. Those are not people she can offend. Xialuo glanced at the yellow-haired man. He didn't have much emotional fluctuations. He had seen a lot of this kind of thing. Then Xialuo waved her hand to Gao Min, saying it was none of her business. "Don't worry. Even if a superpower with ordinary abilities becomes a superpower, he is of little use. He can still only wait to be selected in the talent market. And I don't like it, so I have a bad mouth." Yes, that's understandable. In the eyes of the yellow-haired man, the ordinary survivors downstairs are cats and dogs. But in Xialuo's eyes, he is just a cat and a dog. Xialuo wants to kill him, which is no different from crushing an ant. However, the peaceful order of Chaoyang Shelter saved him. After all, Chaoyang Shelter prohibits all violent incidents. It's not that Xialuo is afraid of Chaoyang Sanctuary. Let's not talk about Xialuo's strength. Among human survivors, it can be said that Xialuo is definitely a super strong person. Just say that Xialuo has built the teleportation array. Even if Xialuo makes trouble in Chaoyang Sanctuary, even kills people, he will be dealt with by the entire shelter. But Xialuo wants to leave, and Chaoyang Shelter has nothing to do with Xialuo. But Xialuo came all the way to Chaoyang Sanctuary not to fight or kill. Xialuo is here to earn crystals. So as long as Xialuo's bottom line is not exceeded, Xialuo will not ruin his plan because of these unimportant people. And when the time comes, if you want to deal with these short-sighted guys, you don't have to dirty Xialuo's hands. Isn't the Rose Mercenary Group established by Charlotte just to do dirty work for him in the future? You be asterisk 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 D. Who are you talking about? Huang Mao was ridiculed and even ignored by Xialuo. He was also called an incompetent person. Huang Mao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But Xialuo was actually right. In Chaoyang Sanctuary, power users like him can be said to be the most useless superpowers. When it comes to fighting, let alone those with long-range attack abilities, even ordinary soldiers, as long as there are more people and have hot weapons in their hands, he will not be able to take advantage of them. In terms of practicality, those with powers of planting can cultivate land, and those with water powers can obtain a large amount of water resources. And what can a person with power powers like him be used for? Are they used as coolies to build city walls? If he is really a coolie, Then there are a large number of ordinary survivors in the shelter, which is cheap and easy to use. Who would hire a person with powers like him? So on the third floor of the job market in Chaoyang shelter, the reason why other people with special abilities are working as temporary workers on the third floor may really be because they yearn for freedom, have no ambitions, etc. But this does not include Huang Mao. He really has no force willing to hire him for a long time. So Li Xiaoluo's words simply poked a hole in his heart. But even though Huang Mao was furious, he didn't dare to really deal with Li Xiaoluo. First of all, although Li Xiaoluo is just the leader of a newly established and unknown mercenary group, but who knows how strong Li Xiaoluo is? Are there any masters under Li Xiaoluo? If he pretends to hit someone but fails and is punished instead, it will be a tragedy for him. Secondly, and most importantly, if he starts to cause trouble in Chaoyang's sanctuary, even if he is a person with superpowers, he will be severely punished. Seeing that the yellow-haired mute, Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to pay attention to the yellow-haired mute. Li Xiaoluo didn't waste any more time. Going to do something practical. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand, and then a lot of supplies appeared on the ground. The pile of supplies Li Xiaoluo took out contained mountains of grain, large pieces of pork, fresh fruits, toothpaste, shampoo, and other daily necessities. Li Xiaoluo's sudden move made everyone dumbfounded, even shocked. There are really too many good things. And there are even some good things that you can't buy with all the money in Chaoyang shelter now. Even if they are superpowers, they can't buy them at all, such as those fresh pork and those fresh fruits. Damn it, why do we still have these good things now? Where did this man get it? Moreover, Li Xiaoluo's move also directly let the people at the scene know something. That is, Li Xiaoluo is also a superpower, and he is also a space superpower. Although the space ability can only be used as a storage warehouse, it does not have much combat ability. But in terms of practicality, those with empty powers are definitely more popular than all the powers here. As for Huang Mao's strength-based ability, in a stable shelter like Chaoyang shelter, he is not even qualified to carry shoes for space abilities. Li Xiaoluo didn't pay attention to everyone's shocked expressions. He said loudly and calmly, "I don't like nonsense or nagging, so I'll just get straight to the point. My Rose mercenary group is recruiting female superpowers. Any superpower is acceptable, as long as they pass the assessment. The benefits include food and accommodation, free rice every day, meat and fruit snacks every week, and an additional monthly subsidy of 2,000 Chaoyang coins. Finally, as long as you are a superpower user who is loyal to our Rose mercenary group, I will also provide you with crystals to increase your superpower level." After Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, the third floor was in an uproar. The treatment given by Li Xiaoluo really makes these superpowers on the third floor so excited. Even those with superpowers who work in the military or other major forces, even those with powerful superpowers, I have never heard of anyone being treated so well. In fact, in Chaoyang shelter, the salary of an ordinary person with superpowers is about 300 yuan per day. If they are employed for a long time and are calculated as monthly salary, then the monthly salary will be less, almost 2,500 yuan. Moreover, if you are a person with relatively strong abilities, your salary will definitely be higher. Therefore, the salary of 2,000 yuan per month given by Li Xiaoluo is actually not too much, even a little less. But for ordinary teams, food and drinks are not included, or they only require money to eat. Therefore, even if many people with special abilities can earn a salary of 2,000 to 3,000 per month, if they want to eat better, they need to spend more than half of their salary. In the post-apocalyptic world, eating and drinking is definitely the top priority for all survivors, and it is also the most expensive thing at this stage. Therefore, many teams at Chaoyang shelter seem to have quite high salaries and benefits for people with special abilities. But if most people with special abilities want to eat decently and not eat the moldy food that ordinary survivors eat, they have to spend most of their earned money to buy high-end food. But the treatment given to Li Xiaoluo was different. He could eat uncontaminated white rice, side dishes, and especially meat and fruit snacks every day. Not to mention that ordinary people with superpowers don't have this treatment. Even the leaders of the big forces may not have this treatment, because some food cannot be obtained by anyone who is powerful or rich now. Therefore, the food treatment provided by Li Xiaoluo alone is more than that of all the teams in Chaoyang shelter. This kind of treatment, if converted into the money of Chaoyang shelter, would not be exchanged even if the salary was several thousand yuan more per month. Moreover, the treatment given by Li Xiaoluo is not only good food and drinks, but also various daily necessities, and even a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. This 2,000 yuan salary is not like the superpowers and other teams who need to use it to buy food. They can safely use it for other consumption. In this way, they can spend money without any pressure, and they can live a good life in Chaoyang shelter. Finally, Li Xiao also promised that as long as he is loyal to the team, he can provide crystal upgrade abilities. Regarding this, the superpowers on the third floor actually didn't have much reaction in their hearts, because all the mercenary groups in Chaoyang Sanctuary will say this when recruiting superpowers. From now on, everyone will be a family, and from now on, as long as you are loyal, the group will definitely try to improve your ability level. But many mercenary groups say it sounds nice, but when it comes to actually doing it, it depends on the situation. After all, in the last days, people's hearts are unpredictable. How many people can completely trust their companions or subordinates? Li Xiao's actions made the superpowers on the third floor completely uneasy, especially the three female superpowers. Now that Li Xiao has said it so straightforwardly, they no longer need Gao Min to be the communication bridge like before. The three female superpowers looked at each other. Then they all stood up from their stools and walked straight towards Li Xiao. The three women came to Li Xiao, and one of them with an oval-shaped face was the first to speak. "This leader, my name is Xialuo, and I am a first-level water superpower. I am very interested in your Rose mercenary group. Can I talk to you in detail?" Another long-haired woman also smiled gently and said, "Mr. Captain, my name is Qin Liu. I am a first-level wood element user. I am also very interested in your mercenary group." The last woman with short hair had cold eyes and spoke the shortest. Zhou Xian, a second-level metal superpower. There are water-based powers, wood-based powers, and metal-based powers. Among the three girls, there are no special powers, but they are pretty good. And as long as they are trained well, they can become useful talents in the future when their power level increases. Of course, if they just followed Li Xiao, they would definitely not be able to be reused by Li Xiao right away. They would have to gain Li Xiao's trust. However, Li Xiao has a plug-in, so he will definitely be able to trust his subordinates more easily than other team leaders. Thinking of this, Li Xiao checked the friendliness of Zhao Xiaoyu, Qin Liu, and Zhou Xian respectively. Although it is not high, it basically reaches around 60. It seems that the three women have no other thoughts and are indeed quite interested in Li Xiao's treatment. So Li Xiao looked at the three women and nodded. "Okay, the three of you have passed the preliminary assessment. If you want to know more about the situation of our mercenary group, or want to talk in detail, you can follow us to the Rose mercenary group later. Station, we are also recruiting a large number of female team members downstairs, and you will be with them when the time comes." Qin Liu and the other three women looked at each other and then nodded at the same time. Anyway, as long as they are in Chaoyang Sanctuary, they are not afraid that Li Xiao's mercenary group is stationed in a wolf den. And they are not helpless women. Even the three of them are considered attack-type superpowers, so they are not easily bullied. As long as the situation is not right and Li Xiao has other thoughts, they will definitely let Li Xiao see how powerful they are. But if the Rose mercenary group is really as good as Li Xiao said, then they wouldn't mind becoming members of the Rose mercenary group. Although the three of them have been alone and have not joined any teams due to various reasons, it does not mean that they do not want to have a reliable long-term meal ticket. Seeing the three women nodding, Li Xiao stopped talking nonsense and directly waved his hand, taking back all the materials he had taken out before into the system space. Seeing the pile of supplies disappear in an instant, many people suddenly felt empty in their hearts, because the materials just now are extremely precious. Even for people with superpowers like them, they are definitely a precious treasure. It's so mouth-watering. If those supplies just now were exchanged for money, a person would definitely be able to eat and drink at Chaoyang shelter without any worries. It's a pity that no matter how jealous, no one dares to rob other people's property openly. However, when they saw that the three female superpowers were about to leave with Li Xiao, the faces of the remaining male superpowers suddenly turned ugly. The Huang Mao from before immediately said, "Qin Liu, Zhou Xian, this guy's mercenary group only recruits women. What is he thinking? Don't you know that you are still willing to go with him? Look, the aloofness you had before was all just an act." Huang Mao, do you really need to be punished? If you can only spit shit, stop talking. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you when you go out. Qin Liu first glared at Huang Mao fiercely, her expression ugly. However, it can be heard from Qin Liu's words that Huang Mao is not Qin Liu's opponent and has been dealt with by Qin Liu before. Of course, Qin Liu took care of her outside the shelter. so they didn't dare to cause trouble inside the shelter. Huang Mao shrank his neck. A trace of ugliness and anger flashed in his eyes. He is a dignified man, and he is also a person with supernatural powers. In front of the ordinary survivors in Chaoyang's sanctuary, he is a superior existence. But he couldn't beat a woman, and he even got punished. Where could he put his face? But no matter how angry and unwilling he is, Huang Mao seems to have nothing to do. Why is his superpower so rubbish and his strength too weak? Except for saying some ugly words to show his sense of existence and dissatisfaction, he is really no match for other superpowers. Moreover, Huang Mao doesn't have a team yet, so he doesn't have a backstage. This is why he was picked up outside the shelter before. So now that Xialuo was threatening him, Huang Mao really didn't dare to say anything more. Xialuo and the others didn't dare to do anything to him in the shelter, but if they really angered them, they would never go out of the shelter unless he did so. Moreover, Xialuo and the others were able to deal with him as separate individuals in the past. But in the future, if they were all part of the same team, wouldn't it be more convenient and simpler to deal with him? Thinking of this, Huang Mao didn't dare to say anything more. He just kept mumbling in a low voice. Obviously, he was still very unconvinced. At this time, Xialuo suddenly turned around and walked to Huang Mao's side. Huang Mao looked at Xialuo, who exuded a fierce aura. He didn't know why he felt a little scared, as if Xialuo was a ferocious beast and could crush him to death with just a single move. What do you want to do? This is a talent market, not a place for you to mess around. And I didn't talk about you just now. Huang Mao looked at Xialuo with fear and stammered. Some people have been in power for a long time, and they will naturally have a sense of majesty, even coercion. Huang Mao was extremely annoyed. Isn't this man just a space superpower? Logically speaking, space superpowers are just auxiliary superpowers. In terms of combat effectiveness, they are even worse than him, but for some reason, Xialuo's sudden seriousness really frightened him. This shocked Huang Mao. It seemed that this man could recruit several people with powers at once. He was definitely not an ordinary person. You know, those big teams don't want to have a few more superpowers in their team, and then make their team strong, so that it will be much safer to go out to do tasks. But just like before the apocalypse, those high-level talents are very popular, and not just any small company can afford them. Xialuo was much taller than Huang Mao. He looked at Huang Mao condescendingly and said coldly, "Originally, it's a waste of my time to argue with you, a waste like you. But I'm also most annoyed by flies in my ears. It's buzzing nonstop. It seems like there are some flies that can't be dealt with if we don't take care of them," Huang Mao said angrily. "Who are you calling a fly? Don't think that just how much money you have is no big deal. I am a registered superpower in the shelter and a law-abiding resident. Do you still dare to hit me?" Xialuo smiled. "Hit you? Are you not worthy of me? You will also dirty my hands. It only takes one sentence to deal with you. You will know tomorrow, when you are about to starve to death. I hope you can continue to be so tough by then." After saying that, Xialuo took the lead and walked downstairs. Zhao Qingqing and Xialuo, the three superpowers, also quickly followed. In fact, Xialuo is really not a high-profile person, and he has never been too lazy to bother. In the past, for people like Huang Mao, as long as they didn't really provoke Xialuo didn't bother to get to know them. After all, when a person's position reaches a certain height, his mentality will change. Not just cats and dogs can make him take action. However, Xialuo has just come to Chaoyang's sanctuary, and he is here to earn crystals, so Xialuo decided to keep a high profile occasionally, so that everyone can know that he has good things in his hands. Seeing Xialuo and others leaving, the pressure on Huang Mao finally dissipated. Huang Mao's face was filled with disdain again. F***K. Who are you? The leader of a newly established small mercenary group. He thinks he is a big boss in the military. Just one word can make me starve to death. It really made me laugh to death. There are still a few superpowers on the third floor. In fact, they all felt a little displeased with Xialuo at first. They were a little-known mercenary group with a pretty good idea, but they were so selective in recruiting people. But when Xialuo showed his identity as a space superpower and brought out a lot of precious food and supplies, they also saw the strength of Xialuo or the Rose Mercenary Group. First of all, although space power users are not very powerful in combat, they are indeed very popular in Chaoyang's sanctuary. To put it simply, even if Xialuo is not the leader of the Rose Mercenary Group, as long as Xialuo joins other forces, any force will rush to get him, and his status will definitely be higher than theirs. Secondly, Li Xialuo still has so many precious materials, which is enough to show Li Xialuo's wealth. So at the end, except for the petty Huang Mao, no one on the third floor dared to be dissatisfied with Li Xialuo anymore. At least on the surface, they didn't dare to show it. After all, the apocalypse is not the peaceful age before the apocalypse. Although Chaoyang's sanctuary has order on the surface, secretly, it actually has a lot of darkness, and dead people often happen. As long as it is not an above-board killing and making trouble, and the authorities do not catch it, and then it is dealt with cleanly afterwards, then no one will have a thankless pursuit to the end. However, others do not dare to provoke Li Xialuo anymore. But if a fool is willing to come forward, they will naturally be happy to watch the fun. Moreover, he is also willing to support the fire. That's right. You are really too arrogant, Huang Mao. Don't be a coward. You are also a superpower. You should look at how the Rose mercenary group made you starve to death. He is a newly established mercenary group. Can you still cover the sky with just one hand? Oh, it is indeed quite arrogant. The leaders of the top mercenary groups in our shelter are not as arrogant as this little mercenary leader. They're all polite when they see us superpowers. Huang Mao, we support you. How about we promote today's incident to you in private? Although Huang Mao is a very petty person, he is not a fool either. I know these people are just watching the fun, but no one is really with him. So when I heard that they wanted to publicize this matter, I immediately felt bad on my face. He is actually still feeling uneasy now. He doesn't know how Li Xialuo will deal with him. What if Li Xialuo found a killer from the black market and then secretly sapped him at night? The man who proposed to go privately to publicize the big incident seemed to see Huang Mao's hesitation, and he suddenly laughed. Huang Mao, the reason why I just proposed to publicize the conflict that just happened to you in private is actually for your own good. First of all, as long as you publicize the matter and make a big fuss, then the entire Chaoyang shelter will know about it, and you, Huang Mao, will become famous. Secondly, if things get too big, the Rose mercenary group will no longer dare to play any tricks. Because as long as something happens to you, Huang Mao, even if you fall while walking, everyone will definitely think that it was the Rose mercenary group that did it. Finally, as long as everyone knows what happened, I would like to know how the big forces will react when they hear that this Rose mercenary group is a female mercenary group, and they are so arrogant. After hearing the man's analysis, Huang Mao's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at it this way, it seems that making the matter bigger will actually be more beneficial to him. Okay, brother, I'll do as you say. Originally, I, Huang Mao, am a low-key person and don't want to be too pushy. But some people are too arrogant, so let's make things bigger. Then we'll let the whole Chaoyang protect us. Everyone, let's see what arrogance he has. Huang Mao nodded and agreed. In fact, there is another reason. Huang Mao knows that even if he doesn't nod, today's events will definitely be publicized by people here who are interested. So, he might as well act tough. However, Huang Mao and others didn't know that after Li Xiaoluo led people downstairs, he directly found Li Qiqi and arranged a new task for Li Qiqi. That is to use the fastest way to publicize what happened on the third floor just now, so that everyone in the Chaoyang shelter will know. That's right, even if Huang Mao and the others upstairs don't make things bigger, Li Xiaoluo will make things bigger. Originally, Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to pay attention to a small person like Huang Mao, and even if he wanted to kill him, there were plenty of ways to make him die quietly. But Li Xiaoluo decided to put down his harsh words. Naturally, he wanted to use Huang Mao as a stepping stone to make himself and the Rose mercenary group famous as soon as possible, and then earn crystals. Li Qiqi and the others have almost recruited people on the first and second floors. The task given by Li Xiaoluo is to recruit 150 people first. However, the treatment given by the Rose mercenary group was too good, and there were too many women who signed up. So even after selection, there are still about 200 people. But it's okay. After you go to the station, you will have to pass the assessment again anyway, so it doesn't matter if you have more people. When Li Qiqi heard the new task assigned by Li Xiaoluo, her eyes suddenly looked a little strange. She really couldn't guess what her boss was thinking. She has lived in Chaoyang Sanctuary for a long time, so she naturally knows the status of superpowers in Chaoyang Sanctuary. She can starve a superpower to death with just one word. That is almost equivalent to a direct ban. Is their Rose mercenary group so awesome? Even if it is the military or official, words may not be so effective, right? After all, now is no longer the world before the end. What the official says before the end is the truth, and no one can break the rules. But after the end of the world, the major forces often check and balance each other. But Li Qiqi knows her status. Since she is a member of the Rose Mercenary Group and the boss, she can just obey the boss's orders and everything. In the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people like them don't need to have their own ideas. Boss, don't worry, this matter is very simple. I will directly find some more people in the talent market and then ask them to go to the shelter to spread the news. Soon the entire shelter will know about it. Li Qiqi still dares to guarantee this kind of thing, because the Chaoyang shelter is not big, and many people have nothing to do. Usually everyone will know about it if there is some gossip. Not to mention this kind of intentional dissemination, and it's quite breaking news. Li Xialuo nodded. He did this matter casually. In fact, he didn't pay much attention at all. Li Xialuo looked at Li Qiqi and asked, I heard that auctions are held on the trading floor from time to time. When will the next auction be held? There are too many things that can be put up for auction in Li Xialuo's system space, such as cigarettes, alcohol, various meats, seafood, fruits, tea, salt, etc. These materials are basically hard to find now, but they are Li Xialuo's exclusive advantages, and they are also the key for Li Xialuo to earn crystals in Chaoyang shelter. However, the fragrance of wine is also afraid of deep alleys. Now Li Xialuo has these good things in his hands, but not many people in Chaoyang shelter know about it. Originally, Li Xialuo was not in a hurry. He planned to take his time and let people spread the news. Customers would definitely come to him in the future. However, if we can go through an auction and completely establish the reputation of the Rose Mercenary Group and the materials in hand, it seems to be a good choice. Li Qiqi quickly replied. Boss, the auctions in the trading floor are divided into large-scale auctions and temporary auctions. Large-scale auctions generally require enough precious things and then be warmed up a few days in advance. As long as there are enough precious things in the temporary auction, and the auction house feels it is profitable, it can hold the auction, and then the auction house will notify interested customers or reputable people to participate. Li Xialuo nodded and said, Okay, Li Qiqi, after you finish what I just told you, go to the trading hall. I have a Zhonghua cigarette, a Furong King, and 2 bottles of Maotai, a bottle of Wulianye, and 5 kilograms of pork, 5 kilograms of beef, 5 kilograms of fish, 5 kilograms of salt. Go tell the auction house that these things need to be held at an auction tonight. Li Xialuo brought out many kinds of things, but the quantity of each item was very small. Li Xialuo is not stupid. He still understands the principle that rare things are valuable. Just like cigarettes, the cigarettes used before the apocalypse are basically extinct in Chaoyang shelter. Therefore, if Li Xialuo only brought out a small amount of cigarettes, the purchase price of a pack of cigarettes would be as high as 1 to 2,000 yuan. But if Li Xialuo just takes out thousands of cigarettes, I am afraid that the cigarettes will drop to the price of cabbage. After leaving the talent market, Li Xialuo and the others split into 2 groups. Led by Li Qiqi, they will continue to stay in the talent market to recruit people to spread the news, and then go to the trading market to handle the auction. On the other way, Li Xialuo naturally led the team, bringing with him a group of women recruited from the talent market, and then returned to the station in a mighty manner. Li Xialuo didn't know that, in fact, ever since he bought Station Number 1 and established the Rose Mercenary Group, he and the Rose Mercenary Group had already become a talking point for some people in the shelter. It's just that because the time is too short, it hasn't appeared yet. But after going through the talent market, the Rose Mercenary Group only recruits female members, the Rose Mercenary Group's super treatment, and the conflict with that Huang Mao, etc. Li Xialuo and the Rose Mercenary Group will soon be completely popular, and will soon become the hot search of Chaoyang Sanctuary. And the glory of the Rose Mercenary Group in Chaoyang Sanctuary is about to begin. Of course, all of this is Li Xialuo's intention to keep a high profile, so don't say that he doesn't know yet that he is about to become popular. Even if he knows, Li Xialuo will not be surprised at all. After returning to the station of the Rose Mercenary Group, all the women once again saw the strength of the Rose Mercenary Group. After all, being able to buy the best location in the shelter is the best symbol of strength. No wonder the Rose Mercenary Group can offer such good treatment. So all the women suddenly became more enthusiastic about the long-term meal ticket of the Rose Mercenary Group, because they feel that the Rose Mercenary Group is really suitable for them. Most of these women, who often mingle in the talent market, really don't want to find a long-term job. Of course not. After the apocalypse, most survivors have little property, so many people will starve as long as they don't work for a day. If you want to survive and not starve, you must either have the strength to go out to look for food, or you must work every day. So who doesn't want a long-term meal ticket? But now in Chaoyang shelter, it's hard to find a job, especially for women. Many jobs either do not recruit women, or even if they do recruit a small number of women, they will be oppressed and treated differently. For example, the salary is low. For example, you will be teased and harassed. Women in the apocalypse, if they want to survive, sometimes they have to pay a price. This is why a Fire Phoenix mercenary group will appear in Chaoyang Sanctuary, and then the Fire Phoenix mercenary group will become a holy place in the hearts of women in Chaoyang Sanctuary. It's a pity that the Fire Phoenix mercenary group is a group of women after all, and they are not very strong. It is impossible to recruit all the women in Chaoyang Sanctuary. They simply cannot afford to support them. The Rose mercenary group that has appeared now can almost be said to be the second Fire Phoenix mercenary group, and its treatment is even much better than that of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. After arriving at the station, Li Xialuo still followed the old rules and arranged for Zhao Qingqing to prepare food for all the women, so that all the women who came to apply for the job would have a full meal first, and then take the re-examination. Although Li Xialuo gave them only the simplest steamed buns with pickles, all the women were very excited. Even many women couldn't help but choked up, because among these women, except for the 3 women with superpowers, most of the other women live a very miserable life. There are even many women who have not had good food for several days. Originally, they were worried because their bodies were already very weak, and they didn't know if they would be able to pass the next assessment. But they didn't expect that the first thing they would do when they came to the Rose mercenary group for an interview was to fill their stomachs. This made their sense of identification with the Rose mercenary group and their determination to join the Rose mercenary group stronger than ever before. After all, food will always be one of the most precious things in the post-apocalypse. No matter which faction they are in Chaoyang Sanctuary, they have never heard that when recruiting new people, they are given food first if they have not passed the re-examination. Being able to do this not only shows the wealth of the Rose mercenary group, but also shows that there is no shortage of food. It also seems that the Rose mercenary group is very humane and not stingy. Such a team must be reliable. Of course, every time Li Xialuo does this, the main purpose is to screen out some women who are ungrateful and have different intentions. As long as you eat his food and your friendship level cannot exceed 60, you don't need to go through any retests. Just get out. Even if the team is built casually, Li Xialuo should not raise an unfamiliar team. As for the wasted food, Li Xialuo didn't take it seriously at all. Now Li Xialuo has no shortage of food at all. After all the women had finished eating and drinking, Zhao Qingqing suddenly announced that more than 20 women had been eliminated directly. More than 200 women who originally came to take part in the re-examination were given a free meal and saw how unique the Rose mercenary group was, which made them all think of their better lives in the future, causing their faces to show a rare smile. But they hadn't been happy for long when they suddenly heard that more than 20 people had been eliminated after having a meal. It's simply baffling. They didn't do anything just now. They just couldn't wait to fill their stomachs. Didn't they look very elegant when they were eating just now? So, eating is also a test? Especially the 20 or so people who were inexplicably eliminated. Their faces looked like Sichuan opera faces changing. Annoyed, sad, angry, confused, unwilling, it's all there. Especially among the women who were eliminated. Some were quite capable. After they confirmed that the Rose mercenary group was rich and reliable, they were full of confidence in joining the Rose mercenary group. Because apart from not having special abilities, they're still the best in the talent market in terms of other abilities and abilities. Some women are even better than men, so they think they will have no problem passing the re-examination. But now, they haven't done anything yet, haven't shown their abilities yet. So why are they inexplicably eliminated? Captain Zhao Qingqing, are you mistaken? We didn't do anything just now, so why were we eliminated? This is unfair. That's right, Captain Zhao Qingqing. What did we do wrong? You have to give us a reason and make us understand, right? The women who were notified of elimination by Zhao Qingqing suddenly had indignation on their faces, and then they all surrounded Zhao Qingqing. Let me say here that just now, Li Xialuo has officially appointed Zhao Qingqing as the leader of the Rose mercenary group. From now on, she will be responsible for all the affairs of the Rose mercenary group. As for Li Xialuo himself, he will definitely not stay in the Rose mercenary group forever, so there is no need to be the leader. He can just be the boss behind the scenes. Speaking of which, Zhao Qingqing is not a superpower. If she were in another team, she would definitely not be qualified to be the team leader. In the post-apocalyptic world, strength is everything, and the strong have the final say. But here at Li Xialuo, everything is possible. Li Xialuo has always been a nostalgic person. The longer people follow him and the higher their loyalty, the more power they will naturally gain. Among the women in the Rose mercenary group, Zhao Qingqing is naturally the one who has followed Li Xiaoluo the longest and is the most loyal. As for whether Zhao Qingqing is not a superpower, it will be easier to convince the public in the future. The Rose mercenary group was established by Li Xiaoluo, and everything was given by Li Xiaoluo. Even if Li Xiaoluo is not the leader and does not interfere in the specific management, Li Xiaoluo has the final say in everything. If anyone disobeys, get out, or the Rose mercenary group will be completely destroyed. For Li Xiaoluo, the Rose mercenary group is just a tool to make money, not his foundation. Li Xiaoluo doesn't care too much at all. Therefore, if the people of the Rose mercenary group are disobedient, Li Xiaoluo will not be merciful. However, Li Xiaoluo also knows that this situation generally does not happen, because Li Xiaoluo knows the loyalty of all women. The people he recruits are inherently more loyal. In addition, Li Xiaoluo can also bring them a good life. Unless they are mentally ill, they will not have any other thoughts. Now that Zhao Qingqing is the leader, Li Xiaoluo does not need to personally intervene in small matters. Look at the more than 20 women who were eliminated with excitement on their faces. Zhao Qingqing scolded with a cold face. Everyone, shut up, what are you yelling at? In fact, from the moment you enter our station, everything you say and do has been assessed. So if we say you have been eliminated, then you have been eliminated. Moreover, when our Rose mercenary group recruits people, all interpretation rights belong to our group. We can recruit whoever we want and eliminate whoever we want. Do I need to explain anything to you? So, what do you think is unfair? Is there any real fairness in this world now? Also, this is how our Rose mercenary group works. Anyone who joins our team in the future must obey the boss's orders and do whatever the boss asks us to do. If anyone feels that he cannot accept it, he can leave with these eliminated women now. Our Rose mercenary group will not force it, and there is no need to waste time in participating in the subsequent assessments. Zhao Qingqing can be regarded as a person who has experienced hardships, and she was also a manager before. Now she is appointed as the leader by Li Xiaoluo. She has quickly adapted to her status, and she is very imposing when she speaks. Zhao Qingqing has seen how rich and powerful Li Xiaoluo is, and knows that her boss is a very powerful person. Even though everything has started over at Chaoyang shelter now, Zhao Qingqing believes that as long as the boss is given some time, the boss will soon become a big shot in Chaoyang shelter. So she must be strong and not lose the boss's face. Sure enough, after being scolded by Zhao Qingqing, no one of those eliminated women dared to express any opinions anymore, and they could only leave in despair. Just like Zhao Qingqing said, there is no fairness in this apocalyptic world, especially vulnerable groups like them. Chaoyang shelter looks very orderly on the surface, and you can't bully people at will, and you can't fight or cause trouble. But everything is only on the surface. Privately, in the darkness at night, or in those refugee camps, there are too many dirty and unfair things happening. Next, under the auspices of Zhao Qingqing, the assessment of new recruits continues. Although Li Xiaoluo doesn't pay much attention to the Rose mercenary group, he is not a philanthropist and will not recruit some trash to make a living. In particular, we are recruiting a group of women with abilities, courage, skills. They must at least have their own specialties. This is because the Rose mercenary group has just been established, and there is an urgent need to form a good team, so the requirements are not too strict. After the Rose mercenary group stabilizes, it will definitely be more difficult to join the Rose mercenary group in the future. Time soon came to the afternoon, and Chaoyang shelter became even more lively in the afternoon. Because during the day, many warriors and mercenary group members need to go outside the shelter to hunt monsters, search for supplies, etc. Only when it is getting dark, almost everyone who goes out must return to the shelter. And everyone who went out for activities today, as soon as they returned to the shelter, almost all heard the people in the shelter talking about a hot gossip topic. A hot search about a sudden appearance called the Rose mercenary group. That's right, the trending news in Chaoyang shelter this afternoon is not about which mercenary group made a fortune, nor is it about a big shot spending a fortune in a certain club. The trending news in Chaoyang sanctuary tonight is all about the Rose mercenary group that suddenly appeared. The most wealthy mercenary group not only purchased the best location in the sanctuary, but also had the best treatment in the entire sanctuary. Nowadays, there are very few ordinary survivors in the entire Chaoyang sanctuary who don't want to become the Rose mercenary group. It is said that even if they become a loser in the Rose mercenary group, their salary will be higher than that of many members of the mercenary group who work hard for their lives. Of course, it is also said that the Rose mercenary group is the most arrogant mercenary group. A newly established mercenary group actually wanted to ban a superpower user and even threatened to let the superpower starve to death in Chaoyang shelter. Place. I don't know who gave the Rose mercenary group the courage. There are many large and small forces in Chaoyang sanctuary. Even the most powerful military cannot talk about many things in detail, and they dare not cover the sky with one hand. Otherwise, Chaoyang sanctuary would have been in chaos. After all, after the emergence of superpowers, thermal weapons no longer have an absolute deterrent effect. And in the afternoon, an even more shocking news came out. The Rose mercenary group brought out a lot of good things, including cigarettes, liquor, salt, etc. that are now very precious, and even extinct fresh meat and fruits. After hearing this news, many people finally understood why the Rose mercenary group was so wealthy and arrogant. Because those precious materials provided by the Rose mercenary group can really be exchanged for a lot of money. In the end of the world, in the eyes of the superior boss, the most precious thing now should be the crystal. But in the eyes of most survivors, this is not the case. Many survivors are not supernatural beings, and it is useless for them to hold crystals. Even for some superpowers, their desire for crystals is no longer high after their superpower level is upgraded to level 2. Because there are so many crystals needed for subsequent upgrades, they don't know how long it will take them to get enough. Therefore, in many people's minds, enjoying the present moment is the most important thing. The names of the Rose mercenary group and Xialuo became famous in Chaoyang sanctuary in one day and became the talk of everyone. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of the major forces in Chaoyang sanctuary. Military station. In a simple and tidy office, there is an old man with white hair and sharp eyes. The old man's surname is Liu, and his name is Liu Jun. He is a general in the military and can also be said to be the person with the most say in Chaoyang shelter. At this time, there were 2 middle-aged men in the office, and they were reporting to General Liu. General, the situation is like this. That Lee Xialuo came to our shelter from outside at noon today. There were only a few women with him at that time. When going through the formalities for entering the city, this Lee Xialuo was still with the work the staff was having some trouble, and Zhao Weidong, who was on duty there, discovered that Lee Xialuo turned out to be a space-based superpower, so he invited Lee Xialuo to join our military, but Lee Xialuo refused. Later, Zhao Weidong sent a female soldier to serve as a guide for Lee Xialuo and took him to settle down in the Chaoyang sanctuary while doing some ideological work. And Zhao Weidong also reported Lee Xialuo a space superpower, and we were still discussing how to give him what conditions does Lee Xialuo offer to recruit Lee Xialuo into our military. But we didn't expect that Lee Xialuo would move so quickly. He established a mercenary group in one afternoon, purchased a station, and recruited troops. Now it seems that he has no intention of joining us at all. 2 middle-aged men are also high-level military officials, named Wang Chong and Zhao Jianlin. At this time, Wang Chong is reporting Lee Xiaoluo's situation to Liu Jun. Originally, General Liu was the top leader of the military and had to deal with many things every day. If Lee Xiaoluo was just an ordinary space superpower, then the military would have a dedicated person responsible for recruiting Lee Xiaoluo, and there would be no need for General Liu to personally intervene. But the current situation has far exceeded their expectations, let alone recruiting Lee Xiaoluo into the military. It is even very likely that Chaoyang Sanctuary will have another strong team. The current situation of Chaoyang Shelter is actually very delicate. As the saying goes, where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes, and there will be interests. This is an eternal truth. Although the previous Chaoyang Sanctuary seemed to coexist peacefully, and everyone abided by the rules of the sanctuary, that was because everyone had a common goal in order to survive and had a common enemy of mankind like monsters. In addition, the military is a dominant family, and General Liu's prestige in the military is also very high, which can intimidate everyone. The current peace and order in Chaoyang Shelter is largely due to his existence. But as time goes by, the threat of monsters to Chaoyang Sanctuary is now much smaller, and the pressure to survive is not as great as before. As a result, internal conflicts began to gradually come to light. Even people from the military, some senior officials, are slowly coming up with different ideas. General Liu is a true soldier with no selfish motives. He only thinks about his duty as a soldier to protect the safety of Chaoyang shelter and to protect the survivors of Chaoyang shelter. But not all high-level officials in the military are as selfless as General Liu. In the view of some high-level officials, it is already a state of anarchy, so everything must follow the rules of the end of the world. The strong are respected, those with strength will live better, and those who are protected by them will have to pay. The price is to accept their oppression. So the military side gradually divided into two factions, the new and the old. The old school, dominated by General Liu, still insists that everyone is equal. The army is the people's army. The materials harvested by the military should try to help ordinary survivors. The backbone of the new faction is Zhou Benghua. He is a very ambitious man. His goal is to become the supreme ruler of Chaoyang shelter and the Earth Emperor of Chaoyang shelter. But he knew that under normal circumstances, he would not be qualified to compete with old General Liu. He doesn't have that strength at all. So Zhou Benghua put forward a new school of thought. He advocated that powerful people should be superior to others and should enjoy better treatment in life. Although Zhou Benghua's prestige and strength in the military are not as strong as those of the old General Liu Jian, most of the mercenary groups, wealthy businessmen, and other forces in Chaoyang shelter actually think so. So they all secretly support Zhou Benghua because they want to gain greater power and gain a higher status. Instead of being in the last days, they still have to abide by a bunch of rules, and even bullying a lowly refugee will be punished. In this way, although Chaoyang shelter looks harmonious and peaceful on the surface, there is actually an undercurrent. Of course, as long as General Liu's sea-fixing needle is still there, Zhou Benghua's people will not dare to really seize power for the time being. But if they suddenly become stronger, it will be hard to say. Some people are willing to do anything for power and ambition. This is why Shalawa and Chen mercenary group suddenly appeared in the shelter, and the detailed situation was directly conveyed to General Liu. Because a powerful person or force suddenly appears, no matter which camp he joins, it may trigger a chain reaction. General, I feel that this Lee Xialuo is very mysterious, and I feel that he seems to have big plans and ambitions. I feel that not only will he not join us, but he will probably be won over by Zhou Bang's people. Should we do something in advance? After the officer named Wang Chong reported the situation, another officer named Zhao Jianlin looked at the pensive General Liu and took the lead in expressing his concerns. Old General Liu nodded first. You are right, this man named Lee Xialuo should not be simple. He is a space superpower who can survive in the apocalypse with several ordinary women, and he can also travel long distances to our shelter, is already very simple. And after he came to our shelter, he dared to have conflicts with official staff when he entered the city. At that time, he may not have understood the situation in our shelter. But after he learned about the situation in our shelter, he still dared to be so high profile in the shelter, which shows that he is really confident. After a pause, Liu Jianjun shook his head again. But it doesn't matter what he does. Everyone has his own choice. As long as he abides by the rules of the shelter and can contribute to the survivors of the shelter, then he is a good comrade. We have no reason to make irresponsible remarks. At the same time, in a luxurious office, a middle-aged man with a big belly was also listening to his subordinates' report about Lee Charlotte and the Rose mercenary group. The middle-aged man was Zhou Benghua. After listening to the report from his subordinates, a smile suddenly appeared in Zhou Benghua's originally cold eyes. The space superpower refused Liu Jianjun's solicitation. He was ambitious, arrogant, and domineering, and he had good things. After hearing the news about Lee Xialuo, Zhou Benghua directly put these labels on Lee Xialuo. Moreover, Zhou Benghua also felt that this Lee Xialuo should be very in line with his appetite, so he would definitely become his side in the end. Although Zhou Benghua doesn't know why Lee Xialuo, a space superpower, dares to be so high profile, but Zhou Benghua feels that as long as he subdues Lee Xialuo or reaches a cooperation with Lee Xialuo, then his strength will definitely become stronger. Because, aside from Lee Charlotte's own strength and the strength of the Rose mercenary group, just the precious food and materials that Lee Charlotte brought out could be exchanged for a lot of money. If Lee Xialuo had more supplies, Zhou Benghua's role could be even greater. At that time, he will be more confident to do something according to his ideas. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhou Benghua became. The reason why Chaoyang shelter is stable and peaceful now is because the struggle between him and Liu Jianjun has reached a balance. Liu Jianjun has the support of most officers and soldiers in the army, while Zhou Benghua has the support of some officers and soldiers plus most of the mercenary regiments. It can be said that both sides have their own advantages. If the two of them really fall out, no one is sure that they can easily defeat the other, and the final result may be that both sides suffer losses. Of course, it is said that both sides suffer losses, but in fact it is the confidence that Zhou Benghua gives to his people. In fact, Zhou Benghua knew in his heart that the people under that old guy Liu Jianjun were much more united and stronger than the people on his side. If they really break their skin, then his side will definitely lose. It's just that the old guy Liu Jianjun has always put the overall situation first and is unwilling to fight within Chaoyang sanctuary, which will lead to bloodshed and eventually weaken the strength of the human survivors. That's why he always turned a blind eye to what Zhou Benghua did. But Zhou Benghua is not Liu Jianjun, and he also thinks differently from Liu Jianjun. He has been waiting for an opportunity. As long as there is a chance to defeat Liu Jianjun and gain the supreme power of Chaoyang shelter, Zhou Benghua doesn't care how many people die. No matter how many people die, what are they afraid of? The worst thing to do is to increase publicity in the future and find more people from nearby to come to the shelter. However, Zhou Benghua felt that Xialuo might be an opportunity for him to defeat Liu Jianjun. But Zhou Benghua doesn't dare to confirm it now, and he won't act rashly. Everything must first be understood clearly about Xialuo and see if he is really capable. Thinking of this, Zhou Benghua knocked on the table and then ordered to the beautiful secretary who was standing, "Secretary Xiao, go to the Rose mercenary group to find that Xialuo and tell him that I invited him over for a meal, and I will treat I am very interested in tobacco, alcohol, salt, meat, fruits, etc., and plan to buy in large quantities from him." "Okay, Chief. I'm going to inform that Xialuo now," the beautiful secretary quickly responded. Zhou Benghua said lightly, "Xialuo is my distinguished guest. You should have a better attitude when you go there. If he doesn't want to come, you can promise more benefits appropriately. For example, I can give him a large number of thermal weapons. You can also talk about other things. In short, no matter what method you use, please invite him here. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The beautiful secretary's face changed, but she nodded quickly and left. The reason why Zhou Benghua specifically explained this is because that Xialuo seems to be quite difficult to deal with. Judging from the known news, Xialuo has rejected Liu Jianjun's recruitment. However, for Liu Jianjun, it should be a normal procedure for his subordinates to go through, and it was not Liu Jianjun who personally sent someone to invite. And if Zhou Benghua personally sends someone to invite him, but is still rejected by Xialuo, then Zhou Benghua will be embarrassed. It was originally a good thing, but when the time comes, it will be a bit difficult to get off. That's why Zhou Benghua specifically told his secretary that he must invite Xialuo. And Zhou Benghua believes that as long as Xialuo knows his identity and sees his sincerity, he will definitely come to keep the appointment. The only thing Zhou Benghua is looking forward to now is how much help that Xialuo can bring him. However, what made Zhou Benghua extremely angry was that the people he sent out quickly returned from the Rose mercenary group. The beautiful secretary told Zhou Benghua, tremblingly, that after she revealed her identity and purpose of coming, she did not even see Xialuo's face, and was then kicked out by the leader of the Rose mercenary group. That's right, she was kicked out because the beautiful secretary knew that if she didn't complete the task, she would be punished when she came back. So she originally wanted to grind in the Rose mercenary group for a while, until Charlotte came out. But she didn't expect that beating a dog depends on the owner. Those women from the Rose mercenary group didn't talk nonsense to her at all, and directly forced her out of the Rose mercenary group. "Chief, that Xialuo is too arrogant. He doesn't take you seriously at all." The beautiful secretary looked at Zhou Benghua, who had a gloomy expression, with uneasiness. In order not to be punished, she had to put all the blame on Xialuo. Zhou Benghua recovered from his anger, then glanced at the beautiful secretary coldly, and said loudly, "Here comes someone." Soon, 2 soldiers outside the door came in and saluted Zhou Benghua. Zhou Benghua pointed at the beautiful secretary and said, "Secretary Xiao has seriously neglected his duties and is no longer suitable to stay with me. Please send her to Captain Wei of the Thor mercenary group." "Yes, Chief," the 2 soldiers responded, and then walked towards the beautiful secretary. The beautiful secretary screamed. She looked at Zhou Benghua and said in panic, "Chief, I know I was wrong. Please punish me severely. Please don't send me to the Thor mercenary group. Chief, I will definitely serve you more carefully in the future. Please let me go." The beautiful secretary kept begging for mercy, because as a high-level secretary of Chaoyang's shelter, she knew more things. For example, the overt and covert fights between the top management of the shelter, such as the perversion of some big figures in the shelter. In fact, there are many things that ordinary survivors in the shelter have no access to at all. Only people in this circle know. Sometimes some big shots who appear sanctimonious in front of ordinary survivors are actually devils in private. The leader of the Thor mercenary group is one of them, and it is said that there are many stories among them. The Thunder God mercenary group is the #1 mercenary group in Chaoyang Sanctuary. The leader of the Thunder God mercenary group is Wei Dong, a level 2 Thunder Power user and one of the most powerful power users in Chaoyang Sanctuary. In addition, those who can join the Thor mercenary group, even the most ordinary warriors, are tall and brave men. Therefore, the Thor mercenary group is a prominent presence in the entire sanctuary and is the target of worship for many ordinary survivors. But only people in the circle know that Wei Dong, the leader of the Thunder God mercenary group, is a big pervert with some special habits. It is said that Wei Dong was a successful man before the end of the world, with a fortune and a beautiful wife. But it wasn't until the day when the end of the world came that he realized that his wife had given him a big cuckold, and even the son he had always loved was not his father. Even because he broke up his wife's adultery, his wife took control of Wei Dong together with her sympathizer, and then planned to torture Wei Dong to death. Then they would pretend that Wei Dong died because of the doomsday disaster, that you could take over everything in Wei Dong. After being tortured for a period of time, Wei Dong almost died at the hands of the adulterer and the adulteress. Fortunately, in the end, Wei Dongming should not have been killed, but instead, his wife and the adulterer were killed by him. After the end of the world, Wei Dong established a small team with some supplies and fierce energy, and then fell in love with a woman he rescued. This woman is as gentle as water, very grateful to Wei Dong, and very obedient. After learning the lesson before the end, Wei Dong no longer believed in women, but that woman was so gentle and obedient. Wei Dong felt that he could believe in love again, and he believed that he would never make mistakes again. But Wei Dong didn't expect that this woman would betray him in the end and get in love with the second-in-command of his team, and then they would join forces to plot everything against him. However, Wei Dong was once again blessed with great fortune. Although he suffered some injuries, he still survived to the end. Then, Wei Dong brought several brothers to Chaoyang Sanctuary and established a new force. After arriving at Chaoyang Shelter, Wei Dong was not very strong at first, and the team he established was also an ordinary small team. However, when the era of superpowers came, Wei Dong awakened his thunder power and became very powerful in combat. So he began to stand out, and then gradually became the most powerful mercenary group in Chaoyang Sanctuary. And after possessing strong strength, Wei Dong's other side was completely exposed. Wei Dong likes to play with other people's women the most. The more distinguished a woman is, the more excited he is. Moreover, every woman who falls into his hands will not survive more than 3 days, and will eventually be tortured to death by him. This matter is no longer a secret among the upper circles of Chaoyang Shelter. Some people even had a deadly feud with Wei Dong of the Thunder God mercenary group because of their women. So when the beautiful secretary heard that Zhou Banghua was going to give her to Wei Dong of the Thunder God mercenary group, she was immediately frightened and kept begging for mercy. Although following Zhou Banghua means selling your body and dignity, you can still eat well, drink well, and have a noble status. But if Wei Dong was given to the Thunder God mercenary group, he would have no choice but to be tortured to death. It's a pity that the beautiful secretary has no idea that Zhou Banghua is actually not a womanizer. The reason why he chose her to be his personal secretary and then doted on her, actually just to make her materialistic. Worth the money. To put it bluntly, Zhou Banghua had actually planned to give her to Wei Dong of the Thunder God mercenary group as a gift. Because Zhou Banghua knows that although Wei Dong is now on his side, Wei Dong is not his subordinate and is not very loyal to him. They are just a relationship of interest. If something big happens, Wei Dong may not necessarily lead the Thunder God mercenary group to fully support him. So after Zhou Banghua learned about Wei Dong's hobbies, he chose a good woman to be his secretary, and then thought that when a suitable opportunity came, he would give her to Wei Dong. In this way, Wei Dong must confide in him. As for a woman, as long as he can become the supreme leader of the entire sanctuary, is there any woman he wants? However, Zhou Banghua originally had no intention of implementing this plan now. Zhou Banghua originally planned to wait until he became stronger and had an absolute chance of winning, and then gave this woman to Wei Dong before he was sure to take action. Because in that case, Wei Dong will definitely support him with all his strength after taking such great benefits from him. It's a pity that this beautiful secretary was unlucky and didn't invite Li Xiao. Zhou Banghua didn't want to lose face, so she could only blame her for not doing things well. After dealing with his beautiful secretary, Zhou Banghua was still extremely angry. No one in Chaoyang shelter had dared to deny him face like this for a long time. But the more Li Xialuo behaved like this, the more curious Zhou Banghua became. What kind of trump card did Li Xialuo have? And the more Li Xialuo behaves like this, even if Zhou Banghua vents his anger on his beautiful secretary, he doesn't want to send anyone to have a fight with Li Xialuo again. Because Zhou Banghua knew that if Li Xialuo really had the strength and trump card, if he and Li Xialuo faced off, he would be able to deal with Li Xialuo and his Rose mercenary group. But being forced into a panic, Li Xialuo would definitely have no choice but to seek refuge with Liu Jianjun. In this way, Liu Jianjun's strength will be strengthened. So before Li Xiao's strength and trump card were determined, although Li Xiao was a little ignorant of praise, even if he was angry again, Zhou Banghua decided to endure it. In this doomsday world, every step is dangerous. Sometimes, if you are not careful, you may lose everything. At the gate of the Rose Mercenary Group station, 50 female soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms held guns in their hands, standing upright one by one, and then looked at the man in front of them with fiery eyes. Zhao Qingqing ran up to Li Xialuo, then raised her hand and saluted. Report to the boss. The female soldiers of the 1st Brigade have been assembled and can set off at any time. Please give me your instructions. In the afternoon, the Rose Mercenary Group recruited a total of 200 recruits after rigorous assessment. Then, based on the assessment, the top 50 female soldiers will be organized into the 1st Brigade. The 51st to 100th place is the 2nd team. The last 50 people belong to the logistics team. Then Li Xiao took out hundreds of brand new camouflage uniforms from the system space, and also took out some guns and ammunition. Anyway, guns can be purchased at Chaoyang shelter, so this time Li Xiaoluo directly armed them. After some training, the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group are now pretty decent, and the first task Li Xiaoluo gave them was to follow him to the auction. Of course, Li Xiaoluo does not expect them to be his bodyguards. But with a group of heroic female soldiers, it's quite cool, isn't it? Sure enough, when Li Xiaoluo led a group of fully armed and heroic female soldiers, they came to the trading floor in a swaggering way. Along the way, Li Xiaoluo and the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group attracted countless looks. In the post-apocalyptic world, most women are miserable and at the lowest level. Even the only female team in Chaoyang Sanctuary, the famous Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, they do not rely on men to support themselves, nor are they bullied or oppressed by men, but they are still very low-key in Chaoyang Sanctuary. However, today, a group of women walked majestically and swaggering in the Chaoyang shelter. It was really a beautiful sight and really strange. At the same time, look at the brand new clothes on all the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group, as well as the brand new rifles in their hands. Suddenly, the survivors of Chaoyang Sanctuary felt the wealth of the Rose Mercenary Group again. Naturally, many survivors looked at the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group with even more envy and jealousy in their eyes. You must know that these female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group usually find it more difficult than men to find jobs in the talent market because of their status as women, and their lives are usually even harder than them, haha. And now, in the blink of an eye, they have become members of the best-paid mercenary group. The Rose Mercenary Group's high salary and benefits have already spread throughout the sanctuary. Now that I have seen the equipment and mental outlook of the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group, I am afraid that no one will have any doubts about the treatment of the Rose Mercenary Group. How could they not be envious and jealous of this? It's a pity that it's useless for them to be envious and jealous. Not long after, Li Xiao and the others arrived at the trading floor. Then he asked the female soldiers to station outside, and Li Xiao took Zhao Qingqing and Li Qiqi into the trading hall, and then went straight to the auction venue. With Li Qiqi, someone familiar with the process, everything went very smoothly, and Li Xiao and the others found their seats easily. In this auction, the main items were provided by Charlotte Li. It is almost equivalent to Li Xiaoluo holding this auction, so the organizer gave Li Xiaoluo a very good position. And after Li Xiao took Zhao Qingqing and the others to sit down, a man who looked like Mithriya Buddha quickly came to Li Xiao. He said with a complimenting smile on his face, "Hello, Mr. Li Xiao. My name is Zheng Daqian. I'm the person in charge of the trading floor and the person in charge of the auction. The auction will start in a few minutes. I'm here to say hello, and I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if I can waste a few minutes of your precious time, Mr. Li?" Zheng Daqian? Li Xiao smiled and felt that the name was quite straightforward. No wonder he became the head of the trading floor. And this Zheng Daqian also has a very good attitude, much better than that person who randomly sent someone to invite him. So, Li Xiao waved his hand and said, "I'm fine now anyway, just tell me." Zheng Daqian was delighted. This man seemed not as arrogant as rumored. According to the information obtained by Zheng Daqian, Li Xiao not only rejected the military solicitation, but also rejected Zhou Bonghua's personal invitation. So after Li Xiao is a person with space powers and has a lot of money, now the whole shelter is rumored to be arrogant and very difficult to get along with. Many people are saying that fortunately Chaoyang shelter is a reasonable shelter and has shelter rules. Otherwise, Li Xiao would have offended a big shot when he first came to the shelter, and he would have died miserably. But these things have nothing to do with Zheng Daqian. Whether Li Xiao is seeking death or not is beyond his control. Zheng Daqian just wants to make big money. Zheng Daqian said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Li, the food and materials you entrusted to us for auction are really good things. Some of them have even been extinct in our shelter for a long time. Mr. Li, you are really amazing. Now we still have these supplies." Before telling his true purpose, Zheng Daqian gave Li Xiao a small compliment. However, seeing that Li Xiao's expression didn't change much, Zheng Daqian stopped wasting time and said straight to the point, "Mr. Li, I won't hold back. In fact, the main purpose of coming to see you this time is to ask about those tobacco, alcohol, meat, fruits. How much do you have here?" Li Xialuo said calmly. "There are still quite a few, but I don't think there is any need to tell you how many there are specifically. Anyway, Li Xialuo will use it to exchange for crystals in the future, so Li Xialuo has no intention of hiding it." Hearing Li Xiao's words, Zheng Daqian seemed to have heard a fairy voice, and his face turned red with excitement. Li Xiao sent Li Qiqi to deliver those precious supplies, and then Zheng Daqian personally used the walkie-talkie to notify the prominent people in the shelter. Then he was excited when he heard these things from those big people. Zheng Daqian knows that these things are treasures. You can definitely make a lot of money. Even if he does it well, he can get promoted and make a fortune. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that even before the end of the world, most of the wealth in society is still in the hands of a small number of people. They can spend huge amounts of money on what they like. And after the apocalypse, the gap between the rich and the poor will be much wider than before the apocalypse. Many survivors at the bottom of the shelter can only become refugees. They can't even eat every day and can only survive by starving every day. But those big shots in the shelter, those with supernatural powers and those with connections, they can still live a luxurious life with fine clothes and fine food. But after the end of the world, even though those rich people have money, sometimes they have nowhere to spend their money. Because after the apocalypse is not like before the apocalypse, there are so many tourist destinations and shopping paradises around the world with all kinds of luxury goods, and you can spend money everywhere. And in the post-apocalypse, many things will be hard to find. So as soon as these materials appear, they will definitely drive those rich people crazy. For example, if men who like to smoke and drink suddenly hear that a good smoker or drinker appears, can they resist the temptation? Another example is women who like eating fruit very much. They haven't tasted it for several months. Now that fruit suddenly appears, how can they not be excited? The reason why Zheng Daqian is excited is because these good things sell for a high price, so they will naturally get more commission from the auction, and the more they will earn. And if Li Xiao still has a lot of goods in hand, and many big shots have not bought them by then, if he can help get some, he may even directly buy all the goods in Li Xiao's hands. Then, it can be used not only to make money, but also to curry favor with big shots. When the time comes to achieve success, it will be great. Zheng Daqian quickly explained his purpose. He directly said that he hoped Li Xiao could sell all those precious materials to their trading hall. He would definitely give Li Xiao a very good price. Li Xiao admires Zheng Daqian's courage and vision. Unfortunately, if he wants to eat Li Xiao's goods, let alone the management of a trading floor, even the richest or most powerful person in Chaoyang shelter cannot do it. Because Li Xialuo has too many good things in his hands. If you want me to sell you what I have, you can do it. I still have 100 times the supplies that I put up for auction this time. I will sell them to you at half of the final price of this auction, but you can eat it. Are you going to get off? Zheng Daqian was surprised when he heard the number mentioned by Li Xialuo. Although he knew that Li Xialuo still had inventory in hand, he did not expect that Li Xialuo still had so much inventory in hand. 100 times? This is a very scary number. You must know that the materials Li Xialuo brought for auction this time included 3 cigarettes. So 100 times, that means 300 cigarettes. You know, even before the end of the world, individuals cannot buy more than 50 cartons of cigarettes at a time. And in the post-apocalyptic world, after experiencing several natural disasters, and the world outside is now full of dangers, anyone who can find a pack of cigarettes will be like winning the lottery, let alone finding hundreds of cartons of cigarettes. It is simply impossible. And even if Li Xialuo was lucky enough to find a lot of cigarettes somewhere. But Li Xialuo also had other supplies in hand, such as meat. This time Li Xialuo also took out more than 10 kilograms of fresh meat at one time. If Li Xialuo still has 100 times more, that means there are still thousands of kilograms of meat. What kind of shitty luck is this that allowed him to find hundreds of cartons of cigarettes and thousands of kilograms of fresh meat in this apocalyptic world full of ruins? Did someone just happen to open a supermarket in the sky? However, Zheng Daqian had no idea that the amount Li Xialuo mentioned was only a fraction of his space supplies. Sprinkle water exists. If Zheng Daqian really has the courage and money, Li Xialuo wouldn't mind selling him these. After all, it doesn't matter who you sell it to. It's convenient for him to sell it wholesale. And in the future, when Zheng Daqian buys it and consumes it, Li Xialuo can still continue to sell it. Then I will say that I have found some more. Mr. Lee, this transaction is too big. I can't make the decision myself. I need to ask for instructions from above. Can I give you an answer later? Li Xialuo waved his hand indifferently. Whatever, if you can't eat it, I'll let the Rose Mercenary Group sell it themselves. By the way, there's one more thing I want to make clear. For the next transaction, I want crystals and I won't accept Chaoyang coins. Originally, Zheng Daqian was so excited that he wanted to leave and then go report this big business to his superiors. But when he suddenly heard Li Xialuo's last words, he immediately jumped in a hurry. Mr. Lee, this is impossible. We can still discuss the price. But if you want all the crystals, this is simply impossible. First of all, we don't have that many crystals, and even if we do, the higher authorities will definitely not agree. No wonder Zheng Daqian is anxious. Zheng Daqian must want to trade with Li Xialuo, although if he wants to eat the good things from Li Xialuo, he will definitely need a lot of money. But these good things in Li Xialuo's hands are almost monopoly products, so he will definitely not worry about making money when the time comes. And if Li Xialuo is willing to accept payment in Chaoyang coins, then it will be easy. When the money is not enough, they will just print money officially. But if Li Xialuo only wants crystals, then there is no possibility of negotiation at all. Chaoyang Sanctuary's crystal management is very strict, especially their official power, which cannot be used casually. On the contrary, those private forces can make their own decisions on the crystals they harvest, even if they use them for their own enjoyment. Li Xialuo actually knew that this would be the result, so he never thought about selling the good things in large quantities to the official, and he never even thought about selling them through the official again in the future. The reason why Li Xialuo put up a small part of it through the official auction this time was actually to build the reputation of the Rose Mercenary Group. Then after the auction is over, Li Xialuo will let people spread the word, letting everyone in the Chaoyang Sanctuary know that the Rose Mercenary Group still has these good things in hand, and will take out a certain amount every week in the future. Sale. However, anyone who wants to buy it in the future can only go to the Rose Mercenary Group to buy it, and they must trade it with crystals. Li Xialuo doesn't need much currency from Chaoyang Sanctuary. After all, even in the peaceful and prosperous times before the apocalypse, the money of many countries will suddenly depreciate or become waste paper, let alone the currency after the apocalypse. Therefore, in the future, Li Xialuo's transactions will definitely focus on collecting crystals. As for who has an opinion, then bear with it. Li Xialuo's business is almost equivalent to a monopoly, and they are all good things, so you are not afraid that no one will buy them. Li Xialuo's attitude was very tough. Zheng Daqian said nothing more and could only sigh and leave. After Zheng Daqian left, the auction almost started. At this time, there were already many men and women in brightly dressed clothes in the auction hall. These people were basically the upper class of Chaoyang shelter. Even in the apocalypse, these people have rosy faces and brightly dressed clothes. Many women are still wearing pre-apocalyptic dresses, as if they are attending a pre-apocalyptic banquet. Seeing these people, Even Li Jun was in a trance for a moment, feeling like he had returned to the end of the world and was attending some high-end banquet. However, when seeing certain scenes at the scene, Xialuo was still sure that he was in the end of the world. For example, a rough-looking man was hugging two scantily clad women, and then one of his big hands reached out from the collar of one of the women. Also, a young man was holding a dog leash in his hand, and on the other end of the dog leash, a woman with a delicate face was wearing a collar and lying on the ground like a B***H. This situation is too common after the end of the world, compared with the emaciated survivors in the refugee camps outside who sold their children and daughters just to have a bite to eat. The people here seem to be living in a completely different world. The wine and meat in Jumin stinks, and there are freezing bones on the road. However, Li Xiaoju felt that he was not qualified to say anything because his life was 100 times better than those of these people. But except for the people in Taoyuan, Li Xiaolao will not care about the lives of survivors elsewhere. He has no such obligation. Dear adults and beautiful ladies, welcome to attend the auction tonight. First of all, I would like to thank the Rose Mercenary Group for providing many precious auction items. Next, the auction officially begins, and today's first lot is a pair of Furong King cigarettes. As a sexy and beautiful auctioneer comes on stage, the auction officially begins. The auctioneer carefully held the cigarette in his hand, and then showed its appearance to everyone, waiting for everyone to see it clearly. The auctioneer smiled and said, "My lords, our appraiser has carefully inspected it. The quality of this cigarette is perfect, and it has not suffered any damage or contamination. For adults who like cigarettes, especially those who miss the taste before the apocalypse, this is definitely a godsend." Okay, I believe I don't need to introduce the others. The starting price of this precious cigarette is 20,000 yuan. Is there anyone who could bid higher than 20,000 yuan? The starting price for a Hibiscus King is 20,000, and Li Xiaolao is quite satisfied with this price. Because Li Xiaolao sold 2 pieces to the trading floor before, and the price of each piece was 20,000. In fact, Li Xiaolao was quite satisfied with the previous price of 20,000. After all, he shouldn't have too much in his hands. Li Xiaolao even planned that when he asked the Rose Mercenary Group to sell it in the future, the quantity sold would definitely be slightly larger, so a lower price would be acceptable. However, if the auction price is naturally higher, the better, because the higher the price is now, firstly, Li Xiaolao will earn more, and secondly, it will facilitate future sales. I'll pay 22,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately put up a bid. The people who can come here are basically the richest tycoons in Chaoyang shelter, and they are not short of money at all. In Chaoyang shelter, although it is difficult for ordinary survivors to earn $1, the little money they earn every day is basically used to buy food. For ordinary survivors, filling their stomachs and surviving is their biggest wish. But for these rich people, some of them have a lot of property in the shelter, and they can make money just by lying down. Some people and their men would go out to hunt monsters every day and basically earn a lot of money. So they are not short of money at all. In the past, they were short of places to spend money. I'll pay 25,000. I'll give you 28,000. I like smoking this brand of cigarettes before the end of the world, so this cigarette must be mine. Don't snatch it from me. F***K. You be **H. Didn't you brag to me every day that you were the big boss before the end of the world, and you didn't even smoke anything lower than Huazi? The competition was fierce, with people constantly raising placards and bidding, and some making noisy noises. After all, every auction is also the moment when many rich people or powerful people show their faces. The feeling of spending huge sums of money to show off their tyrannical style is really fascinating. In fact, some people here were ordinary people before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, they had imagined countless times that they could live a wealthy life. But they didn't realize it before the end. But they didn't expect it to happen after the end. So many people enjoy the current act of pretending to be 13. Soon, the price reached 30,000. At this time, some people sitting in the back had basically given up bidding. After reaching this price, they basically can only become a foil, because they know that the next step is for the big guys sitting at the front to perform. Sure enough, a woman sitting not far from Li Jun suddenly raised a placard. On behalf of the Mad Fighting Mercenary Group, I bid 40,000. The Mad Fighting Mercenary Group. This is the top 3 mercenary group in Chaoyang Sanctuary. And I heard that the Kazan Mercenary Group belongs to the boss Zhou Banghua. It can be said that they need strength and background. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence, Because except for the top-ranked large-scale mercenary groups and representatives of big bosses, others really don't dare to steal things from the Crazy War Mercenary Group. But after Xialuo heard the name of the Mad War Mercenary Group, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Because on the way to Chaoyang's sanctuary, the group of people he dealt with seemed to be members of the Mad Fighting Mercenary Group. Xialuo even killed their deputy leader. I didn't expect that now they would give me money. What a good man. The Mad War Mercenary Group bids 40,000. Is there anything higher than 40,000? Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group. Offer 40,001 yuan. Suddenly, another clear voice sounded. Xialuo has known this woman for a long time. She was the deputy leader of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, Han Qingxue, whom Xialuo saved when he was dealing with the Kazan Mercenary Group. In fact, before the auction started, when Han Qingxue and several women from the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group came in, Xialuo felt Han Qingxue's eyes fall on him. Even at that time, Han Qingxue seemed to want to come over to say hello, but at that time Zheng Daiqian was around Xialuo, so she didn't come over. However, Xialuo has no idea about Han Qingxue and Fire Phoenix for the time being. Although Han Qingxue is a powerful psychic, the entire Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group is also a strong female warrior. If Xialuo can conquer them, then the Rose Mercenary Group will have strong strength without recruiting new soldiers. Even in the future, Xialuo can bring outstanding superpowers or female soldiers back to Taoyuan leader to enhance the strength of Taoyuan leader. But Xialuo also knows that a women's team that can survive in the apocalypse is not so easy to conquer. Even if it can be conquered, it will definitely take a lot of effort and time. But Xialuo doesn't have that patience, and he doesn't bother to go to that trouble. Moreover, Xialuo has food and weapons in his hands, and the most important thing Chaoyang's sanctuary lacks is people. As long as Xialuo is willing, he can easily recruit a large number of excellent and loyal female soldiers. Just like the female soldiers he recruited in the afternoon, as long as they are treated well, a large number of women will be willing to join the Rose Mercenary Group. Although the quality of the female soldiers Xialuo recruited in the talent market this afternoon is definitely not as good as the female soldiers from the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group for the time being. But Xialuo doesn't care. After all, Xialuo established the Rose Mercenary Group not to let them compete for Chaoyang's sanctuary, nor to let them hunt monsters outside. Xialuo just needs a force to sell things and do business for him in Chaoyang shelter in the future. That's enough. Han Qingxue, what do you mean? Are you going against our crazy, fighting mercenary group? While Xialuo was thinking, an angry voice sounded. The person who spoke was none other than Zhou Kuang from the crazy fighting mercenary group. Originally, he was accompanied by two busty women in scantily clad clothes, so there was no need for him to say anything about bidding. With just one look from him, the woman next to him will bid. But the offer from the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group suddenly seemed to anger him. There was no change on Han Qingxue's delicate face. She looked at Zhou Kuang indifferently. Captain Zhou is so majestic. Since this is an auction, everyone could bid before. Now, after your crazy battle mercenary group bids, we can't the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group bid? Are we going against you if we bid? Han Qingxue's words immediately made everyone around look at Zhou Kuang with strange eyes. And everyone also heard that Han Qingxue meant to compete. In fact, Han Qingxue was deliberately looking for trouble, because when she went out today, she and the other sisters of Fire Phoenix were almost tricked to death by the members of the Mad Fighting Mercenary Group. If Xialuo hadn't suddenly appeared and killed the members of the Mad War Mercenary Group, she might not have the chance to appear here now. Although the culprit Lee Jun is dead, the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group and the Mad War Mercenary Group are still enemies from now on. In addition, Han Qingxue was actually very shocked, because Han Qingxue and the others were rescued by Xialuo at that time. She knew that Xialuo was very powerful. But Han Qingxue didn't expect that Xialuo had done so many great things in Chaoyang shelter less than a day after arriving at Chaoyang shelter. Now Xialuo, as well as the Rose Mercenary Group established by Xialuo, are definitely more famous than their Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, and they're also much richer than them. To be honest, Han Qingxue actually admired Xialuo for being able to do this as an outsider who had just arrived at Chaoyang's sanctuary. In addition, Xialuo also saved many of their Fire Phoenix sisters. So Han Qingxue did not dislike Xialuo as much as she did other men. Even Han Qingxue was very grateful to Xialuo and always wanted to find an opportunity to repay Xialuo. In fact, On the way back, Han Qingxue was still thinking that Li Xiaolao and his party had just arrived and wondered whether they could survive in Chaoyang's shelter. At that time, if Li Xiaolao encounters difficulties, she will give Li Xiaolao some money or help, which can be regarded as repaying Li Xiaolao for his life-saving grace. But now it seems that Li Xiaolao, an outsider, has too many precious materials and is much richer than their fire phoenix. So it seems impossible to pay back Li Xiaolao's kindness with money. We can only talk about it later. This is what Han Qingxue was thinking after seeing Li Xiaolao again. In addition, Han Qingxue and the others were not very interested in tonight's auction, although the materials Li Xiaolao brought out were all very precious materials. Even the meat, salt, fruits, etc., they were also very greedy. If the price is not too expensive, they will naturally want it too. But Han Qingxue and the others are not stupid. They know that the rarity of these materials will definitely make everyone crazy. How can they be cheap in the end? As for the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, they have been living a miserable life, so they have the money to buy these luxuries. But when she saw the bid from the Kaizen Mercenary Group, Han Qingxue suddenly became interested. Then, after Han Qingxue whispered a few words to the group leader next to her, she got the support of the leader of Fire Phoenix. And then the situation where Han Qingxue increased the price appeared. Moreover, it is only 1 yuan more than the Mad War Mercenary Group. It stands to reason that the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group are all women. Even if they want to buy something, they will definitely not buy cigarettes. The reason why Han Qingxue made the bid was to go against the members of the Kaizen Mercenary Group and drive up the price. As long as the members of the Mad Fighting Mercenary Group suffer losses, she will be happy. Of course, when it comes to auction bidding, the Mad War Mercenary Group may not follow in the end, and then the Fire Phoenix Mercenaries will have to buy it. At that time, it may be their Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group that suffers. But in Han Qingxue's view, it doesn't matter even if they end up buying it at a loss, because she owed Li Xiaolao a big favor. So even if they ended up suffering a loss and spending money to buy it, they could still repay Li Xiaolao a little favor. From this point of view, Han Qingxue felt that they were not at a loss at all. The leader of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group is Yang Yue. Naturally, she also knows what Han Qingxue and the others experienced outside today, so she hates the Mad War Mercenary Group with a itch, and is also grateful to Li Xiaolao for saving many of their sisters. So Yang Yue immediately agreed to Han Qingxue's plan, letting Han Qingxue feel free to cheat the mercenary group. At worst, they foot the bill. However, no one else knows about Han Qingxue's plan, even though her price is only 1 yuan higher than that of the Kaizen Mercenary Group, which is a bit disgusting to the Kaizen Mercenary Group. But no one stipulates that you can't bid like this. On the other hand, it is indeed a bit unreasonable to directly threaten the mercenary group. Seeing everyone looking at Zhou Kuang with weird eyes, Han Qingxue smiled slightly and said very generously, "Captain Zhou, the goods at the auction are just for everyone to bid against each other, but there is no fixed price. Of course, if you don't have money and want this cigarette very much, you can also tell me. At worst, I won't bid anymore, and I'll just give it to you." Zhou Kuang looked at Han Qingxue with sharp eyes, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, since you Fire Phoenix want to play, then we will speak based on our strength. I'll pay 100,000. In fact, if someone else had made the bid, Zhou Kuang would definitely not have such a big reaction. But for the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group, Zhou Kuang has always wanted to annex them and has always regarded them as the fat in his mouth. But the B******** of the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group have always been ignorant before, but they were still polite before. But now, the woman from the Fire Phoenix Mercenary Group is openly provoking him. How could Zhou Kuang not be angry? In addition, today the deputy leader of their crazy fight mercenary group and many of their brothers have not come back since they went out. I don't know if something happened. If something really happened, it would be a big blow to his crazy fighting mercenary group. So Zhou Kuang was already in a bad mood. Before the end of the world, Zhou Kuang would smoke desperately every time he was too stressed or in a bad mood. But in the Chaoyang shelter now, tobacco and alcohol are scarce. Occasionally, a search team that goes out will be lucky enough to find some, and they may not sell them. Now a whole carton of cigarettes suddenly appeared, and Zhou Kuang, who was in an irritable mood today, was bound to win it, especially after being provoked by Han Qingxue. Zhou Kuang directly raised the price to 100,000. This price is far more than the price of a pack of cigarettes. But for rich people, sometimes they don't care about the original value of something. Their face, the process of spending a lot of money, is the most important. Han Qingxue seemed to be shocked by Zhou Kuang's bid, but she soon opened her red lips slightly. 100,001 yuan. 120,000. 120,001 yuan. 150,000. This is Zhou Kuang's latest bid. 150,000. This can be said to be a sky-high price. In Chaoyang Shelter's previous auctions, no item seemed to be able to sell for such a high price. Yang Yue quickly pulled Han Qingxue to remind her not to get involved too, and that enough was enough. Han Qingxue smiled at Yang Yue, thinking that she was stupid too. She had already seen it just now. Before Zhou Kuang quoted 150,000 yuan, he obviously hesitated. And after Zhou Kuang finished the quotation, there was a hint of sinisterness in his eyes. Maybe he had regained his senses at that time. After this bidding, when Han Qingxue bids again, he might not follow again. By then, the Fire Phoenix mercenary group will be in dire straits. Therefore, Han Qingxue will definitely not bid again. Is there any other person with a higher bid? 150,000 for the first time. 150,000 for the third time. Let us congratulate Captain Zhou of the Mad War Mercenary Group for purchasing this precious King Hibiscus for 150,000 yuan, which also broke the highest transaction price in the history of our auction. Master Zhou is really rich and powerful, worth a daughter. After the beautiful auctioneer Wang Qianqian dropped the hammer, she was extremely excited and said congratulations to Zhou Kuang. She doesn't care how much money Zhou Kuang and Han Qingxue spent on each other due to their fighting spirit. After all, she has seen too many such hot-headed things at auctions. She only knows that the higher the price of the goods at the auction, the higher her reward will be. Originally, this first lot was expected to fetch about 30 to 40,000 at their auction, and it would not exceed 50,000 at most. But who would have thought that before she could mobilize the atmosphere at the auction site, the people below started competing on their own? Any auctioneer would actually like to meet such customers who are on top of each other. Because as long as they bid against each other and get the upper hand, even if it is a piece of shit, it will definitely sell for a sky-high price in the end. And the final result did not disappoint Wang Qianqian. A cigarette with a purchase price of 20,000 yuan was sold for a sky-high price of 150,000 yuan. Although the biggest beneficiary is definitely the owner of this cigarette, Xialuo. But she can also drink more soup. When she thinks about the bonus she can get, Wang Qianqian will naturally not be stingy with her kind words. But listening to Wang Qianqian's compliment, Zhou Kuang's heart bleeds. At this time, he still didn't understand that he had been deceived by that stinky B** sage Han Qingxue, and had been taken advantage of. 150,000. You must know that in Chaoyang Shelter, Chaoyang coins are much more valuable than the Eagle Sauce coins before the doomsday. So this 150,000 is definitely a lot of money. Although the Mad War Mercenary Group is the top-ranked mercenary group in Chaoyang Sanctuary, the total assets of their entire mercenary group is actually only around 200,000. If he had spent 30 to 50,000 to buy the spiritual food he had missed for a long time, and it could also be used to give gifts or win people's hearts, Zhou Kuangjue would still be able to accept it. But now, because of Han Qingxue's enthusiasm, he spent an extra 100,000 yuan, and even spent 4/5 of his net worth. How could he be in a good mood? What makes Zhou Kuang even more depressed is that he has always wanted to annex the Fire Phoenix mercenary group. But he has always used coercion and inducement, and he has not done anything too extreme. So in the past, the women of the Fire Phoenix mercenary group had never broken up with them. But why did they suddenly seem to have some deep hatred this time? Zhou Kuang could feel that the Fire Phoenix mercenary group was really going to break up with each other this time, and they really wanted to trick him. Moreover, it is still a life-threatening style of play. Because in the vindictiveness just now, as long as Zhou Kuang regains his senses in time when Han Qingxue bids 120,001 yuan, then it will be the Fire Phoenix mercenary group who has spent all his money. You know, the Fire Phoenix mercenary group's net worth is less than that of the Mad War mercenary group, and they are also facing difficulties. If they spend all their net worth on such meaningless things, then the Fire Phoenix mercenary group will be in trouble in the future. The life of the group will be even more difficult. So Han Qingxue took the risk that they might suffer a big loss, but also wanted to trick herself to death. Isn't this some kind of deep hatred? It's a pity that no matter how angry and distressed Zhou Kuang is, he still can't figure it out. The deal is done. He has to pay for everything. And the auction continues. The second item on the lot is 5 pounds of pork provided by Lee Charlotte. After being taken out from Lee Charlotte's system space, it was frozen with ice cubes, so it is still very fresh. The starting price is 1,000 yuan. I don't know if it's because of what happened just now, or if everyone isn't particularly hungry for meat. So this time, everyone's bidding is not particularly fierce. 1,200. 1,300. Seeing this situation, Li Xiao also knew in his heart that the meat seemed to be unable to be sold at a high price. If this is the case, then we should sell less meat in the future. Even I won't take it anymore. Anyway, with this little money, Li Xiao didn't like it at all. As for system space meat, Li Xiao might as well give it to the woman from Taoyuan. Everything that Taoyuan leads is the real foundation of Li Xialuo. 3,000 yuan for the third time, deal done. In the end, 5 pounds of pork was sold for 3,000 yuan. In fact, this price is considered very high even before the end of the world. After all, 5 pounds of pork costs 3,000 yuan, which works out to 600 yuan per pound. This pig probably grew up eating ginseng. In Chaoyang shelter, the purchasing power of 3,000 yuan is even more terrifying. If you go to the slums and buy a woman directly, it only costs a few hundred yuan for an average-looking woman. In the shelter's job market, a hard-working worker can't earn more than 3,000 yuan even if he works hard for several years. It is enough to show how valuable 3,000 yuan is today. There is no way many survivors after the apocalypse simply do not have the ability to search for supplies and hunt monsters outside. Therefore, the value of their existence is very low. Being able to survive is their greatest luck. If they want to make big money, it will be even more difficult. But for Li Xiao, 3,000 yuan is really just drizzle. Not to mention anything else. As long as Li Xialuo is willing, he can easily go out and hunt monsters for a day, and he can earn many 3,000 yuan. Of course, Li Xialuo will never do such a hard and dangerous thing himself in this life. Go outside and hunt monsters yourself? Absolutely impossible. First of all, not to mention being tired, you may also encounter danger. Li Xialuo originally had a Taoyuan leader, and there were so many female soldiers earning crystals for him. Wouldn't it be nice for him to be the leader behind the scenes? Now, even in Chaoyang shelter, a pack of cigarettes can be sold for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Wouldn't it be nice for him to be the boss behind the scenes? As long as he has good things in his hands, the entire Chaoyang shelter will work for him. And if he finds another large shelter in the future, Li Xialuo will follow the same example and continue to exchange supplies for crystals. The auction is still going on, and some materials consigned for auction by other teams also appeared in the middle. For example, a generator, which is also a good thing, was finally sold for 50,000. Another example is a few sets of sexy pre-apocalyptic underwear. Although they are not too precious, there are real beautiful models wearing them for live display. And as long as the underwear is photographed, the beautiful model will be sent as a gift, which makes many men compete fiercely. Soon, we came to the finale of this auction, which were the bottles of good wine that Li Xialuo took out. In the post-apocalypse, those with the highest status are basically men, and the main force of consumption is naturally men. The apocalypse is not the time before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, men make money and women spend it. Whether it is an offline shopping mall or an online shopping website, women are basically the absolute consumer army. In the post-apocalyptic world, most women will be vassals of men, and they will only be obedient. After the end of the world, men basically spend the money they earn on themselves. So at auctions, there are basically things that men like, and only these things can be auctioned for sky-high prices. This is what happened to the cigarettes and alcohol that Li Xialuo brought out. Before the end of the world, men liked tobacco and alcohol, and women liked cosmetics and designer bags. So now, before the end, a pack of cigarettes worth 20 yuan can be sold for a sky-high price of 2,000 yuan. But those cosmetics worth tens of thousands before the end of the world are not even qualified to be auctioned, because they are only worth 10 or 8 yuan now. So when the 2 bottles of Matai that were used as the finale came out, the entire auction reached its climax. The men at the scene seemed to have seen a beautiful woman without clothes, and their eyes were filled with passion. Now this kind of wine is a man's face. 80,000, 100,000, 120,000. As the bidding began, fierce bidding began on the spot. This time, basically no one is stingy with price increases of hundreds or thousands. Basically everyone is increasing prices by tens of thousands. For men who are addicted to alcohol, they must not let go of this good wine. Even men who are not addicted to alcohol, many people want to buy this good wine. Some people have never drank before the end, so they want to make up for the regrets they had before the end. This is the end of the world. Money is just AB asterisk 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 D. Who knows when they will die? There are still some people, just like before the apocalypse. They just want to buy it for collection or sell it at a high price when the time comes. After all, before the end of the world, as long as you buy this kind of wine, you will make a profit. And if you change hands, you can sell it and make a profit. Just because there are many people who like it, but its quantity is too small. And after the end of the world, there may be even fewer wines that can be preserved intact. There are only these 2 bottles in the whole country, but for the time being, these 2 bottles are the only ones in Chaoyang shelter. Are there any other places? No one cares, because in the apocalypse, the area where survivors can move is very small. Even if there are other places, it is difficult to come to Chaoyang shelter. So in summary, for the people of Chaoyang shelter, these are 2 precious bottles of out-of-print wine. 200,000. Commander Wei of the Thor Mercenary Group offered 200,000. Is there anything higher than 200,000? After a period of fierce bidding, the beautiful auctioneer on the stage suddenly shouted excitedly, 200,000. This once again set a new record for the highest auction price. Moreover, they all came from the auction hosted by her. As soon as the price came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. First of all, this price is really high. If converted into pre-apocalyptic currency, these 200,000 are worth at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Secondly, the bidder was the leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Group. This was the #1 mercenary group in Chaoyang Sanctuary, and there were only a few forces that could tie their wrists to it. As for other small forces, they definitely would not dare to offend the Thunder God Mercenary Group. In the post-apocalyptic world, sometimes if you offend someone, it will really cost someone their life. Although Chaoyang shelter is safe inside, if they want to make money, they have to go outside the shelter. There are no rules outside the shelter. You can kill people or steal goods. Whoever has the biggest fist is the truth. 200,000, deal done. Congratulations to Commander Wei of the Thunder God Mercenary Group. At the same time, congratulations to Captain Wei for once again breaking the transaction record of our auction. Crackling, there was warm applause. First, the sky-high price of 200,000 broke the record again, which is really exciting to hear. Secondly, the Thor Mercenary Group is quite intimidating, so most people will still give it some face. However, some people are happy, and some are worried. At this moment, Zhou Kuang, who is the only one who fights wildly with the mercenary group, is probably the most angry. First, I was tricked by Han Qingxue and bought something at a price far higher than it was worth. I was very annoyed, but the sky-high price of 150,000 he achieved at that time also set a new auction record. If this is the case, winning the first transaction record will definitely make him and his mercenary group famous. In this way, spending so much money will greatly enhance the reputation of his mercenary group tomorrow, which seems to be acceptable. But who would have thought that before his title of #1 was spread, the title of #1 transaction record would now be changed? Moreover, the Thor mercenary group is stronger than him, and they all belong to the same camp. So Wei Dong from the Thunder God mercenary group took the first place from him. Zhou Kuang couldn't show it on the surface, but he still wanted to congratulate him with a smile. What AF ****** K. But no matter what, the auction ended successfully, and Li Xialuo and the auction house made a lot of money. But, in fact, the happiest person in this auction may not be Li Xialuo and the auction house, but some of the women around Li Xialuo. That is, the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group. Because the Rose Mercenary Group has just been established, and besides Li Xialuo, the boss behind the scenes, the entire team members are women. Although Li Xialuo has always acted very strong, confident, and wealthy, but the women of the Rose Mercenary Group still don't have much sense of security in their hearts. As a group of women, let's not talk about the value of force first. They have no idea how long the Rose Mercenary Group can support them or how far they can go. But now, Li Xialuo just took out some things and sold them for a lot of money. The transaction amount of what Li Xialuo brought out this time was a full 460,000 yuan. Even after deducting the 10% handling fee, there was still 414,000 yuan. More than 400,000 yuan is definitely a huge sum of money in Chaoyang shelter. It can be said that few forces in the entire Chaoyang shelter can have so much money. If you have money, you will have confidence. The female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group finally don't have to worry about their future. Let Li Qiqi go to the auction house and get the money quickly. More than 400,000 yuan will be the development fund of the Rose Mercenary Group from now on. It is completely enough. After getting the money, Xialuo took all the morale-boosted female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group and was about to leave and go back to the station. But at this time, a group of people blocked Xialuo's way. These people are all muscular men. They wear camouflage uniforms, have sharp eyes, and exude evil aura. At first glance, they look like the kind of elites who crawled out of the dead. However, the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group have nothing to panic. Now that they are in the shelter, no one dares to cause trouble in public. And the guns in their hands are not vegetarian either. Mr. Lee, I am Wei Dong from the Thunder God Mercenary Group. I believe you should know me, right? After giving Xialuo and the female soldiers of the Rose Mercenary Group a little shock, the mercenaries blocking the road suddenly dispersed and made way for a passage. Then Wei Dong from the Thor Mercenary Group came out and greeted Xialuo with a smile on his face. Say it. In addition, there is a man standing next to Wei Dong. It is Zhou Kuang, the leader of the Quanzhan Mercenary Group. Xialuo looked at Wei Dong, who was talking, and Zhou Kuang next to Wei Dong. He naturally knew them, because it's hard even if you don't know him. After all, in the previous auction, it was because of the two of them that Xialuo's things were sold at a good price. And when they broke the highest transaction price, the auctioneer praised them for a while. It was difficult for Xialuo not to know who they were. By the way, Xialuo is actually quite grateful to these two enemies. It's not because they made Xialuo rich this time, although the more than 400,000 yuan earned from this auction is considered a huge sum of money in Chaoyang shelter. To Xialuo, it is actually nothing at all. What Xialuo cares about is that several items in this auction have been sold at high prices, even sky-high prices, so that if he can sell these items in the future, as long as he can control the quantity, the price will not be too low. By then, Xialuo will be able to earn the most money in Chaoyang shelter with the least amount of things. Thinking of this, Xialuo no longer cared about Wei Dong's behavior, and just said lightly, Captain Wei Dong, do you have something to do with me? Wei Dong didn't care about Xialuo's attitude, but pointed at Zhou Kuang beside him. Mr. Lee, this is Zhou Kuang from the Quanzhan Mercenary Group, and he is also my good brother. The two of us are here this time to invite Mr. Lee. You can go to the best Heaven and Earth Club in our shelter to experience the characteristics of our shelter. In addition, I also want to become brothers with you, Mr. Lee. But before Wei Dong finished speaking, Xialuo interrupted. Sorry, I'm not free. If Xialuo was from Chaoyang Sanctuary, let's not talk about whether he dared not give Wei Dong face. Just say that Wei Dong and Zhou Kuang contributed so much money to him just now, and now they specially invited him to the best club for entertainment. This is full of sincerity. It's a pity that Xialuo is not from Chaoyang Sanctuary, and he doesn't want to get involved in Chaoyang Sanctuary's struggle, so he simply refuses. Suddenly, Wei Dong's face turned gloomy. Just as Xialuo thought, he spent such a high price to buy 2 bottles of wine, which was actually a gesture of goodwill to Xialuo. Now he even came to invite him in person. Unexpectedly, Xialuo rejected him directly. Where does this put his face? Mr. Lee, we sincerely invite you. There is no need to reject people thousands of miles away, right? And when the time comes, there will be a big shot that I want to introduce to you, Mr. Lee. I believe that, Mr. Lee, your trip will be worthwhile. Although Wei Dong was cold-faced, he still wanted to give Xialuo another chance. After all, let's not talk about Xialuo's strength. The money Xialuo earned at the auction today is enough for Xialuo not to be underestimated. And the big shot Wei Dong said he wanted to introduce to Xialuo was actually Zhou Banghua, who had sent his secretary to invite Xialuo before. After Zhou Banghua was humiliated by Xialuo, he suppressed his anger and did not take action against Xialuo. Instead, he asked Wei Dong to continue to win over Xialuo. Now is a critical period for their camp, and they need all the power they can use. So at this time, Wei Dong also had a rare good temper. Otherwise, in normal times, if someone dared to deny him face like this, Wei Dong would definitely turn around and leave. But later on, you will have to face a storm. Not interested. It's a pity that Xialuo was still not interested in Wei Dong's words, and then left directly with his female soldiers. Wei Dong's face looked gloomy, and the veins on his hands popped out. I am also extremely angry. He wished he could give a direct order to kill all Xialuo and his people. But right now, outside the trading hall, there are military soldiers on duty everywhere, and Wei Dong doesn't dare to do this. But in his heart, Xialuo and his Rose Mercenary Group have actually been sentenced to death. In Chaoyang shelter, few people dare to treat him like Wei Dong. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo first rejected Zhou Bonghua's invitation, and now she rejected him again. This means that Li Xiaoluo does not take them seriously at all, and is destined not to be on their side. Since you can't be your own person, you can only become your enemy. In fact, Wei Dong also knew that Li Xiaoluo also rejected the solicitation from General Liu's side. So he guessed that Li Xiaoluo wanted to be a neutral and protect himself wisely. In fact, if Li Xiaoluo could be more tactful and agree to the invitation of Zhou Bonghua or Wei Dong and reach an agreement in private, then they might be able to let Li Xiaoluo get his wish and make Li Xiaoluo neutral. After all, their main enemies now are still the people from General Liu's side, and what they want is the right to rule Chaoyang's sanctuary. But Li Xiaoluo was so ignorant that he didn't take them seriously at all, and he didn't give them any face in front of everyone. In this case, they will have to deal with Li Xiaoluo. Otherwise, how will they deter other forces? Thinking of this, Wei Dong didn't talk nonsense and sneered. Very good. It seems that Mr. Li is a very personal person, so I won't force it. I just hope that Mr. Li and your Rose Mercenary group can stay in Chaoyang's sanctuary. Have a nice life. Looking at Wei Dong, who said harsh words and left, Li Xiaoluo felt nothing at all. Who wouldn't say harsh words? And Wei Dong was right. Li Xiaoluo only regarded himself as a passerby of Chaoyang's sanctuary, so he did not want to interfere in the power struggle of Chaoyang's sanctuary. Li Xiaoluo just wants to be the boss behind the scenes and then earn a lot of crystals from Chaoyang's shelter. He is neutral, but if someone takes the initiative to cause trouble for him, then Li Xiaoluo has never been a soft-hearted person. Whether it is Wei Dong, the leader of the first mercenary group of Chaoyang's shelter, or Zhou Bonghua, the big boss who has never met before, if they just want to talk about it, Li Xiaoluo will not bother to trouble them, and everyone will continue to do what they are doing. But if they really want to seek death, then Li Xiaoluo will send them directly to see the king of hell. No matter how many people they have to protect them, as long as Li Xiaoluo wants to kill them, it will be easy, and he can even do it without anyone noticing. The next day, the news of the sky-high auction last night spread throughout Chaoyang's shelter. Suddenly, Li Charlotte and the Rose Mercenary group became even more famous in Chaoyang's sanctuary. Almost everyone is talking about it. And Li Xiaoluo, an outsider who just came to the shelter, not only became the object of discussion and envy by everyone, but also became a legend in Chaoyang's shelter. At the same time, the Rose Mercenary group also released a message. The Rose Mercenary group sells a small amount of cigarettes, wine, tea, salt, fruits, etc. every day. Everyone is welcome to come to the Rose Mercenary group to buy. Note: only transactions with crystals are accepted. Inside the station of the Rose Mercenary group, Li Xiaoluo had people clean up several houses overnight, and then set up a store belonging to the Rose Mercenary group, specifically for selling goods. In addition, we also built a VIP room with some high-end pre-apocalyptic furniture, as well as pre-apocalyptic antique calligraphy and paintings, and it was filled to capacity in no time. The reason why a VIP room is set up is because Li Xiaoluo plans to sell the good things in his hands in several levels. Take tobacco and alcohol as an example. For those low-end cigarettes worth less than 20 yuan before the doomsday, Li Charlotte will price them based on their prices before the doomsday. For example, if a box of Baisha cigarettes sells for 11 yuan before the end, then the price will be 11 crystals, that is 1,100 Chaoyang coins. Before the end, Lacun sold 14 crystals per box for 14 yuan. In short, the price of low-end cigarettes is based on the price before the end. The prices are open, transparent, and well-founded. In addition, the price is not expensive. A box of low-end cigarettes only costs a dozen crystals. As long as a person with a moderate ability can harvest a dozen crystals in a day, even some well-paid ordinary soldiers can afford to spend money if they save money. For Li Xiaoluo, this price is even more acceptable, because there are too many cigarettes in Li Xiaoluo's space, and there is no way to use them all. It's like picking up crystals for nothing. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo's real money is definitely not from these low-end cigarettes. Those who are truly rich are Li Xiaoluo's targets. The VIP room that Li Xiaoluo had someone decorate was just for them. Li Xiaoluo stipulates that as long as you buy mid to high-end cigarettes, such as Furong King, Zhonghua cigarettes, etc., you need to go to the VIP room for transaction. Naturally, the prices of these mid to high-end cigarettes are no longer based on the pre-apocalyptic prices. At least they have doubled. For example, before the end of the world, a box of mid-range cigarettes sold for 30 yuan. If the price is more than doubled, selling 70 crystals is not too much, right? Before the end of the world, high-end cigarettes sold for 70 yuan. And if they were tripled, selling 210 crystals wouldn't be too much, right? Well, although it is a bit high, Lee Xialuo will definitely strictly control the quantity sold. By then, not only those old smokers will really need them, but they will also become a status symbol. Do you still think it's expensive? Just like before the end of the world, as long as you take out a good cigarette, others will envy you or look down upon you. In addition to cigarettes, there is also liquor. It will also be divided into low, medium, and high-end according to the price before the doomsday. Wines priced below 100 yuan will be counted as low-end wine, and the price will be the same as the price before the doomsday. It sold for 28 yuan before the doomsday, and Lee Charlotte sold 28 crystals. In addition to setting up stores, VIP rooms, and distributing goods, Lee Xiaolao also asked Zhao Qingqing to set up a dedicated sales team. After all, selling goods to earn crystals is the real purpose of Lee Xiaolao coming to Chaoyang Sanctuary. The Rose Mercenary Group was established only to serve this purpose. Therefore, in addition to the combat department and logistics department, it is also necessary for the Rose Mercenary Group to establish a specialized sales department. Otherwise, if a group of female soldiers who only know how to train every day are allowed to work as waitresses and sell goods, it would be strange if the business would be good. Even though Lee Xiaoluo's products are all unique and good, customer experience is also very important, isn't it? But to be honest, there is really no shortage of women who know how to sell in Chaoyang Shelter. As for Lee Charlotte's Rose Mercenary Group, I dare not say anything else. They just have a lot of money, so if they want people, they can just recruit them. Captain, what should we do? No one dares to come to our Rose Mercenary Group to buy things. Our Rose Mercenary Group's foundation in Chaoyang Sanctuary is still too weak, and it has little deterrence, so there is no other way but to wait for the boss to come back and solve it. At night, inside the Rose Mercenary Group station, Zhao Qingqing, Qin Liu, Zhou Xian, and Li Qiqi were gathering together, but their faces were also full of sorrow. It turns out that after all the work of selling goods was ready, Zhao Qingqing hired someone to publicize the opening of the Rose Mercenary Group store in the shelter. But until most of the day passed, no one came to the Rose Mercenary Group to buy anything. It was so abnormal that Zhao Qingqing felt something was wrong. Although women like Zhao Qingqing are really not too fond of tobacco and alcohol, she knows that these things are definitely good things in the current doomsday. It is an existence that can drive those men crazy. You can tell from the situation at yesterday's auction. But now there are cheaper tobacco and alcohol for sale, as well as tea, salt, and other good things. How come no one comes to the Rose Mercenary Group to buy them? This is really against common sense. So, Zhao Qingqing immediately sent Li Qiqi to find out the news. Li Qiqi has lived in Chaoyang Shelter for so long, and she used to work in the government, so she naturally has some connections, so she quickly found out the reason. It turns out that it's not that the wealthy people in Chaoyang Shelter don't want to buy it. But when the Rose Mercenary Group announced that they were selling goods, news immediately came out from Chaoyang Shelter. The Thunder God Mercenary Group and the Mad War Mercenary Group jointly announced that anyone who dares to buy anything from the Rose Mercenary Group will be the enemy of these two mercenary groups. At that time, whether you are inside the shelter or outside the shelter, you will be fully suppressed by them. In addition, even Zhou Banghua, one of the military bosses, said that he was very dissatisfied with the Rose Mercenary Group. Therefore, even though many people are itching for the good things from the Rose Mercenary Group, they don't dare to buy them in order to avoid getting into trouble. However, after Li Xiaolao made arrangements for the Rose Mercenary Group, he left Chaoyang Sanctuary and returned to Taoyuan territory through the teleportation array. Therefore, faced with the sudden suppression by several major forces, Zhao Qingqing and the other senior officials were at a loss what to do, and the women in the entire Rose Mercenary Group were also a little flustered. Their Rose Mercenary Group has just been established, but it has been bullied by several big forces, and they're still trying to kill them. I don't know if my boss can solve the crisis. Although it has only been more than a day since she joined the Rose Mercenary Group, all the women in the Rose Mercenary Group have already regarded the group as their home. After all, the treatment of the Rose Mercenary Group is really good. They don't have to be bullied by men, and they don't have to go out to fight and take risks. Who wouldn't want to join a team like this in the entire shelter? Especially for them women, the Rose Mercenary Group is simply heaven. In fact, if the Rose Mercenary Group is in danger or invaded by another team, they are even willing to protect the Rose Mercenary Group at all costs. But now that the enemy is using power to suppress others, it seems that they have no reason even if they want to fight tooth and nail. I wonder if there will be any good solution when the boss comes back. Evening time. Li Xialuo had a sumptuous dinner at Taoyuan Leader, and then took a Mandarin duck bath with Alice. Only then did Li Xialuo, who was completely transparent, arrive at Chaoyang's sanctuary through the teleportation array. Li Xialuo originally thought that he should have made clear arrangements for the matters at Chaoyang's shelter. First of all, the reputation of the Rose Mercenary Group has been completely established, and everyone in the Chaoyang sanctuary also knows that the Rose Mercenary Group has good things to sell. In addition, the members of the Rose Mercenary Group are very loyal because of the good treatment given by Li Xialuo, and they are also armed to the teeth by Li Xialuo. So as long as the Rose Mercenary Group does not take the initiative to cause trouble, other forces will not dare to provoke the Rose Mercenary Group in the sanctuary. After all, in Chaoyang's shelter, the cost of killing and causing trouble is very serious. Unless it can be done without anyone noticing, the troops who maintain order will not be able to get a handle on it. But with the current strength and firepower of the Rose Mercenary Group, basically no force can destroy them quietly. Therefore, the Rose Mercenary Group is doing business in the shelter honestly. As long as the current political power of Chaoyang Sanctuary does not change, no one will dare to go to the Rose Mercenary Group to cause trouble. In this way, Li Xiaoluo thought that he had arranged everything. He just needed to come over tonight to see what the sales volume was. Maybe you can give yourself a surprise. But what Li Xiaoluo didn't expect was that when he came to see Zhao Qingqing and the others, he saw Zhao Qingqing and the others looking sad. Moreover, today's business did not surprise Li Xiaoluo because there were no customers coming to the Rose Mercenary Group to buy anything today. Soon, Li Xiaoluo also learned the reason from Zhao Qingqing and others. Boss, what should we do now? Should we entrust the official auction house to sell it? After explaining the situation, Zhao Qingqing proposed to Li Xiaoluo a solution that the senior officials had thought of. Because neither Zhou Banghua nor Wei Dong from the Thunder God Mercenary Group actually had a direct conflict with the Rose Mercenary Group. They just let out the news that they will deal with anyone who trades with the Rose Mercenary Group. Doing this is completely to use force to suppress others. But it does not violate the rules of the shelter. So it is useless even if the Rose Mercenary Group complains. As for using force to solve problems, there is even less reason. Regarding Zhao Qingqing's proposal, Li Xiaoluo shook his head. Just ask the auction house if he can't even solve this trivial matter. After that, how can he still do business in Chaoyang shelter with peace of mind? By the way, boss, that Miss Sidalan is here again today. She said she is here on behalf of General Liu from the military. Miss Sidalan said that as long as you are willing to join the military and General Liu still welcome you. Of course, if you are still unwilling, then General Liu has no reason to help us. But Miss Situlan also said that if you, boss, have a lot of food, General Liu is willing to trade crystals with you. In fact, Li Xiaoluo already knew the general situation of Chaoyang shelter from Li Qiqi. So I still admire the old general named Liu Jian. He was a soldier who served the people wholeheartedly. He led the army to rescue many survivors and establish the current Chaoyang Sanctuary, allowing Chaoyang Sanctuary to maintain basic order. Without that old General Liu, Chaoyang shelter might not be as peaceful as it is now, and it might become a hell on earth. But even that selfless general is not omnipotent. There are many things he is incompetent about. For example, Chaoyang shelter is short of food, and a lot of food is still in the hands of some big forces. As a result, the entire Chaoyang shelter is destined to be short of food, and people will starve to death every day. For another example, General Liu couldn't suppress the ambitions of some people, so a storm was secretly brewing in Chaoyang shelter, which gave him a headache. The Garden Villa community to the west of Chaoyang shelter is the most heavily guarded place in the entire Chaoyang shelter. There is a squad of troops standing guard at the door, and there are also soldiers patrolling the community 24 hours a day, because the entire upper floors of Chaoyang shelter, as well as people who have contributed to the shelter and their families all live here. Later, some wealthy people also bought houses in this community at high prices in order to enjoy the super security guard here. It can be said that the people living in this community are the most powerful group of people in Chaoyang shelter. Although it is already night, this villa area has a special generator. So many residents in the entire villa area still have light in their homes. At this time, in Villa number 2 in this villa area, Zhou Banghua was wearing pajamas, holding a wine glass in his hand, and enjoying the mitai in the glass. This wine was a gift given to Zhou Banghua by Wei Dong when he invited Wei Dong and other leaders of the Thunder God mercenary group to his home. Wei Dong paid a huge price for this wine at the auction yesterday. There were only 2 bottles in total, and he gave 1 bottle to Zhou Banghua, savoring the softness in his mouth. Zhou Banghua actually liked drinking this wine before the end. But at the end of the day, Zhou Banghua actually hadn't drank for a long time. Because after the apocalypse, some good things are so rare that they will never be seen again. At this point, Zhou Banghua felt that he still had to thank Li Xialuo for not giving him face. Because without that Li Xialuo, he didn't know if he would be able to drink this wine again in his lifetime. Li Xialuo, don't worry, because of the wine you brought, I will give you a good time when the time comes. Zhou Banghua was talking to himself. Then a hint of madness flashed in Zhou Banghua's eyes. He must succeed and completely become the master of Chaoyang Sanctuary. Zhou Banghua summoned Wei Dong and others to his home before, in fact, to discuss matters to be taken. They have been secretly preparing for this day for a long time. The reason why Zhou Banghua and Wei Dong suppressed Li Xiaoluo's mercenary group in a high-profile manner today was not only because Li Xiaoluo didn't know good from good, but there was actually another reason. That's because Zhou Banghua and Wei Dong deliberately pretended to deal with the Rose mercenary group and find trouble with Li Xiaoluo and the Rose mercenary group, so that they could confuse Liu Jun. Then Zhou Banghua and the others decided to secretly take the opportunity to launch an attack on Liu Jun tomorrow. As long as Liu Jun is killed, then according to his official position and strength, Zhou Banghua can legitimately take over the power of Chaoyang shelter. When the time comes, those who obey others will prosper, and those who go against others will perish. Whoever disobeys Zhang San or Li Xiaoluo will be killed directly. However, Zhou Banghua, who was thinking about a bright future, suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. Before Zhou Banghua could make a sound, Zhou Banghua was frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. Then, Li Xiaoluo teleported and left Zhou Banghua's room, as if he had never appeared before. Early the next morning, a news spread throughout the shelter, and the entire Chaoyang shelter was shocked by the news. Last night, someone died in Chaoyang shelter. In fact, as I said before, although Chaoyang shelter explicitly prohibits all bad things, on the surface the entire shelter is relatively harmonious. But everything is just an appearance. At night in the Chaoyang shelter, in the darkness, countless sinful things happen all the time. Fighting, snatching food, forcing girls into prostitution, and even killing. Therefore, it is actually normal for people to die in Chaoyang shelter. But as long as we don't make too much noise and clean up the scene, no one will report it to the authorities. All sins will disappear with dawn, and no one will care who dies. But today was different. Everyone in the shelter, from the top brass of the military to the refugees who were already hungry and delirious, couldn't believe the news they heard. Because the 3 people who died last night are really incredible. The first person to die was Zhou Banghua. He was one of the big bosses in the military. He would stomp his feet casually and make the entire Chaoyang shelter tremble. He actually died in the office of his villa. It is said that Zhou Banghua was killed by a strong man with ice powers, and his whole body was frozen into a popsicle. Then when the first person who discovered Zhou Banghua touched him, Zhou Banghua shattered into ice slag. The second person who died was Wei Dong. He was the leader of the Thunder God mercenary group. He had thunder powers and was one of the top 3 strongest men in the entire Chaoyang sanctuary. However, he died at the hands of his own woman last night, on the belly. Of course, Wei Dong didn't die because of his exhaustion. Wei Dong and his woman were directly chopped into charcoal by the powerful thunder power. Wei Dong himself was a powerful person with thunder powers, but he died at the hands of a powerful person with thunder powers in the end? No one dares to believe it. The third person who died was Zhou Kuang from the Mad Fighting Mercenary Group, and Zhou Kuang was directly wiped on the neck and bled to death. Whether it is Zhou Banghua, Wei Dong, or Zhou Kuang, they are all well-known figures in the entire shelter. But no one thought that all of them would be killed overnight. When these news first came out, almost everyone who heard it thought that today was April Fool's Day, and then someone started to make fun of it, because it's so outrageous. You know, Zhou Banghua is a high-level military official, and the community where he lives is the most heavily guarded place in the entire Chaoyang shelter. Moreover, there are special guards on duty at Zhou Banghua's residence 24 hours a day, who among outsiders can easily kill him. Then it can only be an insider. However, Zhou Bonghua's men don't have ice-type superpowers either. The death of Captain Wei Dong of the Thunder God mercenary group was even more outrageous and unbelievable. Not to mention the guards around Wei Dong. Wei Dong himself is a strong man. The most important thing is, Chaoyang's sanctuary has many superpowers, and there are superpowers with various abilities. However, thunder abilities are relatively special abilities, unlike power, water, fire. These are more popular abilities. So in the past, the entire Chaoyang sanctuary had only heard that Wei Dong was a thunder power user. And now, Wei Dong actually died due to the thunder power? So, Wei Dong had too much fun with his woman, and then he set off a thunder and lightning to add to the fun, killing himself to death? Or are there hidden lightning power users in Chaoyang Sanctuary? As for Zhou Kuang, who had his neck wiped, apart from being the leader of the Mad War mercenary group, his death was quite normal. In fact, in Chaoyang Shelter at this time, it was not just the ordinary melon-eating people who were afraid to respond and were confused. There are countless people involved who can't believe it either. For example, some of Zhou Bonghua's confidants were excited and anxious all night last night because today was the day they were preparing to start an uprising. As long as they succeed after Zhou Bonghua takes power, they will be the founding heroes and they can do whatever they want. But they never imagined that just one night later, their leader would die inexplicably. And if only Zhou Bonghua died, there would still be a chance. Because their strength has not been affected too much, the worst thing is to change the leader. Captain Wei Dong of the Thunder God mercenary group is very good and very powerful. But even Wei Dong and Zhou Kuang died. What a joke! Leaderless, strength greatly reduced. Now they just hope to live a stable life and save their lives. In addition, General Liu from the military also had a dull look on his face after hearing the news early in the morning. How could General Liu not know anything about Zhou Bonghua and Wei Dong? But after Zhou Bonghua, Wei Dong, Zhou Kuang, and others joined forces, their strength cannot be underestimated. More than a dozen superpowers, thousands of armed combatants, a large number of weapons and ammunition. This is the armed force of Zhou Bonghua's gang. As long as he dares to touch Zhou Bonghua and the others, civil strife will definitely break out in Chaoyang Sanctuary, resulting in countless casualties. And no matter which side wins, there is no winner in the eyes of General Liu, because those who died were all their compatriots, and what was weakened was the strength of Chaoyang Sanctuary. Now their enemies should be those monsters, and they shouldn't kill each other. But General Liu also understands that there are many things that he cannot stop. Zhou Bonghua and others are ambitious, and civil strife may come one day. But I never expected that Zhou Bonghua would die. Wei Dong would also die, and the most important figures would all die at once. Everything seemed to be solved suddenly. So sudden. Old General Liu even wondered if he arranged for someone to do it himself. Because in the entire Chaoyang Sanctuary, it seems that the only ones who can do these things are the military. But General Liu knew that it was not their military who did it. And he also had a guess that all this might have been done by Xialuo of the Rose Mercenary Group. Because apart from the military, only the Rose Mercenary Group had the most motive to kill Zhou Bonghua and Wei Dong. But how did the Rose Mercenary Group, or that Xialuo, have such strength? Xialuo is just a space superpower. As for the women recruited by Xialuo, each of their abilities has been registered in the talent market, which makes it even more impossible. So although old General Liu guessed that it might be Xialuo, he really couldn't figure out what was going on, and without any evidence, he would not let anyone go to trouble Xialuo. On the other hand, Zhou Bonghua's subordinates were leaderless now, so they could just put things in order. In this way, Chaoyang Shelter can be completely stabilized. And just when General Liu started to clean up the interior, the Rose Mercenary Group finally became lively. Beauty, Lacune, give me 2 boxes. Here are 28 crystals. A small bottle of strong wine costs 15 crystals per bottle, right? Get me 3 bottles quickly. Time flies. Another few months have passed. A lot has happened in the past few months. First of all, the Rose Mercenary Group established by Li Xialuo in Chaoyang Sanctuary is getting stronger and stronger. Li Xialuo's business is also getting better and better. It can be said that every day is a crystal. Just 2 commodities, cigarettes and drinks, can bring Li Xialuo an income of thousands of crystals almost every day. If there are any holidays, plus the sales of some other products, it will not be a problem for the daily crystal income to exceed 3,000. Even though 3,000 crystals doesn't seem like much, some materials that Li Xialuo took out at the last auction were sold for sky-high prices, which would cost more than 3,000 crystals when converted into crystals. But last time it was an auction, and because someone was taken advantage of, it was almost a one-shot deal. But now the Rose Mercenary Group can earn thousands of crystals every day. It can be said that it is a long-term and stable business. Over time, the accumulated wealth is actually very considerable. After all, even if you only earn 1,000 crystals a day, it will be 10,000 crystals in 10 days, and 30,000 crystals in 1 month. What does 30,000 crystals mean? It's enough to upgrade 3 psychics into powerful level 3 psychics. A level 3 superpower. He is the top expert in Chaoyang Sanctuary. Even now, several months have passed, and there are only a handful of level 3 superpowers in Chaoyang Sanctuary. There are only 7 people in total. In addition to the military gathering all the resources, they finally managed to train 2 level 3 superpower masters. The other 5 people are all in the Rose Mercenary Group. That's right, the current Rose Mercenary Group is definitely a giant in Chaoyang Sanctuary. Although the members of the Rose Mercenary Group have only grown to 1,000 people, every female soldier is an elite soldier. Because the Rose Mercenary Group has money, food, and weapons, it can give the team members the best treatment, the best weapons and equipment, and give them the physical strength to carry out military training every day. In addition to ordinary female soldiers who are like special forces, the team of superpowers in the Rose Mercenary Group is also extremely powerful. Now, there are a total of 6 superpowers in the entire Rose Mercenary Group, but 5 of them are level 3 superpowers and 1 is a level 2 superpower. There is no way. Who made Li Xialuo, the boss of the Rose Mercenary Group? Rich crystals. As long as the superpowers of the Rose Mercenary Group join the team for a period of time, Li Charlotte will improve their strength. Basically, everyone is treated equally. This also makes everyone believe that what Li Xialuo said before was not a boast. As long as he is loyal to him and the Rose Mercenary Group, he will really improve the strength of his superpowers without any suspicion. This made many superpowers in Chaoyang Sanctuary's eyes turn red with envy. They really want to join the Rose Mercenary Group. You don't need to go out to hunt monsters. You only need to control the situation in the Mercenary Group, and you can live a good life with plenty of food and clothing. There is no need to be suspicious. There are a lot of crystals to enhance the strength. Such a good thing, such a team, they all want to join in their dreams. Unfortunately, not everyone can join the Rose Mercenary Group if they want to, even if they are jealous. No one dares to do anything to the Rose Mercenary Group. In fact, the Rose Mercenary Group can earn tens of thousands of crystals every month. Most of the people in Chaoyang Sanctuary, including those with superpowers, are working for the Rose Mercenary Group. Who cannot be jealous? Even the military is jealous. But let alone the trouble caused by the Rose Mercenary Group. The Rose Mercenary Group now even has absolute privileges in Chaoyang Sanctuary. Because the military also knows that people like Zhou Banghua and Wei Dong were in the Chaoyang shelter in the past, and they cannot have the absolute final say in the Chaoyang shelter. After Zhou Banghua and those people died, a huge internal conflict crisis was ostensibly solved. But the Rising Star Rose Mercenary Group has slowly developed into a powerful force. It can be said that even the military must be wary of 3-point forces. It is even stronger than the previous alliance between Zhou Banghua and others. If anyone wants to be detrimental to the Rose Mercenary Group, or even if someone wants to undermine the stability of Chaoyang Sanctuary, then the first city of the Rose Mercenary Group will not agree. Because the Rose Mercenary Group wants to make money crystals. This is also the result of Li Xialuo's negotiation with the military. The Rose Mercenary Group has certain privileges in Chaoyang Sanctuary and can conduct transactions freely in the sanctuary. Then the Rose Mercenary Group will not do anything to endanger Chaoyang Sanctuary, nor will they participate in the power struggle of Chaoyang Sanctuary. When necessary, the Rose Mercenary Group will stand on the side of the military and support the military's decision-making. So now, although the military is the apparent controller of Chaoyang Sanctuary, it is actually not the only one. However, the Rose Mercenary Group is relatively Buddhist and only wants to do business and make money, without much ambition. This is what the military wants to see. So although some people are jealous of the Rose Mercenary Group's business, no one dares to provoke the Rose Mercenary Group. Not to mention the current strength of the Rose Mercenaries. The deaths of Zhou Banghua and Wei Dong are now known to the upper echelons of Chaoyang Sanctuary as being caused by the Rose Mercenaries Group. But no one still knows how the Rose mercenary group did it. So no one wants to die for no reason. The people in Chaoyang Sanctuary, not even the members of the Rose mercenary group, know that Chaoyang Sanctuary is just one of the places where Xialuo makes money, and the Rose mercenary group is just one of the branch companies that Xialuo uses to make money. 1. After several months, Xialuo has found many other shelters, and then established branch offices in each shelter. In fact, all this was thanks to Xialuo's system being upgraded again, and then the store was refreshed with some new products. And it's still good stuff. For example, super aircraft. Although this kind of super aircraft carries less passengers than the pre-apocalyptic aircraft, it is faster than the aircraft, is also bulletproof, and uses nuclear power. So, after Xialuo got the super aircraft, he was not only satisfied with doing business in Chaoyang Sanctuary. Later, Xialuo also flew an aircraft to Kyoto, where there was also a large shelter. Xialuo also established a female mercenary group in Kyoto Sanctuary, according to the model of Chaoyang Sanctuary, and then sold his luxury goods. Then there are Shidu Shelter in the northwest, Spring City Shelter in the southwest, etc. Charlotte's footprints are almost all over the country. As long as it was a large shelter, Xialuo would not let it go and establish branch offices for them all. After all, it can be said that those large shelters need people and strength. With their large numbers and strength, they harvest a lot of crystals every day. Naturally, they can contribute a lot of crystals to Xialuo. So after several months of development, the crystals Xialuo now harvests every day are as follows. Taoyuan leader. Headquarters every day. The demon hunting team goes out to hunt monsters. Because of their strong strength, the levels of the monsters they hunt are getting stronger and stronger, with an average of 8,000 crystals harvested every day. Chaoyang branch. Chaoyang shelter, the first branch established by Xialuo, earning an average of 1,500 crystals per day. Kyoto branch. Kyoto shelter, the shelter with the largest population and the largest number of superpowers, can earn an average of 3,000 crystals per day. Shidu branch. Shidu shelter. It is also a powerful shelter with many beauties and can earn an average of 2,000 crystals per day. Now Xialuo has the headquarters of Taoyuan Ling and has also established 8 branches and 8 large shelters. Almost every branch can bring Xialuo at least more than 1,000 crystals in income every day. So after calculation, the number of crystals Xialuo can obtain every day is almost 23,000. The people in Chaoyang Sanctuary were jealous when they saw that the Rose mercenary group could earn Xialuo a large amount of crystals every day. In fact, the people in Chaoyang Sanctuary had no idea that the crystals Xialuo earned in Chaoyang Sanctuary were nothing to Xialuo. Business only. This is why Xialuo, the superhuman who joined the Rose mercenary group, raised their level to level 3, because 10,000 crystals are nothing to Xialuo. And in Chaoyang Sanctuary, and even in the larger Kyoto Sanctuary, the highest level of superpower users now is level 3, which is already the top master. But in Xialuo's Taoyuan territory, although the current population of Taoyuan territory is only 2,024 people, there are only 35 people with superpowers. Some superpowers were brought back to Taoyuan territory by Charlotte from other places or shelters. But among the 35 superpowers led by Xialuo's Taoyuan, there are 5 level 4 superpowers, 15 level 3 superpowers, and the rest are all level 2 superpowers. So if we just talk about the power of superpowers, Xialuo's Taoyuan territory is still far ahead. After all, upgrading to a level 4 superpower requires 100,000 crystals. With so many crystals, it would be really difficult for an average team to obtain so many crystals unless they use the power of the entire sanctuary to gather the crystals from the entire sanctuary. But for Xialuo, not only the crystals harvested in the entire Taoyuan territory belong to him, he can also earn crystals in many other shelters, harvesting more than 20,000 crystals every day. 100,000 crystals is not a difficult task for Xialuo at all. So in addition to Xialuo, who is now a level 4 superpower user, Taoyuan territory can also have 5 other level 4 superpower users, far ahead of other shelters. Even, it takes 1 million crystals for a superpower to upgrade to level 5. For Xialuo, it is not too far away. After Xialuo becomes a level 5 superpower, Xialuo's strength will undergo a completely new change, and he will become a truly peerless powerhouse. When the time comes, it won't be a problem to be able to overwhelm mountains and seas, to have thoughts that travel thousands of miles away, etc., and to have magical powers. And when Xialuo becomes a level 5 superpower user, He can contract new subordinates and gain new superpowers by then. Among the new power users who have recently joined Taoyuan territory, there are mental power users, giant power users, shrinking power users, time-stopping power users, invisibility power users, quick recovery power users. Wait, all kinds of abilities. Some of them have special abilities that even Xialuo is very envious of. By then, as long as Xialuo has dozens of powerful powers, wouldn't it be the same as Monkey King's 72 transformations? And when Xialuo raises all his power levels to level 5 or 4, then he will be the real Monkey King, who will still be his opponent. At that time, Xialuo plans to visit the surrounding countries when he has time. For example, the surrounding Bangzi Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, Koryo Kingdom, Asen Kingdom, Anan Kingdom, etc. Xialuo went to these countries, not only to collect local specialties, food, beauties, etc., but also, of course, crystals. After all, in the future apocalypse, crystals will not only be used to enhance the strength of superpowers, but will also become a universal currency that can be used anywhere. However, unlike at home, Xialuo does not plan to do business or open a branch when he goes to neighboring countries. For the surrounding countries, Xialuo planned to take the simple and crude route of plunder or colonization. If they are disobedient, then directly rob them of all their supplies and crystals. If you are obedient, then control their leader and let all of them earn crystals for themselves. Taoyuan collar. Although today's Taoyuan territory has a population of only 2,000 to 3,000 people, it covers an area larger than the Kyoto sanctuary. The current Taoyuan territory is divided into inner city, outer city, and safe zone. The inner city of Taoyuan territory mainly includes the Longting Villa area and other areas, surrounded by a 7 or 8 meter high city wall. It is mainly the living area for the high-level and elder-level figures of Taoyuan territory. The outer city of Taoyuan Ling is a new urban area that Taoyuan Ling has spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build in recent months. The outer city covers a huge area and is planned to have residential areas where ordinary team members live, huge farms, Taoyuanling Industrial Zone, and even specialized markets, pedestrian streets, gymnasiums, theaters, and other buildings. The most important thing is that the outer city wall is 20 meters high, and there are superpowers and female soldiers on duty 24 hours a day on the city wall, which can make the residents of Taoyuan territory feel safe. Today, in Taoyuan district, there are lights and colorful decorations everywhere, and festive red characters are posted everywhere. The sun shines on the green grass of the Taoyuan Villa area, reflecting colorful lights, and the arches composed of flowers are like a dreamy passage. Today is a day of great joy for the entire Taoyuan clan, because their lord is going to hold a grand wedding. With the blue sky as the background and white clouds as the curtain, the beauty of nature and luxurious decoration complement each other. The luxurious dining table is placed with exquisite tableware and flowers. The delicious food exudes a charming aroma. The faces of all the women in Taoyuan collar are filled with joy. Xialuo is wearing a white suit today, looking chic and extraordinary. Amidst a burst of beautiful music, a group of beautiful women wearing beautiful wedding dresses, like fairies, slowly appeared. Shen Miao, Zhou Xiaodong, Qin Yueme, Zhao Min, Liu Wanchi, Alice, Shun Yinyan. They are so beautiful, so pretty. This is not only the voice of Xialuo, but also the voice of all women in Taoyuan. However, if you are careful, you will find it. Shen Miao, Zhou Xiaodong, and Alice and the other brides in wedding dresses, their bellies bulged slightly, like blooming flowers, and their faces exuded the light of happiness, which made them even more happy. Beautiful and touching.